Chapter 1. 100 Encounters with the Campus Belle in Dreams. In the land of Blue Star, within the illustrious Xia Kingdom, lies Tiandu University. In the late hours of the night, in the male dormitory of Building 2, Room 107, the sound of thunderous snoring fills the air. Suddenly, from the upper bunk on the right near the door, a rather handsome young man emits two slightly lascivious chuckles, unmistakably lost in an indescribably beautiful dream. This young man is named Mu Feng, who awakened a dream system 100 days prior. Apart from dreaming, he has yet to discover any other functionalities. There are no riches to be gained, nor skills to procure. However, thanks to this dream system, he can wield control over his own dreams. While others passively drift into dreams, he actively conjures them, indulging in whatever fantasies he desires. Remarkably, this does not impede his sleep. Even after spending an entire night engaged in audacious exploits within his dreams, he awakens the following day feeling invigorated and refreshed. As the saying goes, a man who does not experience spring dreams is not a normal man. Thus, on the very night he acquired the dream system, he orchestrated a dream so vivid it felt real, featuring the campus belle of Tiandu University, the enchanting Shi. The object of desire for countless young in reality, he could only observe the goddess from afar, but in his dreams he could act freely. Each dream commenced with him forcefully cornering this exquisite campus beauty. The locations of these encounters varied each time. Sometimes it was on the playground, at other times in the corridors, or even on the bus. Today marked the 100th occasion. Without further ado, he dove directly into the dream realm. In the dream, the sky was an expanse of azure. Inside the classroom of Music Academy's Class 3, Mu Feng strode in, disregarding the astonished gazes of the teacher and students engaged in lessons, making his way to the campus belle seated in the second-to-last row against the wall. She possessed a stunningly delicate visage, with hair cascading to her waist and skin more radiant than the white blouse she wore, her ample bosom stretching the fabric to its limits. Upon seeing Mu Feng, the campus belle sprang to her feet in a fluster. In this dreamscape, everything felt strikingly real. "Excuse me, could you please make way?" Mu Feng approached her deskmate and spoke coolly. "Don't go," the campus belle implored, grasping her deskmate's hand. Perhaps in reality, her companion would have intervened in such a scenario. Alas, this was a dream governed by Mu Feng's will. With a deft flick, her deskmate swatted away the campus belle's hand and vacated the seat, acquiescing to the situation. With the obstruction removed, Mu Feng scrutinized the campus beauty before him. Her slender waist, accentuated by a knee-length patchwork skirt, revealed a pair of smooth, fair legs. Mu Feng inched closer, resting his hands against the wall behind the campus belle, leaning in to admire her flawless visage up close, and chuckled, "Little beauty," after 99 times. "Why have you yet to learn to accept this with grace?" Leaning against the wall, the campus belle found herself with nowhere to retreat, feeling the warmth of his breath, a hint of resignation playing upon her exquisite features. After 99 times, "Why won't you let me go?" "Let you go? I could never bear to do so." With a mischievous grin, Mu Feng remarked, "Perhaps if you bestow upon me a kiss in front of everyone at tomorrow's basketball championship opening ceremony, I might just vanish from your life thereafter." The school bowtie's gaze flickered slightly. "But for now, let us first complete the upcoming proceedings," Mu Feng said, an impish smile gracing his features. At his words, the school beauty resignedly closed her eyes. She had attempted to resist during this dream, but it was futile, as it was a realm beyond her control. With a playful smirk, Mu Feng swept her into his arms and strode confidently out of the classroom. As for their destination, well, that remained a mystery to outsiders. The following morning, Mu Feng awoke invigorated, humming a cheerful tune as he prepared for the day. His 3 roommates had already gone to secure their spots, leaving a hearty breakfast for him 16 buns and a cup of soy milk. After freshening up and savoring his meal, he donned his basketball jersey and shoes, setting off from the dormitory. Post-ceremony, he intended to warm up in preparation for the afternoon's basketball match. Though merely a substitute center, he aspired to reach peak form. One could never tell when the game might hinge on the substitutes. Meanwhile, in a dormitory of the music department at the conservatory, the school beauty, Shi, sat on her bed in a daze, her cheeks flushed and her eyes expressing a hint of resignation. That scoundrel had once again invaded her dreams, wreaking havoc. 100 days prior, she had inexplicably experienced a spring dream, featuring an unfamiliar male classmate. He introduced himself as Mu Feng, a sophomore in the automation department of the computer science faculty. The dream had been vivid and realistic, etched firmly in her memory. Yet, as it was merely a dream, she initially paid it little mind. However, for the subsequent 100 days, regardless of where she slumbered, she found herself ensnared in similar dreams each night. Though the beginnings of these dreams varied, the conclusion remained unwavering. She attempted to resist within the dream, yet it was, after all, a dream, impervious to her will. She picked up her phone, navigating to her album, where she unearthed a photograph. Having endured 100 instances of torment in her dreams, it was only natural that she had diligently researched Mu Feng's background. Though he possesses a certain charm, there are far more handsome boys at school. Why do I keep dreaming of him bullying me? Shirqing bit her lip, her brows furrowing in confusion. Xiaoqing, are you not going to get ready? The opening ceremony for the sports meet is about to commence. Let's not forget we have a choral performance to prepare for, urged her roommate and best friend, Xiaoya, noticing her lost in thought on the bed. Right, I almost forgot, Shirqing exclaimed, quickly rising to get ready, while inquiring, Xiaoya, I've been having the same dream repeatedly. What could it signify? Xiaoya, though not as striking as Shirqing, was still quite lovely. She blinked at the question and replied with a smile, I'm not sure what it means, but they often say that what occupies your thoughts during the day manifests in your dreams at night, that our thoughts during the day manifest in our dreams at night. Shirqing was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that I have longed to be tormented by him? No, that cannot be the case. Before I had that dream, I did not even know him. It is absolutely not true. Shirqing shook her head vigorously, resolutely denying her thoughts. Xiaoqing, what are you up to? Her close friend and roommate inquired with puzzlement. Nothing, Shirqing waved her hand dismissively and then asked, so, if one has a nightmare where someone demands something of you, must you truly fulfill that request in order for the nightmare to dissipate? Her friend tilted her head in contemplation and replied, perhaps. I used to frequently dream of my deceased grandmother asking for money, urging me to prepare more for her. After I mentioned this dream to my grandfather, he insisted that I burn a significant amount of paper offerings at her grave, and since then, I have not dreamed of her again. Is that so? Shirqing mused, gently touching her lips, her expression fluctuating between uncertainty and resolve. Must I truly kiss him at the opening ceremony? This is my first kiss, after all. Well, my first kiss in reality. Chapter 2. Beauty suffices. The autumn breeze caressed their faces, awakening the sleepy students with a jolt. The outdoor football field at Tiandi University was already teeming with a sea of people, the air thick with chatter. Students settled into their seats according to their respective colleges, departments, and classes, with chairs they had moved themselves due to the open-air setting. Hey, you three, you left without a word and nearly made me oversleep. Upon reaching his class's designated area, Mu Feng rushed to the back row, venting his grievances at his 3 roommates who were engrossed in a game of PUBG. Everything from his dreams had long been cast aside. At this age, who would still concern themselves with a fleeting fantasy? Damn, you scared me, exclaimed one chubby roommate who, without headphones, turned a glance at Mu Feng before hastily returning to his gameplay. The other 2 roommates, fully equipped with headphones and blasting their audio, remained blissfully unaffected by the external commotion. By the way, did I just throw a grenade? The overweight roommate, startled by Mu Feng, accidentally slipped his hand while throwing a grenade, unsure of where it landed. Almost as if on cue, a thunderous explosion sounded, obliterating him and his 2 companions. Damn it! Do you believe I'll report you for deliberately harming teammates? Mu Feng fumed. I was just about to take down an enemy, and you tossed a grenade at me? The other 2 roommates removed their headphones, unleashing a barrage of furious shouts at the chubby one. One of them, robust and muscular, was the captain of the basketball team, known for flaunting his physique, earning him the nickname Macho Man. The other, bespectacled and seemingly demure, was a reclusive bookworm who secretly indulged in novels. His glasses, which had only a slight prescription, served as a ruse for him to sneak glances at the figures of beautiful women, earning him the moniker 4 Eyes. Oh, is that crazy coming? Macho Man surveyed Mu Feng with a curious expression and asked, "Crazy, were you exhausted last night? I hope today's basketball game won to be affected." Mu Feng appeared puzzled. "I slept quite well last night." "Quite well?" The chubby roommate wore a mischievous grin. "Crazy, when we called for you this morning, you were still making those noises. From my 20 years of being single, I deduce you must have had a night filled with sweet dreams." Four Eyes adjusted his glasses and, in all seriousness, chimed in, "For my 9 years of being a bookworm, I can affirm that Crazy indeed had a delightful dream last night." "What of it? Is it against the law to dream?" Mu Feng retorted, plopping down on a chair without offering a rebuttal. The chubby one scooted his chair closer to Mu Feng, curiosity piqued. "Crazy, which beauty graced your dreams? How was her figure?" The image of the stunning campus belle, Shi flashed through Mu Feng's mind, prompting him to swiftly change the subject. "Let us not dwell on that. Allow me to guide you 3 in this game." With that, he pulled out his phone and entered the battle royale. "Come on, let us have another round. I refuse to believe we can't win." Upon hearing this, the 3 roommates eagerly re-entered the game, inviting Mu Feng into their squad. It must be acknowledged that among the 4, the one who excels at gaming is Mu Feng. Under his leadership, they consistently reach the top 5 in every match, while the outcome of securing a victory ultimately hinges on luck. As the 4 strive for triumph, the opening ceremony unfolds as scheduled. The hosts, seniors in their 3rd year, possess quite appealing appearances. Please maintain silence as we present a duet performance featuring one of our university's notable figures. At this moment, the male host's tone shifts to one of palpable excitement. Let us warmly welcome Wang Ya from Class 3 of the music department and Shi, the university's flower, to perform the song Falling for You. The university flower is performing? Quiet down. Do not disturb my enjoyment of my wife's singing. Get lost. She is my wife. The male students are brimming with enthusiasm, as they typically only see the university flower in forum posts ranking beautiful girls. Opportunities to see her in person are scarce. "Monkey, is my flower ready?" In the back row of Class 1 from the Sports Academy's basketball department, a tall, muscular student inquires. "Brother Chu, everything is prepared for you." The host has managed it well. The roses will be delivered to the stage once the flower finishes singing. A bouquet of 999 red roses. No woman can resist such romance. Brother Chu is certain to win the university flower's heart this time. Brother Chu nods, confidence radiating from his expression. "Wow, the university flower has a performance too?" The chubby guy and his friends, engaged in the final battle, momentarily abandon their game and crane their necks towards the stage. "Come on, it's just a woman. Must you all react this way? Can't you exhibit some gaming spirit?" Mu Feng complains. "Crazy, are you even a man? The ultimate university flower is about to appear. What's the point of playing games?" The chubby guy retorts without looking back. Mu Feng rolls his eyes, tucking his phone into his pocket, and gazes up at the stage. Amidst the collective anticipation, the 2 young women slowly ascend the stage, microphones in hand. One dons a pink dress, her beauty akin to a delicate flower, with a figure that is quite satisfactory. The other, clad in a white shirt, fills it out impressively. Her slender waist is accentuated by a knee-length piece skirt that reveals a pair of smooth, fair legs. She wears white flats that elevate her slightly above her companion in heels. This is the exquisite university flower, Shi, dressed precisely as she appeared in Mu Feng's dreams the previous night, stirring an unusual feeling within him. Upon seeing Shi, the football field erupts in howls of admiration. The popularity of the university flower is unparalleled. "Xiaoqing, I realize that inviting you to perform with me was a regrettable decision." Her close friend and roommate, Wang Ya, whispers with a laugh. Shi smiles subtly. "It's too late for regrets now." Wang Ya chuckles. "I don't regret it. I only fear that once you finish singing, a throng of admirers will block our path." Shi smiles gently. As the university flower, she is accustomed to daily declarations of affection. Soon, the melodious strains of the song fill the air, resonating across the football field and reaching every listener's ears. Beautiful in both appearance and voice, Shi captivates the chubby guy and his friends, who are utterly enraptured. I acknowledge her beauty, yet her singing prowess pales in comparison to that of her companions. Does it not? She seemed rather distracted, and there were even several instances when she forgot the lyrics. Mu Feng murmured softly, to speak candidly. The school belle possesses a melodious voice and sings reasonably well. However, her roommate excels her in vocal ability. Silence. Beauty is sufficient, the three chubby friends admonished in unison. Understanding the sentiment, Mu Feng promptly closed his mouth and quietly admired the enchanting visage of the school belle on stage. Gazing at her graceful silhouette and the rhythmic movement of her crimson lips, Mu Feng found himself transported back into a dream. That sensation was undeniably intoxicating. Chapter 3. The school beauty calls upon Mu Feng to the stage. As the enchanting melody lingered in the air, a procession of individuals emerged, bearing 999 red roses arranged in a heart shape upon the stage. A collective gasp swept through the crowd. Was someone preparing to declare their affection for the school beauty? The hearts of all male students tightened, as if something precious was about to be snatched away. Regardless of who it was, anyone daring to vie for the goddess would face dire consequences, they muttered through clenched teeth. Mu Feng's gaze sharpened. Was someone attempting to usurp his dream girl? It seemed he would have to conjure a terrifying nightmare tonight, ensuring that the interloper would be left utterly incapacitated. Dear classmates, the male host announced with a smile as he took to the stage alongside his female counterpart. This display has been meticulously arranged by Chu Yunxiang, a sophomore from the basketball department of the Physical Education College, specifically for our school beauty. This is undoubtedly the most romantic confession I have ever witnessed. Chu Junxiang, the youngest son of the chairman of the Chu group. Upon hearing this name, the group of boys deflated, their spirits waning. The Chu group was a prominent conglomerate in Tiandu City, renowned throughout the entirety of the Xia Nation. As the chairman's son, Chu Yunxiang's lineage was incomparable. Moreover, he possessed a striking appearance. Despite his mediocre academic performance, he was an exceptional basketball player, having once received an offer from the Tiandu City basketball team, which he regrettably declined. Rumor had it that he was quite the playboy, changing girlfriends more frequently than one would change clothes. At that moment, the female host, filled with envy, remarked, 999 red roses symbolize eternal love, unwavering companionship, and loyalty until death. If someone were to present me with 999 red roses, I would undoubtedly accept without hesitation. No girl could resist such a romantic proposal. The male host continued, now, let us invite our leading man, Chu Yunxiang, to the stage. Soon, standing nearly 6 feet tall, Chu Yunxiang, adorned in a tailored outfit, strode onto the stage. His handsome visage and sharp haircut elicited gasps of admiration from a throng of infatuated girls. Xiaoqing, this one is formidable. Take care of yourself, Wang Yu whispered under her breath. Shiqing furrowed her brow slightly, remaining silent. Xiaoqing, will you be my girlfriend? Chu Yunxiang gradually approached her, kneeling on one knee as he presented a crystal box, revealing a blue diamond the size of a thumb. Wow, such a large blue diamond must be worth at least $1 million. The audience gasped, for blue diamonds are exceedingly rare, second only to the legendary blood-red diamonds. Truly, the son of the Chu group was extravagant. The students were left in awe by this grand gesture. Most of them hailed from ordinary families, and their parents could never earn enough in a lifetime to afford such a diamond. This is utterly unfair. Being wealthy is quite the advantage, one boy muttered softly. Will the school beauty refuse? 4 eyes questioned, uncertainty lacing his tone. Surely not. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to say no, a muscular boy murmured. At times, the world indeed seems starkly unjust. Pure love, under the relentless assault of wealth, struggles to endure. All eyes were fixed upon the campus belle, Shiqing, eager to discern her decision. Under the weight of collective scrutiny, Shiqing slowly spoke. You should reserve those tactics for your little girlfriends. I'm not swayed by such methods. Furthermore, I am Shiqing. You may address me as such or simply as a classmate, for we are not well acquainted. Her voice was frosty, her tone indifferent, exuding an aura that kept others at bay. How could the campus beauty refuse so mercilessly? The students were momentarily taken aback. Truly, she embodied the essence of aloof elegance. Despite being publicly rejected, Chu Yunxiang maintained his smile. He had anticipated this very scene. His motives for proceeding were simply to announce to the entire school that he intended to pursue the campus belle, urging all bystanders to step aside. He rose, returning the blue diamond to his pocket, and smiled. No matter, there is ample time ahead. There is no rush. Our families are well acquainted, and we should engage more frequently. I will have these roses delivered to your dormitory shortly. With that, he turned and descended from the stage, having achieved his objective. Upon witnessing the campus belle's rejection of Chu Yunxiang, all the male students involuntarily exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, on stage, just as the host was about to speak, Shi Qing interjected, "Seniors, may I request a few more minutes?" Wang Yi cast an astonished glance at Shi Qing. There was no such segment in their program. Very well, the two hosts replied, momentarily taken aback, but acquiescing. They could recover the time later. To refuse the campus belle would surely make them the target of scorn. Thank you. Shi Qing expressed her gratitude, grasping the microphone. Taking a deep breath, she spoke with a chilling clarity. Could Mu Feng from the second-year automation department of the Computer Science Institute please come to the stage? Prior to this moment, she had contemplated for quite some time, ultimately deciding to heed the words of the figure from her dreams. If this could indeed cause him to vanish from her nightly visions, relinquishing her first kiss might be a sacrifice worth making. The repetitive nature of those dreams was driving her to the brink of despair. The students shifted their gazes towards the Computer Science Institute. Why would the illustrious campus belle summon a student of ambiguous gender? Wang Yi whispered, "Xiao Qing, what are you planning?" "To interpret my dreams," Shi Qing replied coolly. Then urged, Mu Feng from the second-year automation department of the Computer Science Institute, "I know you are here. Please come to the stage." What connection could Mu Feng possibly have with the campus belle? The student from the automation department turned to the back rows, their faces a blend of astonishment and confusion. "What the heck, you lunatic? Confess, what have you done to the campus belle?" The three chubby boys exclaimed, snapping back to reality. Mu Feng shrugged, exasperated. "What could I have done to her? In my dreams, I may have done everything, but in reality, I have done nothing." "Stop deceiving us," the plump boy retorted, disbelief etched upon his face. "If you haven't done anything to the campus belle, why would she call your name in front of the entire school?" Four-Eyed adjusted his glasses and remarked, "From my 9 years of experience as a bibliophile, it is evident that the madman is undoubtedly coveting the beauty of the campus belle. On a dark and stormy night, he might have forcibly taken advantage of her, and now she finds herself with child, seeking him to take responsibility." Mu Feng was utterly flabbergasted, responding with a tone of disbelief. "Four-Eyed, your imagination is such a waste of talent if you don't write novels for Tomato Novel Network. In fact, I happen to know an editor there. Would you like an introduction? Writing novels is quite mentally taxing, and I recently visited Tomato to read. The readers are exceptionally learned and insightful. Often, the comments on the novels are more captivating than the stories themselves. I highly recommend you take a look." "Come on." "Four-Eyed, you're digressing," the chubby one retorted with annoyance. The muscular man waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Listen, gentlemen, this is not the time to ponder such matters. The campus belle and the entire student body are waiting. We must consider whether the madman should approach her." "Let it go," the chubby one quickly interjected. "If he goes up now, he will surely become the enemy of the entire school. His life will be miserable thereafter. We should make a hasty retreat." "I concur. Of the 36 strategies, fleeing is the best." The muscular man nodded vigorously. Mu Feng cast a surprised glance at the two. "It seems you have not been blinded by beauty after all." The chubby one chuckled. "No matter how significant beauty may be, it pales in comparison to brotherhood. After all, we have sworn brotherhood in our dormitory. I cannot stand by and watch you walk to your doom." "Good brother," Mu Feng patted the chubby one's shoulder. "From my 9 years of reading experience, evasion will only deepen misunderstandings," Four-Eyed chimed in. Mu Feng nodded. "Four-Eyed is correct. The entire student body is already aware of my presence. If I were to retreat now, those fellows would only concoct more wild theories. It would be better for me to clarify things publicly." With that, he stood up and slowly walked toward the stage. "Oh, and Chubby, what we did wasn't a swearing of allegiance. It was a brotherhood pact." From a distance, Mu Feng's voice echoed. "What's the difference? Aren't they both about swearing allegiance?" The chubby one mumbled. Chapter 4. The school bell's public kiss, who is Mu Feng? What is his connection to the school bell? Why did she summon him to the stage? A myriad of questions swirled in the minds of the students. As Mu Feng ascended the stage, each step towards the school bell was met with a palpable hostility radiating from countless gazes. "Hello, I am Shi Qing," the school bell succinctly introduced herself. "I know." Mu Feng nodded, his eyes roving over Shi Qing. Despite having known everything about her in his dreams, this was their first face-to-face encounter. Her figure, her beauty, her flawless skin. The reality mirrored the visions he had long cherished in his slumber. A faint blush crept onto Shi Qing's exquisitely delicate face. The intensity of his gaze, reminiscent of her dreams, bore an aggressive undertone that left her feeling exposed. As the memory of dreamlike scenarios danced in her mind, facing Mu Feng made her feel as if she were unclothed. While others at a distance might not notice the subtle shift in Shi Qing's complexion, Wang Ye, standing nearby, observed every detail with clarity. What is happening? Xiao Qing is actually blushing? In her 2 years at Tiandu University, Shi Qing had received countless confessions and bouquets, remaining utterly unmoved. Yet now, this male student had merely looked at her twice and caused her to flush. Wang Ye rubbed her eyes in disbelief. "Do you need something from me?" Mu Feng inquired. Standing on the stage, ensnared by countless gazes, many laced with malice, he felt an overwhelming urge to leave. Although he had dreamt of embracing the school bell 100 times, dreams were not translatable to reality. In his dreams, he was omnipotent. In reality, he was merely a child of an ordinary family. The disparity between him and Shi Qing, whose lineage was comparable to that of Chu Yunxiang, was insurmountable. Otherwise, how could such a dandy be rendered helpless? The chasm between them was vast, and Mu Feng possessed the self-awareness to recognize that what occurred in dreams could not manifest in reality. Unbeknownst to him, however, the dreams he experienced were mirrored in Shi Qing's subconscious. Everything he did in his dreams was also felt by her. Gazing at Mu Feng's now familiar visage, Shi Qing bit her crimson lip. Must she truly proceed as envisioned? This man was a stranger in reality, their familiarity non-existent. Moreover, should she act, he would become a target, incurring unnecessary troubles in her life. Yet this was her sole means of escaping that dream realm. Torn between hesitation and conflict, she found herself at a crossroads. Perhaps it was best to abandon the thought. He was ultimately innocent, and she could not burden him with her woes. As she contemplated how to navigate the situation, Mu Feng pressed on. "Shi Qing, what exactly do you want me to do?" This insolent fool. How dare he display such impatience? After all, she was the school bell. The ire of Shi Qing's admirers was palpable as they shouted in protest from the audience. This was it. Everything was spiraling out of control. Even if the madman and the campus belle are innocent, they cannot escape becoming the targets of disdain among their peers. The plump individual and others rubbed their foreheads in exasperation. How could someone who was usually so astute become so confused at this moment? Just as Chu Yunxiang returned to his seat, his eyes narrowed slightly, signaling to those who knew him that he was indeed angry. At that moment on stage, Shi Qing observed Mu Feng's somewhat impatient demeanor and felt a surge of irritation. As the illustrious campus belle of Tiandu, could she not capture his attention? If anyone else were summoned to the stage for a close encounter with her, they would likely faint from excitement. Yet this fellow wore an expression of annoyance. "Oomph. In dreams, he tormented me. Yet in reality, he treats me with disdain." The more she thought about it, the more her frustration mounted. With a sudden burst of determination, she strode forward 2 steps. In the astonished gaze of Mu Feng, her delicate, porcelain-like hands pressed against his cheeks, one on each side. "What are you doing?" Mu Feng gasped in surprise, instinctively wanting to evade her grasp. Suddenly, her exquisite, blushing face drew near. Before he could react, her cool, soft lips met his. So soft. It feels even better than in my dreams. Wait a moment. Am I being forcefully kissed? Mu Feng's body stiffened, frozen in place as a whirlwind of thoughts flooded his mind. Bang! The microphone in Wang Ye's hand dropped, the piercing sound of static sending shivers through everyone present. The 2 hosts standing at a distance gaped in shock, their mouths agape. The soccer field fell into an eerie silence devoid of any noise. The aloof campus belle had just forcefully kissed a male classmate. The ice-cold goddess, who had rejected countless handsome suitors and wealthy heirs, was now publicly kissing a male student on stage. Recalling the song Falling for You that the belle had just performed, an unwilling thought crept into the minds of the onlookers. Was she professing her love for Mu Feng in front of everyone? This unexpected display of affection was utterly shocking. The key point was, merely a moment ago, she had dismissed the advances of the young heir of the Chu Corporation, and now she was publicly kissing another man. What a blatant disregard for the heir's feelings. At this instant, they all yearned to know the extent of the emotional turmoil suffered by the heir of the Chu Corporation. This pair of reckless lovers. Chu Yunxiang from the basketball department of the sports academy crumpled the water bottle in his grip, his teeth clenched as he glared at the two locked in their kiss. His expression dark and brooding. The classmate nicknamed Monkey beside him dared not utter a word, sensing the tension in the air. After a brief moment, Chu Yunxiang pulled out his phone and made a call, his voice icy as he stated, "Investigate the background of Mu Feng, a sophomore in class 1 of the automation department at the Computer Science College of Tiandu University." After a moment's wait, a response came from the other end. Upon hearing it, he replied coolly, "I see. An orphan, is he? Oof." Hanging up, Chu Yunxiang turned to ask, "You just mentioned he has a basketball game this afternoon?" "Yes, at 2 o'clock, against Class 3 of the Financial Department from the Business Administration College." Monkey nodded in confirmation. Chu Yunxiang's expression turned icy. 300,000. Ensure the Financial Department's team concedes and communicate with the school authorities to arrange for our class to compete against them this afternoon. We must reclaim our lost pride after this humiliation, especially on the field. Even a minor action that incapacitates someone merely results in a financial compensation. His family may lack in many aspects, yet they are undeniably affluent. 300,000? To part with such an amount over a trivial matter is indeed extravagant. The monkey pondered for a moment, then cautiously inquired, "Brother Chu, will all of this 300,000 go to them?" Chu Yunxiang rose, cast a glance at him, and replied nonchalantly, "As long as you possess the capability, you need not give them a single cent." With that, he turned and walked away. Upon hearing this, the monkey's eyes brightened instantly. Watching Chu Yunxiang distance himself, he called out loudly, "Brother Chu, should the flowers still be sent to the dormitory of the campus belle?" "Yes. I, Chu Yunxiang, have never retracted my words, nor do I abandon what I set out to accomplish," Chu Yunxiang replied without looking back. Chapter 5. Dreams Influence Reality. Rewarding divine basketball skills at this moment, Mu Feng on stage was utterly oblivious to his own predicament. Adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities, he reached out, intending to embrace the alluring school belle for a momentous kiss. However, she swiftly rebuffed him, her cheeks flushed, and fled without a backward glance, leaving Mu Feng in a state of bewilderment amidst the swirling winds. What was this? Had she stolen his first kiss and then dashed away? Indeed, it was his inaugural kiss in reality. This was nothing short of brazen mischief. Was there no law, no one to oversee such antics? "Xiaoqing, wait for me." Wang Yi cast a deep glance at Mu Feng, then picked up the microphone from the ground and handed it to the bewildered host before hastily pursuing the fleeing belle. The male host, having taken a microphone, rushed towards Mu Feng with an excited tone, inquiring, "Could you share your feelings, classmate?" "Oh no. Please elucidate the nature of your relationship with the school belle." "Relationship? Does a dream lover count?" Mu Feng shrugged his shoulders and raised his hands in a gesture of confusion. "You might as well ask her, for I too am quite perplexed." With that, he turned and walked away. Perplexed? Anyone would be bewildered after being publicly kissed by the school belle. Ding! The dreamer has forcibly kissed the host. Dreams influence reality. With a degree of impact rated at 4 stars. The host is rewarded with an increase in charm by 8 and access to the attribute panel. Furthermore, the host may choose one skill from the following options to elevate to divine level: culinary arts, basketball, parkour, singing, or dancing. The host is urged to make a selection promptly. Suddenly, the long-forgotten system notification echoed in Mu Feng's mind, nearly causing him to stumble. Since awakening the dreaming system 100 days ago, it had remained silent, offering no further functions beyond enabling him to dream at will. with no other information regarding the system provided. Initially, he had endeavored to elicit a response from the system, but after 10 consecutive failures, he had resigned himself to the belief that the system was non-existent. To his astonishment, it had finally reacted today. Dreams influence reality? What does that entail? Merely dreaming could affect reality? Wait a moment. Could it be that the school belle sensed his dreams? Or perhaps she was experiencing the same dreams as him? Last night, in his dream, he had mentioned that if she were to kiss him publicly at the opening ceremony of the sports meet, he would let her off the hook. Today, at the sports meet's opening ceremony, the school belle had indeed kissed him publicly. Goodness! As the connections dawned upon him, his eyes widened in shock. This was rather absurd. Could it be that through dreams, the dreamer's actions in reality could manifest, thus qualifying as dreams influencing reality? And in return, he would receive rewards? So this was the true nature of the dreaming system. Please make your selection promptly. The system's notification chimed once more. Choose a skill? Let it be basketball then. Their class had a basketball match this afternoon, making it the perfect opportunity to utilize it. Ding! The host has selected divine basketball skills. The importation is underway. As the system's notification resonated, Mu Feng found his mind flooded with an abundance of knowledge regarding basketball. Simultaneously, his physical abilities began to enhance gradually. Without a certain level of physical fitness, it is impossible to attain exceptional basketball skills. Ding! The impartation is complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring divine-level basketball skills. The transfer of information is concluded, and the host's physical condition has also improved successfully. A faint smell graced Mu Feng's lips. This afternoon, he could test the prowess of his newfound divine basketball ability. By the way, it seems there is also an attribute panel. With a thought, a virtual attribute panel resembling a game interface appeared before him. Host, Mu Feng stamina, 16. The average for a 20-year-old male is 10. The higher the stamina, the better the endurance. Strength, 17. The average for a 20-year-old male is 10. The greater the strength, the more powerful one becomes. Agility, 15. The average for a 20-year-old male is 10. The higher the agility, the swifter the speed. Charm, 18. The average for an ordinary person is 10. The higher the charm, the easier it is to win others' favor, and a more likely one is to attract the ire of enemies. Skill, divine basketball cash, 2021. The elevated levels of stamina, strength, and agility must be a result of the divine basketball skills enhancement of his physical attributes, while the charm must be a reward influenced by dreams manifesting in reality. Overall, he was satisfied with the attributes, but upon glancing at the cash section, his previously elevated mood plummeted. It was time to devise a means to earn money. Look, this fellow nearly stumbled when kissed by the campus belle, his face oscillating between ecstatic smiles and furrowed brows. He must be on the verge of madness. Is this not normal? If the campus belle were to bestow a kiss upon me, I would likely faint right on stage. The fact that he could still walk is impressive. Suddenly, he heard his classmates murmuring. Mu Feng quickly raised his head and noticed many peers pointing at him, some even casting malicious glances. He felt a tightening in his chest and hastily quickened his pace, fleeing as if his life depended on it. Just as he returned to his seat, before he could even sit down, he was pounced on the lawn by a hefty classmate. With a swift motion, the classmate sat atop Mu Feng and exclaimed fiercely, "Crazy," I said. "How could you pretend to be indifferent to the beauty of the campus belle? Turns out you were already in her favor. Such a significant matter, and you concealed it from us brothers. Humph, this won't be settled without at least 10 meals, no? 100 meals. Confess freely, or face severe consequences. What did you secretly win her over?" The muscular classmate and the bespectacled one flanked Mu Feng, leaving him no chance of escape. "Do you not have any awareness of your own weight? Breakfast might just be crushed out of me." Mu Feng attempted to divert the topic. Unfortunately, as brothers who had sworn loyalty to one another, they were well aware of his intentions. The hefty classmate sneered, "Crazy. Don't even think about changing the subject. If you truly crush my breakfast out of me, I, Fatty, will treat you to 10 days of buns. You must clarify today's incident. Otherwise, do not blame us for being ruthless." "A band of rascals, fine, I concede." Mu Feng raised his hands in surrender. "I remember it vividly. It was a dark and stormy night, and I was strolling alone along the food street outside the school, intoxicated by the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. Get to the point, he was urged. The rotund figure shifted, causing Mu Feng to emit a lamentation that sparked the curiosity of numerous classmates around him. Hastily, Mu Feng interjected, "Do not rush, do not rush. The crux of the matter is about to unfold." He was already aware of what was to come. At that moment, Yin spoke up, exclaiming that the madman had spotted a shadowy corner where a group of ruffians were attempting to intimidate a young lady with a temper as fiery as his. How could he possibly endure such a sight? He charged forth, delivering a left hook and a right kick, swiftly dispersing the ruffians and rescuing the woman, only to discover that she was none other than the school's belle. A quintessential tale of heroism and romantic admiration ensued. Indeed, Yin comprehends the situation well. To have the school beauty fall for me is a source of great distress. Mu Feng nodded vigorously, mentally applauding Yin's insight. He was contemplating how to fabricate a narrative to evade scrutiny, yet was taken aback by the remarkable imagination displayed by this young man. The rotund figure and the muscular companion exchanged astonished glances with Yin, simultaneously inquiring, "How do you know this so accurately?" Yin, adjusting his glasses, replied earnestly, "This is how it is depicted in novels." Alas, the rotund figure and the muscular man nearly toppled over. Realizing that this lad had been heavily influenced by literature, there was no saving him. "So, madman, you have been deceiving us?" The rotund figure turned to Mu Feng, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he clenched his fists. "Brothers, let us administer the tickling technique to our dear madman." In an instant, 6 hands descended upon Mu Feng, launching a chaotic assault of playful pokes. "What scoundrel is groping my undergarments? Beasts, ruffians!" Chapter 6. The counterattack of Chu Yunxiang. The opening ceremony continued, yet the subsequent performances were scarcely acknowledged. Everyone's thoughts remained trapped in the moment when the campus belle bestowed a kiss. The aloof beauty was now taken, shattering the hearts of countless single souls in an instant. In the financial department's Class 2, Year 3, the monkey approached the captain of their basketball team, saying, "Li Fei, you have a match against the automation department's Class 1 this afternoon, correct?" "Indeed." Li Fei nodded, his fists clenched tightly as he exclaimed, "That little brat dared to steal my goddess. I shall teach him a lesson on the court this afternoon." The monkey chuckled. "Teach him a lesson? That's not your role." "What do you mean?" Li Fei furrowed his brow slightly. The monkey raised a finger, casually stating, "This afternoon, you should concede the match. I can offer each member of your team 1,000 yuan as compensation. Your strength is nearly on par with the team that Mu Feng belongs to. Even if you could win, you wouldn't progress far. Accepting defeat guarantees you 1,000 yuan. Why not?" Li Fei retorted coldly, "Classmate, you are insulting my basketball skills. A mere 1,000, 3,000. Just concede, and you will receive 3,000. That should cover your living expenses for a month," the monkey interrupted. 3,000? Li Fei's eyes flickered momentarily, revealing signs of wavering. Seeing this, the monkey gritted his teeth and declared, 10,000, no more. "All right, deal," Li Fei responded with a grin. "Our class has 5 starters and 5 substitutes, 10,000 each." "Excellent." A smile spread across the monkey's face. A total of 100,000. And after settling expenses with the school, he could still pocket around 100,000. Quite a lucrative profit. Li Fei retrieved his phone and displayed his WeChat payment code, saying, "Scan it." The monkey pulled out his phone and scanned, replying, "I will pay half as a deposit, with the remainder upon completion. I must caution you. Once you accept the money, you are obliged to fulfill the agreement. Should you attempt any clever tricks, you are surely aware of Chu Ji's capabilities." "Which Chu Ge?" Li Fei's brow furrowed. "Chu Yunxiang," the monkey replied indifferently. Li Fei's pupils contracted as he nodded, understood. Initially, he harbored some clever schemes, but upon hearing the name Chu Yunxiang, his resolve crumbled. He was somewhat aware of the methods employed by that wealthy heir. It was best not to provoke him. "Good. I'm glad you understand," the monkey remarked, casting a glance at him before departing. He had to arrange matters with the school authorities and deliver flowers to the campus belle. Once the monkey left, Li Fei gathered the members of the basketball team and announced, Brothers, Chu Yunxiang intends to personally teach Mu Feng a lesson on the court. So we shall concede the match this afternoon. As compensation for our losses, we will each receive 100 yuan for a meal. Only 100 yuan to concede? The team members expressed their reluctance. What can 100 buy? Li Fei sighed. He is a wealthy heir with significant connections within the school. Furthermore, after graduation, we may find ourselves working for one of his family-esque companies. It's best to avoid making enemies whenever possible. Isn't it simply conceding? It doesn't pose a significant loss to us. Furthermore, we were each given 100 yuan, allowing us to indulge in a lavish meal at Lu Yishou Hot Pot tonight. Very well. The team members nodded in agreement. It truly isn't worth offending Chu Yunxiang over such a trivial matter. A subtle smile crept across Li Fei's face as he turned to gaze in the direction of Class 2 in the automation department. Ah, Mu Feng. Why choose to offend anyone but Chu Yunxiang? Enjoy it while you can. The lengthy opening ceremony finally concluded, and Mu Feng, along with his 3 sworn brothers, vanished in an instant. If the suitors of those campus beauties were to react, one wonders if they would even manage to leave the court unscathed. Hurry, eat up. After finishing, let South head to the court for some warm-ups. Mu Feng urged while rapidly consuming his meal in the cafeteria nearest to the indoor basketball court. As a substitute, he was more eager than the team captain, Meng Nan. All right, Meng Nan nodded, hastening his pace as well. Their Class S basketball team was among the lowest ranked in the entire college, let alone the whole school. However, while their skills may be lacking, their attitude towards basketball must never falter. Even if victory eludes them, they ought to give their all. Otherwise, how could they honor the jerseys they wear? Their opponents weren't particularly formidable, and there was a chance for victory. Moreover, Mu Feng had recently acquired divine-level basketball skills. With a bit of warm-up to familiarize himself, winning the first match should pose no significant challenge. Crazy, this basketball match might not be tranquil. Cian adjusted his glasses and cautioned. What do you mean? The chubby one and Meng Nan exchanged puzzled glances. It's merely a basketball game. What could be so tumultuous? Mu Feng also raised his head, curiously regarding Cian, who often indulged in novels and admired beauties, leading to his peculiar thoughts. Cian earnestly explained, currently, Crazy's most formidable potential adversary is Chu Yunxiang. After losing face on stage, given his temperament, he is likely to seek retribution. The chubby one nodded, then shook his head. That may be true, but our class's afternoon match is against the finance department's team, which has no connection to Chu Yunxiang from the basketball department. Meng Nan vigorously nodded, then returned to devouring his meal. Cian shook his head with his status. He could easily manipulate the situation with money. For instance, he might persuade a member of the finance team to engage in some underhanded tactics during the game, or even alter the match roster. Such melodramatic scenarios should only exist in novels, shouldn't they? Does one truly dare to be so brazen in reality? The chubby one frowned slightly. Cian regarded him with a serious expression. Chubby, you are still too naive and do not grasp the wickedness of human nature. There is no absolute fairness in this world. We abide by the rules, while capitalists manipulate them. Mu Feng set down his bowl and chopsticks, wiping the corner of his mouth, and curiously inquired, Cian, did you come to this understanding on your own? Cian shook his head and replied earnestly, this is the wisdom gleaned from my 9 years as a bookworm. Uffed. The chubby one, while eating, suddenly spewed his food, splattering Meng Nan across the face. Apologies. I couldn't help myself. The portly gentleman offered a few napkins while expressing his regret. The muscular man accepted the tissues, wiping away the remnants of his meal from his face. He glanced at the unfinished food in his bowl and suddenly lost all desire to continue eating. However, he bore no ill will towards the portly fellow, for he too had nearly choked. Four Eyes. You should spend less time indulging in those detrimental novels aimed at children and instead immerse yourself in literary classics. It will undoubtedly enhance your literary appreciation. The muscular man advised earnestly. Four Eyes retorted defiantly, I do read classics as well. You read classics? The portly man exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, I have been perusing Jinping these past few days. Would you care to take a look? It is exquisitely written, particularly the intricate details that are utterly captivating. Four Eyes replied with sincerity. Several female classmates passing by overheard his words and cast scornful glances in his direction. I have finished my meal. I shall take my leave, the muscular man declared, rising hastily, eager to escape the mortifying situation. I too have finished. Wait for me, muscular man, the portly fellow exclaimed as he hurriedly scooped up a few more bites, then grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth before dashing away. Mu Feng sighed, patting Four Eyes on the shoulder, shaking his head as he turned to depart. This child is far too entrenched in his folly. He is beyond salvation. But Jean Ping Mei is indeed a classic. I did not speak in error, Four Eyes muttered, sipping his soup before finally rising to chase after them. Chapter 7. Make way. The school bell's boyfriend has arrived. As I exited the dining hall, I spotted a somewhat familiar female classmate anxiously scanning her surroundings. The moment she laid eyes on Mu Feng, her beautiful eyes sparkled, and she dashed towards him. Mu Feng, I've finally found you. Her melodious voice rang out as she reached the crowd. What's going on? Is she here to kiss my madman again? Fatty thought, blocking Mu Feng protectively. His classmate. Please spare my madman. Just look at his physique. He can handle one woman, but two might be too much for him. If you need anything, come at me instead. I'm strong and, moreover, free of charge. The girl skidded to a halt in front of Fatty, her delicate brows furrowing as she retorted, You fat fool. Keep talking nonsense, and I'll tear your mouth apart. Move aside. Fatty attempted to say more, but was abruptly pulled aside by the muscle-bound guy. Your bulk has nothing to do with strength. Don't interrupt my show. From my 9 years of bookish experience. Four Eyes adjusted his glasses, ready to speak, but was silenced by the glares from the muscle-bound guy and Fatty, obediently closing his mouth. Are you Wanya? Mu Feng scrutinized the young woman. He had seen her 100 times in his dreams, but did not know her name until he sang a duet with Shirqing at the opening ceremony of the sports meet and learned her name. Yes, that's me, Wanya affirmed with a nod. I remember now, Fatty whispered. She's the one who sang with the school bell. Two beautiful women. One kisses my madman on stage, and now she's here? Do they have ulterior motives regarding my madman? Keep quiet and enjoy the show. The muscle-bound guy whispered. The school belle is in distress. It's time for a hero to save her. Four Eyes remarked nonchalantly. The school belle is in trouble? How do you know? Fatty and the muscle-bound guy inquired curiously. I deduced it from my 9 years of bookish experience. Four Eyes stated with utmost seriousness. Get lost. Fatty and the muscle-bound guy shot him identical glares. Do you need something from me? Mu Feng asked. Wanya spoke urgently. Chu Yunxiang has sent 999 red roses to the dormitory building. If Xiaoqing doesn't accept them, he won't leave. Now, Xiaoqing and the other students are trapped inside the dormitory. If this drags on, something terrible might happen. I had no choice but to seek your help. What does this have to do with me? I still want to play basketball. Mu Feng frowned slightly. Wanya glared at him. Are you even a man? Your girlfriend is trapped in the dormitory, and you still want to play basketball? Moreover, those roses were sent by your rival. Do you want your girlfriend to accept them? Of course not, but the school belle isn't my girlfriend. Mu Feng grumbled inwardly. Your sister-in-law is in trouble. We must help her, Four Eyes declared, thumping his chest. Madman, let us go. We'll accompany you. In his heart, he couldn't help but murmur to himself. After 2 years in university, he had yet to visit the girls' dormitory. But today, he finally found an opportunity. The chubby one cast a suspicious glance at him, wondering when this fellow had become so enthusiastic. He turned to Wanya and asked with confusion, Did you not call the school staff? Wanya rolled her eyes and replied irritably, What difference does it make if the teachers come? They can only stand by and wait. Then let us call the police and report him for harassment, the chubby one suggested. Wanya shook her head. That's futile. Once the police leave, they will return. These individuals are far too arrogant. The chubby one was at a loss for what to do. At that moment, the muscular guy spoke up. Madman, regardless of the circumstances between you, the entire school now knows that you have an ambiguous relationship with the campus beauty. If you don't show up, people might gossip about you behind your back. Honestly, I have little hope for this basketball game, so let us go together and support you. Hearing this, he felt it made some sense. Ever since being forcefully kissed by the campus beauty, he seemed to have been branded with her label. If the campus beauty was in distress and he failed to step up, wouldn't that suggest he lacked responsibility? Lacking masculinity? He pondered for a moment and said, "How about this? Chubby and Four Eyes can accompany me, while Muscle should lead the team in warm-ups. It wouldn't be appropriate for the team captain to be absent. Besides, it's getting late, and the game will start soon. I'm just a substitute, so it doesn't matter if I arrive late." The opening ceremony would likely stretch until nearly 1 in the afternoon, and now it was already 1:30, leaving little time before the game began. "That's fine." Muscle clapped his hand on Mu Feng's shoulder. "Madman, if things get difficult, give me a call. Even if this game is canceled, I'll bring the brothers to support you." Mu Feng waved his hand, saying, "Enough, I'm not going for a fight. As you know, my principle has always been to win people over with virtue." Muscle nodded and turned to leave. "Wang, lead the way," Mu Feng instructed. "Sure." Wang Yi promptly turned and walked ahead. The three of them followed her as they made their way to the girls' dormitory building of the music academy. From a distance, they could see countless students gathered, completely surrounding the dormitory building. "Excuse me, please." Wang Yi attempted to squeeze through, but the crowd was too dense to budge. The chubby one had a spark of inspiration and shouted, "The campus beauty's boyfriend has arrived." Upon hearing this, the tightly packed students turned to look. It's him, the guy who was forcefully kissed by the campus beauty on stage during the opening ceremony. By now, Mu Feng had become somewhat of a celebrity at Tiandu University, with posts about him circulating across all school forums, garnering fame comparable to that of the campus beauty and Shu Yunxiang. Four Eyes stepped forward and declared loudly, "Could everyone please make way?" This time, the students willingly parted to create a pathway. "After you, sir." Chubby and Four Eyes flanked him like bodyguards. Mu Feng shot them a disapproving glance, finding their demeanor overly assertive. Nevertheless, he confidently strode to the center, hands clasped behind his back, and marched toward the dormitory. Wang Yi rubbed her forehead, beginning to doubt her decision. Clearly, these were three individuals afflicted with adolescent delusions. Could they truly resolve this matter? "Mu Feng, what are you doing here?" A male classmate, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, positioned himself before the trio. The chubby boy and the bespectacled one, both barely 5 feet 7, appeared significantly shorter in comparison. The chubby boy tilted his head defiantly, showing no sign of backing down. His classmate, he asserted, "My friend is the boyfriend of the campus belle. He has come to escort his girlfriend to dinner. Do you have a problem with that? We were unaware that the campus belle had a boyfriend. If Chu Ji's flowers are rejected, we shall not depart." The tall classmate had indeed witnessed the campus belle passionately kissing Mu Feng. Yet at this moment, he feigned ignorance, merely using it as a pretext to obstruct their path. Furthermore, as he spoke, 4 or 5 other male classmates of similar stature approached, effectively blocking any escape. Their stances mirrored those commonly adopted in basketball defense. Chapter 8. Unfulfilled hunger satisfied by dog food. With a gentle push of his glasses, the bespectacled one whispered, "Based on my 9 years of experience as a bookworm, it would be prudent to call the muscular fellow and ask him to bring more people. Let us wait a bit longer. Surely they won't resort to violence." The portly one said, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Behind them, just outside the dormitory building, a slender male student stood before a staggering arrangement of 999 crimson roses. Earnestly imploring, classmate Shi Qing, "This is a heartfelt gesture from Brother Chu. Please accept it. You must realize that the entire building's residents are unable to have their lunch because of you, and I believe you feel somewhat guilty about that. Shi Qing, just accept it. It's merely 999 roses. Accepting them doesn't mean you have to become Chu Yunxiang's girlfriend." The students in the dormitory, even the dormitory manager, joined in the persuasion, their stomachs growling in protest. Shi Qing bit her lip, anxiety brewing within her. If it were merely a matter of her own discomfort, she would be indifferent even if he stood there for 10 days or more. However, knowing that her presence was the reason her entire building was deprived of their meal weighed heavily on her conscience. Hearing the commotion from within, Mu Feng felt a sense of urgency. After all, it was not every day that the campus belle received such an extravagant offering of 999 roses. He patted the shoulders of the portly one and the bespectacled one and stepped forward, his voice steady and commanding, "Step aside." Though Mu Feng stood at only 183 meters, shorter than the average one, 95-meter basketball players surrounding him, The aura he exuded was undeniably formidable. One of the students retorted coldly, "If you want to pass, you'll have to take us down." "Take you down? I have no such inclination," Mu Feng replied, advancing and easily shoving aside the two students blocking his path. The strength of 17 was not to be underestimated. By the time they processed what had just happened, Mu Feng and his companions had already moved past them. What incredible strength! The two boys, stunned, exchanged glances. They were members of the basketball team, strong and hefty, yet they had been so effortlessly pushed aside by someone whose stature was evidently less imposing. Realizing Mu Feng and his companions were getting away, they quickly pursued, only to be obstructed by the portly one and the bespectacled one. "Stand down," one of the boys demanded. The portly one replied nonchalantly, "What is the matter? Do you wish to engage in a fight? If so, you better think carefully about whether you want to risk expulsion over such a trivial matter. Teased University strictly forbids fighting. Minor infractions result in lost credits and reprimands, while serious offenses could lead to expulsion." The boys simmered with frustration but dared not act out, knowing that with so many witnesses present, any altercation would lead to punishment. "What are you planning to do?" Mu Feng, the slender boy, inquired, noticing Mu Feng approaching the 999 roses. "Fool, this guy is just a lackey of Chu Yunxiang, known as Monkey," the bespectacled one murmured. Mu Feng nodded and continued forward. "Your flowers are obstructing my girlfriend's path." With that, he stepped onto the vibrant red roses, leaving a trail of large footprints as he made his way to the entrance of the dormitory. "You scoundrel! How could you trample upon the crimson roses bestowed by Brother Chu?" The monkey roared in indignation. Yet, Mu Feng paid no heed, striding purposefully to Shiqing. Observing the faint trace of sorrow etched upon her brow, inexplicably feeling a pang of compassion, he reached out to smooth her furrowed brow, speaking gently. "Do not frown so often. It will age you prematurely." The fluidity of his movements suggested that this was not his first encounter with such intimacy. How could he be this way? Shiqing's body stiffened. Never in reality had a man treated her with such closeness. However, the tenderness he displayed was a stark contrast to the domineering rogue who had bullied her in her dreams. "Oh!" The classmates around them, regardless of gender, erupted in exclamations. This unexpected display of affection caught everyone off guard. Having left her meal unfinished, she found herself satiated by this unexpected affection. "I can't believe it. You always said you were single. What a farce." The chubby boy grumbled. The bespectacled one adjusted his glasses, stating earnestly, "From my 9 years of experience as a bookworm, I deduce that the madman and the campus belle have been in a relationship for no less than 2 years." "Indeed, I concur," the chubby boy nodded in agreement. "What a predicament." Only the frail monkey gazed anxiously at the trampled roses, distressed. The loss equated to 2 months of his living expenses, should Brother Chu demand compensation. It would surely break his heart. "What brings you here?" Sensing the charged atmosphere and her classmates' ambiguous glances, Shiqing felt compelled to say something to alleviate her embarrassment. "My girlfriend has been bullied. How could I not come?" Mu Feng replied with a gentle smile. "Who is your girlfriend?" Shiqing stamped her foot, eager to clarify. Her impulsive kiss had merely been an attempt to escape the horrors of her nightmares. Yet, her stamping and indignant expression resembled nothing short of a playful pout. "Oh dear, my youthful heart is about to melt. Bro, support me a bit, I'm losing my balance." The campus belle, who typically exuded an icy demeanor towards any male classmate or even male teacher, suddenly displaying such a girlish charm, was enough to leave the male students utterly captivated. Mu Feng, at the forefront, was momentarily entranced, overwhelmed by an urge to envelop her in his embrace. She was simply too enchanting. Feeling the intensity of their gazes, Shiqing's cheeks flushed, and she realized her previous reactions had been somewhat inappropriate, longing for a crevice to hide within. The campus belle blushed. "If only Mu Feng were me, would you dare to trample upon the 999 red roses gifted by Chu Yunxiang to the campus belle? I wouldn't he dare." Listening to the surrounding murmurs, Mu Feng bent down, effortlessly lifting Shiqing in a princess carry, provoking gasps from the crowd. The deftness of his action revealed it was far from his first experience. "What are you doing? You startle me." Shiqing playfully punched his shoulder, though the force was akin to a gentle caress. Hold still. Be careful not to fall, Mu Feng chuckled, cradling her as he stepped upon the 999 red roses once more. That infuriating familiarity left Shi momentarily disoriented, as if she had returned to her dreams. Images from my dreams unwittingly surfaced in my mind, causing my cheeks to flush with an even deeper hue. It was an intrusion. A single man, unable to bear the weight of the moment, clutched his chest and departed. Suddenly, I sensed a hint of a domineering charm about him, stirring an unexpected flutter within me. A robust female classmate, her eyes sparkling with admiration, gazed at him in awe. "You? I fear Mu Feng might struggle to handle you," a male classmate muttered beside me, his lips curling in disdain. "What did you say?" The female classmate, incensed, seized him as one would a chick and flung him away, resulting in an undignified tumble. "You!" The boy, scrambling to his feet, instinctively prepared to retaliate, but the fierce glare from the girl silenced him instantly. "A gentleman does not quarrel with a lady," he declared, before retreating in a hasty, defeated manner. Chapter 9. "You shall not dream of me, Mu Feng, halt." The monkey bellowed repeatedly, but Mu Feng paid no heed, striding away with Shi in his arms. A few tall male students from the basketball department attempted to obstruct him, yet with a swift turn and a firm shove, Mu Feng effortlessly pushed them aside and continued on his way through the gap he created. The fluidity of his movements left the onlookers momentarily stunned. By the time the 5 basketball players regained their composure, Mu Feng had already carried Shi far away. I'll return to their expressions. It was evident that he had employed a basketball technique akin to backing down and pivoting, indicating his considerable skills on the court. "Mu Feng, I said stop. You cannot leave." The monkey pursued him, but suddenly, a stout figure blocked his path. He had no time to halt and collided directly with the individual. With a resounding thud, the other party remained unmoved, while he was bounced back by the softness of the ample flesh, landing squarely on a bed of red roses. "Oh dear, this isn't my fault. You ran right into me." The hefty individual chuckled, surveying the situation. "Well, given the state of these roses, I presume you won't be needing them anymore. It would be quite wasteful to discard them all. Why not let me take one? No objections, I hope?" With a cheeky grin, he proceeded to pluck a rose and turned to leave, disregarding any dissent. The basketball players made no effort to stop him. With the main culprit gone, what purpose would there be in confronting this rotund figure? Were they truly going to retaliate against him? Adjusting his glasses, Si Yin remarked, "My fellow student, based on my 9 years of voracious reading, your level of destruction to these 999 roses surpasses that of a lunatic. Since you have used them to obstruct the proper path, and they're now damaged, you should bear full responsibility. Of course, I also suspect that your associate, Brother Chu, would not demand compensation for such a trivial matter, so fear not." With that, he adjusted his glasses once more and hurried after Mu Feng. "Is he not afraid of retribution from Chu Yinxiang?" Wang Yi stood dazed, watching Mu Feng and the others fade into the distance, still unable to comprehend the situation. She had considered numerous solutions on the way, but had not anticipated Mu Feng's direct and domineering approach. Nor had she expected those two to express their affection amid such chaos. "Never mind. I shall return to the dormitory for a nap. As for lunch, I can no longer eat. This wave of dog food has left me quite stuffed." The onlookers gradually dispersed, and the female students from the dormitory made their way to the cafeteria, hoping there would still be food left. In an instant, only the monkey and the 5 male basketball players remained, staring at the utterly ruined red roses, tears of frustration welling in their eyes. "What shall we do now?" one asked. "What else can we do?" "Let us go." The monkey sighed, preparing to leave. "Students, please take care to clear away the debris. Do not block the path for your fellow classmates," the dormitory manager called out loudly from the entrance. The monkey glanced at the destroyed roses, waved his hand, and said, "Remove them." The group then joined forces to carry away the mangled roses, their retreat marked by a sense of disarray. Youth truly is a splendid thing. The dormitory supervisor chuckled softly before returning to her own room. In her eyes, both the suitor and the rescuer exuded a vibrant essence of youth. How I long for those days of my own youth, when I too was the belle of the village. Once away from the dormitory, Shi whispered, "Can you let me down now?" It was her first experience being embraced by a man in reality, and especially in front of so many classmates. It was truly a complex situation. What if they caught up with us again? Mu Feng shook his head in refusal, reluctant to part with the warmth and softness of her presence. It was not until they reached the cafeteria that he finally set Shi down. She cast a glance at him before quickly averting her gaze, adjusting her dress as she said, "Thank you for coming to my rescue." Mu Feng smiled. "Why so formal?" "I am your boyfriend." "I don't have a boyfriend," Shi replied, stamping her foot in frustration. Why was it so difficult to clarify things? Was this guy planning to cling to her indefinitely? Is that so? Then why did you act that way on stage? Do you realize that was my first kiss? Mu Feng tilted his head, curiously probing to confirm his earlier suspicions. That was because she trailed off abruptly, realizing some things should remain unspoken. Should she confess that she had dreamt of him bullying her for 100 consecutive days? How would he perceive her? Would he think she was a bad girl? Moreover, even if she did confess, he would likely not believe her. Who dreams about the same thing for 100 days? Oh, just don't take it seriously. And don't consider me your girlfriend, Shi insisted, stamping her foot in annoyance. All right then, it seems I can only be your dream lover, Mu Feng sighed. What do you mean by dream lover? Shi asked, slightly bewildered. Mu Feng chuckled, as the saying goes, what one thinks about during the day, one dreams about at night. If I think of you all day, perhaps I will dream of you at night, becoming your lover in my dreams. Hence the term dream lover. Shi shivered slightly. His words stirred an unusual feeling within her, and vivid images from her dreams resurfaced in her mind. Observing her reaction, Mu Feng realized his conjecture was indeed correct. Shi had experienced the same dreams he had, perhaps even in sync with him. This ability of the system was quite remarkable. You must not dream of me, Shi insisted, biting her lip. Why not? No reason. Just don't. Mu Feng smiled slightly. You are quite unreasonable, even forbidding me from dreaming. I am that stubborn and fierce, she retorted, shaking her little fist and baring her teeth in a mock display of ferocity. So adorably fierce. It's truly terrifying, Mu Feng thought with a calm smile. Unfortunately, whether or not I dream is beyond my control. Now you should go eat. I need to head to the basketball court, as our class's match has already begun. He habitually ruffled Shi's hair as he spoke. Shi stiffened at his touch. This guy was at it again, ruffling her hair. This action has manifested in my dreams countless times. Yet, in those dreams, he is domineering and unreasonable. In reality, however, he is gentle and exudes an abundance of boyfriend charm. No, I must not be deceived by his fade. Beneath it, he is undoubtedly wicked to the core. After dinner, remember to watch my game. Oh, and please bring me a bottle of vitality as a token of gratitude for my assistance. Hearing the sound, Shi looked up and noticed Mu Feng had already walked away, leaving her no chance to refuse. Who would want to watch your game? I certainly wouldn't. She stamped her foot and muttered under her breath before turning back into the cafeteria. Chapter 10. Surrender? That is not my style. The portly fellow and the bespectacled one initially stood at a distance, observing the unfolding drama, but approached only after the two individuals parted ways. Why aren't you accompanying the campus beauty for a meal? The portly one chided, waving a red rose in his hand. A look of disappointment etched across his face. Such a splendid opportunity, and you let it slip away. I cannot fathom how you managed to win her affection in the first place. The bespectacled one adjusted his glasses and remarked earnestly, "For my 9 years of bibliophilic experience, it is evident that you should first dine with the campus beauty, then propose a movie, and later find a decent hotel for the evening. It all follows a logical progression. Your minds are far too depraved," Mu Feng retorted, casting a disapproving glance at the two. Am I the kind of person who would forsake the honor of my class for the sake of a woman? That remains to be seen. The portly one shook his head. After more than a year of brotherhood, you still do not understand me. Mu Feng displayed a countenance of deep dismay. With a sigh, the portly one added, the single Mu Feng is certainly not that kind of person. But who knows what he'd become if he had a girlfriend? The bespectacled one chimed in. Moreover, you are merely a substitute. Your presence or absence does not significantly affect the outcome of the game. Mu Feng halted, pointing to his heart with a sorrowful expression. Do you see? My heart has shattered. Has it really? Let me have a look, the portly one exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves as if to inspect Mu Feng's clothing. Get lost. You lecher. Mu Feng kicked him in the stomach and quickly redirected the conversation. By the way, where did you acquire that red rose? The portly one rubbed his round belly and chuckled. I simply took it. They certainly wouldn't need it anymore, so I thought I might as well make use of it. Is it for your five-fingered lady? Mu Feng scoffed. How dare you? This afternoon, I shall present a girlfriend to you. The portly one responded, appearing greatly provoked. Very well, we shall see. Mu Feng smiled and turned to leave. Hey, crazy one, what kind of expression is that? Do you doubt my capabilities? The portly one hastily pursued him. Alas, why must a single dog trouble another single dog? The bespectacled one sighed before realizing that Mu Feng seemed to have already escaped the single status. In the midst of their playful banter, they soon arrived at the basketball court. The game had commenced, with students from both classes already gathered, alongside some from other classes that had no matches that afternoon. Chu Yunxiang, Chu Yunxiang. The entire court resonated with this chant. As a second-generation affluent individual, possessing decent looks and exceptional basketball skills, his popularity at Tianda University was unparalleled. Even many girls from Mu Feng's class were infatuated, completely oblivious to their own identities. Your 9 years of bookworm experience has not gone to waste, the portly one exclaimed, glancing in astonishment at the bespectacled one. Originally set to compete against the financial department as Class 2 to 3, they now found themselves pitted against the basketball department as Class 2 to 5. The disparity between an amateur class basketball team and a professional one was akin to that between a child and an adult. They were not even in the same league. Generally speaking, in the initial matches, we seldom encounter teams from the basketball department. Clearly, this situation indicates that Chu Yunxiang has engaged in some underhanded tactics. Having lost face during the opening ceremony, he is determined to reclaim his honor on the basketball court. Four Eyes adjusted his glasses and patted Mu Feng on the shoulder, saying, Madman, if it comes to it, just concede defeat. Facing the basketball department's team offers no real chance of victory. Rather than subjecting yourself to humiliation, it would be wiser to surrender gracefully. Surrender? That is not my style. Mu Feng retreated to the locker room to change into his jersey and proceeded to the bench. The fatty and Four Eyes took their seats in the audience. All set, the beautiful counselor glanced back at Mu Feng and inquired. It was evident that the burly man had already briefed her on certain matters. Yes, Mu Feng nodded, casting a glance at the score. 12-2. He was trailing by 10 points. Aren't we supposed to be playing against the second-year class of the finance department? How do we end up facing the basketball department's team? Can the school arbitrarily alter the roster? He furrowed his brow and questioned. The beautiful counselor smiled wryly. The finance department's second-year class conceded outright, and the school, in an effort to save time, proceeded with the second round of matches. I drew the lot and ended up with the basketball department's second-year class 5. If I am not mistaken, it was indeed Chu Yunxiang's doing. He seems to have set his sights on you. At this point, the beautiful counselor regarded Mu Feng with an unusual expression, exclaiming in surprise, You rascal. You quietly won over the campus belle. She was absent during the opening ceremony, and upon her return, she was astounded to hear about the passionate kiss you shared on stage. How could a boy from an ordinary family, who usually blends in, become entangled with the campus beauty? Do you believe me when I say she is not my girlfriend? Mu Feng asked. What do you think? The beautiful counselor replied, her smile enigmatic. You kissed in public, and you still dare to claim there's nothing between you? Never mind, Mu Feng conceded. Counselor, when do I play? At that moment, Chu Yunxiang scored another three-pointer, and their team was now trailing by 13 points. Pitting an ordinary class's basketball team against that of the basketball department was akin to a one-sided rout. Take the center position, for instance. Their opponent stood 2 meters tall and was immensely built. In contrast, their own center, the burly man, was merely around 1.90 meters. The skill level of the guards and forwards on both sides was also vastly different. Only through his exceptional basketball skills might there be a glimmer of hope. You're substituting for Wang Xiong, the center. If he does not leave the court, you will not get a chance to play, the beautiful counselor remarked with a smile. She was well aware of her students' basketball skills, and Mu Feng was one of those who enjoyed playing but lacked proficiency. Even without any defense, he struggled to cross half the court when dribbling. Were it not for the dire need for players in their class's basketball team, Mu Feng would hardly qualify, even as a substitute. I can also play other positions, Mu Feng insisted earnestly. Achieving excellence in any single position might lead to top-level basketball skills, but to be truly exceptional, one must attain mastery across all positions. Wang Xiong, also known as Mu Feng's roommate and a robust brother, possesses remarkable endurance. He is the finest basketball player in the class, and unless he is utterly exhausted, he will not easily leave the court. His departure signifies the conclusion of the match. Either our side is beyond redemption or the opposing side is incapable of triumph. Having this formidable player on the bench is akin to having no chance to play at all. We shall assess the situation shortly. The beautiful counselor smiled gently. Please, counselor, allow me to play. I am quite skilled, Mu Feng implored, tugging at the counselor's arm with an expression of eager anticipation. The surrounding substitute players exchanged bewildered glances, sensing that something about this conversation felt rather amiss. Chapter 11. A daring shot from beyond the arc. Fortunately, the counselor was rather innocent in this regard, not overthinking the situation. Dizzied by Mu Feng's exuberance, she quickly urged, "Stop shaking me. Go ahead and substitute the power forward." The disparity between the two teams' power forwards was glaring, existing on entirely different levels, with almost all the rebounds falling into the opposing team's hands. Given that the game was already lost, it was best to let Mu Feng have his moment of glory. "Thank you, counselor. You are beautiful and kind-hearted. You will surely find the most charming prince," Mu Feng exclaimed, his face lighting up with delight, flattering her profusely. The counselor, observing Mu Feng preparing to take the court, chuckled. "What if you can't find one?" With a sly grin, Mu Feng replied, "If I can't find one, I'll just wait until I graduate. Get lost." The beautiful counselor playfully kicked Mu Feng's rear, shaking her fist with a cold smile. "It seems you've grown bolder, even daring to tease your teacher. Do you know I am a national champion of the women's martial arts group? Do you believe I can make you unable to get out of bed?" Just a joke. Don't take it seriously," Mu Feng quickly backtracked with a grin. In truth, he was surprised by his own boldness. He would have never dared to speak like this before. At that moment, Chu Yunxiang sank another three-pointer, widening the gap to 16 points. The beautiful counselor called a timeout, instructing Mu Feng to replace the power forward. Meanwhile, the campus belle, Shi Qing, and her close friend, Wang Ye, entered the arena. "I can't believe you chose to come here instead of watching all those other matches. Turns out you were here to see your boyfriend." Wang Ye teased as she spotted Mu Feng preparing to take the court, glancing back at Shi Qing with a playful smirk. Having witnessed everything outside the dormitory, she was increasingly convinced that they were indeed a couple, regardless of Shi Qing's explanations. Shi Qing, with a resigned expression, replied, "I've told you many times. He is not my boyfriend. I merely accepted his invitation to thank him for helping me out. Is that so?" Wang Ye responded ambiguously. As the daughter of a prominent figure in the business world, it was understandable for Shi Qing to wish to keep her romantic life private. However, if one were to hide it, they might as well do it convincingly. Holding a bottle of sports drink without drinking it herself and not offering it to her best friend was a dead giveaway that it was intended for Mu Feng. The two settled into the front row of the audience, and Wang Ye pulled out her phone. "What are you doing?" Shi Qing inquired curiously. "Recording a video. A rich kid versus a poor boy in a love showdown could go viral on Douyin. If it takes off, I might even become an internet celebrity and make some money through live streaming," Wang Ye replied with a beaming smile. Shi Qing rolled her eyes, unwilling to engage in further conversation. On the court, Mu Feng addressed his four teammates. Initially, the outcome of this match seemed inconsequential. But since the opposing team has gone to such lengths to humiliate us on the court, we cannot simply acquiesce. We must strive to win this game. Win? The four teammates exchanged glances, their faces devoid of confidence. Each position was being overwhelmed by the opponent, and merely avoiding a complete rout seemed commendable. From here on, we will execute a new strategy. I will lead the offense. You just focus on getting the ball to me when the opportunity arises and disregard everything else," Mu Feng declared with a smile. "You will lead the offense?" The four teammates remained silent, and the muscular man gently touched Mu Feng's forehead, noting he had no fever. "There's no time for explanations. If we wish to win, Follow my instructions, he declared. Mu Feng recognized that his past inadequacies and skills had hindered him from earning his teammates' trust, but once on the court, he had his own methods to gain their confidence. At that moment, the whistle blew, signaling the continuation of the match, as the point guard received the ball and crossed half-court. Aware of his teammates' lingering skepticism, Mu Feng proactively sprinted forward, leveraging his speed advantage to create an open space. His agility, a remarkable 15 points, exceeded that of an average person by half. Opposing him was a rival team's power forward. Though not slow, he still could not match Mu Feng's pace. "Pass the ball to me." After a struggle to break free from the point guard's coverage, Mu Feng shouted, then cleverly positioned himself behind his teammate, merely a step away from the half-court line. Scanning the court, his teammate noticed that the others were tightly guarded by their opponents, leaving no opportunity for a pass. Reluctantly, he passed the ball to Mu Feng, intending merely to transition through him. The moment he caught the ball with both hands, a wave of familiarity surged within him. He decided to forego dribbling and opted for a direct shot. Glancing at the basketball department's power forward waiting for his offensive move beyond the three-point line, Mu Feng smirked. He executed a jump shot, leaning back. The basketball left his hands, tracing a graceful arc through the air before swishing through the net. The opposing power forward stood in shock, astonished at the distance of the shot and the precision of Mu Feng's technique. Was it mere luck or sheer talent? After a brief moment of silence, the classmates from Class 2 of the automated department erupted in thunderous cheers. "Wow, he made that from so far. It must be luck," murmured the crowd. Chu Yunxiang, who had always favored three-point shots, felt Mu Feng's response was a declaration of war against him. Whispers filled the air among the students. In the stands, a plump spectator gaped, utterly astonished. "Today's madman has brought me countless surprises." Four Eyes adjusted his glasses and remarked earnestly, "Based on my 9 years as a bookworm, this madman may have tapped into his potential and is on the verge of a meteoric rise in the basketball world." "Xiaoqing, your boyfriend seems quite impressive," Wang Yi said, looking towards the court, her face filled with astonishment. "Indeed," Shi Qing nodded, but then felt the need to clarify. "He's not my boyfriend." Understood. Wang Yi raised her hand, making an okay gesture, indicating she comprehended her concerns. Shi Qing fell silent, opting not to elaborate further. "Brothers, remember my words. Pass me the ball, and today I'll lead you to victory." Mu Feng called out to his retreating teammates with a hearty laugh. "All right, from now on, whenever we get the ball, we will pass it to you." Several teammates responded with smiles, realizing that since they were expected to lose, they might as well gamble on Mu Feng's luck. The muscular man chimed in, "Madman, if you maintain this streak of fortune, we might just win after all." As brothers who often played together, he was well aware of Mu Feng's skills. Such a considerable distance, and had it been in the past, Mu Feng would have struggled to reach the backboard, even with a single-handed attempt. Today, however, this extraordinary long-range three-pointer can solely be attributed to fortuity. "Pass me the ball." Chu Yunxiang cast a penetrating glance at Mu Feng before sprinting beyond the three-point line to signal for the ball. Challenging himself to match his opponent's three-point prowess, he was eager to accept the challenge. The point guard from the basketball department delivered the ball to Chu Yunxiang, who then executed a smooth jump shot from beyond the arc, once again narrowing the score gap to 16 points. The small forward, assigned to guard him, could not impede his progress. "Zhu Junxiang! Zhu Junxiang!" The court reverberated with the jubilant cheers of the second-year students from Class 5 of the basketball department. A confident radiance illuminated Chu Yunxiang's face once more. Chapter 12. The 720-degree dunk from the free throw line. The ball was in play. As the possession shifted, Mu Feng began to call for the ball the moment he crossed half-court. Upon receiving it, he executed a jump shot. However, this time, the basketball team's power forward was clearly prepared, rising almost simultaneously with him. Standing at approximately 195 meters, he towered over Mu Feng by a full 12 centimeters, his exceptionally long arms effortlessly obstructing the trajectory of the shot. Should Mu Feng attempt to shoot under such circumstances, he would undoubtedly face a block from his opponent. A subtle smile played on Mu Feng's lips as he gripped the basketball with his right hand, extending his arm to the right, effectively keeping the ball out of reach of his adversary. At that moment, Both players reached the apex of their jump. The basketball team's power forward began to descend. Yet Mu Feng lingered in midair. Simultaneously, he retracted the ball, bringing it to both hands in a remarkably standard shooting posture before releasing it with precision. Before the shot, he intentionally positioned his wrist near his opponent's palm, and at the moment of release, his opponent's hand inadvertently made contact with his. The basketball swished through the net, accompanied by the sound of the referee's whistle. 3-1. The classmates of Mu Feng erupted in jubilation. The first shot could be attributed to luck, but the second, executed with such accuracy against the power forward's block, was no mere stroke of fortune. Especially notable was the astonishing hang time. Both players had leaped simultaneously, yet while the opposing power forward had already landed, Mu Feng remained suspended in the air. The duration of his hang time could rival that of the basketball gods. "Mu Feng, you are incredible," exclaimed the beautiful counselor, jumping up in excitement like a young girl. Within less than a minute on the court, he had made 2 long-range three-pointers, a feat worthy of remembrance, whether by luck or skill. Mu Feng turned to the beautiful counselor, winking and adjusting his hair into a suave pose. "Xiaoqing, your boyfriend is throwing around flirtatious glances. You should keep an eye on him," Wang Yi quickly interjected, turning her head to whisper. "He's not my boyfriend. His flirtations are of no concern to me," Shi Qing murmured, though for reasons unknown, a twinge of jealousy stirred within her. On the court, a muscular player looked at Mu Feng in astonishment, chuckling, "Well done, madman. Your shooting touch is on fire. It seems the school beauty's kiss has bestowed upon you tremendous strength." Mu Feng scratched his head, realizing there was some truth in that statement. It was indeed the school beauty's kiss that had granted him extraordinary basketball skills. Their conversation was overheard by Chu Yunxiang, who wore a dark expression and coldly remarked, "Luck is on your side, but luck eventually runs out." "Sorry, but luck has always favored me," Mu Feng replied with a slight smile as he approached the free throw line. Receiving the basketball tossed by the referee, he executed a textbook shot, swishing it through the net, narrowing the point deficit to 12. As possession changed, the basketball team's point guard brought the ball across half court and passed it to Chu Yunxiang at the corner three-point line. After receiving the ball, he took an immediate jump shot. The small forward defending him exerted all his effort to interfere, ultimately affecting Chu Yunxiang's shot, which failed to find its mark. Fortunately, the center of their team, relying on his towering stature, seized the rebound and effortlessly converted a two-pointer, extending their lead to 14 points. As the point guard received the ball and crossed half court, Mu Feng intentionally maneuvered past Chu Yunxiang, casually remarking, "It seems your luck has run out before mine." No sooner had he spoken than he caught the ball from a teammate and, with an elegant pull-up jumper, executed a flawless shot right in front of Chu Yunxiang. Taken by surprise, Chu Yunxiang was a moment too late to react, and the basketball swished through the net, narrowing the gap to 11 points. Incredible. Mu Feng was phenomenal. Sinking 3 consecutive long-range threes, he was nothing short of extraordinary. Just observe the expression on Chu Yunxiang's face, which had turned a deep shade of crimson. Hitting a 3 right in front of him was nothing less than an affront. The crowd erupted in excitement, and the tension between Mu Feng and Chu Yunxiang intensified palpably. "Goodness, are you possessed by the spirit of the three-point god today?" a robust player exclaimed, for even a stroke of luck could not account for such skill. With a grin, Mu Feng replied, "I am currently imbued with the spirit of the basketball deity. Just pass the ball to me." "All right, no problem." Several teammates chuckled in agreement. As they transitioned back on defense, Mu Feng addressed his small forward, "Lin Feng, I will switch and take Chu Yunxiang." "Sure." The small forward nodded, recognizing that he struggled to contain Chu Yunxiang, whose performance had been overshadowed by Mu Feng's brilliance. Perhaps Mu Feng could find a way to limit Chu Yunxiang's scoring. "Want to match up with me?" Chu Yunxiang, having received the ball, regarded the low-center defense of Mu Feng with a sly smile. He had initially planned to defend Mu Feng after making a shot, but Mu Feng had preemptively switched. "You cannot," Mu Feng declared, shaking a finger. "Is that so?" Chu Yunxiang decided against a three-point attempt, opting instead for a drive to the basket, his forte. Dribbling left and right, he searched for an opening. Undoubtedly, his basketball skills were commendable. However, he had the misfortune of facing Mu Feng. No matter how he pivoted or altered his direction, Mu Feng effortlessly mirrored his movements, denying him any opportunity to break through. As seconds ticked away, with the 24-second shot clock looming, his teammates began calling for the ball. Yet, blinded by his determination to reclaim the spotlight, Chu Yunxiang ignored their pleas and forced a jump shot. With a resounding clap, a powerful hand swatted the ball away, executing a perfect block. The basketball soared towards the backcourt, bouncing towards the half-court line. In an instant, a figure zipped past Chu Yunxiang, sprinting forward with astonishing speed. "Damn it," Chu Yunxiang muttered under his breath, pivoting to give chase. Unfortunately, he was already slower than Mu Feng and lagged considerably behind. There was no hope of catching up. By the time he reached the half-court line, Mu Feng had already dribbled the ball to just beyond the free-throw line. With a swift step, he leaped, holding the ball in one hand, spinning twice in midair before decisively dunking it into the hoop, narrowing the score to a mere 9 points. The arena fell into a hushed silence. Everyone stood in astonishment, gazing at Mu Feng beneath the hoop, momentarily lost in disbelief. A 720-degree dunk from the free-throw line? They had only witnessed such feats in the NBA, dunks from under the basket and 360-degree dunks from the free-throw line, but never a 720-degree dunk from that same distance. Today, however, they were witnessing this extraordinary display from a substitute reputed for his lackluster basketball skills. All basketball enthusiasts among the students were so astounded that they leapt to their feet. This would surely be etched into the annals of history. Even those with little interest in basketball could sense the sheer difficulty of that dunk. Even the referees stood transfixed, utterly bewildered. "Four eyes for the first time. I find your 9 years of bookworm experience remarkably accurate. This madman is indeed unleashing his potential and rising in the basketball realm." The chubby boy whispered. Four Eyes adjusted his glasses, speechless, having never anticipated that Mu Feng possessed such prowess. "Xiaoqing, your boyfriend is truly remarkable and incredibly handsome," Wang Yi exclaimed in amazement. "I told you, he is not my boyfriend," Shiqing muttered, though her eyes sparkled with admiration. "Mu Feng, Mu Feng." The student from the second-year automation class chanted his name loudly. The teammates, who had previously lost hope in the match, were now utterly exhilarated. Perhaps, as Mu Feng had asserted before, he truly could lead the team to victory. Chu Yunxiang was also left dumbfounded. Was this really a substitute? Chapter 13. Stepping on you? You cannot be crushed, you may advance. Well, I shall defend against Mu Feng. Chu Yunxiang altered his tactics, fixating intently on Mu Feng, shadowing him wherever he went. Regardless of the ball's location, he remained steadfast in his pursuit. As his teammate approached the three-point line, he seized the opportunity to pass the ball to the towering center. Standing 2 meters tall, with such stature, he was a formidable presence beneath the basket. Despite the valiant efforts of the muscular defender, he could not withstand the forceful backing down from his opponent, who then pivoted for a jump shot. "Watch out!" In the distance, he faintly heard his captain's urgent voice. Before he could react, a pair of large hands appeared above him, snatching the ball just as it left his fingertips. A gasp of astonishment erupted from the crowd. While it was not uncommon to witness such a theft, seeing a player of approximately 1.8 meters intercept a shot from a 2-meter center was indeed a rarity. This time, scoring was out of the question. Chu Yunxiang quickly retreated, positioning himself beyond the three-point arc. As Mu Feng approached, he smiled and remarked, "Shooting a three-pointer in front of you would be too easy. This time, I intend to break through, and I shall do so from your right side." Chu Yunxiang's gulp. "Break through? You may certainly attempt." With a calm smile, Mu Feng suddenly accelerated to the right, and, as Chu Yunxiang kept pace, he executed a sharp pullback to the left. A cold smirk appeared on Chu Yunxiang's face as he swiftly adjusted his body. Did he think to deceive me? He had anticipated that Mu Feng would never break to the right and was already on guard. However, at the moment he readjusted, Mu Feng again surged to the right. With consecutive directional changes, Mu Feng's speed intensified, while Chu Yunxiang's center of gravity lingered on the left. In a state of panic, he attempted to shift direction, only to stumble and fall. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Had Chu Yunxiang from the basketball department truly been faked out? Mu Feng cast a smile at the fallen Chu Yunxiang before rapidly breaking to the right, evading the defender and soaring beneath the basket. Damn it! Chu Yunxiang, scrambling to his feet, was ultimately a moment too late, watching helplessly as Mu Feng executed a spectacular under-the-leg dunk. The score gap had narrowed to 7 points. As he hung from the rim, a flicker of cold light glinted in Chu Yunxiang's eyes. Subtly, he extended his left foot forward, positioning it directly beneath Mu Feng's feet. Should Mu Feng fail to alter his landing, he would inevitably step on Chu Yunxiang's foot. While most players would simply release the rim and descend after a dunk, Mu Feng was different. Dangling from the rim, he glanced downward to avoid stepping on anyone, just in time to catch sight of Chu Yunxiang's foot. Thinking of tripping me? A cold smile crept across Mu Feng's face. With a powerful pull, he lifted his body higher before finally releasing his grip. In midair, he struck a pose. His left leg extended straight, his right leg bent upward, one hand resting on his waist while the other pointed skyward, descending in a striking takeoff posture. The moment his left foot landed securely, his right foot came crashing down, landing squarely on Chu Yunxiang's extended left foot. At 5 o'clock, an overwhelming force was unleashed, striking the instep with a sensation that was undoubtedly excruciating. A cry of agony pierced the air, accompanied by the referee's whistle. Chu Yunxiang, are you all right? Mu Feng swiftly withdrew his foot, concealing his smile and feigning concern. The intense pain radiating from Chu Yunxiang's foot rendered him incapable of standing, and he sank to the ground, eventually lifting his head with gritted teeth to demand, was that intentional? Who lands with such force after shooting? Furthermore, Mu Feng landed on his left foot to stabilize himself before forcefully stomping down with his right foot. This was clearly deliberate. Mu Feng waved his hand dismissively, responding, Chu Yunxiang, one cannot speak carelessly. I waited a moment after my dunk before landing, and everyone had already left. How could anyone know you were still waiting for me? Besides, in such a vast space, why would you choose to stand right under the basket? Who knows what your intentions were? You. Chu Yunxiang attempted to retort, but as he moved his foot, the sharp pain shot through him once more. The impact had indeed been considerable. Referee, this is an intentional foul. This is an intentional foul. The coach and teammates from Class 5 of the basketball department erupted in outrage, some rushing to assess Chu Yunxiang's injury, while others argued with the referees. There were 3 referees in total. One was a senior from the basketball department, another was the coach of the automation department S team, and the last was the coach of the school basketball team, who was relatively more experienced. The basketball department referee and the automation department referee stood along the sidelines, having witnessed the entire incident unfold. Naturally, the basketball department referee sided with Chu Yunxiang, deeming Mu Feng's actions as malicious and responsible for Chu Yunxiang's injury, warranting an immediate ejection for a severe foul. Conversely, the automation department referee supported Mu Feng, asserting that Chu Yunxiang had deliberately placed his foot in harm's way, resulting in his own injury. Thus, Mu Feng's actions did not constitute an intentional foul. The 2 referees were embroiled in a heated debate. Mu Feng remained silent, as did the beautiful coach and several teammates, all awaiting the decision. The school doctor had arrived, yet Chu Yunxiang did not leave, determined to remain until the ruling was announced. The only individual capable of influencing the verdict was the school basketball coach, who had been stationed at the corner and was blocked from seeing the specifics of the incident by Chu Yunxiang's body. However, now that Chu Yunxiang was injured, the coach found himself leaning towards the belief that Mu Feng had committed a foul. May I ask a question? A cool voice resonated among the crowd. Mu Feng turned to see the campus belle, Shi, accompanied by Wang Ya. Please proceed. The basketball coach nodded in acknowledgement. Had this been an ordinary student, the 3 referees would have disregarded the inquiry. However, the speaker was none other than the campus beauty of Tiandu University, daughter of the chairman of the Tianji group, and thus warranted their attention. Shi began, I do not play basketball, nor do I understand the rules. I would like to inquire about the strategy employed here. As she spoke, she retrieved Wang Ya's phone and played a video, specifically the footage Wang Ya had recorded earlier. After viewing the video, all 3 referees fell silent. It is evident from the video that Chu Yunxiang deliberately extended his foot, constituting an intentional trip. After a moment of silence, a senior from the basketball department remarked, Mu Feng's action was also clearly intentional. Otherwise, How could he have stepped on Chu Yunxiang's foot in such a manner? This is a question that anyone could comprehend. Yet the video fails to reveal any clarity on the matter. Mu Feng's entire sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, devoid of any discernible flaw. Ultimately, the three referees conferred and adjudicated a technical foul against both Mu Feng and Chu Yunxiang, resulting in a free throw for each. Naturally, the students from the automation department and the players were dissatisfied with this ruling, as it was evident that Chu Yunxiang had intentionally tripped. Why then? Was a technical foul assessed against Mu Feng? Nevertheless, Mu Feng did not contest the decision and proceeded to take the free throw, scoring once again. Chu Yunxiang, having sustained an injury, was replaced by another shooting guard for the free throw, who also succeeded in scoring. That scoundrel! As Chu Yunxiang was assisted off the court by the school nurse, he cast a furious glare at Shi Qing. Chapter 14. Unprecedented gratitude. I am immensely thankful to classmate Shi for her testimony. Otherwise, I would be unable to clear my name even if I were to plunge into the Yellow River. Mu Feng stepped forward, grasping the hand of the campus belle. Shi Qing, with a look of profound gratitude. Shi Qing's body stiffened as she scrutinized Mu Feng with suspicion. Why is he holding my hand in thanks? Is he attempting to take advantage of me? Contemplating this, she tried to withdraw her hand, but after 2 futile attempts, she resignedly remarked, "You need not thank me. I have done nothing." Had it not been for classmate Shi's video, this matter would have remained ambiguous. By the way, does classmate Shi prefer watching 3-point shots or slam dunks? I shall perform a few more for you later, so you can enjoy them in my absence. Mu Feng said with a cheerful smile. Shi Qing's lips moved as she wished to clarify that the video was filmed by her best friend, Wang Ya, and had nothing to do with her. Yet, fearing repercussions for Wang Ya from Chu Yunxiang, she chose to remain silent. The surrounding classmates, witnessing the two holding hands and whispering softly, erupted into a chorus of lamentations. Could you not consider the occasion when displaying affection? Have you no regard for the feelings of us single folks? Mu Feng, with his thick skin, remained unfazed. However, upon hearing the outcries, Shi Qing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Mu Feng swallowed hard, suddenly grasping the meaning of a feast for the eyes. Feeling the intensity of her gaze, Shi Qing became restless and quickly offered him a bottle of pulsate. Attempting to shift the topic, "You should drink some water." Only then did Mu Feng release Shi Qing's hand, taking the pulsate, twisting off the cap, and taking a sip, exclaiming, "Ah, water gifted by a beauty is indeed delightful. I must take my leave now. You are far too smooth-tongued." Shi Qing stamped her foot and turned to leave with Wang Ya. Oh, the campus belle is shy. The classmates from Class 2 of Automation once again howled like wolves. Shi Qing's face reddened further as she quickened her pace. Mu Feng, sipping his pulsate, gazed at the retreating, beautiful figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. The match resumed. Although Chu Yunxiang was absent, the opposing team remained formidable. In the subsequent gameplay, Mu Feng found himself receiving extraordinary attention. As soon as he had the ball, 2 to 3 players would converge to double-team him, significantly diminishing his shooting percentage. However, this also allowed his teammates to find open shots, resulting in a substantial increase in their accuracy. As the final whistle blew, Class 2 of Automation emerged victorious by a narrow margin of 3 points over Class 5 of the basketball department. We have won. We have won. The players, including the muscular men, stared blankly at the scoreboard as if caught in a dream. Class 5 of the basketball department, despite being filled with skilled players, was considered one of the weakest teams in the entire school. Before the match began, everyone believed it would be a one-sided massacre. Even the muscular men thought defeat was inevitable, their only aim being to avoid an embarrassing loss. No one anticipated that with the emergence of Mu Feng as a substitute, the tide of the game would shift, leading to a remarkable comeback. Mu Feng. Mu Feng. A few formidable teammates lifted Mu Feng and tossed him into the air, as all the students from every class shouted his name in unison. In that moment, no one dared to question Mu Feng's prowess any longer. Look, the statistics for each player have been unveiled. Allow me to examine Mu Feng's data. Everyone was curious about the remarkable performance that Mu Feng had delivered. 60 points, 12 rebounds, 14 blocks, 10 steals, 15 assists, and 8 turnovers. Incredible. A quintuple-double, an unprecedented feat. Moreover, it was a 60-point quintuple-double, utterly astonishing. His three-point shooting was 7 out of 12, yielding a percentage of 58. His two-point shooting was 16 out of 26, equating to a 61 success rate. And he made all 7 of his free throws, achieving a flawless 100. Even while being relentlessly double-teamed, he managed to maintain such a high shooting percentage, which was nothing short of miraculous. Upon witnessing Mu Feng's statistics, everyone was left in awe. A quintuple-double has never been seen, even on the grand stage of the NBA. Of course, the battlefield of the NBA cannot be compared to that of school. Nevertheless, Mu Feng's quintuple-double is remarkable enough to be inscribed in the annals of the school's history. It may not be a precedent, but it certainly stands unparalleled. The data clearly indicates that Mu Feng single-handedly turned the tide of the game. One might ponder, if he had committed 2 more turnovers, would he have achieved a sextuple-double? Well, that notion isn't entirely unfounded. Some whispered in hushed tones. Just as Mu Feng was being set down, he overheard the conversation and couldn't help but smile wryly. In the latter part of the game, whenever he received the ball, he was swarmed by 2 or 3 defenders. Whether attempting a shot or making a pass became exceedingly difficult, leading to an uptick in his turnovers, nearly pushing him into the realm of a sextuple-double. The disparity between his teammates and the opposition was glaring, placing the weight of the game squarely on his shoulders. Regardless, they emerged victorious. The players and students from the basketball department departed the court. They had arrived with great confidence, dismissing the second-year automation team entirely. However, they left dejected, unable to even greet the players from his second-year automation class. Mu Feng, would you be interested in joining our school's basketball team? At that moment, the coach of the basketball team approached, extending an olive branch. He had witnessed Mu Feng's remarkable performance firsthand, which could be described as extraordinary. Should he join the school team, it could propel them further in the National College League. A teammate nudged Mu Feng with his elbow, as joining the school team is a dream for every basketball enthusiast. Does joining the team mean I must train every day? Mu Feng inquired with curiosity. Indeed, apart from class hours, all remaining time is dedicated to training, affirmed the basketball coach. Is there a salary? Mu Feng asked once more. The coach hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. No. Then I'll pass, Mu Feng said, waving his hand dismissively. I need to earn money during my spare time and have no time for training. At this, everyone fell silent, taken aback. The basketball coach of the school team chuckled softly, saying, there is no need for you to hastily decline, Mu Feng. Although the school team does not offer a salary, there are substantial rewards for those who secure a place among the top 10 in the annual National College League. The championship prize can reach up to $1 million. And this could also open doors to selection for the provincial team, or even the national team. Please take your time to reconsider. Should you change your mind, feel free to seek me out at the school team. Very well, I shall ponder it further, Mu Feng nodded in response. Once the basketball coach departed, the beautiful counselor approached with a smile, saying, you all performed admirably today. This evening, all players are invited to gather at Lu Isho Hot Pot in the food street. As my treat, hooray! The players erupted in cheers. It is indeed a rare occasion to have the beautiful counselor treat them. Chapter 15, Madness. You are truly famous, Brother Chu. Quickly check the school forum. At the same time, the monkey who was attending to Chu Yunxiang in the school infirmary suddenly exclaimed, handing over his phone. Chu Yunxiang frowned slightly, taking the device into his hands, his expression instantly turning icy. Chu Yunxiang's misstep cannot salvage the defeat. Shocking. Basketball prince Chu Yunxiang toppled by the school beauty's boyfriend. Terrifying. The school beauty's boyfriend performs a 720-degree dunk from the free throw line. Unprecedented. The school beauty's boyfriend achieves an astounding 5 double-doubles. Countless posts regarding the match surged in popularity on the forum. Each post was accompanied by relevant text and images or videos, amassing tens of thousands of views within mere minutes. Chu Yunxiang had always been a figure of intrigue, his popularity on the school forum consistently soaring. Though Mu Feng lacked widespread recognition, his identity as the school beauty's boyfriend became common knowledge after the public kiss at the opening ceremony, garnering him significant attention as well. The confluence of 2 prominent names in a single post naturally attracted vast traffic. Who would have thought that the basketball prince would stumble? The key point was that he had lost. An elite team from the basketball department had been defeated by an amateur class team, an utterly unfathomable outcome. The school beauty's boyfriend displayed remarkable skill, his fluid movements causing even the basketball prince to falter. But the real spectacle was his breathtaking 720-degree dunk from the free throw line. That was truly awe-inspiring. With a staggering 60 points, 12 rebounds, 14 blocks, 10 steals, 15 assists, and 8 turnovers, the statistics were nothing short of extraordinary. Numerous comments kept the post's popularity soaring. Chu Yunxiang stared at these threads, his expression dark as stormy waters, his fingers gripping the phone with a creaking sound. "Brother Chu," the monkey cautiously called out, fearful that Chu Yunxiang might shatter his newly purchased phone in a fit of rage. Chu Yunxiang took a deep breath, tossing the phone back with a cold command. "Find out who posted this and have them delete it." "Understood. I'll go immediately." The monkey fumbled to catch the phone and turned to leave. "Come back," Chu Yunxiang called after him, fixing his gaze on Mu Feng. "Inform me as soon as you leave the school." The monkey pondered for a moment before replying, "Brother Chu, according to students present at the scene, their advisor is treating Mu Feng and others to hot pot at Lu Yi Show in the food street tonight to celebrate their victory." "Celebrate?" A glint of cold light flickered in Chu Yunxiang's eyes. "Very well, go." Only then did the monkey turn and depart. "Mu Feng, Shi Qing, you despicable pair." Chu Yunxiang's teeth nearly ground to dust, the fury in his eyes seemingly capable of igniting the heavens. Since birth, he had been cherished and admired. Never before had he suffered such humiliation. If this grudge remained unavenged, it would be a disgrace to the Chu family. Shi Qing was temporarily off limits, but that impoverished youth Mu Feng could be dealt with first. With that thought, he took out his phone and dialed a number. "Old Lu, gather a few ruffians to teach someone a lesson at the Lu Yi Show hot pot restaurant outside Tiandu University. I will send you his photos shortly. As long as I don't kill him, I will bear all the medical expenses." With that, he hung up the phone and sent a front-facing picture of Mu Feng dunking from the school forum. "Crazy, you've truly ignited a firestorm." After returning to the dormitory and finishing his shower, he saw the chubby guy rushing towards him with his phone in hand. "Look, the school forum is buzzing with posts about you." Mu Feng took the phone and glanced at it, somewhat displeased. "Who took this? They couldn't even choose a decent angle. I look so unflattering. It ruins the aesthetic." The chubby guy was speechless. "Dude, can you focus on the main point? You're famous now. You've completely made a name for yourself at Tiandu University, and your feud with Chu Yunxiang has deepened. So what? Am I supposed to go take him down?" Mu Feng returned the phone to the chubby guy, nonchalantly responding, "That's true. The school prohibits fighting." The chubby guy nodded. Four Eyes adjusted his glasses and chimed in, "Crazy, based on my 9 years of experience as a bookworm. I could offer you 108 ways to kill someone without leaving a trace. Want to try?" A muscular guy slapped him on the head. "You little brat. I think you've read too many novels and gotten carried away." Mu Feng also looked exasperated. "Young man, your thoughts are quite dangerous." Checking the time, he added, "It's only 3:30. We still have some time. Want to play a few rounds? Come on, stop dawdling," the chubby guy said as he opened the Battle Royale game. After playing about 10 rounds, Mu Feng's phone rang. It was the beautiful counselor calling. "Counselor, will be there shortly." After hanging up, Mu Feng noticed the time. It was already 5:30. He exited the game and glanced at the chubby guy in Four Eyes. "Do you want to come with us? Your team is celebrating. What are we supposed to do?" "No, we're not going." The chubby guy waved his hand and returned to the game. Four Eyes looked up, adjusting his glasses. "Crazy, based on my 9 years of bookworm experience, I can predict there will be trouble at Lu Yi Show hot pot. Stay alert." Mu Feng chuckled. "Sometimes your 9 years of bookworm experience proves quite useful." "All right, I'll be careful." The muscular guy rolled his eyes. "Do you want me to get takeout for you?" "No need. We'll order delivery." The chubby guy waved again. "All right, let us go." Mu Feng glanced at the two who had resumed gaming, shook his head with a smile, and turned to leave. Upon arriving at the Lu Yi Show hot pot restaurant, he headed towards the private room assigned by the beautiful counselor. This time, Chu Yunxiang was certainly paying for his own misfortune. Who says otherwise? He paid us to concede. Thinking he could teach that Mu Feng a lesson on the court, Little did he know Mu Feng's skills were so formidable. Not only was he humiliated, but he also lost face and dignity. Luckily, we conceded right away and didn't T-play against them. Otherwise, it would have been a disastrous defeat. TCH, I knew his character was questionable the moment he offered us $100 each to concede. As Mu Feng and the muscular guy passed by a private room, they overheard a conversation inside, exchanging glances in surprise. The players from Class 3, Year 2 of the Finance Department, are also dining here. Is it really enough to make them concede with just 100 yuan? Chu Yinxiang is quite stingy, Mu Feng chuckled, shaking his head as he departed with the muscular man into the private room arranged by the beautiful counselor. Our warrior has arrived. What shall we drink? White spirits, beer, or perhaps a soft drink? The lovely counselor inquired with a smile, her fitted white shirt and snug jeans accentuating her alluring figure. Let us skip the alcohol. I fear I may lose control if I drink too much. I'll have a bottle of vitality, Mu Feng replied with a grin. I'll have a bottle of the unique, the muscular man declared. Very well, the beautiful counselor nodded in agreement. Mu Feng, when did your skills improve so remarkably? I recall you struggling to even cross half the court before. A classmate laughed, posing the question. Well, that is quite a story, Mu Feng shrugged. Perhaps it was the unexpected kiss from the campus belle that sparked my epiphany. Why don't you all find a campus belle to try your luck? Such reasoning left them speechless. Moreover, they certainly lacked the charm to attract a campus belle's public affection. As the hot pot broth began to boil, the team continued to discuss Mu Feng's astonishing performance that day, while he busied himself scrolling through Douyin. To his astonishment, he discovered numerous videos of his 720-degree dunk from the free throw line, and his impressive hang time had been uploaded, garnering a commendable number of likes. Curiously, the most liked video belonged to Wang Ye, a close friend of the campus belle, Shiqing. Is this considered a violation of rights? Mu Feng mattered, visiting Wang Ye's profile, which boasted an impressive following of 20 to 30,000. Her other posts consisted mainly of selfies, all receiving significant attention. Though her beauty might not rival that of Shiqing, she was undeniably captivating in her own right, deserving of the title of campus flower in her own sphere. Yet, having always remained in the shadow of the campus belle, her presence had been somewhat muted. On Douyin, however, she was undoubtedly a natural beauty. Stop staring at your phone. Let us eat first. Finish quickly so you can rest in the dormitory, the beautiful counselor suggested with a smile. All right, let's dig in, Mu Feng replied. Chapter 16. The beautiful counselor with a violent temper. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, 20 men dressed in flamboyant attire, unmistakably members of society, were indulging in hot pot and drinking. Among them sat a middle-aged man in a suit, who remained untouched by the feast, sipping tea he had brought himself. Master Lu, they're merely a group of students. Why complicate matters? We could simply storm in and give the target a good beating, suggested a young man with dyed blonde hair, examining a photograph with a puzzled expression. For individuals like them, who spent their days idly, brawling was a common occurrence. As long as no one was killed or seriously injured, there would typically be no repercussions. The man referred to as Master Lu glanced at him without uttering a word. A red-haired man rebuked the blonde. Xiao Lu, Master Lu's intentions are beyond our comprehension. We shall follow his orders to the letter. Oh, the blonde nodded in understanding. The red-haired man then inquired with a smile. Master Lu, what precisely should we do? Master Lu took another sip of tea and replied nonchalantly, drink more alcohol. When that counselor exits the room, you will feign drunkenness and provoke her, prompting Mu Feng to take action. This way, they will assume you are merely interested in the counselor and will not connect today's events to the third young master. The entire Tiandu University was aware of the conflict between Mu Feng and the third young master. Confronting him directly would raise suspicions about the third young master. Although the third young master was indifferent, it was imperative for Lu to extricate him from this situation. Master Lu is astute. I understand, the red-haired man complimented, extending his right hand to rub his thumb and index finger together. Master Lu, look at this. Lu cast him a fleeting glance and produced a leather case, stating, this is a 1 million deposit. The remaining million will be given to you upon successful completion of the task. Just ensure no one is killed. Transfers leave a trace, which is insecure for him. Cash is the only truly safe option. The red-haired man accepted the case, inspected its contents, and handed it to the blonde, instructing him to deposit the money at the nearest bank. Rest assured, Master Lu, we will accomplish the task, he pledged, thumping his chest in assurance. With 2 million at stake, each man could pocket 100,000, ample for indulgence for a time. Let be so. I shall take my leave. Once the task is accomplished, find me at suite number 1 of the Tiandu Grand Hotel. Master Lu nodded and departed. As he left, a man in green attire marveled. Suite number 1 at the Tiandu Grand Hotel? I've heard it costs 100,000 a night. The world of the wealthy is truly unfathomable. To them, 100,000 was akin to our mere 10 or 100. The red-haired man shook his head and instructed the man in green. Keep a vigilant eye on the happenings in the adjacent room and find a secluded spot to act. Understood. The man in green nodded, retreating to the corridor, leaning against the wall, lighting a cigarette, and occasionally casting glances toward the neighboring room. As the last remnants of a cigarette were being extinguished, the door to the private room swung open. A stunning young woman, approximately 25 or 26 years of age, emerged alongside 10 university students, making their way toward the counter to settle their bill. The man in the green attire's eyes lit up. He was taken aback by the beauty of this counselor. He hurried back into his own room and exclaimed to the man with red hair, "Brother Yang, they're about to leave. Should we charge in and take action?" The red-haired man swiftly delivered a slap to the back of his head, retorting, "Are you out of your mind? With so many people around, if each one of them give you a kick, you'll be sprawled out on the floor. Act drunk and follow them. Then find a suitable place to make your move." The man in green rubbed his head and chuckled. "You always think ahead, Brother Yang. Let us go settle our bill too." The red-haired man loosened his collar, dabbed a bottle of liquor on his face and neck, and prepared to step out. "Brother Yang, be mindful of your steps," the man in green advised. "Oh, right, I almost forgot." The red-haired man adjusted his clothing, staggered a couple of steps, and turned back to ask, "Do I look convincing?" The man in green gave a thumbs up, declaring, "Your acting is definitely worthy of an Oscar." With a hearty laugh, the red-haired man wobbled his way out. The others also sprinkled a bit of liquor on themselves, supporting each other as they stumbled out of the private room, causing the passing waitstaff to tremble in fear. The pungent smell of alcohol made Mu Feng furrow his brow as he cast a lingering glance at the flamboyantly dressed individuals. The red-haired man's bleary eyes lingered on Mu Feng for 2 seconds before settling on the beautiful counselor. "Hey, that girl is quite something. Does she have a boyfriend?" He whistled. "Let us go." The beautiful counselor ignored him, settled the bill, and led Mu Feng and the others away. As they walked from the food street back to the campus, they occasionally encountered small groups of students, the atmosphere relatively tranquil. "Teacher, those drunken men are following us. Let us move faster," Mu Feng whispered, glancing back at the inebriated men. "All right," the beautiful counselor nodded. Just then, the brightly dressed drunks hastened their pace, overtaking the group and blocking their path. "What do you want?" The beautiful counselor glared fiercely, positioning herself protectively in front of Mu Feng and the others like a mother hen guarding her chicks. "It's nothing much. We just want to have a little fun." "Don't worry. We won touch your students." The man with yellow hair slurred, a wicked grin on his face. "How do you know they're students?" The beautiful counselor frowned. "Those passing by here are usually students from Tiandu University." The red-haired man swayed forward and reached out toward the counselor's fair cheek. Just as Mu Feng was about to step in, the beautiful counselor reacted faster, seizing the red-haired man's hand and executing a powerful shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground. The group of men, including the yellow-haired one, stood momentarily stunned, unable to react. As Mu Feng and his companions recalled the beautiful counselor's frequent declarations of being the national champion of the women's martial arts team, their initial skepticism began to wane. "Capture her!" roared the red-haired man as he rose to his feet in fury. Hearing this, the group rushed forward. "What are you doing?" Mu Feng bellowed, stepping protectively in front of the beautiful counselor. The red-haired man squinted his eyes, inebriated, and slurred, "Little brat, mind your own business, or I'll beat you to death." His demeanor indeed resembled that of a drunken man. Mu Feng furrowed his brow. Reasoning with someone in such a state proved futile. He rolled up his sleeves, as it seemed that the evening was destined for a fierce confrontation. The bespectacled bookworm, drawing upon his 9 years of literary experience, muttered softly, stepping forward and rolling up his own sleeves. As men, they could not allow the beautiful counselor to face danger alone. "Stay back. I'll handle them," the counselor insisted, pulling Mu Feng and the burly man back. Mu Feng cast a sidelong glance at her, sensing a hint of excitement in her demeanor. "Burly man, call the police," he whispered. The burly man nodded and quietly retreated. However, when Mu Feng turned back, he was astonished to see the beautiful counselor charging towards the group of thugs. In a flash, she delivered a swift kick to one man's groin, prompting a heart-wrenching wail as he collapsed to the ground. Ouch! Mu Feng and his companions instinctively covered their own groins, flinching at the sight. Just then, the counselor pivoted and unleashed another 2 kicks to the groins of 2 men on her left. Oh! Mu Feng and his friends involuntarily took a couple of steps back, experiencing an almost phantom pain in their own groins. Her ferocity was truly terrifying. Chapter 17. Waiting for graduation without a boyfriend in an instant, 3 men were incapacitated, leaving the remaining individuals hesitating, too intimidated to advance. The beautiful counselor lifted her foot, prompting everyone to swiftly shield their groins and retreat. The red-haired man was evidently taken aback by the counselor's formidable prowess. He stared blankly for a moment before regaining his composure and bellowing, "Seize her, students. Let's see if she won't comply." Everything unfolded in a seemingly logical manner, yet no one anticipated that their true target was not the stunning counselor, but rather Mu Feng. Even Mu Feng himself had never contemplated this matter. It was entirely reasonable that a beautiful counselor would encounter a group of drunken ruffians attempting to assault her in the dead of night. "Dare to touch a single hair on my student's head, and I will annihilate you," she declared, her words igniting a fierce rage within her, causing her to exert even more force. Oof. The red-haired man, undeterred by the counselor's threats, believed that one person could not possibly thwart them all. He left 5 men to entangle the counselor while the rest surged forward, encircling the 10 students. The act had to be executed in its entirety. The red-haired man turned to the counselor, who was single-handedly contending with 5 adversaries, and mocked, "My dear, if you surrender, I shall spare your students." Before he could finish, a figure appeared before him, delivering a punch that sent him crashing to the ground. "Dare to threaten my counselor? I will not let you off lightly." Mu Feng unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks upon the fallen red-haired man. His strength was immense, leaving the man utterly defenseless. "Brother Yang," the man in green gasped in surprise, attempting to rush to the rescue. Mu Feng reacted swiftly, seizing the red-haired man's collar with one hand and gripping his throat, coldly warning, "Take another step forward, and I will choke him to death." The red-haired man grasped at the hand around his neck, striving to pry it away, but despite his desperate efforts, he could not budge it in the slightest. As his face began to redden and fear crept into his eyes, Mu Feng relented slightly, allowing him a moment to breathe. "Don't come any closer," the red-haired man rasped, genuinely believing he might be suffocated. Now able to speak, he coughed as he implored the man in green and the others to halt. "You come here," Mu Feng commanded, scanning the surroundings before pointing at a blonde-haired man. The man froze momentarily, unsure of what to do. Mu Feng tightened his grip on the red-haired man's neck once more, easing it only after a moment. "You better come over here," the red-haired man wheezed, finally directing his fury at the blonde-haired man. The blonde-haired man hurriedly approached, standing before the two, utterly at a loss. "Was it you who suggested an assault?" Mu Feng questioned, delivering a kick to the man's groin. "Ah, what a delightful sensation." The blonde-haired man cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. "Day after day, you do nothing but wander aimlessly, polluting the air." Mu Feng glanced around, then pointed at the man in green. "And you as well." Upon hearing this, the man instinctively covered his groin. "What a coward," Mu Feng scoffed. "Daring to step outside in green attire? Why not dye your hair green, or wear a green hat? Oh, I almost forgot. You wouldn't even have the opportunity to wear the green hat, judging by your unfortunate appearance. It seems you've never even had a girlfriend. And at your age, you must be in your 30s, right? A single man in his 30s. I presume your hands must be calloused by now? Ah, I shall not hold back any longer." The man in green, struck where it hurt, flushed with a mix of red and white, charged at me in a frenzy. With a swift kick, I targeted his groin. The man in green let out a pitiful scream, clutching his groin as he collapsed to the ground. The muscular man instinctively took a step back, regarding me with astonished expressions. How was it that I, like the beautiful counselor, seemed to specialize in targeting groins? Suddenly, the wail of police sirens pierced the air, and several police cars sped onto the scene. A well-endowed female officer, with exquisite features, emerged from the first car. "Officer, help!" The red-haired man cried out as he saw the police arrive. He would rather endure a lengthy detention than confront these ruthless students and their instructor. The female officer surveyed the scene, her brow furrowing. It was these ruffians again. Once the police had cordoned off the area, she inquired, "Who called the police?" "Officer, it was I who reported them. This group of drunks attempted to assault us," the muscular man quickly explained. "Assault?" The female officer's gaze turned icy as she scrutinized the red-haired man and his companions. "So, fighting and brawling no longer suffice for you? You've resorted to assaulting for lewd purposes?" "Officer, we never intended to assault anyone," the red-haired man lamented, on the verge of tears. The notion of assault was merely a fade. Their true intentions were far from that. The female officer looked around and noticed the absence of any women. Furrowing her brow, who were they intending to assault? At that moment, the beautiful counselor stepped forward from behind us, smiling. "Sister, long time no see." "Sister?" We were all taken aback. "Sister, you too?" It was astonishing that these individuals, lacking insight, dared to target her. The female officer paused, approaching the beautiful counselor to embrace her, their figures colliding in a striking display. "I haven't had my fill yet. You arrived just in time," the beautiful counselor remarked. The red-haired man and his group shuddered at her words. Had they known this woman was so fierce, they would have chosen a different strategy. "If you wish for excitement, come work at our station as an instructor. You can beat those newcomers every day," the female officer suggested with a smile. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively mourned for the new recruits entering the force. Serving under this female officer was no simple task. "Well then," the beautiful counselor said with a gentle smile. The female officer shook her head. "All right, I must return to reporting. Let us meet for tea sometime." The beautiful counselor chuckled lightly. When a police officer invites someone for tea, it hardly sounds like a good omen. The female officer shot her a glance and waved her hand, signaling for the ruffians to be taken away in police cars. None of the students were harmed, were they? The beautiful counselor asked, surveying us. "No," we replied in unison. "Then let us depart," she said, gesturing for us to follow her back to the school. Mu Feng quickly caught up, smiling as he inquired, "Counselor, is this movement also a technique for martial arts?" As he spoke, he demonstrated a kick aimed at the groin. Martial arts competitions typically consist of choreographed routines. Yet these movements are the most practical in real combat. The beautiful counselor replied with utmost seriousness, then seemed to recall something, turning to Mu Feng and the others, and instructed, "Forget everything you witnessed today. Do not mention it to anyone, or you shall experience this technique firsthand." Everyone instinctively straightened up in fear, exclaiming, "Counselor, we would never speak of it to anyone. It is best that way." The beautiful counselor nodded in agreement. Mu Feng shook his head and sighed, saying, "Counselor, with your incredible skills, you leave no opportunity for men to come to your rescue. It must be quite difficult to find a boyfriend." "If I can't find one, I'll wait until after graduation," the beautiful counselor replied with a wink, playfully blowing on her fist. "You seem quite resilient." Mu Feng was momentarily stunned. "Take care." Mu Feng, his classmates patted him on the shoulder, their tone grave. "Crazy guy, I can't save you either," the muscular man sighed, lamenting, "What a tragedy. What a tragedy indeed." Chapter 18. The campus belle personally delivers breakfast to Mu Feng upon returning to the dormitory after a refreshing shower. Mu Feng engaged in a few rounds of games with his friends, the muscular guy, the chubby one, and the bespectacled fellow, until the lights were extinguished and the internet was cut off, before finally retiring to bed. In no time, 3 distinct sounds of snoring resonated within the room. Meanwhile, Mu Feng once again slipped into a dream. This time, he found himself entering the dormitory of the campus belle, Shirqing. "Little beauty, are you waiting for me at this late hour?" he mused, casually taking a seat beside her bed with a mischievous grin. Startled by his sudden appearance, Shi quickly sat up, wrapping herself in her blanket and curling up in the corner, her voice tinged with apprehension. "I've already kissed you publicly at the opening ceremony of the sports meet. Why won't you let me be?" Mu Feng leaned over, propping himself up on the bed, and gazed intently at her nearly flawless visage. A subtle fragrance, mingled with the scent of her recent bath, wafted through the air, igniting a flutter in his heart. This dream felt astonishingly vivid. Having seen everything there was to see, he pondered what there was left to hide. He planted a gentle kiss on her forehead and playfully pinched her nose before returning to his seat, saying, "Considering how obedient you are, I shall refrain from teasing you today. However, do bring me breakfast tomorrow morning at dormitory 107 in Building South 2. You know I have a particular fondness for buns." He emphasized the word buns, causing a delightful flush to creep across Shi beautiful face. "Oh, and it would be best to add a serving of soybean milk," he added after a moment's contemplation. "Don't forget, or you might find yourself in a nightmare." With that, he withdrew from the dream. This was perhaps the simplest dream he had constructed in 100 days. Just as he exited, the slumbering Shi abruptly sat up in bed. Glancing around to confirm she had merely been dreaming, her expression a mix of disbelief and excitement. "That guy really didn't bully me," she mused, her tone infused with an indescribable emotion. It seemed Xiaoyu was right. As long as she fulfilled the dreamer's wishes, she would not encounter nightmares again. But would she truly deliver breakfast to him tomorrow? If she did not, would he return to the dream to tease her once more? If she did, the nature of their relationship would become increasingly ambiguous. That night, she found herself unable to sleep. In contrast, Mu Feng slept soundly, to the extent that he completely forgot his request for the campus belle to bring him breakfast. The following morning, students from Building South 2 gradually made their way to the cafeteria for breakfast. A girl, adorned with a pink duck-billed cap and a veil covering her face, hesitated at the stone steps outside the dormitory, clutching 4 steamed buns and a cup of soybean milk. "Should I go in?" Shi pondered, feeling conflicted. "Surely, others won't recognize me like this." Taking a deep breath, she finally mustered the courage to ascend the steps, arriving at the entrance of the male dormitory. "Excuse me, this is the boys' dormitory. Unless there is a significant reason, it is best not to enter," the building manager kindly admonished her. Had the roles been reversed, and a boy sought to enter the girls' dormitory, he would have been swiftly chased away with a broom. "Annie, I am here to find someone. May I enter?" Shiqing's voice was melodious and sweet, making it difficult for anyone to refuse. The building manager pondered for a moment and replied, "You may enter, but please present your student ID for registration." "Must I register? Is it possible to forego that?" Shiqing widened her eyes. Registering would expose her, rendering the disguise she had painstakingly crafted over the past half-hour futile. It was imperative to register. "Should anything happen, I must be able to locate you promptly," the building manager asserted with a serious demeanor and unwavering tone, allowing no room for negotiation. After a moment of hesitation, Shi whispered, "Could you perhaps only look at it yourself?" The building manager scrutinized her quizzically, but eventually nodded in acquiescence. Reluctantly, Shi produced her student ID and handed it over. The building manager examined the ID and noted, "Music Department, Year 2, Class 3, Shi." To her astonishment, she shared a name with the campus belle. The building manager felt a flicker of surprise. The campus belle seemed so distant and unlikely to venture alone into the boys' dormitory. Wait, wasn't the campus belle's boyfriend named Mu Feng residing in room 107? Realizing this, the building manager's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "You are the campus belle, Shi?" Upon hearing her exclamation, the male students entering and exiting halted and turned to look. The campus belle, Shi? What could she possibly want in our dormitory? Surely it must be a coincidence. How could the campus belle be here? You fools, did you not notice the bun and soy milk in her hands? She must be delivering breakfast to her boyfriend. The male students gathered around the dormitory entrance, buzzing with speculation. Shi nearly fled, but found the exit blocked. Given the circumstances, her subterfuge was rendered useless. She decided to remove her cap and scarf, exclaiming helplessly, "Auntie, May I enter now? Ah, oh yes, you may. The building manager finally comprehended, instinctively nodding in response. Shirching took a few steps before turning back to ask, Annie, where is room 107? I know. I shall guide you. I know as well. A group of eager single boys volunteered to lead the way. So she truly came to deliver breakfast? A student from the automation department, year 2, class 1, dashed towards room 107, shouting, Mu Feng, wake up. The campus belle has come to bring you breakfast. What? The campus belle is delivering breakfast to the madman? The strong fellow, the chubby one, and the bespectacled lad jolted upright in their beds, momentarily stunned before hastily dressing and frantically shoving the scattered socks and underwear into their cabinets. The campus belle had a boyfriend. They would not compete for a woman with their friend. Even if they desired to, they lacked the means. However, the campus belle's friends and roommates were quite appealing as well. It would be prudent to leave a favorable impression on the future sister-in-law to potentially meet one or two of her friends. Meanwhile, Mu Feng remained blissfully asleep. Good grief. Mu Feng, the campus belle is here to deliver breakfast. And you're still sleeping? Upon witnessing the scene, the classmate promptly threw back the covers and yanked Mu Feng from his slumber. What are you doing? Mu Feng, clad only in his boxers, stood up in a daze. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed throughout the dormitory. Startled, Mu Feng shouted in response, wrapping himself in the blanket, and gazed in confusion at the blushing Shirching. What are you doing here? Shirching, her face flushed, lowered her head and placed the steamed buns and soy milk beside his bed before swiftly fleeing the room. That scoundrel, sleeping without any clothes. The three roommates, having just tidied up their dormitory, rushed out, scanning the surroundings. She has already left, one of the classmates remarked. Left? Why didn't she come in for a visit? The trio wore expressions of disappointment, feeling their efforts had been in vain. Chapter 19. Dreams Influence Reality, Lottery. Masterful painting ding. The dreamer has delivered breakfast to the host. The influence of the dream on reality is rated 1 star, granting the host a lottery opportunity. Before Mu Feng could fully comprehend the situation, the system's notification echoed in his mind. He turned to gaze at the buns and soybean milk on the bed, feeling a tinge of astonishment. Did they truly come to deliver breakfast? Has my dream begun to exert such significant influence over her? However, the degree of influence seems rather modest, merely 1 star, and the reward is just a single chance at the lottery, with the outcome reliant entirely on fortune. Ding! Shall the host commence the lottery now? The system's notification resounded once more. Yes, Mu Feng mentally affirmed. Subsequently, a translucent wheel materialized before him. The wheel comprised 49 segments, each representing a distinct option. There were enhancements for 2 strength, 2 agility, several basic skills, as well as 1 supreme carving, 1 divine painting, and 1 extraordinary combat technique. With a thought, the wheel began to spin. Stop, he mentally commanded, and the wheel gradually decelerated. May I draw the extraordinary combat technique? If that fails, I would gladly accept the divine painting, or at the very least, the supreme carving. Mu Feng silently hoped. The wheel slowly came to a halt, the pointer gliding past the extraordinary combat technique and landing on the divine painting segment. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have drawn the divine painting. The impartation shall now begin. As the system's notification sounded, a smile graced Mu Feng's face. Phew! Thankfully, while it may not be the utmost prize, it is certainly not inferior to the divine basketball directly awarded by the system. Next, he prepared to receive the system's imparted skill. It's over. The madman is utterly finished. The voice of a muscular man sighed in his ear. Shortly after, the voice of a chubby individual chimed in. Look at that silly grin on his face. He must be completely enchanted, drawing ever closer to that grave of freedom. Having completed the transmission, Mu Feng picked up a bun and devoured it with ease, finishing all 3 in mere moments, then taking a few sips of soybean milk, murmuring, today's buns seem particularly fragrant, though they are a bit scant. Merely 4 is insufficient to fill my gaps. The onlookers lingering outside the dormitory ignited with a sense of unspoken ire upon hearing his words. The campus belle delivers breakfast to you, and you dare to complain? Truly deserving of a beating. This fellow is only slightly handsome. Aside from that, He possesses no remarkable qualities. What could the campus belle possibly see in him? Could it be that he employed some means to coerce her? It stands to reason. Should I discover any such tactics, I would ensure he is unrecognizable. The students from other classes whispered among themselves as they departed. Once all had left, the chubby individual approached, cracking his knuckles with a grin. Madman, confess honestly, did you truly employ some underhanded means to make the campus belle submit? The bespectacled individual adjusted his glasses and solemnly declared, "From my 9 years of experience as a bookworm, I can assert that the madman certainly resorted to some nefarious, clandestine methods." The muscular man also gathered around. "Madman, do share, so we may learn from you as well." After finishing his soy milk, Mu Feng ruffled his hair, revealing a look of solitary mastery. "My methods are ineffective for you all. How can you know it doesn't work without trying?" The chubby one replied. The muscular man and the bespectacled one clearly had no intention of letting the matter rest. Mu Feng pointed to his own face and said, "The beauty strategy, do you understand? With your rustic faces, how could it possibly work?" "Damn!" the trio shouted in unison, pouncing on Mu Feng and unleashing a flurry of tickles upon him. "Stop, stop, stop. I was wrong. Ah ha ha ha. I truly was wrong. What the hell? Who is grabbing my underwear?" In an instant, the dormitory echoed with Mu Feng's lamentations. Truly, one might say that arrogance invites disaster, and folly begets misfortune. After a ruckus, once Mu Feng had dressed and washed up, he noticed the muscular trio had begun gaming again and curiously inquired, "Are you all having breakfast today?" The chubby one glanced back at him with a glare and retorted, "Breakfast? After being force-fed a heap of dog food so early in the morning, who has the appetite for breakfast?" The muscular man added, "I strongly oppose the school beauty delivering breakfast to your dorm unless she brings along her female friends." "I concur." The bespectacled one nodded in agreement. Mu Feng chuckled and seated himself on a wooden chair, propping his feet on the desk. "That's beyond my control. What if the school beauty simply enjoys delivering breakfast to me every day? Why don't you find a female classmate to bring you breakfast as well? Listen to yourself. Is that even a reasonable statement? You treat single dogs, single people with such disdain. Madman, I've noticed you've become increasingly insufferable lately." The chubby one rolled his eyes and returned to his game. "Madman, you're getting a bit carried away," the muscular man remarked, patting Mu Feng on the shoulder with a sigh. The bespectacled one adjusted his glasses and said earnestly, "Madman, from my 9 years of experience as a bookworm, I can tell you that arrogance invites misfortune. It's time to reconsider." Mu Feng sat at the desk, lost in thought. He closed his eyes, actually immersing himself in the profound painting techniques imparted by the system. There are indeed painters in the real world, some renowned masters whose works can fetch hundreds of thousands, even millions or tens of millions. The divine painting technique not only allows for the creation of lifelike and exquisite pieces, but also transports one into a realm of enchanting artistry. However, Mu Feng had yet to fully grasp the divine painting techniques. Certain grand compositions still eluded him in terms of conveying the intended essence. Nevertheless, the majority of his works could beautifully encapsulate the desired atmosphere. It could even serve as a means to earn some money. As for how to swiftly monetize this divine painting ability, that required further contemplation. After all, even the finest wine fears the deep alley, without anyone knowing of a masterpiece. It remains unsold. What is this? Just a few minutes apart, and you've already begun thinking of your school beauty girlfriend? The muscular man, having lost his game character, was about to take a sip of water when he noticed Mu Feng sitting there like a fool, utterly motionless, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Since there's no game for our class today, why not go find her instead of daydreaming here?" "That makes sense." Mu Feng's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Wasn't Wanya, the best friend of the campus belle, boasting tens of thousands of followers on Douyin? He contemplated collaborating with her for a live painting session. Perhaps some viewers would develop an appreciation for his artwork and place bids for purchase. Even if no one bought anything, given his artistic prowess, the audience for the live stream should swell, and who knows, there might even be some generous gifts. He needed to negotiate a fair profit-sharing arrangement with her first. "I'll be right back," Mu Feng declared as he stood up to leave. "What's he off to do?" The chubby friend glanced up, astonished. "He's going to find his campus sweetheart, of course." What else could he be up to? He might not even return tonight. The burly man smirked, a knowing grin spreading across his face. Oh, the chubby friend and the bespectacled one exchanged understanding glances before returning to their gaming. Chapter 20. Is Mu Feng taking the school bell to sketch? Meanwhile, a post titled Stunning Breaking News. The school bell delivers breakfast to Mu Feng emerged on the campus forum. The post included a photograph of the school bell standing at the entrance of the dormitory in Building South 2. Anything related to the school bell garnered immense attention, and an avalanche of male students flocked to witness the spectacle. Wow, the school bell personally delivers breakfast. How could one not feel blissful? Mu Feng must have saved the world in his past life. Genuine envy filled the comments, quickly elevating the post to trending status. This pair of lovebirds is truly overstepping boundaries. Chuyin Xiang, who was recuperating at home, chanced upon the post and was infuriated to the point of nearly smashing his phone. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted his fury. It was his father, who spent nearly all day at the office. Upon answering, before he could utter a word, a commanding voice resonated from the other end. You rascal. What is the relationship between Shi and that Mu Feng? Chuyin Xiang frowned and replied, I don't know. The two were originally unrelated, but suddenly they seemed to have developed a close bond. The authoritative voice continued, You used to be quite the charmer, and yet you can't even win over Shi after all this time? You must seize her. Shi Lao Gue has only this one daughter. Once you win her over, the Shi family's influence will belong to the Chuyin family. Do you understand? Father, rest assured, Shi won't escape my grasp. A chilling glimmer flickered in Chuyin Xiang's eyes. That's the spirit. 7 days from now is Shi birthday. Shi Lao Gue has already sent the invitation. Prepare a splendid gift. You must win her over on that day. Understood, Chuyin Xiang affirmed. After hanging up, he made another call, instructing someone to prepare the gift for 7 days hence. This gift must overshadow all others. Furthermore, if the two truly shared a romantic relationship, Mu Feng would undoubtedly attend. Wouldn't he? A cold smile crept across Chuyin Xiang's face at the thought. Unbeknownst to Mu Feng, he was blissfully unaware of the machinations of the Chuyin family. At that moment, he was burdened with a freshly purchased portrait and flower stand, making his way to the dormitory of the school bell. Student, are you here to see the school bell? The dormitory manager, clearly remembering Mu Feng, inquired with a smile after sipping her porridge. Yes. Could you please call her out for me? Mu Feng scratched his head and replied. Initially, he intended to seek out Wang Yi directly, but reconsidered it as inappropriate. To outsiders, he was the school bell's boyfriend, visiting her dormitory without seeing her. But instead, seeking her friend would inevitably tarnish his reputation as a decent man. She just returned not long ago. Please wait a moment while I fetch her. The dormitory manager, ever so warm-hearted, set aside her unfinished hot porridge and hurried to the school bell's room. Shi, your boyfriend is here to see you. Unfortunately, her voice was a tad too loud, likely echoing throughout the entire building. The announcement incited a flurry of excitement, as countless female students rushed over, many even emerging in their pajamas. What is he carrying such a large box for? Ah, I see. It is an art case complete with an easel. Does he also possess the talent for painting? Judging by his demeanor, could it be that he intends to take the school beauty out for a sketching session? The female students chattered incessantly, their beautiful eyes scrutinizing Mu Feng from every angle, causing him to momentarily believe that he had inadvertently exposed something important, prompting him to glance down several times. Make way, classmate Shi is coming. Soon, the voice of the building's supervisor echoed again, and the girls parted to create a path. Mu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It was his first experience being surrounded by so many female classmates, and he felt quite uncomfortable. The school beauty, Shi, approached slowly, accompanied by her friend Wang Yi. She cast a surprised glance at the art case before biting her lip and softly inquiring, What brings you here? Today, the school beauty donned a pink waist-cinching dress that perfectly showcased her fair skin, slender waist, and voluptuous curves. How beautiful, Mu Feng thought to himself, a smile forming on his lips as he replied, You came early to bring me breakfast, so I must show my appreciation, right? I specially bought a set of painting tools to take to the soccer field, where I shall create a painting for you as a token of gratitude. The The surrounding female students were filled with questions. Weren't they supposed to be lovers? Why did they converse so politely? Shirqing wanted to refuse. She believed she should not become too entangled with Mu Feng, lest she find it impossible to withdraw. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Mu Feng continued. I nearly spent all my savings on this. You wouldn't be so cruel as to turn me down, would you? Upon hearing this, Shirqing swallowed the words that had been on the tip of her tongue. All right, she conceded, turning to Wang Ye. Xiaoya, will you join me? Wang Ye waved her hand dismissively. What would I go for? To be a third wheel? To eat dog food? Xiaoya. Shirqing stamped her foot, playfully admonishing her. Don't speak nonsense. Mu Feng chuckled. Classmate Wang should come along too. You witnessed my talent at the soccer field last time. I will paint a piece for you as well, to express my gratitude. The primary objective today was to discuss a collaboration with Wang Ye for a live-streamed art sale. She certainly could not decline. And what about my share? Wang Ye mused. Well then, I suppose I shall join you, as long as you don't mind my presence being too glaring. Mu Feng glanced at Wang Ye's hair and shook his head. With so much hair, you won't be too bright. You won't dazzle us. Wang Ye burst into laughter. Xiaoqing, your boyfriend is quite humorous. Shirqing, too, smiled subtly, her beauty radiating in that moment, leaving Mu Feng momentarily entranced. In his dreams, he had never witnessed such an authentic smile from the school beauty. So beautiful, he thought, instinctively taking Shirqing's hand. Let us go. With that, he turned and led Shirqing away. She gasped, attempting to withdraw her hand. But after a couple of futile attempts, she could only look back at Wang Ye. Xiaoya, hurry and catch up. Given the memories of being bullied in his dreams, she dared not remain alone with Mu Feng, fearing trouble. Another round of dog food awaits. Wang Ye let out a sigh, questioning why the two of them felt the need to bring her along on their artistic excursion. Had he just mentioned heading to soccer field? Which soccer field? One might wonder. It was undoubtedly the nearest one. She felt compelled to follow and observe. What will you do? I intend to take a look, record a video, and share it on the forum. This is bound to garner attention. This notion held merit. After a brief discussion among the female classmates, most returned to their respective pursuits, while a handful dashed towards the near soccer field, eager to capture the most sensational footage at the earliest opportunity. This group was predominantly comprised of journalism majors, who understood that no sensitive content should be overlooked. It was a principle they were mandated to remember on their very first day in the field. Additionally, some art students were curious to witness how someone from the automation discipline, like Mu Feng, mustered the audacity to take the campus belle out for sketching. Chapter 21. A Marvelous Realm. This painting is extraordinary. In the football field closest to the dormitory, Mu Feng found an ideal spot, set up his easel, and opened his art box to retrieve his brushes, watercolor paper, and palette, securing the watercolor paper onto the easel. Beside him stood a bucket of water, prepared in advance. While oil painting is renowned for its realism, it requires several days, even months, to dry completely, making the process excessively lengthy. In contrast, watercolor dries within 20 to 30 minutes, albeit lacking the realism of oil paintings. However, this assessment applies only to ordinary artists, possessing divine artistic talent. Mu Feng's mastery of color and various techniques far surpasses that of a conventional painter. With everything in place, Mu Feng turned to Wang Ye and said, Classmate Wang, let me create a personal portrait for you. The painting intended for Shirqing had already been conceptualized and would require more time. In comparison, Wang Ye's portrait would take less time. Most importantly, having just acquired divine painting abilities, he needed to practice, and Wang Ye would serve as an excellent subject. As for live streaming, Mu Feng chose not to mention it immediately, confident that once she witnessed his skill, she would naturally bring it up herself. Sound good? Wang Ye nodded, not taking it too seriously. After all, what kind of masterpiece can non-art major produce? At that moment, a crowd of classmates had gathered, drawn by the presence of the campus belle. They were surprised to learn that this suddenly emerging boyfriend of hers, seemingly a student from the automation department, could also paint. Mu Feng was aware of Shirqing and Wang Ye's skepticism regarding his artistic abilities, but paid it no mind. He stood up and approached Wang Ye, scrutinizing her from her hair to her exposed shoulders and down to her purple dress. Wang Ye felt uneasy under his gaze, her discomfort palpable. Had it not been for the clarity in Mu Feng's eyes, she might have thought he was behaving inappropriately. Who stares at a female classmate like that, especially in front of his girlfriend, without fearing jealousy? Despite Shirqing's insistence that Mu Feng was not her boyfriend. Witnessing him gaze at Wang, Yusou unabashedly stirred an inexplicable pang of jealousy within her. She stamped her foot and playfully exclaimed, "What are you staring at? Hey, your girlfriend is feeling jealous." Wang stifled a smile, replying, "You're making her jealous." Mu Feng, maintaining a serious demeanor, said, to create a lifelike portrait, "I must remember every detail of her features, and the same applies to you." "Really?" Shirqing asked, somewhat skeptical. "Absolutely." Mu Feng returned to the easel, picking up his brush. "You need not stand so solemnly. Feel free to sit or wander around. Just return in half an hour to see the result. Of course, if you wish, you may stay and watch me paint." Truly an amateur, Wang mused, confirming, "You really don't need me to stand here?" Mu Feng shook his head. "What I wish to capture is the pose you just held, and all the details have already been imprinted in my mind." With that, he lifted his brush and began to outline the contours on the watercolor paper. With swift strokes, he wielded his brush at an astonishing pace, far exceeding that of an ordinary artist. The classmates standing behind him widened their eyes in astonishment, their faces betraying utter disbelief. The speed of his painting surpassed even their handwriting. Could he truly create a commendable piece? Meanwhile, across from him, Shirqing and Wang Yu exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in resignation. It was apparent that this fellow lacked any artistic talent. It was rather absurd that they had joined him in this frivolous endeavor. Wang Yu silently mused, hoping he wouldn't render her too unflatteringly. After a moment, she leaned closer to Shirqing and whispered, "Do you think I should withdraw early? This feels rather unreliable." Shirqing bit her lip, glancing at Mu Feng, who was engrossed in his artwork, and replied softly, "It wouldn't be appropriate to leave now. It might embarrass him." Indeed, she was his girlfriend, and regardless of how poorly he painted, it would not affect her. However, Wang Yu lamented, "I pity myself for having to endure this alongside you. You must treat me to a lavish dinner tonight." Shirqing's eyes sparkled mischievously, and she laughed. "Should we make him treat us to dinner instead?" Wang Yu's eyes brightened with enthusiasm as she nodded vigorously. "You're absolutely right. He should be the one to treat us." After approximately 10 minutes, Mu Feng began mixing colors and applying them to the canvas. To their surprise, the contours he had drawn bore a striking resemblance. The classmates behind them began to murmur among themselves, their astonishment palpable. As Mu Feng continued to add color, they compared Wang Yu to the painting, gradually revealing expressions of curiosity and disbelief. Soon, the artwork was complete. Mu Feng gazed at his first masterpiece with a sense of satisfaction. "Wang Yu, your portrait is ready. Come take a look," he called, smiling at her as she chatted with Shirqing. "Already?" Wang Yu responded, noticing the peculiar expressions on her classmates' faces, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Surely, he hadn't depicted her as an ugly creature? With a mixture of anxiety and anticipation, she approached the easel. Upon seeing the painting, her eyes widened in shock, mirroring the expressions of her classmates. Shirqing glanced curiously at the artwork, and her face reflected the same astonishment as Wang Yu. The features were rendered with uncanny accuracy. The skin, the wisps of hair dancing in the breeze, the mix of confusion and unease in her eyes, the tiny mole on her left earlobe, and the folds of her dress, all were vividly alive, as if the figure might step off the canvas at any moment. The clouds in the sky and every blade of grass on the lawn were equally vibrant. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, no one would believe this was merely a painting. It seemed more akin to a photograph taken with a high-resolution camera. However, there was a slight discrepancy in the shades of her hair, skin, and clothing compared to Wang Yu herself, which was the reason behind the peculiar expressions among the classmates. Logically, an artist capable of producing such a lifelike piece should not have made such elementary mistakes. It was a pity for such a flawless creation, leaving a subtle sense of regret lingering in everyone's hearts. With a gentle smile, Mu Feng remarked, "Do not rush. This artwork is yet to be completed. The final step is to allow it to dry naturally. It should take approximately 10 minutes. Natural drying?" A student majoring in fine arts expressed surprise. Watercolor paintings undergo color alterations upon drying. They either lighten or darken, which is one of the inherent drawbacks of this medium. Could he possibly intend to harness this characteristic of watercolor, allowing it to dry before revealing the true colors of the piece? No, that cannot be. It is beyond anyone's control. He dismissed the thought himself, deeming it utterly absurd. The transformation of colors upon drying is not something that can be manipulated by human hands. As 10 minutes swiftly elapsed, the watercolor was completely dry. Upon closer inspection and comparison with Wangya herself, the onlookers were taken aback. The depth of color mirrored Wangya perfectly. Moreover, as they carefully observed the painting, it felt as though a mysterious force had transported them back in time, allowing them to witness once again the moment when Mu Feng attentively scrutinized Wangya. This time, however, they could distinctly sense all the emotions that Wangya had experienced, accompanied by a profound sense of empathy. It was nothing short of miraculous. Chapter 22. Is the school beauty's boyfriend having an affair with her best friend? The most astonishing individual must be Wangya herself. The emotions evoked by the portrait she beheld mirrored her own internal feelings with uncanny precision, leaving no room for discrepancy. It was utterly inconceivable. How could he have accomplished such a feat? This was undoubtedly the work of a master. No, a grandmaster of artistic technique. Indeed, while a painting resembling a photograph is impressive enough, the fact that it could evoke the clear emotional state of the subject at that moment was simply surreal. I'm only aware of a cold master in the oil painting realm who can render his works to resemble photographs. And even he requires several months to achieve such a result. Yet, Mu Feng completed this watercolor painting in a mere half hour. Logically, the realism of a watercolor should pale in comparison to that of an oil painting. But the degree of lifelikeness in this piece was no less than that of the oil painting master's work. And it was even more adept at stirring the emotions of the viewer. It was truly astonishing. The classmates were engaged in lively discussion, unable to conceal their shock. Wait a moment. Generally speaking, to create a work so vividly alive, one must possess an intimate understanding of the subject being depicted. Could it be that the school beauty's boyfriend has long been involved with her best friend? Suddenly, a voice broke the air, causing Mu Feng, Wangya, and Shiqing to freeze in place. Under the suspicious gaze of her best friend, Wangya hastily explained, "Shiqing, I assure you, there is absolutely nothing between us." Shiqing shook her head and replied, "You need not explain. Even if you and he did have something, I would sincerely wish you both well." Though a tinge of bitterness filled her heart, her relationship with Mu Feng was not one of true romance. His affiliations were of no concern to her. Yet, the more she spoke, the more Wangya sensed her irritation. "Really, Shiqing, I promise there is no connection between us," Wangya nearly cried in desperation. This situation was utterly absurd, a case of collateral damage. Seeing her distress, Shiqing chuckled, "Silly girl, after all these years as best friends. How can I not understand you? I trust you completely, but it is entirely possible he harbors secret affections for you. He wouldn't dare." Wangya shot a glare at Mu Feng. "Why are you silent?" Mu Feng sighed. "You both are in a lively debate, and I find myself unable to interject. As a master of painting, keen observation is fundamental. Without capturing the details, how could one create a lifelike portrayal? Anything I desire to remember, I can retain after a single glance." "That sounds remarkably impressive," Wangya murmured, her gaze drifting back to the painting, revealing a blend of awe and delight. "Are you truly giving this to me?" She turned back to Mu Feng, considering that if this artwork were sold, it could easily fetch hundreds of thousands, if not millions, provided she consented. "Of course, this painting is essentially you. Who else would I give it to?" Mu Feng replied with a smile. "Give it to me. I want it." A chorus of male classmates chimed in playfully. "Get lost." Wangya shot back with a feigned sternness, then turned to Shiqing. "Shiqing, I am genuinely accepting it. So please don't be jealous." Shiqing rolled her eyes. "Jealous? What I have to be jealous of? That's good to hear." Wangya chuckled softly, carefully removing the painting from the easel to examine it closely. Viewing it from such proximity intensified the astonishment within her. Certain intricate details, even captured by a high-resolution camera, could never be rendered with such clarity. Yet within this artwork, they appeared remarkably lifelike, verging on the miraculous. What left one utterly astounded was the depth of emotion encapsulated within the painting. With attentive observation, one could vividly sense the complex feelings she experienced at that moment. Such a piece was unprecedented throughout history. Classmate, are you willing to sell this painting? I am prepared to offer 10,000 yuan for it. A male classmate mustered the courage to approach her and inquire. At first glance, Wanya herself did not evoke an instant attraction. However, having immersed himself in the intricate emotions conveyed through her artwork, he found himself inexplicably drawn to the figure within it. Wanya, noticing the admiration in his gaze, felt a mix of amusement and bewilderment. Was he falling for the painted version of herself? Here she stood before him, yet he barely spared her a glance. She was uncertain whether to feel elated or despondent, her emotions tangled. Taking a deep breath, she shook her head and replied, "My dear classmate, this painting is not for sale. If you truly desire it, perhaps you should ask Mu Feng to create another for you." It was absurd. The person depicted in the painting was her own likeness. How could she part with it? It was not as though she were selling a boyfriend. Apologies for the intrusion, the male classmate said, somewhat dejected, as he turned to leave. Mu Feng, observing the exchange, smiled faintly and took out a fresh sheet of watercolor paper, placing it on the easel to prepare for his second piece. "Sure, I am about to create a painting for you," he said as he approached Shurqing. "I plan to make some modifications to this piece. I hope you won't mind. It's just a painting. Feel free to create it as you wish," Shurqing replied softly, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. She wondered how this piece would compare to Xiaoya's. If it fell short, she would no longer bring him breakfast. But wait, why would she continue bringing him breakfast at all? Regardless, Mu Feng leaned closer, scrutinizing Shurqing's hair, face, and neck. He even observed the fine hairs on her skin with meticulous detail. In reality, it was only the second time she had been so close to a man, and along with her shyness, she felt a surge of nervousness. She wanted to step back, to create some distance, but Mu Feng held her in place. "Don't move. The clearer my observation, the more perfect the final piece will be." Shurqing could only endure her embarrassment, standing still as commanded. "Oh, I can't take this anymore. I came to see the painting process, yet I'm being subjected to this?" A group of male classmates covered their heads, displaying expressions of mock distress. Fortunately, Mu Feng was quick in his observation, soon returning to the easel, picking up his brush, and preparing to paint. Wanya, with a flash of inspiration, proposed, "Mu, may I live stream your painting process?" Had she finally succumbed to temptation? Mu Feng smiled gently and said, "Of course, they can offer any price for the artwork they desire, with the cost determined by the complexity of the piece. Students present here are also welcome to make requests, but I must caution you, my paintings are not inexpensive." "I want a dragon," one student quickly declared. Mu Feng chuckled. "Ah, but the dragon, a creature birthed from imagination, commands a price far exceeding that of reality. The minimum would be 100,000, with the final cost contingent upon the size of the dragon depicted. The larger it is, the more costly." 100,000? The student recoiled, rendered speechless. Though his family possessed some wealth, parting with such a sum for a painting would undoubtedly invite his father's wrath. Mu Feng shook his head and picked up his brush, beginning to outline the composition. His pace was considerably slower than before, and he approached the task with heightened caution. Chapter 23. The painting entitled Deep Affection. Dear friends, we had originally planned not to stream these past few days. But today, I encountered a master of painting who left me utterly astounded. I have decided to share this experience with you, allowing you to witness the astonishing artistry of this great painter. Wanya took out her phone, plugged in her headphones, and commenced the live stream. As always, radiates beauty. There are few natural beauties left. I have been eagerly awaiting your presence here. Gradually, hundreds of viewers flocked into the live stream, clearly devoted fans. By the way, what did you just say? She encountered a master painter? I am familiar with renowned painters, but I have never heard of a great master. Where is he? I wish to see. One curious viewer inquired. Patience, first take a look at the piece this great master painted for me on site, Wanya said, requesting Shurqing to hold her phone while she proudly raised the painting. Friends, behold this artwork. Is it not an exact likeness of me? My goodness, it truly is identical. Could this be a painting and not a photograph? Surely it cannot be a photo. Who possesses a photograph of such size? It must also be a painting. Aside from Master Lung's oil paintings, I have yet to witness another piece so lifelike. Could it be that Master Lung is here? No, that cannot be right. This painting is not an oil painting. A flurry of comments cascaded across the screen. Wait a moment. Am I the only one sensing the tension, confusion, and unease embodied in this painting? Suddenly, a comment captured the attention of all the viewers. Fortunately, the live stream had yet to attract a large audience, and the comments were not moving too swiftly, allowing nearly everyone to read it. Upon closer inspection, it indeed evoked such feelings. Goodness, this painting possesses an eerie quality. The viewers in the live stream were utterly astonished. A truly remarkable piece of art can reveal the emotions of its subjects to those who understand painting merely through their gaze. Yet, this painting is different. Anyone who gazes upon it with sincerity can feel the emotions conveyed, even allowing it to affect their own feelings, creating a profound sense of empathy. To put it simply, it feels as though one has transformed into the subject of the painting. If this is indeed a painting, it is nothing short of miraculous and could fetch an astronomical price. After viewing this artwork, I find myself increasingly enamored with you. What to do? Duh. Is this painting for sale? I offer 5,000. 5,000? Is this an insult to you? I will bid 50,000. I'm serious. Though most viewers in the live stream are financially challenged, occasionally a wealthy individual emerges. Wang glanced at the barrage of comments, carefully securing the painting while smiling. I apologize, but this was a gift from the great master, and it depicts me, thus it is not for sale. However, the great master is right here before me, currently painting for his girlfriend. If any of you wish for a piece, you may connect with me directly, and the great master will create it for you live. Availability is limited, so it's first come, first served. Regarding the price, the master of painting stated that it would be determined by the content. After saying this, she took the phone from Shi Qing's hands and aimed the camera at Mu Feng, who was engrossed in his painting. Is this truly the master of painting? He seems remarkably youthful. His painting speed surpasses my chaotic scribbling. Observing the facial contours, it is evident that the subject is an exquisite beauty. The viewers in the live stream were filled with astonishment. As Mu Feng meticulously outlined the contours, an ominous premonition surged within the onlookers. It seemed they were about to be fed another round of dog food. The painting depicted not only Shi Qing, but also a man. The two stood face to face, with Shi Qing wrapping her arms around the man's neck, tilting her head back. Meanwhile, the man held her slender waist with both hands. Upon closer inspection of the man's profile, it was unmistakably Mu Feng himself. Shi Qing's face flushed upon witnessing this scene. So, this is what Mu Feng referred to as processing. She parted her lips, but ultimately chose to remain silent. It was merely a painting. What significance did it hold? With the contours complete, the next crucial step was to apply color. Mu Feng switched brushes and slowed his pace. Yet to others, the speed at which he applied color remained astonishingly swift. As hues were meticulously filled in, the three-dimensionality and visual appeal of the figures began to emerge. An hour passed, and the coloring was completed. Mu Feng exhaled deeply and remarked, "All done. Let it dry naturally for about 10 minutes, and we shall consider it a masterpiece. By the way, I have named this Piece Deep Affection." With that, he stepped aside for a sip of water, momentarily leaving Wang Ye's live stream frame. The viewers in Wang Ye's stream could not see Shi Qing and Mu Feng in person. They merely found the painting exceptionally lifelike, momentarily devoid of other thoughts, and did not perceive the depth of meaning found in the previous artwork. However, the students present could distinctly differentiate the figures and the background colors from Mu Feng and Shi Qing themselves, as well as the sky, clouds, and grass. Everyone stared intently at the painting, eagerly anticipating its transformation. Time ticked by, and the paint gradually dried, causing the colors to shift. Once dry, there would surely be a significant difference between the painted figures and their real-life counterparts. The viewers in the live stream expressed their regrets. Even if the painting remained lifelike post-drying, it inevitably diverged from reality, which was undeniably disappointing. Alas, this is the greatest flaw of gouache painting. Some knowledgeable viewers sighed in understanding. Wang glanced at the comments and chuckled. Do you all feel that the colors have changed upon drying, creating a substantial difference from the originals? Don't blink, everyone. The moment of witnessing a miracle is upon us. With that, Wang redirected the camera towards Mu Feng and Shiqing once more. Wow, is this even possible? Incredible. The color of the clothing in the painting, upon drying, perfectly matches that of the real person. To achieve such an effect by utilizing the drying color characteristics of gouache, what mastery over color transformation must this entail? Remarkable, absolutely remarkable. The viewers in the live stream were utterly astonished. Wang remarked, moreover, if you take a closer look at that painting, you will experience unexpected emotions. With that, she directed the camera once more towards the artwork. The viewers scrutinized the painting and were instantly drawn into its profound ambience. The male viewers seemed to transform into the man depicted in the painting, gazing adoringly and passionately at his beloved as the world around them faded into silence. In his eyes, there existed only his cherished partner, whom he vowed to protect for a lifetime. Meanwhile, the female viewers appeared to embody the woman in the artwork, reveling in the tender gaze of her boyfriend, her heart brimming with shyness, excitement, and sweetness as she longed to accompany him for eternity. In that moment, both Wang Ye's live stream and the audience present were deeply enraptured by the essence of the painting. Even Shiqing found herself entranced. Her eyes glazed and her cheeks flushed. Chapter 24. Inundated with sweetness, nourished by a painting long after, the viewers in the live stream gradually emerged from the enchanting atmosphere. After all, the impact through the screen was not as profound as that experienced in person. Such a delightful sensation. It felt as though my heart might melt. A match made in heaven. The couple exuded beauty and grace. The romantic essence of the painting was aptly named. Mom, I wish to fall in love. Xiaoli, I no longer wish to part ways. Let us reconcile. Is this painting for sale? If so, I am willing to offer 50,000. It's certainly 1 TB for sale. Yumei has already stated that it was a gift from a grandmaster to his girlfriend. How could it possibly be sold? The barrage of comments streamed rapidly. Currently, the live stream had attracted over 10,000 viewers. Although acquiring this painting was impossible, the sweet love it evoked compelled me to shower gifts to soothe my heart. Wildflowers by the roadside are fragrant. Send a gift 666. Not kneeling on the keyboard, but on durian. Send a gift guardian of love 6. Tonight, the window remains open. Send a gift romance abounds too. Brother, the night is filled with song. Send a gift romantic train 1. An array of gifts including you're the most beautiful, flowers and roses flooded in. Throughout her streaming career, Wang had never received such an outpouring of gifts. Yet at this moment, she was too absorbed in the atmosphere to feel excitement for herself. She had just emerged from that enchanting realm, her eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. The essence of the two paintings was not in the same league. Gazing at this painting, which she treasured dearly, she suddenly found it somewhat less appealing. Yet, what could be done? After all, they were lovers. The onlookers, too, gradually awoke from the romantic reverie. This painting was nothing short of a masterpiece. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. The artistic technique was undoubtedly divine, far surpassing that of the esteemed cold master. This painting truly resonated with my heart. After viewing it, I longed for love myself. It would be hard for anyone to believe that today, I was force-fed a wave of sweet affection by a mere painting. If the observers felt this way, the protagonist, Shiqing, was even more bashful. How could this fellow create such a painting? Their relationship was becoming increasingly complicated. Despite this, she felt a sweetness within her that she herself had not yet recognized. Suddenly, Wang Ye's phone vibrated. A viewer with the username High Price for Protective Talismans initiated a video call. Upon connecting, before Wang Ye could utter a word, a male voice resonated from the other end. Host, may I inquire if the Grandmaster is selling that painting? I am willing to pay any amount within 1 million. Wang Ye chuckled. Dear sir, that painting was gifted to his girlfriend. I fear it will not be for sale. Why not ask him directly? With that, she removed her headphones, activated the speakerphone, and turned the camera towards Mu Feng. Master, is this painting for sale? I am willing to pay any amount within 1 million. The water friend reiterated his previous words, clearly expressing his fondness for the painting. Mu Feng shook his head and replied, I'm sorry, but I've already given this painting away. It's up to her whether it's sold or not. As he spoke, he carefully removed the artwork and approached Shi, smiling as he said, Classmate Shi, this painting is for you. Please cherish it. What should she do? Should she accept it? If it were merely a personal painting of her, she would undoubtedly accept it without hesitation. However, it also featured Mu Feng. Most importantly, the painting's essence was exceedingly ambiguous. This fellow, we're not in a romantic relationship, so how can he create such a piece? Noticing Shi hesitation, Mu Feng added, if you don't like it, you may discard it or sell it. Look, this gentleman is willing to buy it for 1 million. Yes. As long as classmate Shi is willing to sell, 1 million is non-negotiable. The water friends chimed in eagerly. I want to sell, Shi declared firmly, hiding the painting behind her back. After all, it bore her likeness. How could she part with it? As for throwing it away, she couldn't bear to do that either. Observing her reaction, their classmates exchanged knowing smiles. The two were indeed amusing, addressing each other formally as classmate in a manner that seemed distant, yet their gestures and glances were distinctly intimate. Considering Shi's status as the sole daughter of the chairman of the prestigious Xingtian Corporation, one could understand the necessity of concealing their romantic relationship. Although such behavior appeared quite childish and futile to onlookers, Mu Feng couldn't help but smile at the scene. He naturally reached out to tousle Shi's hair and remarked, this painting captures my most genuine feelings while observing you up close. How infuriating. He touched my head again. Wait, what does he mean by that? Is he about to confess? If he truly does confess, should I accept? Shi felt a mix of anxiety and conflict. Fortunately, Mu Feng refrained from taking any further actions, which both relieved and disappointed her. Look at this. Even a fool can see their relationship given the intimate gestures. Is there still need to hide? Originally, he intended to gift this painting to his ailing wife. What a pity. The water friend's tone was noticeably filled with disappointment, yet he did not persist further, instead turning to Mu Feng with a request. Master, could you create a similar painting for me? Mu Feng shook his head. I'm sorry, but I will not be painting such passionate pieces in the future. Not painting anymore? What does that mean? The crowd paused, then exchanged glances at Shi, suddenly enlightened. Oh, they realized this was a customized piece for his girlfriend. A limited edition that would soon become a rare treasure. Shi's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she playfully stomped her foot, feeling this might lead to misunderstandings. Is he doing this on purpose? Wanya's eyes sparkled with envy and resignation. She envied the sweetness of their love, yet felt helpless as she was fed a mouthful of dog food. All right then, could you pay me a dragon? The friend on the call sighed and spoke again, clearly determined not to relent until a painting was secured today. No problem, Mu Feng nodded, but felt compelled to remind him that the cost of painting a dragon was rather steep, with the least expensive option starting at 100,000, depending on the size and breed of the dragon. For instance, a 1-meter-long dragon would command a higher price than a half-meter dragon, and a 5-clawed dragon would be more costly than a 4-clawed one. After a moment of contemplation, the friend on the call declared, let us proceed with the 5-clawed golden dragon, as I have heard it possesses the power to dispel malevolent spirits. Excellent. Mu Feng nodded, his heart brimming with joy. Recognizing this as a significant client, allow me to elaborate on the pricing for the 5-clawed golden dragon. He continued, a half-meter 5-clawed golden dragon is priced at 1 million RMB, while a 1-meter 5-clawed golden dragon is set at 5 million RMB. Chapter 25, Above the Head. 3 feet have deities, fear not divine punishment, but rather the dog food. The price was casually set by Mu Feng, the previous patron, who could afford to spend 1 million on a painting filled with affection, was clearly not lacking in wealth. Even if he was reluctant to invest 5 million in a 1-meter-long 5-clawed golden dragon, surely he could manage to come up with the sum for half a meter. Could he not? Mu Feng was incredulous that, having witnessed the extraordinary nature of these paintings, this person would remain unmoved. It was a rare opportunity to attract such a significant client. He certainly intended to take full advantage of it. The onlookers and the viewers in Wang Yu's live stream were utterly astonished. To demand 5 million for a 1-meter-long 5-clawed golden dragon was indeed audacious. Generally, the price of a painting not only hinges on its intrinsic quality, but also on the artist's popularity to fetch a good price. Undeniably, Mu Feng's artwork was of the highest caliber, indeed unique in the world. However, lacking any fame, no matter how exceptional the quality, it would be improbable to command such a lofty price. Yet this 5 million price tag was no less than that of globally renowned artists. That patron likely would not acquiesce. Even if he were willing, he would certainly negotiate. The viewer, seeking a high-priced talisman, fell into a contemplative silence, perhaps daunted by the price. Mu Feng remained unperturbed, and, after a brief pause, the patron's voice reemerged. "Master, can you assure me that the painting will embody the same depth of meaning as before? You even know about artistic profundity?" Mu Feng was taken aback, then chuckled. "Rest assured, every painting I create possesses its own unique essence. One need only focus on the artwork to readily experience it and feel as though they are immersed in it." The patron fell silent for a moment before declaring, "If that is the case, then please paint me a 2-meter-long 5-clawed golden dragon to adorn my living room. However, I must state in advance that if it does not evoke a certain essence within me, I will not accept it." 2 meters long? The onlookers and the live stream viewers gasped in astonishment. Based on the previously established price, a 2-meter-long 5-clawed golden dragon would cost 10 million. This individual was a super-rich client. Even Mu Feng was somewhat surprised, having initially thought that it would be a success if this person could purchase even a half-meter piece. To hear him request a 2-meter painting was a revelation, marking him as a major client. While he was already contemplating how to spend this 10 million, he maintained a facade of calm and replied nonchalantly, "Creating a 2-meter-long 5-clawed golden dragon is feasible. However, such long watercolor paper is not available in the market, and the drawing board is not sufficiently large either." The largest available was the full-size watercolor paper he had purchased, measuring merely 787 millimeters by 1,092 millimeters, barely adequate for a 1-meter-long 5-clawed golden dragon. The patron inquired, "Where are you located? Please provide your exact address." "At the center line of the No. 5 football field at Tianda University," Mu Feng replied. "What is your surname, master?" The patron asked once more. "Please, just call me Mu," Mu Feng responded. The patron fell silent for another minute before saying, "All right, I have already ordered suitable paper and a canvas from the nearest location to you. It should be delivered shortly. Additionally, I will be flying over, and I should arrive in about 2 hours." The efficiency is quite remarkable. Mu Feng chuckled. "In 2 hours, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should be nearly completed. All right, I shall set off now." With that, the other party promptly severed the connection. Truly, they were decisive and efficient. Mu Feng smiled, turning to observe Shi Qing, who was intently immersed in the essence of intense affection. He approached her and inquired, "May I call you Xiao Qing?" Shi Qing, lost in the enchanting ambience of the artwork, responded instinctively without fully grasping the implications of her reply. Only after she spoke did she realize something was amiss. It was too late. "Very well, from now on, I shall address you as Xiao Qing," Mu Feng said with a cheeky grin, aiming to foster a sense of closeness. Shi Qing bit her lip, casting a glance at Mu Feng before quickly lowering her gaze and murmuring in a faint voice, "It's up to you. It's merely a title. What does proximity matter?" Observing her shy and endearing demeanor, Mu Feng couldn't resist the urge to tease, or rather, to jest with her. He leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "I truly dreamed of you last night. In a dream, you and I." "Don't say that." Shi Qing, one hand clutching her painting and the other covering Mu Feng's mouth, felt her cheeks flush crimson. Mu Feng gently grasped her delicate, pale hand and smiled. "Do you know what I was about to say?" Startled, Shi Qing withdrew her hand as if shocked, her face aflame as she repeatedly shook her head. "No, I don't know." Although she was indeed oblivious to Mu Feng's dream, the mention of dreams inexplicably brought to her mind 100 past dreams, conjuring memories of scenes that made her cheeks burn. "Hee." Mu Feng chuckled softly. "If you don't want to speak, then let us exchange WeChat." "Exchange WeChat?" Shi Qing hesitated once more. In her WeChat contacts, there were no male friends save for her father. If you are unwilling, then I shall have to speak. Mu Feng replied with a playful grin. Reluctantly, Shi Qing took out her phone. Adding him on WeChat didn't necessarily mean she had to engage in conversation. After all, the thought of him revealing something embarrassing was quite daunting. The classmates nearby were at a distance, unable to overhear their conversation. Yet the intimate gestures and shy whispers between the two were glaringly evident to onlookers, resembling an unabashed display of affection. Having already been fed a dose of romantic drama through one painting, they were now subjected to the flirtatious exchanges of this pair. Above our heads, divine beings may watch, yet we fear neither divine retribution nor the pangs of unrequited love. A group of single individuals, holding their heads in despair, gradually retreated from this heart-wrenching scene. However, they did not venture far, eager to witness the prowess of Mu Feng's five-clawed golden dragon, which was rumored to be worth millions. Not long after Mu Feng and Shi Qing engaged in light conversation, two middle-aged men approached, carrying a painting board over 2 meters long. One of them was also slinging a bag approximately 70 to 80 centimeters high. Which one of you is Master Mu? They called out as they reached the center line of the soccer field. Here, Mu Feng waved his hand. The two individuals gently placed the easel down and hung the cloth bag on one of its supports. One of them approached, producing an order and a signature pen, and remarked, Master Mu, this is the custom order for a 2.5-meter watercolor paper and easel from General Liu. Please inspect it, and if all is satisfactory, kindly sign on the order. Mu Feng examined the easel, then opened the cloth bag to retrieve the 2.5-meter watercolor paper, which he affixed to the easel. After a meticulous inspection, he smiled and said, Everything appears to be in order. I appreciate your assistance, gentlemen. With that, he accepted the signature pen and inscribed his name on the order. Thank you. If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave, one of the men said, glancing at the name on the order before expressing gratitude and turning away with his companion. Meanwhile, Mu Feng picked up his brush once more, closed his eyes, and diligently recalled the image of the five-clawed golden dragon in his mind. The five-clawed golden dragon, a symbol of the great Xia Empire, existed solely in legend and had never been witnessed by anyone. Mu Feng could only rely on depictions from films and the descriptions found in novels he had read in the past to conjure its form from thin air. Chapter 26. Awestruck by a painting after standing for a full 10 minutes, Mu Feng finally began to sketch the outline of the five-clawed golden dragon. Having painted twice before, he had become exceedingly adept. His speed in outlining surpassed that of his initial attempt with Wang Yaji. However, the enormity of creating a 2-meter five-clawed golden dragon made the task quite laborious, taking over an hour to complete the outline. Next came the coloring, which surprisingly proved to be much simpler. The five-clawed golden dragon, resplendent in golden hues with eyes like flickering candles, took 2.5 hours from outline to drying. Yet no one found it tedious. Observing Mu Feng as he painted was truly a delight. Time slipped away unnoticed. At the moment the painting was completely dry, all who beheld it were instantaneously drawn into a wondrous realm. They felt as though they were transported to an infinite expanse, with an endless ocean stretching before them. Suddenly, a resounding and majestic dragon's roar echoed throughout the space. With a great splash, a divine dragon burst forth from the sea, soaring into the clouds, reveling in its freedom. After a considerable time, the dragon dove down towards the onlookers, allowing them to finally discern its magnificent features: a humped head, bovine ears, shrimp-like eyes, catfish whiskers, deer antlers, a serpentine neck, fish scales, tiger paws, and eagle talons. This was the authentic totem of the great Xia, the great Xia divine dragon. This dragon, wholly adorned in gold, with eyes like glowing coals, bore 4 claws, each with 5 toes, and stretched 200 meters in length, epitomizing the king of dragons, the five-clawed golden dragon. As the dragon approached, an aura of nobility enveloped the spectators. Standing before it felt like an act of disrespect. Upon drawing closer, they realized the golden dragon held a radiant dragon pearl in its mouth. Its crimson eyes looked down upon all, rendering even the wealthiest and most powerful mere ants in its presence. Perhaps it was the unwavering gaze of the crowd that incited the dragon's fury, A domineering roar resonated, causing the entire space to tremble. An overwhelming pressure swept over them, compelling everyone to bow. Those of weaker will even fell to their knees on the spot. As they bent or knelt, they gradually regained their senses from the illusion. Upon realizing their posture of submission, they hastily straightened up, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. How could they allow themselves to be intimidated by a mere painting? To their astonishment, they noticed some individuals still kneeling, expressions of fear etched on their faces, which brought them a sense of relief. Seeing others who exhibited even greater distress than themselves eased their own discomfort. After rising, those who had knelt felt their faces flush with heat under the peculiar gazes of their peers, wishing desperately to disappear into the ground. When they turned their attention back to Mu Feng, awe filled their eyes. In that moment, he transcended from being merely a fellow student to a revered deity of painting. Titles like Master or Grandmaster no longer sufficed to describe his artistry. Only a divine painter could create such an astonishing work. No, this was not merely a painting. It was a manifestation of the miraculous. Throughout history, there has never been a painting that could immerse its viewer in its essence. Nor has there ever been a work of art that could leave its audience awestruck to the point of kneeling. This phenomenon is extraordinary. Some even speculate that Mu Feng has traversed from a realm of fantastical literature. Remarkable indeed. Xiaoqing, your boyfriend is truly exceptional. Wang Ye expressed her astonishment, lamenting that if it were not for Xiaoqing's boyfriend, she might have taken the initiative to win him over. Envisioning a life where he would paint for her daily, each piece distinct and romantic. He is indeed impressive. Xiaoqing instinctively felt the urge to clarify that Mu Feng was not her boyfriend, but upon hearing Wang Ye's latter comment, her heart tightened, and she suddenly altered her response. Her beautiful eyes scrutinized Mu Feng at the easel, glimmering with a newfound admiration. So he is truly outstanding. Suddenly, an excited voice erupted, drawing the attention of the crowd. They turned to see a middle-aged man, resplendently dressed, striding towards them accompanied by a bodyguard and a beautiful secretary. It was evident he was no ordinary individual. Upon reaching the easel, the man examined the painting intently for a moment before turning to grasp Mu Feng's hand, speaking incoherently, with such a divine creation. Perhaps my wife may yet be saved. Thank you, Master Mu. The crowd was puzzled. How could a painting relate to his wife's plight? Although the artwork was imbued with profound meaning, it could not cure ailments. Even Mu Feng felt somewhat perplexed, yet refrained from probing further, smiling as he said, "You must be Mr. Liu. The painting is complete. I hope it meets your expectations." Exceedingly so. Mr. Liu nodded vigorously. In truth, he had arrived half an hour earlier and chose not to disturb Mu Feng as he concentrated on his work. At the moment the painting dried completely, he too was enveloped by its ambience, feeling the terrifying pressure of the five-clawed golden dragon. Even with his stature, he found himself bending under that weight. It was precisely because he had experienced it firsthand that he understood the painting's immense value. "Master Mu, please provide me with your account number." He was a decisive man, satisfied with the artwork and eager to proceed with the transaction without delay. Certainly. Mu Feng retrieved his account number from his mobile banking app and handed it over, stating, "My name is Mu Feng. The account number is on my phone." Mr. Liu took the phone and passed it to his beautiful secretary, instructing her, "Transfer 10 million to this account, and please take care of the necessary taxes as well." "Understood, Mr. Liu." The secretary smiled sweetly, then stepped aside to make a call. Soon, she returned, handing the phone back to Mu Feng and casting a deep, astonished gaze at him. A university student earning 10 million from a single painting. She had worked as a secretary for years and had never amassed such wealth. It truly was disheartening to compare. Not long after Mu Feng received his phone back, a notification chimed. Upon opening it, he saw a message confirming an incoming transfer of 88 million. The proceeds from the sale of the painting were categorized as income from royalties, after accounting for the 12 million in taxes on the 10 million. The net amount was indeed 88 million. "Master Mu," Liu remarked with a smile, "I have arranged for your taxes to be paid. You may verify it through the tax app." Mu Feng nodded and proceeded to open the tax application for confirmation. He was not inclined to underestimate the gravity of the situation. A tax of 1 million could lead to considerable trouble. and he had no desire to be labeled a tax evader. Observing Mu Feng's actions, Lu merely smiled calmly, offering no further comments. Before long, Mu Feng located his tax payment record, an income of 10 million with a tax payment of 12 million, processed through the prestigious Lu Timber Group of the Magic City. With this, Mu Feng felt a profound sense of relief. He tucked away his phone and raised his head to declare, "The transaction is complete. Mr. Lu may take the painting." "Excellent." Lu nodded, instructing his bodyguard to carefully roll up the artwork. He then handed Mu Feng a business card, exchanged a few casual remarks, and hastily departed. Observing Mu Feng, the onlookers were engulfed in a tumult of emotions. A single painting sold for 10 million, an amount they might never accumulate in their entire lifetimes post-graduation. Chapter 27. How did you in the heart of the campus belle? Next, Mu Feng sketched a small piece of art for each of the students gathered around him until the paper ran out. Each drawing possessed its own unique essence. Though they were merely the size of A4 sheets and naturally priced affordably, all within 100 yuan. After all, they were merely students, not children of wealthy families, and their funds were limited. Selling a 2-meter-long 5-clawed golden dragon for 10 million had exceeded his expectations. Thus, there was no need to set the prices of these small creations too high. Those who received the artworks were elated, while those who did not could only shake their heads in disappointment. "Master Mu, having made such a fortune, won't you treat us to a grand meal?" Wang Yi said with a smile as she ended the live stream and approached him. Mu Feng replied with a grin. "It would be my honor to treat 2 lovely ladies to dinner." Having arrived at 8 in the morning, it was now past 2 in the afternoon. It was only fitting, both morally and emotionally, to offer a meal after having the 2 ladies accompany him for 6 hours. "How about this? Since it's getting a bit late, we can grab a quick bite now, and then have dinner at 6 p.m. at Tiandu restaurant. My treat," he suggested, still smiling. "Sounds great." Wang Yi nodded in agreement. Shurqing hesitated for a moment before saying, "I'll head back to the dormitory first to put away the artwork. Indeed, such masterpieces must be preserved. It would be a grave sin to damage them." Wang Yi nodded vigorously, playfully teasing her friend as she added with a grin, "Especially that piece in Shao-Qing's hands, a true one-of-a-kind by Master Mu. If it were to be ruined, someone would surely be heartbroken." "Xiao ya." Shurqing shot a glance at Mu Feng, her cheeks tinged with a rosy blush. Mu Feng rolled his eyes and said with mock annoyance, "Wang Ya, could you please speak more appropriately? What do you mean by one-of-a-kind? I'm not dead yet. Moreover, your artwork is also a unique treasure in this world. Are you suggesting that I should paint a portrait of you for every passerby on the street or in the school? Should I also erect a plaque that reads, 'Seeking suitors through portraits'? That is not a bad idea." Shurqing chuckled at the notion, her lips curling into a smile that was as radiant as a blooming flower, momentarily captivating Mu Feng's attention. She was breathtakingly beautiful, leaving him feeling inexplicably hungry. How could such an exquisite campus belle already belong to someone? The surrounding students were equally mesmerized by her smile. Her beauty was so striking that even if she possessed no other talent, one would never tire of having her as a mere decoration. Yet, this campus belle was far from a mere ornament. She was proficient in all musical instruments, achieving the highest level of proficiency in each. It was said that when she played the guqin, she could transport listeners into a realm of musical transcendence. This aspect resonated with the essence of Mu Feng's paintings. Regrettably, she seldom showcased her talents at school. Her duet performance with her friend Wang Ya at the opening ceremony was her first artistic display at Tiandu University. With such beauty and talent, who wouldn't he be enamored? However, the realization that the campus belle was taken left many feeling disheartened. However, perhaps only a master like Mu deserves such an extraordinary woman. When the two of them stand together, it is a true embodiment of talent and beauty, a perfect match. This sentiment is not merely a consequence of having received a painting from Master Mu. Absolutely not. Oh, you charming couple, harmonizing together and teasing this solitary soul? Very well. Today, this single soul concedes defeat. Wang Yi cast a sidelong glance at Mu Feng and added, "Also, could you tone down the way you look at Shao-Qing? When I'm not around, you may do as you please, but in broad daylight, could you consider the feelings of us single folks?" "Xiaoya, what nonsense are you spouting?" Qing's cheeks flushed, and involuntarily, some embarrassing scenes from her dreams surfaced in her mind, prompting her to pinch Wang Yu sharply at the waist in a mix of embarrassment and indignation. "Ouch, that hurts! Qing, release me. I admit my wrongs," Wang Yu exclaimed, her voice rising in desperation. Witnessing this scene, Mu Feng felt an inexplicable ache in his waist. If she could be so ruthless with her close friend, how would she treat her boyfriend? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. But wait, I'm not her boyfriend. Why should I be concerned? With that realization, Mu Feng felt a sense of relief and smiled. "All right, you two head back to the dormitory and put the painting away. I'll wait for you here." Okay. Subsequently, Qing and Wang Yu made their way back to the dormitory with the painting. The football field was not far from their dorm, and within a few minutes, they returned. "Let us go." Mu Feng shouldered the painting box, hoisting 2 large canvases, and led the way outside the campus. Fellow students who had not ventured far were taken aback by the sight. The smaller canvas was manageable, but the larger one measured over 2 meters in length and weighed no less than 100 pounds. To carry it so effortlessly on his shoulder while engaging in light-hearted banter with 2 lovely ladies, without even bending his back, how immense must his strength be? "Master Mu," Wang Yu said, linking arms with Qing, tilting her head to observe Mu Feng. "You don't seem particularly muscular, yet you possess considerable strength." Mu Feng turned to glance at her, smiling. "Wang Yu, you may call me Mu Feng or Brother Feng. Just refrain from calling me Master Mu." "Brother Feng?" Wang Yu looked at Qing and giggled. "I think I'll stick with Mu Feng. The title of Brother Feng is perhaps better suited for your beloved." "Shall ya?" Qing stomped her foot and pinched Wang Yu's arm, her face slightly flushed. Wang Yu chuckled and continued. "Mu Feng, may I ask you a question?" "Go ahead." Mu Feng nodded. "How did you manage to win over our campus belle? We were practically inseparable on campus, rarely going out alone. And yet I had no inkling of what was happening." This was a point of curiosity for Wang Yu, and indeed for all the faculty and students at Tiandu University. Previously, no one had heard a whisper of any connection between Mu Feng and the campus beauty. It was all too sudden. Mu Feng replied with a smile. "I am not yet her boyfriend, so please refrain from spreading rumors." Wang Yu pouted in dissatisfaction and remarked, "Not your boyfriend? Yesterday, at the opening ceremony of the sports meet, Qing publicly kissed you and still claims he isn't her boyfriend? Do you truly believe my Qing is such a frivolous girl? I understand that you may be wary of Qing's family background, hence your reluctance to make it public. However, consider for a moment the abundance of affection you've displayed in the past few days. Surely Qing's family is already aware of it." Qing's lips moved, yet she found herself at a loss for words to explain. She could hardly confess that she had dreamt of Mu Feng bullying her for 100 consecutive days, and that the impulsive kiss at the opening ceremony was merely an attempt to escape that dreadful nightmare. To voice such a confession would be utterly embarrassing. She resolved to forever bury this secret within her heart, vowing never to reveal it even if she were to find a boyfriend in the future. Chapter 28. Together, every day, Mu Feng cast a glance at Qing and noticed her evasive gaze, which involuntarily brought a smile to his face. He then turned to Wang Yu and shrugged, saying, "You mentioned it was almost always. There are bound to be moments when you are not by her side." Moments when she is not by Qing's side? Wang Yu was suddenly lost in thought. The time she spent away from Qing were indeed few and far between. Even during holidays, she frequently visited Qing's home. Throughout the entire break, Qing practically resided in her studio, practicing various instruments, and whenever they ventured out shopping, it was always together, except for when she went to the restroom. Reflecting on this, Wang Yu turned to scrutinize Mu Feng with a peculiar gaze for a moment before shaking her head. No matter how audacious this guy is, he wouldn't dare to approach Qing in the women's restroom. Could he have made his move while I was away? But that time would be far too brief. How could he possibly win her over in such a short span? "Qing, you are far too unguarded," Wang Yu murmured to Qing. "What?" Qing replied, looking utterly bewildered. Wang Yu glanced at Mu Feng before whispering in Qing's ear, "In the mere moments I went to the restroom. How did your heart flee to another? What are you talking about?" Qing grew increasingly confused. "Never mind, my heart aches. I shall say no more." Wang Yu was deeply disheartened, Years of friendship seemed to pale in comparison to this man's fleeting flattery. No, tonight I must give him a thorough scolding. After pondering for a moment, she asked, Mu Feng, may I invite some of my roommates and friends over tonight? Of course, I have 3 brothers joining me as well. Mu Feng's eyes brightened. He had been contemplating how to broach the subject, but Wang Yi had taken the initiative, which pleased him. Brothers? Whether you can seize happiness depends on your own performance. Great. The more, the merrier. Wang Yi was indifferent to who would attend. The more people, the more food, and the more opportunities to confront him. Upon leaving the school, Mu Feng first visited a nearby art supply store, where he sold his easel and art box at a bargain, before leading the two to the food street. After purchasing 3 cups of milk tea, they found a restaurant to place their order. Let's keep lunch simple. After we eat, I will look for a suitable place to rent a studio, Mu Feng said with a smile. It seems you are preparing to embark on a significant venture, Wang Yi remarked with a grin. Indeed, given Xiao Qing's background, an ordinary person would never pass muster with her parents. You must achieve something substantial. Mu Feng found himself speechless. How could this be linked to Shi Qing? Since he possessed extraordinary artistic talent, it was only natural to leverage that ability to earn money. What did that have to do with Shi Qing? Nevertheless, Wang Yi's words resonated with him. To become Shi Qing's true boyfriend would likely not be an easy feat. Shi Qing, who had been sipping her milk tea with her head bowed, finally looked up and said, after lunch, I will take you there. You? Mu Feng was momentarily taken aback. Wang Yi chuckled. It seems your boyfriend is somewhat lacking. Although Xiao Qing's family primarily operates in the entertainment industry, they also have ventures in real estate. While they may not match the Chu family, they are certainly not far behind. The Tianyan office building, the closest to Tiandu University, belongs to them. The Tianyan office building? That's a 5A grade office building. The rent must be quite exorbitant, Mu Feng inquired with curiosity. Shi Qing pondered for a moment before responding. Last year, it was around 15 yuan per square meter per day. I'm not sure if the prices have increased this year. She was somewhat knowledgeable about her family's assets. Such a steep price? Though Mu Feng had prepared himself, he was still taken aback upon hearing the figure. At 15 yuan per square meter per day, renting 100 square meters would amount to 500 yuan per day, totaling 45,000 yuan monthly and an astounding 540,000 yuan annually. Who could afford such a cost? Shi Qing elaborated. The Tianyan office building has a total of 30 floors, each approximately 2,000 square meters, typically leased as entire floors, divided into 8 sections. Apologies for the interruption, Mu Feng said, clasping his fists and taking a hearty sip of his milk tea. The world of the affluent is quite beyond my reach. Shi Qing's family background appeared to be even more formidable than he had anticipated, with each floor costing 30,000 yuan per day. That translates to 900,000 yuan per month and an annual sum of 8 million yuan. The meager earnings he made were nowhere near enough to cover a year's rent. This was based on last year's prices. Surely they had risen this year. Wang Yi burst into laughter, and when Mu Feng glanced her way, she quickly clarified, I'm sorry, I'm not mocking you. I simply couldn't help myself. Mu Feng rolled his eyes, pondering the distinction. Wasn't it still a form of ridicule? Shi Qing smiled slightly and continued. Typically, large corporations lease those spaces for their offices, while personal studios tend to opt for smaller office buildings. However, there are exceptions. The 8th floor of the Tianyan office building, specifically the 8th section, is my studio, a gift from my father. Consequently, the 8th floor remains vacant and unleased. I could mention it to my father and arrange for you to rent a space there as an art studio. A space of 250 square meters, based on last year's rates, would cost 750 yuan per day, 112, 500 yuan monthly, and 35 million yuan annually. This price was somewhat bearable. He could always sell a few more paintings. The tenants of the Tianyan office building were primarily large corporations and affluent business owners, who might purchase a painting for several million. With their connections, it would be difficult to recoup his costs. Noticing Mu Feng's silence, Shi Qing assumed he hesitated over the price and added, the Tianyan office building comprises 30 floors, most of which are already leased. Many affluent business owners work there. Selling your art would be a breeze, and you could even set a higher price. For instance, the 5-clawed golden dragon you sold previously could easily be priced at 20 million, and there would be buyers. Mu Feng stared blankly at Shi, rendered speechless. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Shi asked curiously, turning to Wang Ye for confirmation. You're quite striking. No wonder you're the daughter of a wealthy businessman. With a sigh, Mu Feng pondered, have I truly lost 10 million? Shi rolled her eyes and continued, let us take a step back. Even if the paintings are overpriced and unsold, you could create additional artworks and host an exhibition, charging an entrance fee. Given the profound essence encapsulated in your art, I assure you, visitors will flock to see it. Once your exhibition gains momentum, you might find the space insufficient, perhaps even considering renting out several more areas on the 8th floor. An exhibition? That is indeed a splendid idea, a means to generate a steady income. Mu Feng's eyes sparkled, his heart brimming with admiration. Truly, the daughter of a magnate possesses a sharper business acumen than the average person. Most importantly, Wang Ye finally chimed in, grinning as she remarked, you could be right next to Xiaoqing's studio. You would be together every day. That's the true desire in Xiaoqing's heart. Xiaoya, you're spouting nonsense again, Shi retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Is it not so? One yeti played chirfidi. Aye. Shi's face reddened even further, as she herself was baffled by her yearning for Mu Feng to be at Tianyuan building. Could it be as Wang Ye suggested? No, certainly not. Shi resolutely dismissed the thought. Very well, let us proceed to Tianyuan building, Mu Feng decisively declared. After finishing their meal, under Shi's guidance, they headed towards Tianyuan building. Chapter 29. A marvelous realm and a villa in the bustling city. The anxious Mr. Liu hurried home, clutching the painting as he made his way to the bedroom. Mr. Liu, you're back, the respectful housekeeper remarked, busy with her chores. Mr. Liu nodded in acknowledgement. Observing his hurried steps, the housekeeper sighed. Mr. Liu truly loves his wife. With his wealth, he could easily find a younger, more beautiful companion. Yet he chooses to remain by the side of his ailing spouse. The thought of his wife's illness caused her to sigh deeply once more. Such a condition was entirely foreign to her. She had never heard of it nor witnessed it before. Day after day, the woman stared vacantly with her eyes wide open. Though she could eat when fed, she remained motionless, silent, and unable to sleep. This unsettling state had persisted for several months, and despite consulting many renowned doctors, no solution had been found. Both traditional and Western medicine yielded the same results. Her body was perfectly healthy, with all indicators normal. A month prior, Mr. Liu had sought the counsel of an elderly Taoist, who claimed that his wife might be afflicted by malevolent forces and required powerful talismans to exorcise them. He insisted that her affliction was unprecedented, rendering ordinary charms ineffective. Only more potent protective items could suffice. In this modern age, such notions seemed ludicrous, merely a ruse for financial gain. Yet for Mr. Liu, any glimmer of hope was worth pursuing. Over the past month, he had explored every avenue to acquire protective artifacts, obtaining numerous ancient relics reputed to possess remarkable exorcising abilities, but to no avail. Alas, what a dreadful affliction this is, he lamented. Mother, let me massage you to help loosen your muscles. This is what you taught me. Do you remember? As he approached the bedroom, he heard his daughter's voice, tinged with tears. Pushing the door open, he entered to find his wife sitting at the head of the bed, staring blankly, while his daughter, just 20, was tenderly massaging her mother. Shinner, you must be fatigued. It would be wise to rest, he said gently. I'm not tired, Liu Yusin replied, shaking her head and wiping away her tears. Dad, didn't you say you were going out for business? Why are you back so soon? She possessed a figure rivaling that of Shi, and though her beauty may have been slightly overshadowed, she undoubtedly belonged to the realm of campus goddesses. The traces of tears on her face evoked a profound sense of sympathy. All done, Mr. Liu declared, setting the painting down and hanging his coat on a rack. He picked up the painting again, shaking it with excitement. Shiner, this is what I was out for, a marvelous painting that might just aid your mother's condition. Kulme, help me unfold it, but be careful. A painting can exorcise malevolence? Liu Yusin asked, her face a mask of confusion. Only by trying will we know, Mr. Liu replied, approaching his wife with the painting in hand. He instructed his daughter to grasp the other end, taking a deep breath before stating, unfold it. Sheener glanced at her father, noting the intense expectation etched across his face, something she had never witnessed before. It was evident that he placed great hope in this painting. She silently prayed for success as she joined her father in slowly unveiling the artwork in front of her mother. As the painting gradually unfolded, the mother remained unresponsive, her heart sinking deeper into disappointment. It seemed that this was yet another futile attempt, akin to those previous endeavors. No, it must work. It surely would. For reasons unknown, Liu's confidence surged with an intensity he had never felt before. From a moment he first beheld the painting on the football field, an unwavering premonition took root within him. This artwork would indeed aid in alleviating his wife's ailment. At the instant the painting was fully revealed, his wife, who sat motionless at the bedside, finally displayed a reaction. Her once vacant eyes suddenly gained focus, as if scrutinizing the painting intently. Moments later, a look of terror crossed her face, prompting her to rise and kneel upon the floor. Mother? Liu Yusin gasped, instinctively moving to assist. Do not touch her, Liu shouted, his face alight with fervor. He understood that his wife's consciousness had been drawn into the essence of the painting. This indicated that her awareness persisted and was functioning normally. Whether she could awaken from this state hinged upon this crucial moment. After being chastened by her father, Liu Yusin grasped the significance of her mother's sudden movement after months of inactivity. What did this signify? It heralded the possibility of her mother's revival. With this thought, her own emotions surged in excitement, her beautiful eyes fixated on her kneeling mother. After a long pause, the mother stood, surveying her surroundings with a look of bewilderment. Darling? Mother? The father and daughter called out in unison. Upon hearing them, the woman cast a confused glance at the two, taking some time before finally uttering, Husband? Xino. Perhaps due to her prolonged silence, her voice emerged hoarse. What has happened to me? Mother, you have finally awakened. Liu Yusin cried, discarding the painting and rushing to embrace her mother in a fit of tears. It is a relief that you are awake. A smile broke across Liu's face as he wiped away the tears from his eyes and carefully stored the painting. Do not cry. Xiner, do not cry. Mother is here. The woman comforted, still grappling with the unfolding reality, holding her daughter tightly. Yet, Liu Yusin continued to weep uncontrollably. The woman turned to Liu, inquiring, Darling, what has happened to my voice? Oh, I remember. I had a terrible nightmare last night. I dreamt that a vengeful spirit was pursuing me, vowing to consume me. And no matter how I ran, I could not escape. Then, out of nowhere, a 5-clawed golden dragon appeared, scaring the spirit away. Its presence was so formidable that I collapsed to my knees in fear. Last night, Mother, you have been in a stupor for several months. Liu Yusin replied through her tears. Several months? The woman paused, taken aback by the revelation. Liu elaborated, Months ago, you awoke, staring blankly at the ceiling. Initially, I thought you were merely still groggy and encouraged you to sleep a little longer. However, you did not respond to me at all, remaining utterly motionless. This state persisted until now, with the exception of moving your lips when I fed you each day. I have consulted renowned physicians from across the nation and even abroad, yet all have been at a loss. Eventually, an elderly Taoist suggested that I might be afflicted by malevolent forces and advised me to seek protective talismans. After a lengthy search, I finally discovered this painting. How could this be? The woman was taken aback. She believed she had merely experienced a dream, only to realize that several months had elapsed. It was no wonder her daughter had been weeping so heartbreakingly, nor that her usually steadfast husband's eyes were now red-rimmed. During this time, you have all endured much. The woman gently wiped the tears from her daughter's face. It is enough that Mother has awakened. Liu Yusin smiled, yet still clutched her mother's arm tightly. Mr. Liu picked up the painting and remarked with a smile, The 5-clawed golden dragon you beheld in your dream is embodied in this very artwork. Chapter 30. Has my daughter found a boyfriend? The woman wore a perplexed expression. According to your assertions, my state in the real world should render me incapable of perceiving anything. How then could I behold this painting? That is precisely the enchantment of this artwork. Mr. Liu smiled faintly, explaining that if one gazes at the painting intently, it has the power to draw the viewer's consciousness into a wondrous realm, immersing them in its essence. Upon encountering this painting, I felt an overwhelming conviction that it could indeed cure your ailment, and, as it turned out, I was not disappointed. The woman experienced a moment of clarity. Dreaming is also a manifestation of consciousness, and this painting has pulled my awareness into its domain, influencing my dreams and allowing me to awaken. It must be so, yet the matter is quite esoteric, difficult to articulate. Regardless, your awakening is a fortuitous occurrence. Mr. Liu embraced his wife, a smile gracing his face. What is the matter with Exiner? Just as the woman stepped away from her husband's embrace, she noticed her daughter had suddenly bowed deeply before the painting, prompting her to furrow her brow in confusion. Mr. Liu chuckled, explaining, "She too has been drawn into the painting's realm. Under the pressure of the five-clawed golden dragon, no one can withstand its might. Those with strong will may bow respectfully, while those of weaker resolve may simply kneel. My dear, you must have been in a nightmare, in a state of terror when your will was at its weakest. Hence the kneeling." "Ah, I see." The woman's realization dawned upon her. At that moment, Liu Yusin emerged from the enchanting experience, her face reflecting astonishment as she exclaimed, "No wonder Mother could awaken. This painting is truly extraordinary. Whose masterpiece is it?" Mr. Liu, while carefully rolling up the painting, replied, "It is the work of a student from Tiandu University named Mu Feng. A friend discovered him during a live broadcast on Douyin, and after connecting with the female host, I was able to find him. Can it be that a mere university student produced such a divine creation?" The woman's countenance displayed shock. Although this painting is not widely recognized, it undoubtedly surpasses all known artworks in the world. It is astonishing that it emerged from the hands of a student yet to enter society. This is unbelievable. Tiandu University? Liu Yusin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Indeed, Mr. Liu recalled with a sense of awe. "Although I purchased this painting from him for 10 million, it ultimately cured your mother's illness. We must seize an opportunity to express our gratitude. Please take me with you." "I too wish to thank him in person." The woman smiled. "That is only fitting, Mr. Liu nodded, then turned his gaze to Liu Yusin, saying, "Hexa, you have been out of school for several months. It is time to return to Magic City University." Liu Yusin lifted her head and stated, "Father, Mother, I wish to transfer to Tiandu University." "Transfer to Tiandu University?" The couple was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed." Liu Yusin nodded emphatically, her curiosity about the remarkable artist Mu Feng piqued. "Dear, let her attend Tiandu University," the woman implored. "If not for me, our daughter would not have been home from school for several months." Her heart was heavy with guilt. "Very well. If it is what you desire, then go." Liu nodded and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Dad." "Thank you, Mom." In Liu Yusin's eyes sparkled a curious glimmer. "Mu Feng, what kind of person are you, really?" At that moment, the Mu Feng she referred to had just arrived at the Tianyuan office building leasing center. "I should call my dad first." Outside the main entrance, Shirqing picked up her phone and dialed her father's number. After a brief wait, she spoke, "Dad, I would like to rent a shared office on the 8th floor of the Tianyuan building." "You're renting?" A puzzled voice responded from the other end. "Did I not already give you an office? Come on, who wants to rent?" Shirqing glanced at Mu Feng, hesitating for a moment before replying, "A friend." "A friend? Wanya?" The man chuckled. "That girl has practically grown up under my watch. If she wants to rent, let us give her a discount of 20. "No, it's another friend," Shirqing clarified. "Another friend? You made a new friend?" The man's voice brimmed with surprise. In his mind, his daughter had only ever had Wanya as a friend. The fact that she had found another was certainly a cause for celebration. Wait, could it be that Mu Feng? The incident yesterday created quite a stir, and as Shirqing's father, he had already heard about it. He even called last night. But Shirqing was so flustered that she couldn't articulate anything. He had later gone to investigate Mu Feng's background, a solitary orphan. He had led an unremarkable life for the past 20 years and had no ties to any hostile entities, so he presumed he posed no threat to his daughter. As for the public display of affection from Shirqing towards Mu Feng, while it was somewhat embarrassing in front of his friends, he chose not to scold her. merely advising her to be cautious, to better understand others, and not to trust too easily. Is he male or female? He probed tentatively. Shih hesitated for a moment before whispering, Male? Male? My daughter has a boyfriend? The man chuckled. Not a boyfriend, just a male friend, Shih clarified. Oh, a male friend, the man mused in silence for a moment. Regardless, this is my precious daughter's second friend. As her father, I cannot be stingy. Let us offer him a 30% discount. I will call the person in charge of leasing. You can take him along. Thank you, Dad. After hanging up, Shih turned to Mu Feng with a smile. It's settled. My dad said he would give you a 30% discount. A 30% discount? Mu Feng's eyes lit up, and he replied with a grin, Then I must treat you to a year's worth of feasts. A 30% discount could save several $100,000. This also revealed the extent of Shih's father's love for her. It is not common for someone to forego that much profit for a simple phone call. I see you're not just looking to treat her to a year of meals, but rather to support her for a lifetime, aren't you? Wang teased with a grin. Support her? She is more likely to support me. Mu Feng shook his head, knowing that his modest means were insignificant compared to the Shi family. Oh, Xiaoqing, did you hear that? Our master Mu Feng wishes to live off a woman. Wang said, laughing as she looked at Shih. Stop fooling around. Let us head inside, Shih remarked, rolling her eyes as she led the two into the leasing center. Miss Shi, welcome, the manager of the leasing center greeted respectfully. Director Shi has already called me. You may choose any office on the 8th floor at a 30% discount. Shih turned to Mu Feng and inquired, Why don't you select one? See which area you prefer. Mu Feng shook his head, replying, There's no need for such trouble. Let us just rent office number 7 for a year. It's adjacent to Shih's studio, so I'll have someone to converse with, alleviating the solitude. Very well. Let us proceed with office number 7. Shih informed the manager. The manager skillfully explained, the area of office number 7 is second only to office number 8, measuring 260 square meters. The current price is 20 yuan per square meter per day, totaling 1,898,000 yuan. After the discount, it amounts to 1,328,600 yuan, which need to be paid in full. If everything is agreeable, we can commence the process. Sound good? Mu Feng nodded. After completing the necessary procedures, an hour had elapsed, and it was nearly time for their scheduled meal. Prior to their arrival, he had already contacted Fatty and the others, and no doubt Wang had informed her close friend and roommate. It was time to fulfill their appointment. Chapter 31. Greet the sister-in-law. By the time the trio arrived at the Tiandu restaurant, it was nearly 6 o'clock. The portly friends had already gathered, standing in a neat row to bow to Shih. Sister-in-law, good day. Their voices, harmonious and resounding, echoed outside the restaurant, attracting the attention of numerous passers-by. Do not shout like that. Shih was startled, her charming face flushing as she stamped her foot in protest. Understood, sister-in-law. The 3 robust men nodded vigorously, their address remaining unchanged. Shih, exasperated and troubled, turned to glare at the individual who was stifling laughter. Mu Feng blinked innocently, claiming no responsibility for the situation. This is not my doing. Their sentiments are genuine. At that moment, the trio turned to bow at Wang, startling her. Surely, these 3 jesters would not address her as sister-in-law as well. Beautiful Wang, good day, they chorused. Wang sighed in relief, grateful they had not misstepped with their words. Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward. Noticing their wandering gazes, she cleverly remarked, They are right behind you. What are you looking at? Behind? The trio turned around, suddenly aghast. Were these not the very individuals they had just critiqued? Surely, their earlier comments about their figures had not been overheard. However, upon witnessing the ire in the trio's eyes, they nearly bolted. The expression and gaze clearly indicated that they had indeed heard everything. How embarrassing. Had they known, they would have lavished praise upon them instead. Now, how could they salvage their image in their eyes? Exchanging glances, the 3 portly men simultaneously declared, Greetings, esteemed ladies. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Esteemed ladies? The 3 female classmates responded with cold smiles. One, slightly plump yet possessing attractive features, approached Cian with an air of authority. Did I not hear you say, I'm a bit chubby? Chubby, just a bit chubby, Si Yin replied awkwardly, attempting to defuse the situation. Oh, is that so? The girl raised an eyebrow, her demeanor assertive. Si Yin, straightening his posture, proclaimed loudly, chubby girls exude confidence. Chubby girls are delightful. Chubby girls are voluptuous. I have a fondness for chubby girls. Letcher. The girl's cheeks flushed with indignation as she shot him a fierce glare, momentarily forgetting her intention to reprimand him. Si Yin sighed in relief, having narrowly escaped. Another petite classmate approached the muscular man, looking up with a smirk. Did you say I'm short? No, not short, petite. Petite, he quickly clarified, his expression tense. Is that so? The petite girl continued to smirk. He glanced at Si Yin, a thought sparking in his mind, and declared loudly, Petite girls evoke my protective instincts. Petite girls are charming. Petite girls are innocent. I have a fondness for petite girls. Vulgar, the petite girl scoffed, momentarily at a loss for words. The slender female classmate approached the overweight boy. Before she could utter a word, he preemptively exclaimed, Slim girls are incredibly sexy. They are so adorable, and they compliment me perfectly. I simply adore slender girls. The thin girl opened her mouth, ultimately managing to utter 2 words, shameless. A burst of laughter escaped Wang Ya, who doubled over in amusement. Shirqing also stifled a giggle, occasionally casting her beautiful gaze towards Mu Feng, as if to inquire whether he belonged to the same ilk. Even passers-by cast disdainful glances in their direction. Mu Feng slapped his forehead, yearning to turn and walk away. These 3 gestures were utterly embarrassing. Let us head inside. The private room is already reserved, and the dishes will be served shortly, he said with a forced chuckle. Sisters, let us feast on this big, fat sheep today, Wang straightened up to say, but upon seeing the trio of overweight boys and recalling the ludicrous scene from earlier, she couldn't help but burst into laughter again. As Shirqing walked past the trio, she remarked, Do your best. Sure thing, sister-in-law, came to reply, as Shirqing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly turned to leave, regretting her unnecessary words. Mu Feng approached, glanced at the 3 boys, shook his head, and sighed as he departed. This initial encounter was truly ineffable. The 3 boys were aware of their poor performance, hanging their heads in silence as they followed Mu Feng. After settling into the private room, Mu Feng smiled and said, From now on, we are all friends. Let us introduce ourselves and get to know one another. I'll start. I'm Mu Feng, from the Computer Science Department, Class 2 of Automation. My hobbies include playing basketball, painting, and gaming. In truth, the 3 female classmates were already familiar with him, who in the entirety of Tiandu University did not know Master Mu. Seeing Guang Ya, and the other female classmates took turns introducing themselves. The slightly plump girl was named Qin Miaoi, the petite girl was named Liu, and the slender girl was named Yao Qin. The muscular boy stood up and declared, I'm Wang Xiong from the Computer Science Department, Class 2 of Automation. Captain of the basketball team. My hobbies include playing basketball, gaming, and fitness. The bespectacled boy rose and proclaimed, I'm Mu Feng. My hobbies include gaming, enjoying beautiful scenery, reading novels, and I possess 9 years of experience as a bookworm, well-versed in both male and female genres. The overweight boy stood up and announced, Mu Feng. My hobbies include gaming, eating, and snacking. Through this round of introductions, the 3 boys successfully made memorable impressions on the 3 female classmates. One was a muscle man, one was a nerd, and one was a glutton. Quite vivid indeed. After the introductions, they engaged in casual conversation until the dishes were served. It must be said that as one of the finest dining establishments in Tiandu, the food here was indeed exquisite. Although they had agreed to indulge in a lavish feast, when it came time to order, they instinctively chose the cheapest items, while the pricier dishes were ordered solely by Mu Feng. The 3 boys had never dined at the Tiandu restaurant before and were taken aback by the prices, instinctively opting for the most economical options. Shirqing and Wang Yu were aware that Mu Feng had recently rented a studio, which would require further renovation and advertising expenses. Thus, they contemplated ways to alleviate his financial burden. As for the 3 female classmates, they were not particularly familiar with Mu Feng and felt hesitant to contribute significantly, considering they had merely come to enjoy a meal without any obligations. After dining, Mu Feng extended an invitation for karaoke and the 5 girls, all students of the music academy, naturally excelled in singing. Among them, Wang Ye and Shi Qing stood out, with Wang Ye's talent slightly surpassing that of Shi Qing, a testament to her innate abilities. Mu Feng's singing was competent yet unremarkable, while the 3 heavier-set individuals sang with fervor, their confidence overshadowing their lack of skill. Following the singing, they proceeded to watch a movie. The 9 of them occupied the last row, with seating meticulously arranged by Mu Feng himself. The muscular man sat next to Liu, who was beside Qin Miao Yi, followed by Si Yin, who sat next to the heavier-set individual. The heavier-set individual was adjacent to Yao Qin, who sat next to Wang Ye, who in turn was next to Shi Qing, who was seated beside Mu Feng. Brothers, this is where my assistants must conclude. Chapter 32. Dreamlike Ensemble of the Phoenix. Seeking the Phoenix, the film, was a poignant love story, tinged with a hint of heartache, which left several female classmates in tears. Finally, the male counterparts had the opportunity to showcase their support. Yet, it was poor Wang Ye who bore the brunt of it all alone, observing her friends receiving tissues and comfort from their male classmates. She felt a profound sense of hurt within. This emotional turmoil seemed to cut deeper than the movie's plot itself. In reality, Wang Ye was far more beautiful than the 3 classmates, but ironically, this very beauty caused the trio to keep their distance. Moreover, her frequent outings with the campus belle, Shi Qing, suggested that her family background was likely quite respectable, further intimidating the 3 boys. On the way back to school after the movie, Wang Ye continued to grumble to herself. After seeing the female classmates to the entrance of their dormitory, Mu Feng turned to Shi Qing with a smile, saying, "Xiao Qing, don't miss me too much. I fear you may dream of me." "Who would dream of you?" Shi Qing shot him a glare and pulled Wang Ye into the dormitory. The 3 female classmates glanced back at the trio of boys before following suit into the building. Observing the reluctant expressions of the 3 boys, Mu Feng chuckled and asked, "So, how is it? Isn't your brother treating you well? From now on, you are my true brother," the muscular boy replied earnestly. "Where you go, I shall follow," the chubby one stated with utmost seriousness. Indeed, 4 Eyes nodded repeatedly. A smile crept onto Mu Feng's face as he said, "All right, after tomorrow's basketball match, accompany me to the Tianyuan building." "What are we going to do at Tianyuan?" the muscular boy asked in confusion. "To clean," Mu Feng replied with a grin. "Clean?" The chubby one's eyes widened in disbelief. "You've just sold a painting for 10 million, and now you want to work as a janitor?" 4 Eyes adjusted his glasses and replied, "Based on my 9 years of experience as a bookworm, wealthy individuals often enjoy disguising themselves as cleaners to experience life. Do the wealthy truly have such hobbies? Should I curry favor with the cleaning lady in the cafeteria?" pondered the chubby one, stroking his chin. Mu Feng found himself at a loss for words regarding 4 Eyes' imagination, or rather, his brain poisoned by novels. Shaking his head, he chuckled, "I've rented a studio in the Tianyuan building this afternoon. I need your help to clean it up and prepare it as an art studio." "Wow, renting a studio in the Tianyuan building? You truly are wealthy," the muscular boy exclaimed, taken aback. The chubby one questioned skeptically, "Wait a minute, I thought the Tianyuan building was rented by the floor. How can you rent a studio there?" Mu Feng explained with a smile, "The Tianyuan building belongs to Xiao Qing's family." "Oh," the 3 boys suddenly understood. It was indeed related to the father-in-law's property. Recognizing their misunderstanding, Mu Feng added, "It's not a special exception made for me. It's because Xiao Qing has a music room there, and that floor hasn't been rented out. I don't have that kind of clout to request a special arrangement." "Oh, being so close means we can stick together every day. We get it," the 3 boys said with mischievous smiles. Mu Feng remained silent, irritation evident in his tone as he asked, "Just give me a straightforward answer. Are we going or not?" "Of course we're going. When a brother calls, how could I possibly be absent?" declared the muscular man with conviction. The plump fellow chuckled. "I too wish to broaden my horizons." 4 Eyes adjusted his spectacles, draping an arm around Mu Feng, and conspiratorially inquired, "Crazy one, confess honestly, have you perhaps acquired some extraordinary boon or inherited the legacy of an ancient entity, just like the protagonists in those novels?" Mu Feng retorted, exasperated. "You've read too many novels. Stop immersing yourself in those fantastical realms and pay more attention to our wonderful reality. Otherwise, you might find yourself out of sync with the world. In the midst of their conversation, they returned to their dormitory. Glancing at the clock, they noted it was already 10:30. The evening had grown late. After singing and watching movies, they felt somewhat fatigued and promptly retired for the night. As for Mu Feng, he naturally slipped into the dreamscape he had fashioned. On an expansive grassland, clad in a blue leisure suit, Mu Feng stood opposite Shi, who wore an elegant white dress. Observing this familiar scene and attire, Shi felt a twinge of resignation. Wasn't this the moment in a film where the male and female leads were about to kiss? The only difference was that in this dream, the leads were her and Mu Feng. Mu Feng reached out, gently grasping Shi's delicate chin, his fervent gaze locked onto her eyes. Was he attempting to replicate a scene from the film? Should I resist or accept my fate? Having been candid with him countless times in dreams, what was there to fear about a mere kiss? With this thought, Shi resigned herself and closed her eyes. However, after waiting for an extended moment without experiencing the anticipated sensation, she couldn't help but open her eyes, puzzled. There stood Mu Feng, holding a flute, a smile gracing his face. Beside him rested a guqin. Was he planning to perform a duet? Shi's eyes widened in astonishment. In the film, after the kiss, the male lead played a solo of Phoenix seeking the Phoenix, while the female lead merely basked in happiness, with no duet involved. She had once lamented that if only the female lead could join in the flute and guqin duet, it would have been perfect. Little did she expect that the scene absent from the film would manifest in her dream. The guqin was her forte, but could Mu Feng indeed play the flute? But this was a dream. Anything was possible within. My lady, please. Mu Feng gestured invitingly to her. With a hint of anticipation, Shi settled before the guqin, preparing to tune it. Even in a dream, she approached the instrument with utmost seriousness. Soon, she lifted her gaze to Mu Feng and nodded, signaling that she was ready to begin. The deep, classical notes of the guqin resonated in the air. In that moment, Mu Feng seemed to witness a phoenix soaring from behind her, ascending into the heavens. Unadorned and with two tails, it was indeed a phoenix. Shi's mastery of the guqin was astonishing. Mu Feng was taken aback. The ability to transport one's consciousness into such an ethereal realm. Until now, he believed only his paintings could achieve this, never having heard of anyone else reaching such heights in any field. He settled his mind and placed the flute to his lips. This was a dreamscape of his own creation, where he was capable of anything. The soft and melodic sound of the flute began to resonate. In Shi's eyes, a phoenix soared into the sky from Mu Feng's back. Adorned with a crown and possessing 3 tails, this was indeed a majestic phoenix. The male phoenix pursued the female, dancing around her in a graceful flight, occasionally emitting a series of melodious cries. Eventually, the pair of phoenixes embraced with their wings, affectionately nuzzling each other's necks while releasing joyful sounds. From these calls, one could sense an endless sweetness. As the duet of the phoenix and the phoenix's mate concluded, their gazes met, sparking a flicker of chemistry. Mu Feng stepped forward, bending down to pinch Shi's nose with a playful grin, saying, "Beautiful lady, do not forget tomorrow's breakfast. By the way, for soup dumplings are insufficient for me. Add 4 more. With that, he vanished from Shi's dream. Who is going to deliver your breakfast? And you want 8? Are you a pig? Shi pouted and murmured softly. Yet, recalling the harmonious interplay of the flute and the guqin, an inexplicable sweetness washed over her heart. Such a scene, even if merely a fragment of a dream, was more than enough. Chapter 33. The campus belle brings breakfast to her boyfriend once again at the break of dawn. Mengnan rose from his slumber, preparing to procure breakfast. Observing Mu Feng lounging in bed, engrossed in his phone, he inquired, "Madman, would you care for some breakfast?" "No need. Xiaoqing will bring it to me," Mu Feng replied, dismissively waving his hand. Disturbing, Mengnan retorted with a fist salute before turning to leave. He almost forgot that this fellow was no longer a single bachelor. On the opposite bed, Punzi, also reclining with his phone, exclaimed dramatically, "Madman, Are you truly allowing a campus belle to deliver your breakfast daily? I welcome it. What of it? Mu Feng shot him a sidelong glance, nonchalantly responding, "Why not have your Chin deliver breakfast to you as well?" The barb was not particularly harmful, yet exceedingly offensive. Damn it. Just you wait. Punzi could no longer contain himself. He retrieved his phone and dialed Yaoqin with a resolute tone, stating, "Beautiful classmate Yaoqin, I shall bring you breakfast shortly." After hanging up, he swiftly rose, hastily completing his morning routine before strutting out of the dormitory. Mu Feng stared in disbelief, glancing at Cyan, who was lying in bed reading a novel. He uncertainly asked, "Cyan, did Punzi just say he was going to deliver breakfast to Yaoqin?" Cyan adjusted his glasses and nodded earnestly. "For my 9 years of experience as a bookworm, that appears to be the case." Pathetic, Mu Feng muttered under his breath, returning to his phone. After Cyan quietly dressed and completed his morning routine, he remarked, "Madman, I shall not intrude upon your little world any longer. See you at the basketball court." "Where are you off to?" Mu Feng inquired, raising his head. "To deliver breakfast to my meow meow." With the final word, Cyan dashed out of the dormitory. Damn, is it all they've amounted to? Truly a disgrace to us men. Mu Feng rolled his eyes in disdain. He then rose, dressed, and prepared for the day. There was a basketball game at 9:30 a.m., and as a vital core player of the team, his absence was unthinkable. The team's overall strength would be entirely diminished without him. Wow, the campus belle has come to deliver breakfast to her boyfriend again? That Mu Feng is truly fortunate. Receiving breakfast from the belle herself every day. How impressive is Mu Feng, managing to win over the campus belle so completely. I must find an opportunity to seek his mentorship. Amidst the chorus of admiration, Shi appeared at the dormitory entrance. "Mu Feng, your breakfast has arrived." Her gentle and melodious voice melted the hearts of the onlooking male students. Such exquisite beauty, even hearing her voice daily, was intoxicating. Alas, she was already taken, leaving Mu Feng with the sweet spoils. "Just place it on the table and wait for me a moment," Mu Feng said, quickly rinsing his mouth. He wiped his lips with a towel and approached the dormitory door, glaring at the male students peeking in. What is so fascinating? Get on with your business. With that, he slammed the dormitory door shut. Why close the door during the day? Let us not engage in any sordid activities in this hallowed and sacred dormitory. The disgruntled voices of the male students echoed from outside. A group of solitary souls. What business is it of yours what I am doing in my dormitory? Mu Feng muttered, turning to approach Shi. What are you going to do? Shi retreated a few steps, her face filled with alarm, resembling a startled rabbit. Mu Feng chuckled. What else could it be but to eat buns? Why are you closing the door to eat buns? Shi remained on her guard. After all, in dreams, he was a beast, and now they were alone in a room. What if his primal instincts surged forth? Mu Feng sat down, grabbing a bun and speaking with his mouth full. With so many wolves lurking outside, I can't possibly eat. Wolves? I think you're the biggest wolf here. Shi murmured softly. Ding. The dreamer delivers breakfast to the host. The dream influences reality, with an impact level of 1 star. Congratulations, host. You have earned a chance to draw a lottery. Would you like to begin immediately? The system's notification echoed in his mind. Last time, the breakfast delivery had a 2-star rating, yet this time it was only 1 star. It seemed the same tricks could not be employed indefinitely, and the impact would lessen with each repetition. Nevertheless, both 1 star and 2 stars offered a single lottery opportunity, seemingly making no difference at all. As Mu Feng munched on the bun, he internally declared, "Begin the lottery." No sooner had the words left his lips than a virtual spinning wheel materialized before his eyes. Visible only to him. Unlike the previous occasion, this wheel comprised 98 segments. The majority offered a mere 1 attribute, while there were only 6 skills available. 1 beginner-level carving, 1 intermediate-level culinary skill, 1 advanced painting, 1 top-level parkour, and 1 divine musical instrument. With more segments, the chances of winning dwindled. Furthermore, the attributes gained from those segments were merely 1 point each, revealing the true distinction between 1 star and 2 stars. Among the 96 segments, undoubtedly, the most coveted was the divine musical instrument. However, the odds of winning were exceedingly slim. Just as he was about to initiate the draw, Mu Feng's gaze landed on the advanced painting segment, and he curiously pondered, "System, what happens if I draw the advanced painting? I already possess the divine painting skill." Ding! Should you draw a duplicate skill, it can be transformed into a skill card or converted into attribute points. 3 identical skill cards can be synthesized to evolve into a higher-level skill card. Skill cards can be activated by shattering them, the system responded. In other words, I could combine 3 advanced painting skill cards to create a top-level painting skill card. But how does the conversion into attribute points work? Mu Feng inquired with intrigue. Lower-level skills can be converted into 2 attribute points, intermediate skills into 3, advanced skills into 4, top-level skills into 6, divine skills into 10, super divine skills into 20, and supreme-level skills into 50. Remember, only surplus skills can be converted into attribute points. Moreover, the host has the liberty to allocate points to whichever attribute they desire. The system explained, "Such wastefulness shall not occur." Mu Feng nodded, realizing that in the future, he might indeed have the opportunity to become a superhuman capable of traversing the heavens and the earth. Let the lottery commence. As the words left his lips, the pointer began to spin rapidly. Stop! With a mere thought, Mu Feng willed the pointer to decelerate, ultimately halting it upon the segment designated for the divine musical instrument. Goodness! What extraordinary fortune is this? Can one truly draw such a prize? Mu Feng was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill of the divine musical instrument. Would you like to begin the instruction now? The system's prompt resonated once more. Yes, instruct. Mu Feng affirmed within his mind. In an instant, a vast array of information flooded his consciousness, encompassing the theoretical knowledge of various musical instruments. Chapter 34. Is someone trying to steal the school bell's boyfriend? Mu Feng, what are you daydreaming about? Shi Qing, noticing that Mu Feng had sat there motionless after devouring 2 buns, couldn't help but feel puzzled. Coming to his senses, Mu Feng smiled and replied, "The breakfast bought by the school bell is simply delightful, leaving an indelible taste." Shi Qing shot him a glance, slightly annoyed, and urged, "Hurry and finish your buns. Don't forget you have a match this morning. If you delay, your class might lose." She had witnessed the previous match and noted the team's overall lack of strength. Had it not been for Mu Feng's extraordinary efforts, they would have had no chance. I almost forgot about today's game. Mu Feng quickly polished off the remaining buns and grabbed some soy milk before heading out. Xiaoqing, would you like to come watch my game? I'll show you a 3-point line dunk today, he asked, confidence radiating from his smile. A 3-point line dunk? Shi Qing paused, chuckling. I recall that no one in the world has accomplished a 3-point line dunk yet, right? Not yet, but soon it will happen. Mu Feng replied with a slight smile. Then I shall see if you can actually do it, Shi Qing said with a playful smirk. The two exited the dormitory, making their way to the indoor basketball court, engaged in laughter and banter, drawing envious glances from those around them. Excuse me, how do I get to South Building 2? At that moment, a stunningly beautiful female student blocked their path. She wore a pink skirt that showcased her long, fair legs. Her voluptuous figure rivaled that of Shi Qing, and she stood slightly taller. Her beauty was nearly on par with Shi Qing's. If Shi Qing were rated at 99, Wang Yu would score 90. And this girl would certainly earn a commendable 98. It was unexpected to discover such an exquisite student at Tiandu University besides Shi Qing. Yet, why had she never appeared on the beauty rankings? That seemed improbable. It is often said that when beautiful women meet, jealousy arises. As Shi Qing and this female student locked eyes, Mu Feng could distinctly sense the temperature around them rising. Mu Feng chuckled, gesturing towards a dormitory behind him. That would be South Building 2. Thank you. The female student expressed her gratitude and gracefully strode towards South Building 2. One could only wonder which fortunate young man had captured such a beauty's attention, Mu Feng remarked with a smile. Shi Qing cast him a sidelong glance and said nonchalantly, "What is this, Mu Feng? Are you smitten? Am I the kind of person who becomes immobile at the sight of a beautiful woman? Besides, with the school bell by my side, how could I possibly focus on other female students?" Mu Feng replied with a nonchalant smile, shrugging his shoulders. "Let us go. The game is about to start." Hypocrite, Shi Qing murmured under her breath, though a faint smile graced her lips. Wait. Suddenly, The already passing female student returned, scrutinizing Mu Feng for a moment before asking, "Are you Mu Feng?" The Mu Feng from the second class of the automation major in the computer science department? Mu Feng nodded, puzzled, and inquired, "Yes, that's me. And you are?" "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Yusin, having just transferred from Moda University." The female classmate extended her delicate, snow-white hand with a cheerful smile and said, "Hello, I am Mu Feng." Confused, Mu Feng wondered if this girl, who had transferred from the prestigious Magic City University, was actually familiar with him. Lu Yusin giggled and replied, "I know you. Your paintings can transport people into a realm of enchanting wonder. I specifically transferred here for you." "Huh? Are you asking me to paint something for you?" There was no need to change schools for that. A simple phone call would suffice, Mu Feng remarked, casting a glance at Shi, who wore a mocking smile, prompting him to distance himself from this girl swiftly. Lu Yusin laughed and said, "If I want a painting, it will cost me. But wouldn't it be better if I could have you paint for me every day?" Classmate, that's a bit too direct. Isn't it?" Mu Feng felt a surge of embarrassment. "You prefer subtlety? Then allow me to be more tactful. Mu Feng, I hereby officially declare that you're now my boyfriend." Lu Yusin declared with a grin. "Is that what you call subtle?" Mu Feng thought, feeling rather speechless. Goodness, what's happening here? Is someone trying to steal the school beauty's boyfriend? Lu Yusin was exceptionally beautiful, rivaling even the campus queen. She was indeed another stunning beauty. It baffled him how he, a mere single man, could attract the attention of two such exquisite women. Those long, fair legs, undoubtedly the most beautiful in the city, were captivating. However, he mused that Shi legs must also be nice. She simply never revealed them. Listening to the whispers of his classmates around him, Mu Feng felt a mixture of despair and resignation. His notoriety was about to escalate. He glanced at Shi, who looked rather displeased, and pulled her close, wrapping his arms around her. "Lu Yusin, I'm sorry, but I already have a girlfriend. Please look elsewhere." Lu Yusin's expression remained unchanged as she glanced at the rigid Shi. With a playful tone, she remarked, "But she seems rather reluctant." Upon hearing this, Shi, caught up in a moment, wrapped her arms around Mu Feng's waist and nestled her head against his shoulder, embodying a delicate, dependent demeanor. The softness pressed against Mu Feng's chest stirred a flutter of emotions within him. "Is she truly your girlfriend?" Lu Yusin inquired, skepticism etched on her face. "Of course. Would I be able to hold her like this if she weren't my girlfriend? Would I dare to kiss her if she were not?" he declared, leaning down to plant a kiss on Shi's charming face. Shi's body stiffened once more, her cheeks flushing crimson as she playfully pinched Mu Feng's waist. He stifled a wince of pain, forcing a smile as he turned to Lu Yusin. "See? She truly is my girlfriend. If you don't believe me, just ask our classmates. They all know." Lu Yusin turned to the surrounding students and asked, "Is what he says true?" "Indeed, it is. Shi is Mu Feng's girlfriend. Just the other day, during the opening ceremony of the sports meet, Shi publicly kissed him, and the whole school witnessed it. Moreover, she has brought him breakfast for 2 consecutive days, they confirmed. Classmate Lu Yusin and classmate Mu Feng already have girlfriends. Perhaps you might consider me." The classmates chattered incessantly. "Is that so?" Lu Yusin's eyes gleamed mischievously as she waved her hand dismissively and proclaimed, "It matters not. I can simply steal you away. After all, I have already decided that you are my boyfriend, and there is no escaping my grasp." "Steal you away?" The surrounding classmates were taken aback, astonished at how casually such an audacious statement could be uttered. Mu Feng rolled his eyes, questioning if this girl was in her right mind. "The competition is about to commence. I must take my leave. You all enjoy yourselves." With that, Mu Feng pulled Shi away and turned it apart. "Brother Feng, wait for me," Lu Yusin exclaimed as she sprinted after him, her long legs carrying her swiftly. Chapter 35. Dunking beyond the three-point line once again. The familiar indoor basketball court buzzed with excitement, but this time it was filled to capacity with eager spectators. This afternoon, the match was against the second-year Class 3 of the Computer Science Department. In addition to the students from both classes, there were also onlookers from other classes not participating in the game, clearly drawn by Mu Feng's magnetic allure. Previously, Mu Feng had triumphed against the basketball department's team, his graceful yet powerful dunks leaving many in a frenzy. He arrived hand in hand with the campus belle, igniting whispers among the crowd. Was this an early display of affection? How unfortunate for us single souls. As classmates spotted Mu Feng and Shi Qing together, a wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. While everyone presumed their relationship was romantic, the pair had consistently denied such claims in public. Today's bold display was puzzling. Xiao Qing, over here. Wanya. Shi Qing's best friend, waved enthusiastically. She had anticipated Shi Qing's attendance and had secured the prime seats early on. I'm heading over to Xiaoya, Shi Qing murmured. All right, Mu Feng nodded in agreement. Then why don't you let go? Shi Qing playfully shook her hand. Mu Feng chuckled awkwardly. Apologies, it felt too comfortable. I forgot. Rogue, Shi Qing shot him a playful glare before making her way to the stands, settling beside Wanya. Lu Yusin scanned the surroundings, not finding an available seat. With a forlorn expression, she turned to Mu Feng, saying, Brother Feng, there's no more room. Her dulcet voice sent shivers down the spine of those nearby. Who is this girl? That tone could melt ice. Did she just call him Brother Feng? This feels off, very off. Classmates nearby exchanged bewildered glances. The beautiful counselor cast a surprised look at Lu Yusin, taken aback by the striking beauty before her. Noticing the unique title Lu Yusin had used for Mu Feng, she chuckled. You may take a seat on the bench, dear. Thank you, teacher. Lu Yusin beamed, glancing back at Shi Qing with a hint of pride. Seeing the counselor's endorsement, Mu Feng felt it inappropriate to interject further and turned to join the muscular players warming up. Xiao Qing, who is she? Wang inquired. Curiosity piqued. Lu Yusin, Shi Qing replied nonchalantly. She transferred from Magic City University just to find Mu Feng. Wang Ye's eyes widened in shock. What's their relationship? Shi Qing glanced at Lu Yusin, recalling their initial encounter. They presumably did not know each other before. Didn't he know each other? Wang Ye exclaimed, Xiaoyin, your rival is no less than you. You should be cautious. Shi Qing pouted. He is not my boyfriend. How can she be my rival? Wang Ye rolled her eyes. Exasperated, Xiao Qing, your rival has come knocking. It's time to stop pretending. You need to secure your man. Upon hearing this, Shi Qing cast a glance at Lu Yusin, who was seated on the bench, and remained silent. Wang Ye, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, tugged at Wang Ye's arm and said, Let us join the bench. Is that appropriate? Shi Qing hesitated slightly. What is inappropriate about it? If she can sit there, why can't we? Wang Ye was unconcerned and pulled Shi Qing to the bench. Teacher, may we sit here? She cheerfully inquired. Of course. Please take a seat, the beautiful instructor replied, clearly familiar with Shi Qing and Wang Ye. Had it not been for their presentation of video evidence last time, Mu Feng might have faced expulsion. Thank you, teacher. Wang Ye expressed her gratitude, pushing Shi Qing to sit beside Lu Yusin, while she took a seat on the other side. This situation seemed somewhat amiss. The beautiful instructor glanced at the three girls and muttered quietly to herself. As the match commenced, the two centers contended for the ball. Wang Xiong, possessing a similar height to his counterpart but with superior jumping ability, successfully secured the first possession. After the point guard obtained the ball, he promptly passed it to Mu Feng. This was the ultimate tactic of their class. Regardless of the situation, the ball must be passed to Mu Feng. Go, Brother Feng. At the moment Mu Feng received the ball, Lu Yusin leaped up from the bench, waving her arms, bouncing with excitement. Brother Feng? The classmates turned to see Lu Yusin's striking beauty and figure, leaving them astonished. How could such a stunning girl be absent from the beauty rankings of Tiandu University? Moreover, what was her connection to Mu Feng? Xiao Qing, you should cheer for Brother Feng too. I'm sure all men enjoy hearing their girlfriend's voice in moments like this. You can't let her steal the spotlight, Wang Ye urged Shi Qing. Shi Qing shook her head, unable to mimic Lu Yusin's enthusiastic bouncing and shouting. Wang Ye, lamenting the loss of a point. Yet, she understood Shi Qing's disposition, which was unlikely to mirror Lu Yusin's exuberance. Suddenly, Wang Ye had an idea, stood up, and shouted, Shi Qing's boyfriend, go. Hearing this, Shi Qing's face flushed, yet surprisingly, she did not object. Lu Yusin glanced at Wang Ye and shouted even louder, Go, Brother Feng. Shi Qing's boyfriend, go. Wang Ye was determined not to be outdone. Witnessing this spectacle, the entire class was taken aback. What was happening? Swish! A three-pointer swooshed through the net. Yay, Brother Feng is amazing. Brother Feng is the best. Lu Yusin bounced and cheered with unrestrained excitement. Shi Qing's boyfriend is incredible. Shi Qing's boyfriend is the best. Wang Yaiko equally spiritive. The competition off the court was proving to be even more thrilling than the game itself. What on earth is going on? A muscular player queried during the retreat. In just a short while, how did a stranger beauty appear and complicate matters? Don't ask me. I have no idea. Mu Feng replied with a wry smile. Who knows the intentions of Lu Yusin? He cannot fathom that someone would develop feelings for a person they have never met. Undoubtedly. Liu Yuxin harbors ulterior motives. Glancing back at the substitute bench, he noticed Lu Yusin and Wang Yi cheering for him, while Shi Qing sat there, furrowed and distressed. He then turned his attention to the opposing small forward, who had just acquired the ball and was making a breakthrough attack. A faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Apologies, my brother. With a series of feints, he aimed to penetrate the defense and lay up. Just then, Mu Feng surged in from the left, leaping into the air, forcefully intercepting the basketball just as it was released. Subsequently, he dribbled the ball with astonishing speed beyond the three-point line. His velocity was so remarkable and unexpected that the spectators were momentarily stunned, and the opposing players seemed to concede, trailing off after a few steps. Just when everyone anticipated Mu Feng would attempt a three-pointer, he soared into the air beyond the arc. In the midst of the spectators' astonished gaze, he covered the considerable distance and dunked the ball into the hoop. Chapter 36. The Campus Belle's Bold Confession and Assertion of Ownership. Alas. A dunk from the three-point line. This is what it truly means to soar. Almost the entire assembly of students in the gymnasium rose from their seats in astonishment. Never before had anyone accomplished a dunk from beyond the arc. Even the titans of the NBA had never achieved such a feat. The basketball deity, often referred to as his airness, had never succeeded in a dunk from the three-point line. Even Lu Yusin and Wang Yi, who had been energetically cheering for Mu Feng, were momentarily rendered speechless. Even those indifferent to basketball could grasp the magnitude of a dunk from the three-point line. Is he truly this adept at basketball? Lu Yusin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This corner certainly warrants further exploration. With that thought, she cast a glance at Shi Qing, who had been quietly seated on the bench, revealing a fierce, competitive glint in her eyes. However, Shi Qing's cheeks flushed slightly, betraying a hint of shyness. Following her gaze, Lu Yusin noticed Mu Feng throwing her a flirtatious glance. Pouting her lips, she muttered fiercely, "Wait until I win him over. I shall have him throw flirtatious looks at me daily." Wang Yi, witnessing this scene, turned to Lu Yusin and remarked, "Classmate, they are clearly in the throes of young love. Perhaps you should refrain from harboring ulterior motives." Lu Yusin shot her a sidelong glance and replied with a smile, "I firmly believe that there is no wall too solid to be breached." Oh my, I've never encountered such unabashed audacity. Wang Yi seethed with indignation while contemplating how to fortify this metaphorical wall. "Hey, classmate," Lu Yusin suddenly leaned over and whispered, "I've noticed the way you look at Mu Feng seems a bit different. Shall we join forces in our pursuit?" "Crazy," Wang Yi muttered under her breath, pondering whether Lu Yusin had recently escaped from a psychiatric ward. Taking a couple of steps away, she feared that this eccentricity might be contagious. The match continued, with the first two quarters essentially showcasing Mu Feng's individual prowess. Leading by 30 points at halftime, Mu Feng clocked out, leaving the remainder of the game in the capable hands of his teammates. "Brother Feng, you are incredible." Lu Yusin dashed over, eager to envelop him in a warm embrace. "Stop." Startled, Mu Feng evaded her advance and chuckled ruefully, "Classmate, I have a girlfriend. Please don't do that." "And so what?" Lu Yusin countered playfully. Who decreed that a young man with a girlfriend cannot embrace a female classmate? With a mischievous grin, she approached, clearly undeterred in her intentions. "Why you? Don't come any closer." Mu Feng's defenses were fully engaged. What's happening here? Is she truly attempting to embrace Mu Feng in front of his girlfriend? This is quite the affront to the campus belle. Speaking of which, this female classmate is strikingly beautiful, not inferior to Shi Qing. Where did she come from? How had I never noticed her before? Two campus belles vying for the same man? How scandalous. Students murmured amongst themselves, their focus diverted entirely from the basketball game. This is intolerable. Wang Yu fumed. Shirqing furrowed her brow, rising to approach Mu Feng, wrapping her arms around his neck. With a slight blush, she remarked, "Your three-point dunk was truly impressive. It was a splendid performance just for me." Warm and tender, Jade nestled in his embrace. Mu Feng instinctively wrapped his arms around her. Indeed, she was remarkably soft. "Do not let your imagination run wild. I am merely helping you escape that madwoman," he reassured her. Sensing something, Shirqing's cheeks flushed as she softly explained in his ear. "Yes, I understand. I too am quite innocent." Mu Feng echoed her gesture, whispering gently into her ear. The warm breath caressed her earlobe, causing her body to weaken slightly. "Do not touch my ears." Shirqing bit her lip, taking a breath before speaking. "Does this rascal not realize that my earlobes are one of my sensitive spots?" No, in reality, he should be unaware. Oh, Mu Feng suddenly comprehended, nearly forgetting this detail. The two embraced tightly, their lips brushing against each other's ears. Such intimacy undoubtedly served as the ultimate display of affection for all the single onlookers present. "Ooh!" The male classmates howled like wolves, exclaiming they could hardly bear it, feeling it was a blatant affront to the single crowd. The female classmates clasped their hands, eyes sparkling with admiration. "This is overwhelmingly sweet. Well done, this silly girl has finally come to her senses," Wang Yu exclaimed excitedly, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Yusin. The rightful girlfriend boldly asserted her claim. "I wonder how you intend to undermine this solid foundation?" Lu Yusin frowned slightly, muttering, "It appears to be quite stable. I must first erode its base." Observing the couple still entwined, she waved her hand dismissively. All right, enough of the embrace. I acknowledge you have a girlfriend. There is no need to flaunt it." With that, she shook her head and sighed, returning to her seat on the bench. Seeing that this madwoman had finally given up, both Mu Feng and Shirqing sighed in relief. Once they released each other, their eyes met. Shirqing, her gaze evasive and her face flushed, turned and returned to the bench. "Shaoqing, you finally stood your ground," she thought, feeling a sense of joy seeing Lu Yusin humbled. She was even more delighted than Shirqing. Shirqing smiled, but said nothing. The beautiful counselor, observing Mu Feng, teased Mu Feng, although college does not prohibit relationships. You should still be mindful of the impact. Indeed, public displays of affection could leave a negative impression. Lu Yusin nodded repeatedly in agreement. Mu Feng and his companions were utterly speechless, wondering who had initially insisted on embracing him, only to now lament the repercussions of such actions. The match concluded with everyone distracted, and Mu Feng's team easily secured victory, advancing to the next round. The beautiful counselor beamed, saying, "You performed remarkably well. Keep up the good work. You have 2 days off. While you need not attend classes, I still suggest you consider studying in the classroom. Attendance is entirely voluntary." "Understood," the students replied listlessly. Although it was said to be voluntary, who would dare to skip? Mu Feng pondered for a moment before asking, "Counselor, is it truly voluntary? I just rented an art studio in the Tianyuan building, planning to create a few paintings." "Go ahead," the beautiful counselor replied with a smile. "By the way, be sure to paint one for me when you have the time." "Certainly," Mu Feng responded with a grin. The counselor smiled and remarked, "The others have voluntarily chosen to study on their own." She emphasized the word voluntarily with a certain intonation. This seemed rather unjust, the students murmured, yet they dared not contest her. After all, Mu Feng's situation was exceptional. His paintings were valued in the hundreds of thousands to millions. A delay was simply unacceptable. "You need not attend self-study today. Feel free to enjoy yourselves," the beautiful counselor laughed before turning to leave. At last, it wasn't entirely unreasonable. The students departed, whispering among themselves, "Master Mu, now that the competition has concluded, are there any upcoming activities? Perhaps a celebratory meal?" Wang Yu inquired with a cheerful grin. "Let us first head to the studio," Mu Feng replied, glancing at the time. It was past 10:30, and it was still a tad early for lunch. He intended to tidy up the studio and procure some painting boards and paper. "Let us go together. I plan to practice some instruments in the music room." Shirqing chimed in with enthusiasm. "Sounds good." Mu Feng called to his friends, including the brawny ones, as they made their way towards the Tianyuan building. Wait for me. Brother Feng, I wish to join as well. Lu Yusin, who had been silent until now, shouted as she hurried to catch up. Chapter 37. The Duet of the Qin and Xiao. The Blossoming of Affection, Madman. Your studio is quite spacious. How large is it? Upon arriving at the studio, the chubby fellow inquired in astonishment. 260 square meters. Mu Feng replied with a smile. 260? The annual rent must be over $1 million. Four-eyed and the muscular man exchanged glances, silently awestruck. Indeed, such a place could only be afforded by the affluent. All right, brothers, let us get to work. Mu Feng chuckled as he picked up a mop to begin cleaning. I must say, Master Mu, considering your wealth in the millions, couldn't you just hire a cleaner? Why toil yourself? Wang Yi remarked, shaking her head in exasperation. With a grin, Mu Feng responded, the studio isn't particularly dirty. Spending a few hundred or 1,000 to hire someone would be unwise. Besides, since I have some idle time, why not use this as an opportunity to exercise? The floors of the Tianyuan office building were indeed quite clean. At least no dust was visible to the naked eye. However, it was prudent to give them a wash. After all, should the paintings dry while dust settles upon them, it would be quite troublesome. Brother Feng, do you need any help? Lu Yusin offered her assistance eagerly. No need, it's just a simple mopping and a bit of glass cleaning. Mu Feng declined with a shake of his head. Xiaoqing, aren't you supposed to practice your instrument? You should go. Leave this labor to us. He directed his gaze at Shiqing. Yes, sister-in-law. You all can go ahead. We'll handle things here. The chubby fellow and the others chimed in. With several strong men present, it would indeed be rather embarrassing to have the female classmates assist them. All right. Shiqing nodded, leading Wang Yi towards the adjacent music room. Lu Yusin's eyes darted, and she followed suit, eager to discover what instruments Shiqing could play. As they neared the completion of their cleaning, the sounds of various instruments from the next room filled the air, each melody more enchanting than the last. It was clear that as the daughter of the director of Shiqing Tianxia, Shiqing was exceptionally skilled, mastering each instrument with grace. The three muscular men were left in awe. Her forte must be the guqin, Mu Feng mused, recalling the dream from the previous night. Although the current music was delightful, it lacked the ethereal quality that could transcend one's consciousness into a realm of wonder. It paled in comparison to the guqin. At this thought, Mu Feng felt a spark of inspiration and suggested to the three men, let us take a break. After washing his hands, he made his way to the music room next door. There, he saw Shiqing approaching the guqin, while Wang Yi and Lu Yusin, like attentive listeners, sat quietly on the side, waiting patiently. Even Lu Yusin, who regarded Shiqing as a rival, could not deny her exceptional prowess with musical instruments. Xiaoqing, would you be interested in performing a duet? Mu Feng inquired with a smile. A duet? Shiqing, recalling the scene from last night's dream, asked in surprise. Are you truly proficient with instruments? My skills should match my painting technique, Mu Feng replied with confidence. Wow, Brother Feng, you are so talented. Lu Yusin's face sparkled with admiration. Madman, when did you learn to play instruments? As the three muscular newcomers entered, their faces were filled with astonishment and confusion, to the extent that they forgot to close the soundproof door behind them. They had never heard Mu Feng play any musical instrument, nor had they even heard him mention it before. Logically, with such an impressive skill, he should have showcased it to impress the ladies long ago. Yet he had kept it hidden. I've always known how, Mu Feng replied with a mysterious smile, scanning the instrument room before selecting a xiao. At this sight, Shiqing's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she asked, what piece will you perform together? Let us play Phoenix Seeking Phoenix, Mu Feng suggested after a moment's thought. Having already played this piece in his dreams the night before, he felt particularly familiar with it compared to others. That sounds perfect. This piece suits both of you splendidly, Wang Yi exclaimed, clapping her hands while casting a provocative glance at Lu Yusin. Lu Yusin pouted, remaining silent, knowing she was at a disadvantage due to her lack of musical skill. Shiqing, her cheeks slightly flushed, shot Wang Yi a glare and nodded, all right. Let us perform Phoenix Seeking Phoenix. With that, she tuned her instrument, her heart racing. It had been a long time since she felt such nervousness. reminiscent of her first time on stage during a talent competition. The sudden intensity of her emotions was bewildering, perhaps stemming from a fear of not performing well and disrupting the enchanting ambience. Once tuned, Shurqing quickly fell into the rhythm. As the profound notes resonated, everyone was drawn into the musical realm. In their eyes, a phoenix ablaze with flames soared from Shurqing's head, spreading its wings in the sky. With two tails and no crown, it was exuding an aura of nobility. Apart from Wang Ye and Mu Feng, everyone was astonished. It turned out that the campus belle, Shurqing, possessed such extraordinary guqin skills, able to transport listeners into this magical atmosphere. Soon, the soft and melodious sound of the xiao intertwined with the guqin, elevating the ambience to even greater depths. Simultaneously, in the onlooker's vision, a fiery phoenix ascended from Mu Feng's head. With three tails and a crown, it was A. The male phoenix danced around the female, producing a resonant call, expressing its affection. The duet of guqin and xiao vividly portrayed the essence of phoenix seeking phoenix. Previously, Shurqing had practiced with a soundproof door closed, ensuring no one outside could hear unless they were very close. However, this time, the door was open and the music floated out, reaching the offices on the upper and lower floors. All those at work paused to listen intently. The essence of the music captivated everyone. They too envisioned the entangled phoenixes in the air, their hearts brimming with boundless sweetness. After a considerable time, when the music faded, the audience slowly emerged from that enchanting realm, exchanging bewildered glances. Who was performing phoenix, seeking phoenix that could draw them into such a wondrous state? This astonishing ability, unparalleled within the realm of musical instruments, remains unmatched by anyone. The proximity of the listeners, including the rugged men, deepened their appreciation. Even after the melodies of the guqin and xiao faded away, they lingered in the enchanting ambience, wishing to remain in that blissful state forever. Upon the completion of their performance, Mu Feng and Shurqing exchanged glances, and in that moment, an undeniable flutter of emotion began to spread. Prior to this, neither Mu Feng nor Shurqing had harbored romantic feelings for one another. For Mu Feng, it was more about a desire for possession over beauty and the thrill of showcasing his skills. As for Shurqing, her motivation was merely to escape the clutches of tormenting nightmares. While they occasionally experienced a tinge of complicated emotions, it never escalated to the level of love. However, this recent duet brought their hearts closer, igniting a spark of undeniable attraction. Chapter 38. Among the vast green grass, I solely adore this one blade. Brother Feng, I had no idea your musical talents were so remarkable. Suddenly, Lu Yusin exclaimed, shattering the sweet atmosphere. This insufferable madcap. Mu Feng shook his head in exasperation and turned to see Lu Yusin rushing towards him, her face alight with admiration. Brother Feng, you are a master at painting, an ace at basketball, and a virtuoso with the flute, so multifaceted and handsome. I find myself increasingly enchanted by you. Please, I cannot bear such an abundance of affection. Mu Feng protested, waving his hands dismissively. Looks like this fellow is in for a stroke of romantic fortune, the muscular boy remarked, his face brimming with envy. If I had two school beauties vying for my attention, I would gladly embrace death. The chubby one sighed. The bespectacled boy adjusted his glasses and spoke earnestly. From my 9 years of experience as a bookworm, I can surmise that Lu Yusin is most likely a member of the affluent elite. Isn't that obvious? The muscular boy and the chubby one shot him disdainful glances. School beauties are generally from wealthy families. Who would dare compete for a man's affection with them, unless they were the same stature? Are the three of you not interested in girlfriends? Wang Yi scoffed. The faces of the three boys changed abruptly. What is the name of that girl? Why does she constantly cling to my madcap? Indeed, a girl with such audacity is shameless. I have never encountered such brazen individuals. The trio chastised Lu Yusin with righteous indignation. Now that's more like it. Wang Ye nodded in satisfaction. Remember, there will always be but one sister-in-law for you, and that is my dear Qing. Wang Ye spoke sternly, enunciating each word. All other women are interlopers, mere seductresses. Interlopers, seductresses, the three boys echoed in unison. Whether or not they could successfully bid farewell to the single life depended entirely on Wang Ye's influence. At this moment, every word she uttered was authoritative. Lu Yusin shot a glare at the muscular boy and the others before grasping Mu Feng's hand, her eyes filled with infatuation. "Brother Feng, will you be my boyfriend?" "Lu Yusin, with your beauty, I am certain suitors could encircle the entire sky. Why must you fixate on this one blade of grass?" Mu Feng earnestly advised. "Though there are countless blades of grass, I solely adore this one," Lu Yusin declared passionately. Shiqing approached Mu Feng, linking her arm with his, and smiled at Lu Yusin. "Lu Yusin, your admiration for this blade of grass indicates your good taste. However, it is regrettable that this grass is already claimed. Perhaps you should seek another to express your affection." "Indeed," Wang Yi chimed in, supporting her friend. "You heard that duet of Phoenix seeking the Phoenix just now. Did you not perceive the profound love between them? Should we wish them well instead of intruding?" Right, the chubby boy and his companions nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Lu Yusin remained unfazed and gazed deeply into Mu Feng's eyes. "Brother Feng, I will wait for you." Subsequently, she turned her gaze towards Shiqing and remarked with a smile, "Shiqing, you must keep a close watch on such an outstanding man. One can never tell when a vixen might ensnare him." With that, she pivoted, holding her head high and striding away with an air of superiority. Si Yin adjusted his glasses and stated earnestly, "In my 9 years of literary experience, it is clear that this female classmate will not relent. She undoubtedly has further tricks up her sleeve. Even a fool can see that." The muscular man and the chubby one spoke with irritation. "This Lu Yusin is rather thick-skinned and enjoys persistent pursuit. She will not give up easily." The chubby one then nudged Mu Feng with a knowing look. "Why not just give in to her?" "What did you say?" Wang Yali interjected, her brows furrowing in a cold smile. The chubby one's expression shifted, and he quickly exclaimed, "I mean that Mu Feng and his sister-in-law should consummate their relationship. This way, a vixen cannot exploit any vulnerabilities." "That is indeed a rather clever suggestion," Wang Yi said, her eyes brightening. "What nonsense are you all spouting?" Shiqing stamped her foot, her cheeks flushed. Mu Feng rolled his eyes, giving the chubby one a kick, and retorted, "Stop your nonsensical chatter and hurry up to clean. We have a grand feast to attend later." "A grand feast? That sounds splendid." The chubby one's eyes lit up as he turned and dashed away. "Wait for me." The muscular man and Si Yin also hurried after him. Mu Feng shook his head with a smile and said to Shiqing, "I shall go clean now." "All right. I will practice with other instruments." Shiqing nodded, her tone softer than usual, and with her flushed cheeks, nearly melted Mu Feng's resolve. He placed the shao back in its rightful place and turned to leave. "Vang ya aprurochit shiving, head, excitement palpable." Shiqing, congratulations on gaining another point. "What?" Shiqing looked bewildered. Wang Yi waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, it's nothing. By the way, what was it like to play alongside your romantic partner?" "What romantic partner? Don't speak so carelessly," Shiqing replied, her face reddening. "At this stage, how can you still deny it?" Wang Yi said, concerned for her friend. "Lu Yusin might still have more tricks up her sleeve. If you do not seize the opportunity, beware of losing your romantic interest. Such an exceptional man is truly one of a kind. Do not let him slip away." Shiqing regarded her with suspicion and murmured, "Why do I feel you are more anxious than I am?" Isn't it, because I'm considering your lifelong happiness?" Wang Yi chuckled awkwardly, adding, "For a woman, it is paramount to marry the right man, even if you are a wealthy heiress. Wouldn't you agree? Is it impossible to live without marrying?" "I'm off to practice the guzheng." Shiqing rolled her eyes and walked towards the instrument. "Shiqing, do ponder that chubby fellow's proposal. Consummating the relationship could be wise." Wang Yi hastily followed, continuing her relentless persuasion. Meanwhile, back in the art studio, Mu Feng and his companions resumed their cleaning, dedicating a full hour to complete the remaining tasks. What remained were the custom wall paintings, canvases, papers, and art supplies. He had no intention of renovating the studio. He merely wished to customize some wall paintings to partition the area, allowing for the display of more artworks. Additionally, he contemplated purchasing a foldable sofa for moments of rest. After a brief respite, Mu Feng led the group to Tiandu restaurant for a sumptuous feast. Upon exiting the establishment, a young boy, around 5 or 6 years old, suddenly knelt before Mu Feng with a thud. "Dad, I finally found you," the boy exclaimed, his voice choked with emotion, his gaze earnest, brimming with the anticipation of reuniting with his father. Everyone was taken aback, bewildered by the unexpected scene. Mu Feng turned to glance behind him, noting the absence of anyone else, and incredulously pointed to himself, asking, "Are you calling me?" Chapter 39. Mu Feng. "It turns out you are a scoundrel, father. I have finally found you." A young boy clung to Mu Feng's leg, weeping uncontrollably, his tears and snot staining his trousers. Confronted by the astonished gazes of passers-by, Mu Feng awkwardly helped the boy to his feet, earnestly stating, "Little friend, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I am not your father." "No, you are my father," the boy insisted, his expression grave, eyes wide with fear as he implored. "Father, are you going to abandon me again? Is it because of those two beautiful sisters?" What a wretched creature he was, to forsake his own son and cavort with other women. My temper flared, and I felt an overwhelming urge to confront him. He was unworthy of the title of father. The onlookers grew indignant. "What is happening here?" a burly man exclaimed. "Mouth agape," in disbelief. "I have no idea," a portly fellow replied with a shake of his head. Adjusting his glasses, a bespectacled individual remarked solemnly, "From my 9 years of experience as a bookworm, I can tell there is something amiss here." Wang Yi approached, her expression dark, casting a fierce glare at Mu Feng as she lifted the boy in her arms and gently inquired, "Little friend, is he truly your father? Do you know his name? Who is your mother?" Wiping his tears, the boy sobbed, "My father's name is Mu Feng. He attended junior high and high school in Chengdu, Go City, and now he studies at Tiandu University. My mother's name is Qin Rong. She was my father's classmate in junior high. They fell in love and had me. But my mother dropped out to care for me, while my father transferred and never returned. Eventually, my mother developed depression and could no longer look after me. When my grandfather found out about my father's whereabouts, he brought me here and then left. They no longer wanted me. I have been scavenging for leftovers here, and I searched for my father at school, but found nothing. Today, I finally found you. Father, please don't leave me." As the boy spoke, tears streamed down his cheeks, stirring the sympathy of all who listened. What a scoundrel! To have caused a girl's pregnancy in junior high and abandoned both her and their child. "Stop! To call him a scoundrel is an insult to scoundrels," someone retorted. Listening to the outraged remarks from the crowd, Mu Feng's face darkened. "Who brought this little brat here? If he knew the truth, I would make him regret it. So much so that he wouldn't recognize his own mother." The crux of the matter was that the boy's words were a mix of truth and falsehood. It was indeed true that Mu Feng attended school in Chengdu, Go City, and Qin Rong was his classmate. Their relationship had been amicable, but they gradually drifted apart after graduating from junior high. He was still a virgin. How could he possibly have a child? More importantly, who was orchestrating this scheme, possessing such intimate knowledge of his life? Scowling, he glared at the boy and threatened, "Who told you all this? Speak the truth, or I'll spank you." "My mother told me before. My father is studying at university here, as my grandfather found out," the boy cried. His earnest expression and innocent eyes made it seem as if he were speaking the truth, to the point that even Wang Yi began to waver in her belief. She gently wiped away the tears from the little boy's eyes and turned to Mu Feng, inquiring, "Mu Feng, is he truly your son? If so, just admit it. Who hasn't erred in their youth?" Acknowledging one's mistakes can lead to great improvement. Mu Feng bitterly shook his head. "He is not my son. I have no idea where he came from. I can attest to that." A robust man raised his hand. "I can also confirm it. The madman is still a virgin. How could he possibly have a child?" The stout man exclaimed loudly. Four Eyes adjusted his glasses and solemnly remarked, "Based on my 9 years of experience as a bookworm, there must be a hidden hand stirring the pot. We must not fall for their tricks." "Is that so?" Wang Yi replied skeptically. "But this little boy doesn't seem to be lying. He isn't entirely deceitful. It's a mix of truth and falsehood. I did attend Ghost City Middle School in both junior and senior high, and there was indeed a classmate named Qin Rong. However, I have no child with her," Mu Feng said, rubbing his forehead as his earlier good mood evaporated. "If he isn't your son, How does he know so much about your past? Wang guessed suspicion deepened. Her gaze fixated on Mu Feng as if he were a scoundrel. Mu Feng was at a loss for words. Why not call that Qin Rong and ask? Sure, Qing suggested softly. Mu Feng shook his head. I don't have her contact information. I can help you look it up. Just provide me with her details. Sure, Qing offered. Her family resides in Ghost City, Hahua Village, and she studied at Ghost City No. 2 High School. I don't know where she is now. Mu Feng replied truthfully. Sure, Qing nodded, took out her phone, and dialed Grandpa Zhang. Could you please help me find the contact information for a classmate named Qin Rong from Ghost City Middle School? Her family is in Hahua Village, and she attended Ghost City No. 2 High School. After hanging up, she turned to the distressed Mu Feng, offering reassurance. Don't worry. I believe you are innocent. Yes. Mu Feng nodded, his mind racing to figure out who was plotting against him. Soon, Shi Qing's phone rang. After answering, she instructed Mu Feng to jot down a phone number. Give it a try, Shi Qing encouraged. Mu Feng took a deep breath, looked at the little boy, and said, Little friend, this is your last chance. If you tell the truth, I want team make this call. The boy appeared sorrowful. I am telling the truth, Dad. Why don't you believe me? Mu Feng shook his head and dialed the number. Hello, this is Mu Feng. May I ask if? Before he could finish, the other party abruptly interrupted. You bastard, you finally decided to call? My daughter has developed depression and cannot take care of your son. I have brought your son to you. You can take care of him yourself. With that, the call was terminated. Wait, what? Mu Feng stood there, stunned, the phone in his hand. The voice was loud enough for the bystanders to hear. This was the final confirmation. The fellow was quite handsome, yet unexpectedly a scoundrel. What a beast, what a monster. The onlookers were thoroughly enraged, pointing fingers at Mu Feng. I never imagined you were such a person, they exclaimed. Wang Ye's tone grew a touch colder as she placed the little boy into Mu Feng's arms and said to Shi Qing, Xiao Qing, let us depart. It is imperative that we leave this scoundrel behind before matters escalate beyond repair. Shi Qing furrowed her brow and glanced at Mu Feng, replying, I have faith that he would not engage in such actions. The most straightforward and immediate solution is to conduct a DNA test at the hospital. Her trust in Mu Feng was unwavering, devoid of any rationale. Indeed, a visit to the hospital for a DNA comparison would unveil the truth. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing that without clarity on this matter, even if the campus belle placed her trust in Mu Feng, her family would remain skeptical, rendering their union impossible. Very well, let us proceed to the hospital, Wang Yu affirmed. Let us go, Mu Feng said, cradling the little boy as he prepared to head to the hospital. However, at that moment, Lu Yusin approached with a smile, holding her phone. Chapter 40. The Truth Revealed. Who is framing me? Lu Yusin? That vixen. The muscular man paused momentarily. Could it possibly be her doing this, orchestrating a scheme to compel Shi Qing, the campus beauty, to withdraw, allowing her to seize the opportunity? The plump fellow speculated. The bespectacled one adjusted his glasses and said with utmost seriousness, Based on my 9 years of experience as a bookworm, it is quite plausible. Lu Yusin, what did you mean by that? Mu Feng inquired, frowning. Lu Yusin laughed mischievously. If I were the mastermind behind this, I wouldn't just bribe Qin Rong's parents. I would ensure that even Qin Rong herself was in on it. Do you think someone who has invested such effort into investigating your backgrounds and bribing so many people would allow you to obtain legitimate DNA test results at the hospital? Are you implying that the hospital staff has also been compromised? The muscular man exclaimed, astonished. The plump fellow furrowed his brow. With so many hospitals around, how could he possibly know which one we would choose? Lu Yusin chuckled. Given your eagerness to clarify the truth, you would undoubtedly opt for the nearest hospital. It would be simple enough to bribe the personnel responsible for DNA testing at the nearby facilities. Is that so difficult? Difficult? For ordinary individuals, indeed it is. Yet for certain people, it should pose no challenge. The bespectacled one adjusted his glasses again, gravely stating, Based on my 9 years of bookworm experience, what she says might very well be true. Shi Qing's brows furrowed deeply. She realized that Lu Yusin's assertion could indeed hold merit. After a moment's contemplation, she declared, Let us go to Tianshi Hospital. It is owned by my family, and with my presence, they would not dare to misbehave. All right, Mu Feng nodded. Although Tianshi Hospital is somewhat distant, It is reliable. No need for such trouble. Lu Yusin took out her phone, grinning. I can prove your innocence, provided you embrace me willingly. With that, she extended her arms. Shi Qing's expression darkened. This crazy girl truly never missed an opportunity to take advantage. Mu Feng glanced at Shi Qing and then at Lu Yusin, shaking his head. Never mind. Let us proceed to Tianshi Hospital. Shi Qing nodded. Oh dear, fine. Fine, truly. Just let you hug me once. It's not as if I intend to devour you. Must you resist so vehemently? In this city, men who wish to embrace me could circle it 3 times. You are truly unaware of the fortune you possess. Lu Yusin waved her hand, pouting, and murmured in dissatisfaction. She picked up her phone, opened a video, and turned the volume to maximum. Listen, kid, I want you to recite. Not a single word should be missed. If you accomplish what I ask, I guarantee you'll eat well every day and receive a substantial sum for medical expenses to treat your mother. In the video, a man wearing a baseball cap, his face obscured, squatted on the ground, meticulously conveying information about Mu Feng, word by word, to a young boy. This information mirrored exactly what the boy had previously stated. At last, the truth was unveiled. The young boy had indeed been lying. I can't believe I was deceived by a mere child. My goodness, he must be only 5 or 6 years old. Yet he has managed to memorize so much content word for word. I could never achieve such a feat, however. The emotions he displayed moments ago did not seem feigned. The onlookers found it difficult to accept this reality. A group of adults, utterly deceived by a mere child. How embarrassing. Thank you. Mu Feng expressed his gratitude to Lu Yusin, then turned to the little boy in his arms and gently asked, Little friend, now that the truth has come to light, it is time for you to speak honestly. Who is the uncle that urged you to deceive us? The little boy, evidently unprepared for such a predicament, stared blankly at Mu Feng, rendered speechless. He likely had no idea what to do. Perhaps it would be best to return him home. Lu Yusin shook her head, reasoning that if she were in a similar situation, she would also keep her identity concealed. Where do you live? You must know that at least. Mu Feng inquired once more. This time, the little boy finally nodded. Subsequently, the group accompanied the boy to his home, where they encountered his mother. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, but looked as though she were in her 40s, pale and coughing intermittently, clearly unwell. Upon learning of her son's actions, the woman became exceedingly furious, delivering several sharp slaps to the boy's rear. What did your mother tell you? Even if no one wants us, we must maintain our dignity. Even in poverty, we ought to have ambition. How could you stoop to deception? You have disappointed me greatly, she scolded through tears. I'm sorry, Mama. I want to help you get better. Daddy doesn't want us, and I don't want to be without you, the little boy sobbed, wiping her tears away with a tender expression that tugged at the heartstrings. Faced with such a sensible child, the woman could no longer continue her reprimand. She turned and bowed her head to Mu Feng and the others, repeatedly apologizing. I am so sorry. My son is still young. Please do not hold it against him. I will do my utmost to compensate for the losses he has caused. Mu Feng bent down to assist the woman to her feet and sighed. It is all right. Ultimately, this cannot be blamed on him. Thank you. Thank you. She expressed her gratitude profusely. After some conversation, they discovered that her life story closely mirrored what the little boy had recounted. She had given birth to him in her 20s, only to be abandoned by her boyfriend. No wonder the emotions the boy had exhibited felt so genuine. Upon reflection, it seemed the child had not lied at all. Both the information Mu Feng received and the abandonment of the mother and son were indeed true. It was solely the vile orchestrator behind the scenes who had intertwined these narratives to entrap Mu Feng. Mu Feng glanced at the sketches adorning the walls and curiously asked, Who created these drawings? The woman smiled and replied, They were drawn by Xiao Fei. They're quite impressive, showcasing considerable talent, Mu Feng remarked with a smile. Then suddenly had a brilliant idea. He turned to the little boy and said, Little brother, you must have seen the uncle who asked you to deceive us. Could you draw his likeness for us? Sure. The young boy nodded enthusiastically and hurriedly retrieved his paintbrush, swiftly sketching a portrait on the paper. While the likeness of the face remained uncertain, the figure bore an uncanny resemblance to that seen in the video. Marvelous. May I present this drawing to my brother? Mu Feng inquired with a smile. Certainly, the boy affirmed with a nod. Thank you. Mu Feng gently patted the boy's head and carefully tucked away the portrait. After departing from the boy's home, Qing asked, Mu Feng, would you like me to assist you in tracking him down? I can help as well. Lu Yusin chimed in cheerfully. No need. I have my own means of discovering who it is, Mu Feng replied with a smile, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Chapter 41. The dream interrogation. Very well. Qing and Lu Yusin both nodded. Wang Ye approached Mu Feng and sincerely apologized. I'm truly sorry for misunderstanding you earlier. It was entirely the fault of that mischievous child whose acting was so convincing that even I was deceived. Mu Feng smiled gently and replied, do not blame yourself. Even I nearly fell for it. There was indeed a moment when he questioned whether he had acted foolishly while intoxicated. He even recalled the graduation party. However, Qing's unwavering trust in him was somewhat unexpected. She had consistently believed in his innocence from the very beginning. To earn the trust of such a remarkable woman is indeed a cause for joy. Mu Feng smiled at Qing, then turned to Lu Yusin, curiously inquiring, how'd you come by that video? Qing and the others also displayed curiosity. Had it not been for Lu Yusin today, they might have been unable to prove Mu Feng's innocence. Lu Yusin pouted and murmured, it was because of you all that I was incensed. After leaving the Tianyuan office building, I was lost in thought while wandering aimlessly, and who would have thought I would overhear someone plotting against you? You are my designated boyfriend. How could I let you be wronged? So, I recorded it as evidence. Mu Feng rubbed his nose, glancing at the trio of burly men who wore expressions of mischief, suddenly realizing that his question was perhaps superfluous. Is that so? Wang Ye question the skepticati. You just happened to stumble upon such an occurrence? How coincidental. Or perhaps not, Lu Yusin retorted, casting her a sidelong glance. Clearly, I'm not the only one who wishes for Feng Ji and Qing to be apart. The other party's methods are even more despicable and shameless. Could it be? Qing and Wang Ye exchanged glances, both considering a certain individual. Feng Ji, Lu Yusin looked at Mu Feng, grinning widely. Today, I did help you out a bit. So how about a hug and a kiss? Surely someone would not be pleased. In exchange, could you draw me a picture? Very well. Once my custom art supplies arrive this afternoon, I shall paint one for you. Mu Feng did not refuse. After all, this girl had proven his innocence. Had it not been for her, they might have foolishly rushed to the nearest hospital for a DNA test, only to end up with a fabricated report driving them to madness. Wonderful. Thank you, Feng Ji. Lu Yusin cheered and lunged into Mu Feng's embrace. Stop. Hold it right there. Mu Feng exclaimed. If you want me to draw, then behave yourself and refrain from being so hands-on. It creates a poor impression. All right. Lu Yusin pouted and obediently stepped aside. Crazy one. The chubby friend approached Mu Feng, tugging at his hand and shaking it playfully. We have made promises to the heavens. Could you possibly draw one for me as well? What is it like to have a large, plump person clinging to your hand in a playful manner? Mu Feng felt a wave of nausea wash over him and quickly shook off the pudgy hand, saying, All right, I will draw each of you one. But please refrain from using such methods to nauseate me. I nearly vomited up my meal. Have you both paid your respects to heaven and earth? Have you shared a bridal chamber? Wang Ye inquired curiously as she scrutinized the two. The stout fellow tilted his head thoughtfully and replied, Although we've shared bed. I suppose that doesn't quite count as a bridal chamber. Get lost. Mu Feng kicked him lightly, exasperated by his incessant nonsense. Upon returning to the Tianyuan office building, it wasn't long before the customized easel and painting supplies Mu Feng ordered arrived. The wall for painting would be delivered the following day. One by one, I shall create a portrait for each of you, Mu Feng announced with a smile. I'll go first, Lu Yusin exclaimed as she bounded up to Mu Feng, standing merely a centimeter away, allowing him to feel her warm breath and the subtle fragrance emanating from her. What are you doing? Mu Feng stepped back 2 paces, perplexed. Lu Yusin blinked innocently. Aren't you supposed to observe carefully before you paint? Come on, I'm ready. With that, she closed her eyes, adopting a pose of surrender. Mu Feng chuckled awkwardly. That was because my skills were not yet refined. I no longer need to be so close. Is that so? Lu Yusin replied, her face reflecting skepticism, yet she thought little of it, feeling a hint of disappointment. All right, then let us proceed as you wish. Mu Feng meticulously observed Lu Yusin's features, her face, hair, neck, and attire, enjoying the open admiration of her beauty. After a thorough examination, he began to paint. Now, he was exceedingly skilled, and his speed was remarkable. One portrait after another emerged, each embodying a distinct essence. Crazy, if I ever find myself destitute. May I sell this painting? The stout fellow asked softly as he gazed at his own artwork. It's yours to do with as you please. Mu Feng replied with a slight smile, though, given your physique and appearance, even the finest painting might struggle to find a buyer. Not necessarily, the stout fellow chuckled, cautiously tucking the painting away. As the last of the 4 portraits was completed, dusk had nearly fallen. After enjoying dinner with his companions, Mu Feng returned to school. After escorting the 3 female classmates back to their respective dormitories, he finally returned to his own room, taking a few moments to wash up before bed. Amidst the thunderous snores of his 3 roommates, Mu Feng once again slipped into the dreamscape he constructed. However, this time he did not enter Shirqing's dream, but rather that of the man depicted in his sketch. In the dream, the man lay in bed preparing to sleep when he suddenly noticed a figure at his bedside, startling him into an upright position. Upon recognizing the visitor, astonishment washed over his face. "You are Mu Feng. It's good that you recognize me," Mu Feng replied coldly. "Now tell me, who instructed you to bribe that young boy to frame me?" The man's expression shifted, shaking his head vehemently. "I don't know what you're talking about. Is that so?" Mu Feng sneered frostily, gesturing as 4 chains materialized out of thin air, ensnaring the man's limbs and hoisting him into the air. "Release me at once," the man exclaimed, his pupils constricted and his face a mask of horror. "Will you speak?" Mu Feng inquired coldly. "I truly do not comprehend what you are saying," the man protested, still struggling, stubborn and unyielding. With a disdainful snort, Mu Feng waved his hand, summoning another chain that materialized from thin air. This chain appeared to be governed by an unseen force, gradually advancing toward the man as heart, slowly prying open flesh and sinew and embedding itself within his chest. The excruciating pain elicited a terrified scream from the man, his entire body trembling, beads of sweat cascading down like raindrops, his complexion as pale as parchment. In reality, such a penetration of the heart would herald imminent death. Yet within this dreamscape controlled by Mu Feng, he could render the man's sensations achingly real while ensuring his survival. Moreover, as long as Mu Feng remained present, regardless of the intensity of his suffering, the man would not awaken from this nightmare. In this realm of dreams, death was merely a distant longing for him. Chapter 42. The 2 school beauties compete to deliver breakfast still not speaking. With a flick of his hand, Mu Feng conjured a second chain that floated in the air. In this dreamscape, he was the sovereign. "I will speak, I will speak." The man, gritting his teeth against excruciating pain, weakly shouted. "That's more like it. Had you done so earlier, you wouldn't have to endure such torment," Mu Feng declared. With a wave of his hand, all chains vanished, yet the agonizing pain remained. The man dared not play tricks and hastily confessed, "I don't even know his real name. Everyone calls him Lu Yi. He offered me 100,000 to bribe that little boy into framing you. I can give you the money. Just let me go." 100,000? Mu Feng paused, curiosity piqued. "How much do you intend to give that little boy?" The man trembled and extended 5 fingers. 50,000? At least you possess a shred of conscience. Mu Feng muttered. 50, the man whispered. In a swift motion, Mu Feng kicked the man into the air, and with a flick of his wrist, countless chains materialized, piercing through the man's internal organs, subjecting him to relentless torment throughout the night. Use the money Lu Yi gave you to pay for that little boy's mother's medical expenses. If you fail to do so, I shall ensure you are haunted by nightmares every night," Mu Feng coldly stated, observing the man collapsed on the ground, terror-stricken and trembling. With that, he vanished from the dream, indifferent to whether the man would comply. "No, please." In the waking world, the man jolted upright in bed, gasping for breath. After surveying his surroundings, he exhaled in relief. It had merely been a dream. His body was drenched in sweat, and he felt utterly drained. That dream felt so vivid. Yet, since it was a dream, perhaps he had not truly betrayed Lu Yi. After all, It was merely a dream, and Mu Feng's words held no weight in reality. Meanwhile, Mu Feng also awoke from his reverie. Louis, knowing just a name is of little use. It cannot conjure dreams. Crazy, crazy. Get up. The school beauties have come to deliver breakfast. Suddenly, a booming voice pierced his thoughts. Mu Feng turned and sat up in bed, leisurely donning his clothes. So what if they're here? It's not the first time. There is no need for such fuss. Yet, a small wave of happiness surged within him. Yesterday, he had not crafted a dream for Shi, and she still chose to bring him breakfast, signifying her actions were now voluntary rather than coerced by dreams. This time is different. Soon after, the voice of the chubby one echoed through the room. He burst into the dormitory and exclaimed, "Both school beauties have come to deliver breakfast." Both school beauties? Where did they come from? Mu Feng was momentarily taken aback. Xian entered, adjusting his glasses, and remarked, "Yesterday, the rankings of beauties at Tiandu University were updated. Lu Yuxin has leveled the scores with her height, tying with Shi Qing for first place, thus becoming the second school beauty of Tiandu University." Lu Yuxin? Mu Feng's expression turned helpless. How had that crazy girl not given up yet? "Brother Feng, I have brought you breakfast." As soon as this thought crossed his mind, the sweet and melodious voice of Lu Yuxin floated in from outside the dormitory. Mu Feng was startled and quickly covered himself with a blanket, having yet to don his trousers. Though he wore a pair of boxers, it would be rather awkward for a female classmate to glimpse him in such a state. Just as he managed to cover himself, Lu Yuxin burst into the room, clad in a pink mini-skirt, forcefully pushing aside the three muscular boys at the entrance. Her beautiful eyes scanned the dormitory and, upon spotting Mu Feng, her face lit up with delight as she waved the baozi and soybean milk in her hands like treasures. "I found out that you like to eat 8 soup dumplings in the morning and enjoy a cup of soybean milk, so I've prepared them all for you." With her head held high and a radiant smile, even the hint of her fair skin was visible to Mu Feng. It is a delightful experience for any man to be served breakfast by a beautiful woman. However, at that moment, Shi Qing, dressed in a flowing white gown, also entered with 8 dumplings and a cup of soybean milk. Though she spoke not a word, her large, watery eyes fixated on Mu Feng, unwittingly imposing immense pressure on him. What in the world? 2 campus beauties competing to deliver breakfast? What is wrong with this world? Why, among so many male classmates at Tiandu University, do they both focus solely on Mu Feng? How infuriating! If someone were to deliver breakfast to me daily, I could go half a year without seeing Miss Wu. The appearance of these campus goddesses naturally attracted a throng of male admirers outside the dormitory. Witnessing the 2 beauties vying to serve Mu Feng breakfast shattered many hearts. Yet Mu Feng felt somewhat overwhelmed. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted the breakfast from Shi Qing. After all, she had been bringing him breakfast for the past few days. He couldn't just switch to Lu Yuxin's offerings the moment she arrived, could he? Moreover, if this could help Lu Yuxin move on, it might not be such a bad thing. Lu Yuxin pouted, a fleeting look of disappointment crossing her face, but she quickly beamed again. "That's all right. You can save it for lunch." Lunch? I had planned to indulge in a feast, not eat dumplings and soybean milk. Mu Feng remained speechless. Shi Qing, however, smiled and said, "Just accept it. After all, it's the thought that counts." Fine. Mu Feng finally accepted Lu Yuxin's breakfast, muttering quietly to himself, "At least there are only 2. If another one comes, I might end up with breakfast for dinner too." "Brother Feng, what are you talking about?" Lu Yuxin asked curiously. "Nothing. I was just saying I would take the breakfast you brought to the studio for lunch," Mu Feng replied with a smile. "Brother Feng is going to the studio? Then I will go too." Lu Yuxin chimed in cheerfully. "I'm going to paint. What about you?" Mu Feng frowned slightly. "I can help you frame it. I will definitely choose the best wood for you," Lu Yuxin assured, her fair bosom bouncing with enthusiasm. "I can find someone to frame it myself." Mu Feng wished to decline, as he genuinely did not desire to engage in any profound interaction with this eccentric girl, nor did he wish to be alone with her, for fear of making mistakes. "I can offer you the cost price, not a penny more," Lu Yuxin cheerfully remarked. "All right, let's go together." Mu Feng's eyes sparkled at the mention of the cost price, for it transcended the mere question of discounts. It seemed this girl possessed some considerable influence. In the pursuit of saving money, he was willing to brave even the most perilous of situations. I shall accompany you as well, to assist with the arrangements. Shi Qing added, revealing her underlying concern about allowing Mu Feng to be alone with Lu Yusin. Although she felt relatively secure with Mu Feng, the unpredictable Lu Yusin posed a potential threat, capable of anything, even resorting to drugging him if the situation called for it. Excellent, Mu Feng nodded enthusiastically, feeling reassured with Shi Qing's presence. Are you coming along? He then turned to the trio of chubby friends. Sorry, I can't join you today. I've already made plans with Qin to go shopping, the chubby one chuckled. I've arranged to visit the zoo with you, the muscular one stated. Adjusting his glasses, the bespectacled one said leisurely, I have a tennis date with Meow Meow. Take care of yourself, Mu Feng. The three friends patted Mu Feng's shoulder in succession, sighed, and shook their heads as they departed. Chapter 43. Online auction of paintings, 3 individuals. Devoid of humanity, yet brimming with distinctiveness. Mu Feng mumbled to himself, casting a glance at Shi Qing and Lu Yusin. He rubbed his nose and awkwardly remarked, could you both step outside for a moment? I haven't put on my trousers yet. Wow, Brother Feng enjoys sleeping in the nude, exclaimed Lu Yusin, her eyes widening in exaggerated astonishment. The male students lingering outside the dormitory immediately let their imaginations run wild. Mu Feng sleeping in the nude, exposed to the gaze of 2 campus beauties? Why shout so loudly, as if eager for others to misconstrue the situation? Furthermore, I am not naked. I am wearing my underwear. Mu Feng retorted irritably. What are you afraid of while wearing underwear? It's not like they can see anything, Lu Yusin pouted, muttering. Mu Feng's expression darkened as he rubbed his forehead, feeling a twinge of headache. Why must you be so brazen, girl? Hurry up and step outside. Lu Yusin attempted to protest, but Shi Qing swiftly pulled her out, slamming the dormitory door shut with a resounding thud. Why did you drag me out? Lu Yusin complained. I finally had a chance to glimpse Brother Feng's muscles, and you ruined it. Shi Qing replied, coolly, do you have some psychological issues? There are plenty of muscular men at Tiandu University. Go ask them to show off for you. With your looks and figure, I am sure no one would refuse. Who says there aren't any? Brother Feng has turned me down multiple times. Lu Yusin stated earnestly. Except for Mu Feng, Shi Qing interjected. Lu Yusin scoffed. What is so appealing about those muscular guys? Brother Feng is the one who truly stands out. Shi Qing rolled her eyes, utterly speechless at the antics of this eccentric girl. Before long, Mu Feng emerged from the dormitory carrying a large bag of buns, announcing, let us go to the Tianyuan building. By the way, Xiao Qing, Wang Ya's fanbase must have surged significantly. Invite her as well. I want her to host a live auction for me on Douyin to sell my paintings. Art, after all, is a means to earn a living. Currently, he lacks substantial fame, and live streaming on Douyin seems the fastest avenue to sell his artwork. He believed that, following the last live session, many art enthusiasts would have begun to follow Wang Ya. All right, Shi Qing took out her phone to message Wang Ya. Lu Yusin lagged behind the two, quietly texting her father, Dad, Mu Feng is auctioning paintings on Douyin today in the same live room as before. Please inform your art-loving friends to come and support. After sending the message, Lu Yusin casually caught up, walking beside Mu Feng, with the 2 campus beauties flanking him. Their presence guaranteed an unwavering 100 rate of attention wherever they went. Meanwhile, Mu Feng once again found himself the target of envy among the male students on campus. Soon, Wang arrived as well. With 3 beauties walking together, the gazes of the male students were filled with a murderous intent. As Mu Feng traversed the path, he felt an unsettling anxiety, fearing that those male students might brandish a large knife and rush at him. Upon arriving at the studio, it was not long before the canvases ordered the previous day were delivered and, with the assistance of the transport personnel, were arranged within the studio, creating 9 distinct zones, 1 for creation and 8 for displaying artwork. The creative area was equipped with a foldable sofa, providing a place to rest when fatigue set in. With everything in place, Mu Feng commenced his watercolor painting. The first piece was titled The 8 Steeds, featuring 8 galloping horses, majestic and untamed, embodying freedom and exuberance, evoking a sense of exhilaration in the onlooker, which took half an hour to complete. The second piece, mountain ranges, depicted towering peaks that pierced the clouds, adorned with lush trees, with ethereal white clouds drifting between the mountains. At the horizon, the sun began its ascent, symbolizing a solid foundation and stable power, ensuring an invincible position in the commercial realm, taking another half hour to finish. Watching Mu Feng paint were three young women, Shi Qing, Liu Yusin, and Wang Ya, who found themselves utterly captivated by the profound essence of both artworks. Mu Feng looked up at Wang Ya and said with a smile, "Wang Ya, we can start the live broadcast now." Oh, he. Wang Ya snapped back to reality, her gaze towards Mu Feng filled with astonishment. Indeed, each piece conveyed a unique artistic essence. What astounded her most was the speed at which he painted, achieving such perfection in his work. It was simply remarkable. Taking a deep breath, she initiated the live broadcast. "Hello, everyone. Master Mu Feng is painting again. I am fortunate to be invited by him to host an auction during this live stream. All the paintings he creates today will be auctioned, starting at just 1 yuan. If you appreciate them, feel free to participate in the bidding." Wang Ya's gentle voice resonated in the broadcast room. "Additionally, I must kindly remind everyone not to bid recklessly. If you win but cannot afford to pay, Master Mu Feng will permanently blacklist you and will no longer sell any paintings to you in the future. For those wishing to bid through a voice connection with me, I will connect you in the order of your requests. Since this is less direct than a live setting, each person will have only 3 opportunities to place a bid, so please be thoughtful with each one. Lastly, as time is limited, those bidding via voice connection simply need to state their price without unnecessary remarks. Now, without further ado, let's begin the auction. Let's first view the initial masterpiece." With that, Wang Yu approached the now-dry 8 steeds and smiled as she spoke. The meaning of the 8 steeds needs no explanation. Everyone understands. As for the quality of the painting, I leave that for you to discern. Following her previous live session, Wang Yu's follower count had surged to 200,000. Prior to this, she had announced the broadcast time in advance, and now the live room had gathered around 50 to 60,000 viewers. As they gazed upon the 8 steeds, they were instantly drawn into the painting's profound ambience. Within the artwork, they felt transformed into galloping steeds, racing freely across the vast grasslands, unrestrained, joyful, and liberated. In that moment, all the pressures of life and work dissipated. There were no insurmountable obstacles, no challenges too great to overcome. The future appeared infinitely bright at that moment. The painting was nothing short of extraordinary. Truly, it was a testament to Master Mu Feng's brilliance. The viewers in the live broadcast room, having awakened from their reverie, were all astounded. However, such a masterpiece would undoubtedly command a hefty price, and most individuals would hesitate to make a bid. Moreover, participants in the auction were afforded only 3 opportunities to place their bids. Even those genuinely desiring the painting would first need to assess its true worth in their hearts before committing. For a time, no one dared to join the bidding. A full 10 minutes passed before someone finally initiated a request to connect. Once Wang Ya accepted the connection and activated the speakerphone, she invited the participant, who went by the nickname born for the painting, to make their bid. 5 million, resonated a man's voice within the live stream. Chapter 44. Meeting the parents? Isn't that a bit too soon? 5 million, dear friend, born for art, bids 5 million. May we have a next contender. With each successive bid, the price of the 8 steeds swiftly ascended to 10 million. At this juncture, no one was inclined to raise their bid further. Ultimately, it was concluded at the price of 10 million. After Wang Yu recorded the details of the winning bidder for the 8 steeds, she continued. Next, we present the second artwork, the Mountain Guardian. She directed the camera towards the now-dry Mountain Guardian, instantly transporting all viewers in the live stream into a wondrous ambience. Once they emerged from this reverie, Wang Yu elaborated. The Mountain Guardian symbolizes a solid foundation for one's enterprise and stable power. It is a piece that both merchants and officials would cherish hanging in their offices. Let the bidding commence. 5 million. Once again, Born for Art was the first to break the ice. The price quickly surged to 15 million. For these merchants, the significance of the Mountain Guardian was evidently more appealing than that of the 8 steeds, hence the higher price. This illustrates the notion that regardless of the quality of an artwork, It only holds value when it encounters true connoisseurs. The 8 steeds in Mountain Guardian were nearly indistinguishable in quality, yet their price disparity was substantial, stemming from the differing appreciation among their audiences. The bidders in the live stream were predominantly merchants, who naturally favored the symbolism of the Mountain Guardian. The 2 artworks sold for a staggering 25 million, leaving the viewers in awe. It turned out that Wang Ye's live stream was brimming with affluent individuals. Indeed, it had not dawned on them before, but they now realized that wealth was right beside them. 25 million. I toil endlessly, and my yearly gross profit barely amounts to 250,000. Comparing oneself to others can be quite disheartening. Oh dear, if I could only save 25,000 a year, would I not be ashamed to face the world? The barrage of comments flowed rapidly. Simultaneously, many showered a wave of gifts, as witnessing such a live auction was a rare opportunity. Next came the 3rd artwork. As Mu Feng painted, Wang Yi continued the live auction. Shi Qing and Lu Yusin were responsible for organizing the bidders' information, communicating with the successful bidders through the contact details they provided. Given the considerable value of these paintings, shipping them via postal services was out of the question. Both Shi Qing and Lu Yusin, through their own networks, procured a group of trustworthy individuals to deliver the artworks according to the addresses provided. Approaching noon, Mu Feng had completed a total of 6 paintings, all of which were sold, amounting to a total value of 90 million. With taxes of 10 million and an after-tax profit of 79 million. The sheer profit of nearly 80 million for the morning astonished even the privileged offspring like Shi Qing and Lu Yusin. Goodness, if one could produce a few paintings daily, the annual profit could reach 2 to 3 billion. The viewers in Wang Ye's live stream were equally exhilarated, as they bore witness to the rise of a billionaire. Mu Feng set down his brush, stretched lazily, and moved his limbs before entering the live streaming room. He announced, "Well, today's live auction concludes here. My studio is located on the 8th floor, room 7 of the Tianyuan office building, near Tiandu University. In a month, I will host an exhibition in my studio, and those interested are welcome to visit." He added, "The paintings have been shipped to the addresses you provided, and some have already been received. For those who have not yet received their artwork, it should arrive shortly." After speaking, he exited the live stream and took out his phone to check messages. His car number had already been sent via private message to the successful bidders during the live session, and half of the deposit had been paid upon their purchase. Those who received their paintings had transferred the remaining balance. He believed it would not be long before all funds were settled. "Thank you for your hard work. Lunch is on me today," Mu Feng said with a smile to Shi Qing and the 3 ladies. "Great," they replied eagerly, nodding in agreement. After lunch, with all funds received, Mu Feng went to the tax bureau to settle his taxes, muttering to himself, "I should really hire a private accountant. It's such a hassle to handle taxes on my own each time." In the afternoon, he remained in the studio painting, refraining from any auctions. Once finished, he entrusted Lu Yusin to frame the artwork and hang it on the wall. He marveled at how she managed to procure high-quality mahogany at a price even lower than that of mid-range wood on the market. Returning to school in the evening, Mu Feng joined his friends for a few rounds of poker before entering the dream of the man from the previous night once again. "Mu Feng, it's you again." The man trembled in fear upon seeing Mu Feng, his eyes betraying his terror. "It seems you did not heed my warning," Mu Feng replied coldly, waving his hand as countless chains materialized, piercing through the man's internal organs and subjecting him to unspeakable torment. The dreamscape reverberated with the man's harrowing screams. Had he followed Mu Feng's earlier advice, he would have received a system notification indicating the dream's influence on reality. Clearly, he dismissed it as merely a nightmare, failing to remember the words spoken in the dream. Today, let us intensify the experience. With that, Mu Feng waved his hand, causing the chains to vanish. Yet the gaping wounds on the man's body remained unhealed. Blood poured forth, staining his entire form crimson. Then, with another gesture, Mu Feng poured a torrent of chilly water into those wounds. The man's eyes widened in horror, mouth agape, yet no sound escaped. The agony inflicted by the chilly water was unimaginable. This torment continued throughout the night until Mu Feng finally ceased his actions. "I hope you will heed my words tomorrow. Otherwise, Your next experience will be even more exhilarating, Mu Feng coldly remarked before vanishing from the dream. The man awoke with a start, feeling utterly drained and weak, as if he had been rendered completely exhausted. Although it was merely a dream, the sensations felt achingly real, so much so that he began to doubt his own sanity. If subjected to such nightmares for 10 days or even half a month, he would likely either perish from sheer exhaustion or completely unravel. I must seek the counsel of a wise monk to interpret my dreams. The young man, weary in body, descended the stairs and took a taxi to the most renowned temple. Ultimately, he remained reluctant to part with 100,000 for another's medical expenses. In the following days, apart from basketball games, Mu Feng spent his time in the studio, immersed in painting. The basketball games posed no challenge against a team of only slightly lesser strength. Mu Feng dominated the match single-handedly. After several days of diligent work, the studio was adorned with 50 paintings, rendering it less monotonous. To express his gratitude to the beautiful instructor who had not compelled him to attend self-study sessions, he painted a portrait for her. One day, as he finished his painting and set out for lunch, Shi hesitated before speaking. Mu Feng, are you free tomorrow? I'm always free. What is it? He inquired with a smile. I would like to invite you to my home, Shi murmured softly. To your home? Mu Feng paused, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Isn't this a bit too soon to meet the parents? Though they had grown closer while playing music together in Shi's practice room after tiring days of painting, they had yet to establish themselves as an official couple. Even if they were to become partners, meeting the family seemed rather premature. Chapter 45. Acquiring a luxury car, the Rolls-Royce dawned beside him. Wang burst into laughter, exclaiming, Master Mu, your imagination truly knows no bounds. Tomorrow is Xiao Qing's birthday. She merely invited you over to her home for a gathering, which is quite different from meeting the parents. Xiao Qing's birthday is tomorrow? Mu Feng paused momentarily, then smiled. I should prepare a thoughtful gift for her. The gift need not be extravagant, Qing interjected, shaking her head as she produced a beautifully crafted invitation from her pocket. This is the invitation. There may be a considerable number of guests, and entry without it will not be permitted. Understood. Mu Feng accepted the invitation, tucking it away securely. After finishing their meal, Qing left him her address and departed. Wang followed suit, claiming she would assist Qing at her home. Meanwhile, Lu Yusin had a prior engagement and had not shown up that morning. The rest of the group was once again engrossed in their studies, leaving him alone. Upon returning to the studio, Mu Feng reclined on the folding sofa, contemplating what sort of gift he should present the following day. After much deliberation, he could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion, so he decided to abandon the thought. At worst, he could simply bring along a painting. Moreover, he realized he needed to procure a suitable outfit. The attendees of Qing's birthday celebration would undoubtedly be prominent figures in business, and he could not afford to appear shabby, lest he tarnish her reputation. Additionally, he ought to acquire a more decent mode of transportation. With determination, Mu Feng sprang up and left the studio, heading first to the largest car dealership nearby. He had obtained his driver's license the previous year, but had yet to purchase a vehicle due to financial constraints. Good day, sir. Are you here to look at cars? Approached a strikingly beautiful saleswoman. Upon closer inspection, Mu Feng was astonished to recognize her as the mother of the little boy he had encountered previously. Oh, your health has improved? He inquired, surprised. For the past few nights, he had been inducing dreams in a man, urging him to provide funds for the woman's medical treatment. Despite the man's torment, he had yet to take Mu Feng's words seriously. However, he suspected that a resolution was nearing. The man had been plagued by increasingly severe nightmares, and any rational person would have difficulty enduring such torment for long. To his astonishment, seeing the woman vibrant and full of life, he wondered how she could have recovered so swiftly, especially considering her prior financial struggles regarding medical care. What? The saleswoman looked utterly bewildered. I've always been in good health. When did I fall ill? Mu Feng chuckled and asked, Your son is still well behaved, I trust? Are you comfortable leaving him alone at home? The saleswoman's cheeks flushed crimson as she erupted in indignation. Are you out of your mind? I'm still a young maiden. Where would I have a son? Are you here to buy a car or not? If not, then you should leave. In that moment, all semblance of her professional demeanor vanished, overwhelmed by her anger. Mu Feng was taken aback by her outburst, wondering if he had mistaken her identity. Yet, she bore a striking resemblance. No, this woman appeared significantly younger, likely only around 22 years of age, and she might well be a recent graduate intern. The mother he had encountered must have been around 25 or 26, her appearance more mature, indicating they were not the same individual after all. Upon reflecting on this, he couldn't help but smile awkwardly. I apologize. I must have mistaken you for someone else. By the way, could you tell me about the vehicles you have here? Please recommend a couple that might suit me. Hearing that the visitor was genuinely interested in purchasing a car, the salesperson took a deep breath, suppressing the anger that had welled up within her, and once again donned a professional smile, inquiring, "May I ask what price range you are considering? Or do you have a particular model in mind?" Mu Feng pondered for a moment before responding, "I don't have a specific model in mind, and I don't usually pay much attention to cars. As for the price, it should be between 1 million and 10 million. Oh, and I need a car that is available immediately." Between 1 million and 10 million? The salesperson's eyes brightened. The more expensive the car sold, the greater her commission would be. Without hesitation, she led Mu Feng directly to the most expensive car in the dealership, presenting it with enthusiasm. "Sir, this is the Rolls-Royce Dawn 6T black badge, a sports car with a maximum horsepower of 601, an output of 442, and a top speed of 250. It's a striking black model that is both imposing and aesthetically pleasing. It features 2 doors, 4 seats, and a soft-top convertible, an ideal choice for impressing the ladies. What do you think?" In her view, young individuals who purchased such luxury vehicles were often looking to attract romantic interests. Mu Feng, not particularly knowledgeable about performance specifications, was more concerned with aesthetics. To be fair, the Dawn was indeed quite attractive, and he found himself satisfied. "How much is it?" he inquired directly. "The base price is 2 million, the salesperson replied with a smile. "Is there a discount?" Mu Feng asked. "Sir, this is the lowest price available," the salesperson assured him, still smiling. "All right, I'll take it." Mu Feng nodded affirmatively. The salesperson was momentarily taken aback. Was he really making the purchase just like that? She had prepared numerous persuasive arguments and was even willing to concede a bit of profit to lower the price. But this was unexpectedly straightforward. "Is there a problem?" Mu Feng asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Oh, no, not at all. I'll get the paperwork started for you." The salesperson quickly regained her composure, leading Mu Feng to complete the necessary formalities, her heart filled with joy. Other salespeople cast envious glances her way. She had only been at the dealership for a few days, yet had sold a luxury car worth over 6 million. Unbeknownst to them, while she was elated, she also harbored a tinge of regret. The dealership's most expensive immediate stock was this particular model. Had there been a vehicle priced around 10 million, her commission would have been even more substantial. This young man was indeed affluent. "Sir, will you be financing or paying in full?" The salesperson asked with a genuine smile this time, one that radiated warmth rather than professionalism. "In full," Mu Feng replied with a slight smile, adding, "Your current smile is far more appealing than the one from earlier." Being an intern, she had not encountered many such scenarios, and her cheeks flushed slightly. But she managed to maintain her composure, laughing. "Sir, you certainly know how to joke." After completing the paperwork, Mu Feng, holding the temporary license plate, drove off in the Dawn. The official plates would be available in 3 days at the vehicle registration office. A few seasoned female salespeople approached and remarked, "Shaolin, why didn't you ask him to take you for a spin?" "A spin? I still have to work. What leisure do I have?" Xiaolin appeared utterly bewildered. "Oh dear. With such a wealthy individual at your disposal, do you truly wish to spend your life merely as a car salesman?" The others admonished, urging her to take a joyride with him and then find a decent hotel. Everything would fall into place, and thereafter, she would never have to return to work again. Finally, Xiaolin snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she exclaimed, "What on earth are you all thinking?" Watching Xiaolin hastily depart, the others shook their heads and sighed. She is still too young. After leaving the car dealership, Mu Feng drove his luxurious vehicle and purchased a tailored suit costing around 20,000, preparing for the banquet the following day. He returned the car to the underground parking of the office building, placing the suit inside before hailing a cab back to school. That night, Mu Feng once again entered the man's dreams, subjecting him to unspeakable torment. Chapter 46. Dreams Influence Reality. Super Divine Carving Technique. At dawn the next day, Mu Feng awoke from his dreams, swiftly rising to wash up before preparing to go out. "Were you off to so early, crazy one? Didn't you wait for the campus beauties to bring you breakfast?" A muscular man, practicing leg lifts on the balcony, inquired curiously. Typically, Mu Feng would wait for the two campus beauties to deliver breakfast whenever he was attending classes. Yet today, he had risen before 7 on his own. "It's the birthday of one of the beauties. I'm going to her celebration," Mu Feng replied with a smile. "Oh, that explains your early rise," the muscular man realized. "By the way, if Lu Yusin arrives, please let her know," Mu Feng instructed, believing that with the relationship between Shi Qing and Lu Yusin, the latter likely wouldn't be invited. He wondered where that wild girl had disappeared to in recent days. "Sure," the muscular man nodded. On his way to the Tianyuan office building, Mu Feng contemplated what gift to bring. After much deliberation, he thought, perhaps I should just paint a picture. He rubbed his temples, finding the task of selecting a gift quite bothersome. Standing before the easel, he found himself lost in thought. What should I paint? This was indeed a significant dilemma. Although their relationship had yet to blossom into romance, it felt more intimate than that of mere friends. This stage made gifting particularly challenging. Something too ordinary would be inappropriate, while something too extravagant would also be unsuitable. Suddenly, a notification echoed in Mu Feng's mind. Ding! Dreamerly Air brings Zhou Xueqing to the hospital, providing 100,000 for medical expenses. Dreams affect reality, with an influence level of 3 stars. Reward: 3 strength for the host, 2 lottery chances. At that moment, a surge of power coursed through his body, enhancing his physical form. This was the effect of the 3 strength bonus. "Have you finally lost control?" A smile crept onto Mu Feng's lips. "Would the host like to begin the lottery now?" the system inquired. "Let us do it," Mu Feng replied, and a virtual wheel appeared before him. The wheel contained 36 segments, 6 of which were skills, while the rest were various 3 attributes. Among the 6 skills, there were 2 advanced, 2 top-notch, 1 divine driving skill, and 1 super divine carving skill. This reward was significantly better than the previous 2 occasions. Silently, he chanted start, and the pointer began to spin rapidly. As he mentally urged it to stop, the pointer decelerated and landed on the 3-strength segment. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 3 strength," the system announced. "Has my luck run out?" Mu Feng mused, feeling the enhanced vigor of his body and smacking his lips. The 3-strength reward was indeed commendable, but it paled in comparison to the divine and super divine skills. Now his strength had reached 23 points, surpassing that of an average person by more than double, rendering him incredibly formidable. Correspondingly, his weight had increased, and his muscles appeared more robust, primarily due to the added density of his muscles and bones. Overall, the changes appear to be minimal. There remains one more opportunity. Mu Feng took a deep breath and initiated the lottery once more. At the moment the pointer came to a halt, he was taken aback. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the super divine carving skill." The system's notification chimed in real time. Such fortune is truly extraordinary, Mu Feng thought, astonished by his own luck. He was tempted to inquire if he was somehow the system's progenitor, as it consistently bestowed such exceptional rewards upon him. However, after some contemplation, he dismissed the idea, fearing that incurring the system's ire might result in the retraction of his newly acquired prize, a most unfortunate outcome. Would the host like to begin imparting the super divine carving skill now? The system inquired. Impart. Only that which resides within one's own mind is truly one's own. No sooner had the words left his lips than a torrent of intricate and profound information flooded his consciousness. It took a full half-hour for Mu Feng to assimilate all of it. The super divine carving skill could be activated temporarily under specific conditions, far surpassing the divine painting technique that allowed one to enter the essence of the artwork. This super divine carving skill arrived at a fortuitous moment, as he finally discerned the perfect gift for her. A smile graced Mu Feng's lips as he retrieved his phone and dial the number on President Lu's business card. "Master Mu, what brings you to call me today?" came the rugged voice of President Lu once the call connected. In the background, Mu Feng faintly discerned a somewhat familiar female voice, but he did not dwell on it. Responding cheerfully, "President Lu, I apologize for the intrusion today, but I have a favor to ask." President Lu, eager to find an opportunity to express his gratitude, brightened at these words and replied, "Oh, please, Master Mu, speak freely. If it is within my power, I will go to great lengths to assist you. I would like to request a custom piece of authentic small-leaf red sandalwood, with a slightly reddish hue, measuring 15 centimeters in length, 8 centimeters in width, and 30 centimeters in height. The moisture content should not be too high, as it needs to be suitable for carving." Mu Feng intended to carve a phoenix in flight for Shurqing. A phoenix carved from red small-leaf sandalwood would also be red, appearing all the more lifelike. "Certainly, no problem at all. Should I deliver it to Tiandu University?" Although unaware of Mu Feng's intentions, President Lu readily agreed without hesitation. "No, please send it to Villa Number 1 in Ziyuan as soon as possible," Mu Feng instructed. "Villa Number 1 in Ziyuan?" President Lu paused for a moment, then chuckled. "What a coincidence. I am also heading there to attend the birthday party of President Shi's daughter. I can bring it to you directly." "President Lu is going as well?" Mu Feng felt a twinge of surprise, but upon reflection, considered it perfectly normal for a chairman of a major corporation to have business dealings, and thus replied with a smile, "That would be much appreciated, President Lu. May I inquire about the cost of this piece of small-leaf sandalwood?" President Lu responded with a smile, "Master Mu, consider this piece of small-leaf sandalwood a gift from our family in gratitude for your kindness." Mu Feng was somewhat bewildered by President Lu's words. "Master Mu, hello. I am President Lu's wife." At that moment, a woman's voice resonated from the other end of the line. She recounted, "Prior to this, I had been tormented by nightmares, lost in slumber for several months. My husband sought the aid of numerous esteemed doctors, both Eastern and Western, yet to no avail. It was only when I held the 5-clawed dragon painting, which I had purchased from you, that my consciousness was awakened, shattering the nightmares and allowing me to regain my senses. You have truly been my savior." Mu Feng was taken aback. Could his painting possess such powers? After a brief moment of astonishment, he shook his head and replied, "Madam Lu, that painting was acquired by Director Lu for a sum of 10 million. Once sold, it is no longer my concern, and thus, I cannot claim to have rescued you." He continued, "Furthermore, I intend to use this small piece of rosewood for a carving as a gift. If no payment is made, I cannot help but feel it was you who presented it to her rather than me." It seemed that the individual held significant importance to Master Mu. "Very well. I shall have my husband calculate the cost price for you." She acquiesced, understanding the situation without further persuasion. "Thank you." She expressed her gratitude. This time, Mu Feng did not decline. After concluding the call, Mu Feng procured a carving knife before donning a suit and driving his sleek vehicle towards the Ziyuan Villa District. Chapter 47. The Birthday Banquet. The Ziyuan Villa District, a property of Shurqing Tianxia, may not be the finest in Tiandu, but it ranks among the top 5. The chairman, Shi Chenhui, resides in Villa Number 1. As Mu Feng arrived at the entrance of the underground parking lot of Villa Number 1 in his sleek vehicle, he presented his invitation before being granted entry. Given that it was a private parking area, spaces were limited. Today marked the birthday of the eldest daughter of the Shi family, and numerous esteemed guests had gathered for the celebration. Without an invitation, one could not park in the independent lot. After parking his vehicle, Mu Feng ascended to the first floor via the elevator, where a staff member guided him to the grand hall. This hall was even more expansive than Mu Feng's own studio, a testament to the opulence of the affluent elite. He realized how far he still had to go, although the birthday banquet had yet to commence. The hall was already filled with a multitude of guests engaged in lively conversation and introductions. Those invited by Shi Chenhui to celebrate his daughter's birthday were not only prominent executives of renowned corporations, but might also be potential collaborators in the future. Among them were even officials and dignitaries with whom Shi Chenhui was acquainted. Thus, everyone exchanged cordial greetings, regardless of familiarity. There was no pretense of superiority or disdain. Here, individuals of similar stature gathered, many of whom were young, children of the distinguished guests, mingling in hopes of forging alliances for the future. The moment Mu Feng entered the hall alone, he drew the attention of nearly everyone present. While the other young attendees had come with their parents, Mu Feng stood out as the solitary figure. His age was comparable to that of the offspring of the prominent executives, perhaps even slightly younger. Typically, someone of his age would not possess the status or connections to warrant a personal invitation for Shi Chenwei. However, his presence suggested he indeed held an invitation. Clad in stylish attire, complemented by his handsome visage and elegant demeanor, he exuded the charm of a refined gentleman. It was plausible that a busy executive had sent their son in their stead. Isn't that Mu Feng? Arriving empty-handed for the Shi family's celebration? A diminutive man emerged before Mu Feng, delivering his remark with a hint of mockery. The crowd paused, realizing he was a classmate of the Shi family's daughter. The Mu family? This was an unfamiliar affluent clan to many. To the north of the hall, a middle-aged man, holding a glass of red wine and engaged in jovial conversation, glanced over with a scrutinizing gaze. This was Shi Qing's male acquaintance, unbeknownst to Mu Feng. He had caught the attention of Shi Qing's father. Casting a brief glance at the slight figure before him, Mu Feng smiled. "Ah, so it's you." This slender young man was none other than the classmate who had previously assisted Chu Yunxiang in delivering flowers, blocking the entrance of Shi Qing's dormitory. Given his connection to Shi Qing, it was unlikely he had received an invitation, suggesting he was likely brought by Chu Yunxiang. "Indeed, it is I," he replied. The monkey nodded incessantly, persistently inquiring, "We all prepared gifts for classmate Shi Qing, yet you arrived empty-handed. Is that not rather inappropriate? Could it be that classmate Mu Feng intends to present a mere bank card? How utterly mundane." He was naturally aware of the live auction affair. Although he felt an intense pang of jealousy within, he maintained an outward demeanor of disdain. "Do I need to report to you what I intend to present?" Mu Feng replied with a serene smile, sidestepping the monkey and continuing on his way. The monkey attempted to block his path, but realized it was too late. Just wait and see how you maintain your composure later." With a cold snort, he turned and approached a corner of the hall, addressing Chu Yunxiang, who was swirling a glass of red wine. "Brother Chu, that fellow indeed came empty-handed. Even if he had hidden gifts, they would merely be trifles, unworthy compared to the grand present you have prepared." Chu Yunxiang nodded slightly, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Such birthday celebrations typically saw the older generation merely providing a gift list, with the actual gifts having been delivered in advance, thus avoiding any appearance at the banquet. After all, no one wished to be outdone or to lose face. This manner of gifting ensured that no one knew what others had brought, thereby eliminating any basis for comparison and the potential embarrassment that accompanied it. However, the younger generation was different, particularly the young men, who sought to win the favor of the Shi family's eldest daughter through their offerings. Not only Shi Qing, but this scene would unfold at the birthday parties of any offspring of these prominent figures. The older generation did not impede this. Rather, they welcomed it, knowing that even if their own children faced embarrassment, it was merely youthful folly and would not affect relationships among the elders. If their children's outstanding performances could foster a union between the families, that would be even more splendid. Of course, not all young people cherish such traditions. For instance, Shi Qing had never attended the birthday banquets of the children of other executives. Consequently, few in her generation were familiar with her. "Mu Feng, you have arrived." Just as he settled into his seat, he noticed Wang Yu approaching with a cheerful smile. "Xiao Qing is currently busy with her makeup, and she cannot come out until the party begins. She was concerned you might feel lonely, so she asked me to keep you company." Wang Yu sat beside Mu Feng, smiling as she spoke. "Is she really doing her makeup?" Mu Feng inquired, slightly taken aback. From their previous interactions, he knew Shi Qing typically wore no makeup, merely applying some moisturizer. Of course, she is the birthday girl. How could she not adorn herself? "Be careful not to be so dazzled that you lose your composure," Wang Yu said playfully. "Am I such a superficial person?" Mu Feng retorted disdainfully. Having interacted with Shi Qing for so long, and having had countless close encounters in his dreams, he had developed a certain immunity to her beauty. "Is that so?" Wang Yu chuckled, glancing around Mu Feng. I must say, Master Mu, you truly came empty-handed, without a gift prepared? I do have one. It simply has not yet arrived, Mu Feng replied with a nod. That is reassuring, Wang Yi exhaled. Once Xiao Qing emerges, it will be time for the young people to present their gifts. This segment is designed to create opportunities for the youth. Should the protagonist be swayed, it could very well lead to a union between two families. I have heard that Chu Yunxiang has prepared a grand gesture to profess his feelings to Xiao Qing on sight. You must not let him overshadow you. Is there such a segment? Mu Feng felt somewhat bewildered. Is this how the wealthy conduct themselves? Certainly. What is your gift? Do share, so I may take it as a reference. Xiao Qing will be appearing shortly. Wang Yi has truly labored for the sake of Mu Feng and Shi Qing. My gift has already arrived. Before Mu Feng could finish his sentence, he noticed General Lu approaching him slowly, carrying a large gift box. A strikingly beautiful matron clung to his arm on the left, while a lovely young lady held onto his other arm on the right. Lu Yusin? Both Mu Feng and Wang Yi were taken aback. Brother Feng, I've been searching for you everywhere. I didn't realize you were here. Upon spotting Mu Feng, Lu Yusin released her father's arm and hurriedly sat beside him, grinning as she spoke. I initially didn't wish to attend, but I was surprised to learn that the event my father is attending is actually Shi Qing's birthday banquet. Had I known, I would have accompanied you. Brother Feng? General Lu and his wife exchanged glances, each surprised to see their daughter so close to Mu Feng. General Lu. Mu Feng rose to shake hands with Lu and his wife, inviting them to take a seat before he resumed his own. So my savior is this young and handsome. No wonder my daughter has been clamoring to transfer to Tiandu University, Mrs. Lu remarked with a smile. You flatter me, Mrs. Lu, Mu Feng replied, slightly astonished that Lu Yusin had transferred schools for his sake. Wang Yi scrutinized Mu Feng and Lu Yusin, thinking to herself, with Xiao Qing absent, I must keep a close watch. Master Mu, here is the item you requested. General Lu placed the gift box on the table. Thank you, General Lu. I will transfer the payment to you shortly, Mu Feng replied with a smile. Indeed, General Lu did not decline, though their acquaintance was brief. He sensed that this young man was not one to easily accept favors. Mu Feng opened the gift box to reveal a piece of red sandalwood. Wang Yi gasped. My heavens, Mu Feng, you cannot possibly intend to give this as a gift, can you? While red sandalwood is precious and hailed as the king of woods, this small piece is worth only around 10 to 20,000, a mere trifle among the affluent present. Moreover, who would give it as a birthday gift? It is simply laughable. It cannot be simply gifted. I only ordered this from General Lu this morning, and, as time was of the essence, I had a carve here, Mu Feng responded. Wang Yi, please prepare a cloth to lay on the table to avoid staining it, and also a trash bin. He added with a smile, you can carve as well? The crowd expressed their surprise. To Mr. and Mrs. Lu, it seemed implausible that someone who had achieved such mastery in painting could possibly devote time to honing other skills. Lu Yusin and Wang Yi had already witnessed Mu Feng's extraordinary basketball skills, exceptional painting prowess, and remarkable proficiency in playing the flute. They were astonished to discover that this individual also possessed the art of sculpting. What, indeed, could he not accomplish? Mu Feng smiled faintly and remarked, in truth, my greatest talent lies in sculpting. With that, he retrieved a small yet exceedingly sharp and sturdy carving knife from his pocket and began to carve into the small leaf rosewood. The wood, as hard as iron, posed no challenge for Mu Feng's formidable strength, which, combined with the keen edge of the knife, effortlessly sliced through the delicate outer layers of the rosewood. Employing his superlative sculpting technique, he gradually delved deeper into its core. Initially intending to carve a phoenix spreading its wings, he altered his design, opting instead to create the image of a phoenix seeking its mate, envisioning a scene that would undoubtedly be even more exhilarating once brought to life. Chapter 48. The gift-giving ceremony commences as Mu Feng busily carved away. The host of the birthday banquet, Miss Shi Qing of the Shi family, approached gracefully, accompanied by her mother. The resemblance between mother and daughter was striking, both elegant in demeanor, with the mother donned in a flowing black gown that accentuated her youthful beauty. Nevertheless, all eyes were drawn to the star of the evening, Shi Qing herself, adorned in a V-neck, aristocratic blue-gray gown that cinched at the waist. Qing radiated an air of noble elegance. Her shoulder-length black hair cascaded in soft waves, framing her delicate features and porcelain skin. Long, lush lashes curled slightly, casting shadows over her bright, expressive eyes. Her crimson lips, slightly pursed, exuded a sensual allure without veering into the realm of the garish, embodying a poised yet playful charm. The V-neck gown showcased her long, slender neck, often likened to that of a swan. The fabric was embellished with intricate embroidery, interspersed with sparkling diamonds, akin to a princess from a storybook as she glided forward, captivating the attention of all. Young men, in particular, were entranced, holding their breath in awe. Truly, she was breathtaking. Even Lu Yusin, a beauty in her own right, could not conceal her astonishment. At this moment, the mother and daughter duo reached the grand stage erected at the center of the hall. After a few brief words from her mother, the spotlight shifted to the birthday girl, Qing, who stood as the undeniable focal point of admiration. Yet, her gaze wandered through the crowd, searching for a familiar figure. Not spotting the person she longed for, her brows furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of melancholy. At that moment, the hearts of those present tightened with concern. What sorrow clouded her spirit? Suddenly, she spotted Wang Yu waving at her from the crowd, gesturing towards a table at the corner. Following her direction, Qing's eyes landed on Mu Feng, who was engrossed in his carving. A smile finally graced her lips. Regardless of what he was engaged in, the mere presence of him was enough to uplift her spirits. With her smile blooming like a garden in spring, the entire hall seemed to brighten, lifting the mood of everyone around her. Beautiful things invariably evoke joy, and such beauty could profoundly alter one's emotional state. Thank you all for traveling great distances to join my birthday celebration. The festivities will continue until 10 in the evening, and I hope everyone enjoys themselves thoroughly. Additionally, if anyone possesses a talent, feel free to showcase it on this stage. You might even find yourselves liberated from a single life. Qing spoke briefly into the microphone before descending from the stage. Next, the head of the family, Hui, took to the stage, raising a glass of red wine. I express my gratitude to each of you for taking the time to attend my daughter's birthday banquet. Allow me to propose a toast to you all. Every guest raised their glasses in acknowledgement, regardless of gender or their personal preference for wine. While one could abstain from drinking, the decorum must be upheld. Only Mu Feng remained entirely absorbed in his carving, too preoccupied to heed the proceedings. He was determined to complete his work before the gift-giving segment concluded. At this moment, Hui was oblivious to Mu Feng. After taking a sip of red wine, he smiled and said, "This is the domain of the youth. Our presence as older folks might only make them uncomfortable. Please, let us ascend to the second floor together." With that, he stepped down from the stage and, turning to Qing, remarked with a smile, "Qing, today you are the star. You shall dictate the festivities. I'll leave everything in your capable hands." Qing nodded in agreement. "My dear, let us go." Hui led his wife upstairs, while the other elders followed suit with their spouses. "Yunxiang, do not let me down," a middle-aged man said, gazing intently at Chu Yunxiang amidst the crowd. "Father, rest assured, the gift I have prepared will be truly unforgettable." Chu Yunxiang replied, his face radiating confidence. He had invested considerable thought and substantial resources into this present, convinced that no woman could refuse it. "I hope so." The man nodded, departing with his wife. Before long, the grand hall on the first floor was left with just a handful of young people. The elders had all migrated to the second floor, where the ladies gathered to share stories of family and children, while the gentlemen congregated to discuss business and aspirations. Numerous chairs had already been arranged in the corridor, allowing guests to sip their wine and converse while observing the youthful revelers in the hall below. "Brother Qing grows more beautiful by the day," Chu Tianxiong remarked, taking a seat next to Hui with a glass of red wine in hand. "Thank you. Qing has perfectly inherited her mother's genes. It is hard to believe that I met her mother at your birthday banquet all those years ago. How swiftly the years have flown by," Hui mused, his gaze drifting into a distant reverie. "Indeed, we have aged," Chu Tianxiong chuckled. "You, my friend, once stole my thunder as the protagonist, winning the heart of the most beautiful woman in Tiandu with your performance of Feng Qiuhuang, which left me envious for quite some time. Ha! Let bygones be bygones. We are older now, and I can no longer play the piano as I once did. Shi Chenwei laughed heartily, recalling one of his proudest achievements. By the way, I heard your Yunxiang excels at basketball. Surely, you do not intend for him to pursue a career as a professional player? He glanced at the young people in the hall, curiosity evident in his voice. Let the child forge his own path. Chu Tianxiong replied with a slight smile. You have 3 children. You seem quite liberal with the youngest. I have only one, and I must ensure she is well protected. Shi Chenhui responded with a grin. With so many young people gathered today, perhaps one of them might catch your fancy. Is that so? Then I shall pay close attention, Shi Chenhui replied, returning his gaze with equal significance. At this moment, with the elders' constraints lifted, the young people in the hall felt liberated. One young man, holding a gift box, stepped onto the stage and took the microphone, declaring, Miss Shi, this is a gift I have prepared for you. I hope you will accept it with a smile. As he spoke, he opened the exquisite gift box and retrieved a heart-shaped blue diamond. The rarity of the blue diamond was surpassed only by the thoughtfulness embodied in its heart shape. Descending from the stage, he approached Shi Qing and presented the diamond with both hands. Under ordinary circumstances, Shi Qing would have outright refused such a gift from a man. However, as it was a birthday present, rejection was not an option. This was also one of the reasons she detested such occasions, which had led her to forego attending others' birthday celebrations. Yet, there was no escaping the formality on her own birthday. Regardless of her feelings, decorum must be maintained. Accepting the blue diamond, she handed it to the nanny behind her, smiling as she said, Thank you, the blue diamond is truly beautiful. The man observed this, shook his head in response, and turned to leave. His polite smile betrayed a lack of genuine interest, glancing not once at the heart-shaped diamond, clearly indicating that there was no hope for a deeper connection. Chapter 49. The Gift of Chu Yunxiang. One by one, the young individuals ascended the stage to showcase their gifts. The gentlemen, naturally, sought to win the affections of Shi Qing, while the ladies aimed to flaunt their offerings. It is an undeniable truth that the youth have an inherent tendency to compare themselves with one another. This trend, which has inexplicably taken root, shows no signs of abating within this circle. Once everyone had presented their gifts, Chu Yunxiang gracefully stepped onto the stage. How handsome! A chorus of admiration erupted from a group of young ladies. Clad in an exquisitely tailored, expensive suit, complemented by his tall and robust physique, along with his elegant demeanor and handsome features, he exuded the essence of a refined gentleman. Mu Feng, is your gift ready? Chu Yunxiang has taken the stage. Upon seeing him, Wang Yi felt a pang of urgency. It must be said that in this moment, Chu Yunxiang was exceedingly easy to like. One cannot fault the girls from ordinary families for being drawn to such a distinguished young man. His aura is indeed something that cannot be cultivated by the average household. This is a natural advantage. Almost there, Mu Feng replied without lifting his head. Oh dear, this is nerve-wracking. Wang Yi stamped her foot. Truly, the emperor is not as anxious as the eunuch. Lu Yusin, seated nearby, chuckled. Mind your own business. Wang Yi shot her a glare. Lu Yusin shook her head, turning her gaze back to Mu Feng, who remained engrossed in his carving, and said with a smile, Hurry it up, would you? While I wish for you and Shi Qing to part ways, I equally do not desire for her to end up with Chu Yunxiang. On the surface, he seems charming, but his true nature is quite sinister. Being of the same elite status and frequently attending one another's birthday celebrations, they were naturally acquainted. Only Shi Qing, who seldom participated in such gatherings, remained largely unknown to many. Almost done, Mu Feng continued to respond with the same 2 words. Wang Yi cast a surprised glance at Lu Yusin, finally feeling a modicum of fondness for her. Although she was a rival for Shao Qing's affections, she was not entirely unpleasant. Miss Shi at that moment. Chu Yunxiang took the microphone, a confident smile adorning his face. I have also prepared a gift for you. With that, he clapped his hands. Slow down, slow down. Be careful not to damage it. Sounds echoed from the direction of the elevator. The crowd turned to see several young men slowly approaching. carrying a massive bouquet of red roses. 999 roses, while not an uncommon sight, previously, others had given similar gifts. What set this bouquet apart was the circle of diamonds in various colors adorning the top, set within a platinum ring and held together by a platinum chain. The outermost layers were pure white diamonds, gleaming brightly. The inner layers formed the letters I and U in blue diamonds, with a heart crafted from even more precious blood-red diamonds positioned between them. While any wealthy young heir could easily procure 999 red roses and a multitude of white diamonds, the blue and red diamonds were exceedingly rare. To invest such an extravagant sum for someone seemingly unattainable might seem unwise. Yet, Chu Yunxiang accomplished this feat, and the sincerity behind his gesture melted the hearts of all the young women present. On the second floor, Shi Chenhui cast a surprised glance at Chu Tianxiong and exclaimed, "Yunxiang has truly put in great effort." Chu Tianxiong smiled and replied, "It is evident that Yunxiang has feelings for Shaoqing. Everyone can see that. However, we remain unaware of Shaoqing's thoughts." Shi Chenhui instinctively glanced at the corner where Mu Feng was still carving and chuckled. As for the matters of the young ones, let them sort it out themselves while we, as elders, merely observe. Indeed, Chu Tianxiong nodded, continuing to gaze down to the first floor. "Miss Shi, this is the birthday gift I present to you." As the bouquet of roses was raised onto the stage, Chu Yunxiang cheerfully introduced, 999 red roses symbolize everlasting love, and 1314 diamonds, each weighing 5.21 carats, represent my commitment to love you for a lifetime. As he knelt on one knee, with deep affection in his eyes, he implored, "Miss Shi, would you be my girlfriend? I promise to love you for eternity." "How incredibly romantic!" exclaimed the young women, their eyes sparkling with delight. "If someone were to confess to me like that, I would faint from happiness. Indeed, this gentleman has truly exerted himself. We cannot begrudge our defeat." Even the men who had previously presented gifts felt overshadowed. "Say yes to him," a voice called out from the crowd, igniting a chorus of encouragement. "Say yes, say yes." The hall soon resonated with the enthusiastic shouts of young men and women alike. "Mrs. Chu, this boy Yunxiang is not only handsome, but also attentive to young ladies. If Miss Shi were to unite with him, her future would surely be filled with happiness," remarked a wealthy matron with a smile. "Indeed, if I were 20 years younger, I would surely be unable to resist the charm of this young man," chimed in another lady, as the affluent women engaged in lively conversation, praising Chu Yunxiang. "Mrs. Chu chuckled. I too did not anticipate Yunxiang's devotion to Shaoqing. I wonder what Shaoqing truly thinks." Mrs. Shi sipped her juice and smiled. "Ladies, let the children handle their own affairs. We, as elders, shall merely watch." She discreetly cast a glance at the quietly carving Mu Feng, pondering what he was creating. "Shaoqing, you must hold your ground," Wang Yu whispered, clenching her fists in concern that Shurqing might impulsively agree. Shurqing bit her lip and gently replied, "Young Master Chu, I appreciate the birthday gift, but I must apologize. I already have a boyfriend." Gasps erupted from the crowd. How could the eldest daughter of the Shi family refuse? Moreover, she claimed to have a boyfriend? If so, why did he not attend her birthday celebration? Suddenly, the image of another elegant young man flashed through their minds. In terms of looks and demeanor, he was in no way inferior to Chu Yunxiang. But where was he now? Are you referring to Mu Feng? After being rejected, Chu Yunxiang's expression darkened momentarily before he quickly regained his composure, rising to say, "What qualifications does he have to be your boyfriend if he hasn't even prepared a birthday gift for you? Furthermore, where is he now?" "Right here. Mu Feng is here." A monkey dashed before Mu Feng, pointing and loudly exclaiming, and once it had captivated everyone's attention, it laughed boisterously. "Is this lad still carving wood? Surely he does not intend to use this as a birthday gift. I have truly never seen anyone present such a thing as a birthday offering. It's utterly hilarious." "Silence!" Wang Yu shouted furiously at him. "What on earth is that boy doing? Engaging in wood carving at the birthday banquet of the eldest daughter of the Shi family?" The young individuals in the grand hall below were not the only ones taken aback. Even the elders on the second floor rose to their feet, peering curiously. Chapter 50. The wooden carving of the phoenix seeking the phoenix. Is it alive? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Mu Feng calmly executed the final cut. After entrusting the carving knife to Wang Ye for safekeeping, he draped a cloth over the wooden sculpture, holding it in his hands. A confident smile gracing his face as he stepped toward the stage. An aura of undeniable strength emanated from him, though he uttered not a single word. The young men and women blocking his path instinctively parted, sensing the formidable pressure he exuded. For reasons unknown, his appearance bore a striking resemblance to Chu Yunxiang. Yet I found him to possess an even greater allure. I share the same sentiment. The young ladies whispered amongst themselves, their eyes shimmering with intrigue. What a dashing young man! Even the elders on the second floor could not help but express genuine admiration in their hearts. At this moment, Mu Feng seemed to radiate even more charisma than when he first arrived. Could it be that carving enhances one's demeanor? They pondered in silence, unaware that it was Mu Feng's extraordinary charm that was at play. Truly, my brother Feng is the center of attention wherever he goes. Lu Yusin beamed with pride. This was the man she had set her sights on. Lu Yusin, please mind your words, Wang Ye interjected solemnly. He is not yours, but belongs to our little Qing. As long as he is unmarried, I still have a chance, Lu Yusin replied nonchalantly, then, with a playful glint in her eyes, added, would you like to join me in the pursuit of this exceptional man? I cannot believe you are not moved by such excellence. Did you not see the gazes of those women? They are nearly entranced. Not all beautiful things must be possessed. Sometimes, it is more exquisite to admire from a distance. Wang Ye said lightly. Lu Yusin looked at Wang Ye in surprise. Wang Ye, have you become disillusioned with the world? I believe you could shave your head and enter a monastery. Wang Ye smiled serenely, turning her gaze to the stage. At that moment, Mu Feng had ascended to the platform, the wooden sculpture in hand. To those around him, his charm was amplified, bestowing upon him an ineffable, distinctive grace. Yet, for Chu Yunxiang, Mu Feng's exceptional allure only served to kindle the flames of his animosity. An orphan, how dare he vie with me? Chu Yunxiang for a woman? What qualifications does he possess? Mu Feng, is this your gift for Miss Shi? A wooden carving? Chu Yunxiang finally broke his silence, marking his second direct confrontation with Mu Feng. With the Shi family's resources, could they not procure any wooden sculpture? What is this shabby thing concealed beneath a cloth? As if it were unworthy of view? Standing before him, Mu Feng replied with a smile. Are you implying that, given the Shi family's capabilities, they cannot procure your red roses and diamonds? I did not say that. Chu Yunxiang retorted with a scoff. Mu Feng smiled slightly, glancing at the 999 red roses, and remarked, in this day and age, still gifting red roses and diamonds? How utterly lowbrow. Such commonplace items hardly befit my little Qing. Commonplace? The crowd was taken aback. Since when did red roses, which symbolize love, become mere trifles? Isn't your shabby creation just a trinket? Chu Yunxiang remarked darkly. After dedicating several days and spending considerable wealth on crafting a gift, it was reduced to mere insignificance by Mu Feng's words. How could what I painstakingly carved be considered trinket? Mu Feng responded with a serene smile, unveiling the wooden sculpture concealed beneath a cloth. It was a pair of phoenixes entwined in an embrace, one adorned with a crown and 3 tails, representing the Feng, and the other without a crown and with 2 tails, representing the Huang. Carved from red sandalwood, it appeared to be engulfed in flames, emanating a lifelike vibrancy. The moment the crowd beheld the sculpture, they were drawn into a realm of enchantment. The phoenixes soared together, brimming with affection, leaving a lasting impression. As the spectators emerged from their reverie, they exchanged astonished glances. Such a miraculous wooden carving was unprecedented and unheard of. What a masterful artist Mu Feng was, displaying such remarkable skill in wood carving. General Lu applauded, his astonishment more pronounced than that of others. Old Lu, do you know him? An elderly gentleman beside him inquired with curiosity. One could say we are acquainted. General Lu recounted how he had purchased a painting of a 5-clawed golden dragon, which had miraculously cured his wife's illness, leaving the nearby gentlemen in shock once more. They were all aware that Lu's wife had been bedridden for months, unresponsive to countless renowned doctors for both Eastern and Western medicine. Witnessing her radiant appearance at the banquet today left everyone astounded. To learn that her recovery was attributed to a painting was utterly inconceivable. A painting can even heal? Lu Yusin exclaimed with admiration and affection, her eyes shimmering. She then whispered to herself, pondering whether to escalate her plans to win him over. Perhaps she should cook him a meal to solidify their bond? Nearby, Wang Yu felt a twinge of alarm upon hearing this. Surely, this whimsical girl wouldn't act on such thoughts? She needed to warn Xiaoqing. I must admit, your wooden carving indeed possesses extraordinary qualities, Chu Yunxiang said solemnly. But in terms of value, it pales in comparison to my gift. The sculpture held an unparalleled charm. Certainly a marvel, yet its worth was at most 20 to 30 million, unable to compete with the total value of his own gift. Vulgar. Truly vulgar. Mu Feng cast a glance at him and replied coolly, if one were to judge gifts solely by their value, one might as well present a few 100 billion directly. What need is there for a gift? The essence of gifting lies in the sentiment behind it. You. Chu Yunxiang nearly exploded with rage. After all the effort I expended, do you mean to say I lack sincerity? Ignoring him, Mu Feng turned to Shiqing at the back of the stage, smiling gently as he softly called out, Xiaoqing, could you come up to the stage? I have something to say to you. Uh-huh. Shiqing nodded, her heart racing like a startled rabbit. What could he possibly want to tell her? The thought filled her with even greater trepidation. As she stepped into the center of the stage, Mu Feng presented the wooden sculpture to her, his voice tender. Xiaoqing, this is a gift I prepared for you. Thank you. Shiqing beamed, her smile as refreshing as a spring breeze. However, the moment her fingers brushed against the sculpture, a sudden phoenix cry echoed through the air. At the sound, the crowd turned to look, their faces instantly reflecting shock. In the hands of Shiqing, the wooden carving was unfolding a bizarre spectacle. The once intertwined figures of the phoenix and the dragon had transformed into a posture of soaring and calling towards the heavens. What could this mean? Had the wooden sculpture come to life? Everyone gaped in astonishment, their expressions filled with confusion and disbelief. Even Shiqing was taken aback, nearly dropping the carving in her surprise. Mu Feng smiled gently, his voice soft and reassuring. This wooden sculpture is not merely a carving. It embodies my affection for you. If your heart holds love for me in return, touching this sculpture will awaken its magic. What follows will reveal the true marvel of this piece. Do be prepared, as it may astonish you. Chapter 51. Shiqing, would you be willing to be my girlfriend? Is this considered a confession? Moreover, he claimed that I must harbor feelings for him to awaken this wooden sculpture. Do I truly love him? Shiqing pressed her lips together, gazing at Mu Feng. Her thoughts a tangled web. Clearly, she herself was uncertain about the nature of her feelings for Mu Feng. Initially, she had been desperate to banish the demon from her dreams, resorting to actions that seemed incomprehensible to the average person. Yet as time passed, it appeared she had grown accustomed to using the expulsion of the dream demon as an excuse to draw closer to Mu Feng. In recent days, after he had truly vanished from her dreams, she found herself plagued by insomnia. There exists a beauty unforgettable upon sight. One day of absence, and longing ensues like madness. Suddenly, a deep, magnetic voice resonated through the hall. The crowd looked around in confusion, unable to discern the source of the sound. The phoenix soars high, seeking its mate across the seas. The voice continued. At that moment, two calls of the phoenix echoed once more throughout the hall. The sound of the phoenix was loud and melodious, while the call of the was gentle and clear. The crowd once again turned their gaze to the wooden sculpture, their faces gradually revealing signs of fear. To their astonishment, the pair of phoenixes carved from what appeared to flap their wings. The sight of a wooden phoenix in flight was nothing short of terrifying, utterly supernatural. Suddenly, another two calls of the phoenix rang out, and the two phoenixes soared into the air, gliding gracefully. A red aura enveloped them, resembling true flames in their fervor. They led the way, regal and aloof, while the followed closely, equally noble, yet imbued with profound affection in its call, coupled with the deep, resonant voice reciting the verses of Seeking the Phoenix. The intent of courtship was laid bare for all to see. Everyone stood entranced, watching the pair of phoenixes dance through the air, their minds blank. How could a mere wooden sculpture suddenly come to life? It was utterly unbelievable. Who would believe such a tale? This was a true transformation of the mundane into the miraculous. Mr. Liu was utterly astonished. To draw the consciousness of individuals into such an ethereal realm was remarkable enough. Yet to allow a carving to appear as if it possessed life and soared freely was nothing short of extraordinary. Could such a feat be achieved by mere mortals? Mr. and Mrs. Shi Chun Hui exchanged glances, observing the soaring phoenixes and then the figure of Mu Feng on the stage, their eyes shimmering with an unusual light. This boyfriend, no, male friend, of Xiaoqing was indeed extraordinary. Having navigated the business world for many years, they prided themselves on witnessing all manner of strange phenomena. Yet, the wooden sculpture they beheld today surpassed anything within their comprehension, transcending the knowledge amassed over 5 millennia of their civilization. The revival of a wooden carving was decidedly unscientific. Xiaoqing. At that moment, Mu Feng spoke. Shi Qing withdrew her gaze from the sky and looked at the man beside her. Her beautiful eyes filled with shock and disbelief. How had he accomplished this? Mu Feng gazed deeply into those enchanting eyes, his voice tender as he asked, Xiaoqing, would you be willing to be my girlfriend? A confession. He had confessed to Shi Qing. Much like the previous encounter with Chu Yunxiang, it is regrettable that he was met with a swift rejection. The question now arises, will Shi Qing accept or decline? Should she choose acceptance? It would undeniably serve as a resounding slap to Chu Yunxiang's face. Given the long-standing ties between the Shi and Chu families, one would expect Shi Qing to contemplate their relationship before giving a direct affirmation. However, when she previously rebuffed Chu Yunxiang, she mentioned having a boyfriend. This Mu Feng might very well be that very boyfriend. If that were the case, would she still refuse? Yet, as the onlookers gazed at the soaring phoenix overhead, their ears captivated by the deep, resonant recitation of the Feng Qiu Huang love poem, and then turned to the two individuals on stage. One could hardly fathom how any woman could turn down such a declaration of love. This was not merely a matter of effort. It represented a singularly unique and irreplicable expression of affection. It was profoundly romantic. If I were Shi Qing, I would undoubtedly respond with immediate consent, mused the young women present. All eyes were riveted on the pair, brimming with anticipation for their ensuing development. Only Chu Yunxiang clenched his fists, his gaze cold and steely. He had truly professed his feelings to me. Should I accept? Shi Qing's cheeks flushed, her thoughts swirling tumultuously. While upstairs preparing her makeup, her mother had urged her to follow her heart. At that time, she had not fully grasped the meaning behind her mother's words. Now, clarity washed over her. Taking a deep breath, her face aflame, she softly uttered, I am willing. Her voice was barely a whisper, yet in the hushed hall, it reached every ear. She had indeed accepted. Just after turning down Chu Yunxiang, she had immediately acquiesced to Mu Feng's declaration. The audacity of it was almost staggering, especially with Chu Yunxiang standing just beside them. Was this not a rather harsh blow to him? The crowd turned their gaze towards Chu Yunxiang, who wore a dark expression, an aura of chill emanating from him, a stark contrast to his previously dapper demeanor. Yet, they could empathize. Who would maintain their composure in such a situation? Simultaneously, upon Shi Qing's acceptance, the phoenix in the sky underwent a transformation. The once aloof phoenix now embraced the Feng, entwined in a passionate display reminiscent of a wooden carving. Moments later, the phoenixes cooed in harmony, soaring together once more. However, the dynamic between the Feng and the phoenix grew increasingly intimate, playfully pursuing one another, their profound affection ensnaring all onlookers in its allure. Qixia. Wang Yu began to rally the crowd, casting a triumphant glance at Lu Yusin beside her. Lu Yusin pouted, yet chose not to speak. The scene before them was undeniably sweet, the wave of affection so palpable that even she, a rival, found herself without words. Yet, her fondness for Mu Feng gradually morphed into something deeper. Such an exemplary man was simply unforgettable. Kiss her. The young men and women began to chant in unison. In this moment, amidst this scene, it was time to embrace love. Mu Feng held Shi Qing's slender waist, gently tilting her exquisite chin, and slowly leaned in for a kiss. Chilling soft, and accompanied by a sensation akin to an electric shock. This was a feeling that had never surfaced in dreams or during the passionate kiss bestowed upon him by Shi Qing at the opening ceremony. Oh! The young men and women howled like wolves, exclaiming how sweet it was. Only Chu Yunxiang's countenance darkened, almost dripping with bitterness. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the events of a few days prior at the opening ceremony, where, after being spurned with 999 red roses, he had called upon Mu Feng to take the stage and kiss him. Now, once again, 999 red roses had been rejected, and he found himself sharing a kiss with Mu Feng anew. The sight of the two embracing before him, along with the chatter of the surrounding youth, was unbearably grating to Chu Yunxiang at this moment. Silently, he turned away from the stage, retreating to a secluded corner where he sat alone, drinking heavily, his eyes glinting with a venomous light. Chapter 52. From now on, you shall call me Feng, and I shall call you Qing on the second floor. Most of the elder businessmen and their wives exchanged knowing smiles, with the exception of the couple, Chu Tianxiong and his wife. Brother Shi, are you truly considering allowing Shao Qing to marry an unremarkable young man with no background? Chu Tianxiong inquired with a sip of red wine, casting a glance at his companion, Shi Chenwei. As a veteran in the business world for over 2 decades, maintaining a calm demeanor amidst emotional turmoil was a fundamental skill. Though his heart was ablaze with unending anger, his face remained adorned with a smile, as if the one being publicly humiliated was not his own son. Shi Chenwei took a sip of his drink and shook his head. Let the children decide their own affairs. We, the older generation, should refrain from unnecessary interference. Moreover, it is still too early for them to discuss marriage. Today's youth, it seems, easily fall in love with each fleeting encounter. One moment they are lovers, perhaps the next, they shall part ways. As he spoke, he discreetly cast a glance at Chu Yunxiang, skillfully ensuring that Chu Tianxiong noticed. With narrowed eyes, Chu Tianxiong said nothing. He was well aware of his younger son's character. But what of it? As his father, what was wrong with his son enjoying the company of multiple women? Nevertheless, as Shi Chenhui set down his glass and gazed at the soaring pair of phoenixes in the air, a once more flickered in his eyes. The young man's capabilities were indeed astonishing. Life carved from wood, a phenomenon unheard of, he mused. Merely a trick of the eye. Chu Tianxiong replied blandly. Though he, too, was deeply astonished, he was reluctant to acknowledge Mu Feng's talents, attributing it all to illusion. It was evident that Mu Feng had meticulously planned for this day, exerting considerable effort. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Chu Tianxiong's mouth. A carp may leap over the dragon gate, yet it remains a carp, incapable of transforming into a dragon. To him, Mu Feng was merely attempting to use Shi Qing as a means to infiltrate the Shi family, aspiring to ascend to greatness. Alas, a fish is always a fish, fundamentally different from a dragon. Even if it crossed the dragon gate, it could not change its essence, nor could it metamorphose into a dragon. Nevertheless, the young man's scheming was indeed profound. Chu Yunxiang's defeat was not unwarranted. In truth, upon seeing the gift prepared by Chu Yunxiang, he too had been taken aback, believing victory was all but assured. Little did he anticipate the unexpected emergence of Mu Feng, who, through such a display, astonished the entire gathering and overshadowed Chu Yunxiang, successfully winning Shi Qing's affections, though he regarded it as mere illusion. For the young men and women present, the specific means employed mattered little. What was significant was the overwhelming shock they experienced and the authentic romance they witnessed. Has this young rascal conceded? Chu Tianxiong mused, glancing at his son, who sat in a corner nursing his drink, his brow furrowing slightly. Losing was not the terrifying aspect. What was truly daunting was conceding defeat after a loss. A carp? Master Mu is no mere carp, he asserted. General Liu approached with a glass of red wine, smiling as he spoke. It seems Brother Liu has quite the faith in him, Shi Chenhui remarked with curiosity. General Liu beamed, replying, If Brother Shi does not wish for the son-in-law, I would gladly take him. I would very much desire such an outstanding son-in-law. Brother Liu, you jest. Shi Chenhui responded with a slight smile. Shi Yangxing cast a glance at Mr. Liu, suddenly recalling that he too had, but one daughter, his gaze momentarily flickering. Meanwhile, in the area designated for the affluent women, a lady with an air of elegance remarked, "Madam Sure, your future son-in-law is quite impressive, adept at winning the affections of women. Alas, if I were 20 years younger, I might have considered competing for your daughter." The crowd fell into a moment of silence, and Madame Chu's expression grew somewhat unnatural. This speaker had previously used a similar tone and phrasing when addressing her son. The shift in alliances seemed rather abrupt. Madame Sure chuckled in response, saying, "You jest, they are merely in their 20s at the prime of their playful years. The future is long and uncertain, and it is far too early to discuss marriage." With that, she turned her attention to the couple on stage. They were a striking pair, exuding affection and compatibility. In the search for a son-in-law, aside from background, Mu Feng excelled in every aspect compared to Chu Yunxiang. With such talents, earning a living would hardly pose a challenge for him. It was said that he could sell a single painting for over 10 million, even reaching 20 million. Every piece commanded such high prices. If his wooden carvings possessed the extraordinary allure of his paintings, their value would undoubtedly surpass even that. At this moment on stage, having seized his opportunity, Mu Feng gazed at his delicate and charming girlfriend, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. The school beauty had once seemed an unattainable dream, yet now she was his girlfriend, an enchanting reality. "What are you staring at?" Shurqing could hardly endure the intensity of his gaze, diverting her eyes and playfully chiding. "Are you admiring your girlfriend? It's hard to believe such beauty exists in the world. Could she possibly be a celestial being?" Mu Feng responded with awe. "Mu Feng, I've noticed you become increasingly smooth-tongued." Shurqing shot him a reproachful look. He playfully pinched her nose, laughing, "From now on, call me Feng. I am your wind, and you are my sunshine. Only with the gentle breeze and the radiant sun can the sky be clear and bright." "No." Shurqing blushed fiercely, shaking her head repeatedly. The term felt excessively sentimental. "Sunshine," Mu Feng continued to tease. "Oh, how cheesy." Shurqing shivered, goosebumps rising all over her body. "Just say wind once for me," he urged. "Absolutely not," she insisted, resolutely refusing to utter such a corny phrase. "One day, you will," Mu Feng replied with a grin. In a corner, Chu Yunxiang, nursing a drink, watched the affectionate exchange between the couple, his anger simmering to a boiling point. Suddenly, a resounding cry of a phoenix echoed through the air, and a pair of phoenixes descended gracefully, landing upon the wooden sculpture held by Shurqing, reverting to their original form and once again becoming mere wood. Shurqing touched the phoenix, its texture undeniably hard and wooden. A look of bewilderment crossed her delicate features as she murmured, "I truly cannot fathom how it can soar through the sky and produce sounds. It is due to our love that we can move heaven and earth, for our love has the power to transform the decayed into the miraculous," Morong said with a beaming smile. Shurqing rolled her eyes, thinking it was quite a stretch. Yet, a sweetness blossomed within her heart, an oddly delightful sensation. At that moment, Morong picked up the microphone and cheerfully declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, I now relinquish this stage to you. Feel free to showcase your talents to your heart's content. I wish you all the fulfillment of your desires, the embrace of a beautiful partner, and the company of an admirable suitor. As for today's protagonist, I regret to inform you that she cannot join you, for she is destined to spend the entire day with me." Chapter 53. Mu Feng, you have finally displayed the demeanor of a man today. "Oh!" The young men and women erupted in a chorus of wolf howls, their faces adorned with expressions of understanding. When it comes to revelry, none surpass these affluent airs. However, Shurqing stands as an exception. Previously, her time was solely devoted to academics and practicing her musical instrument, with only Wangya as her companion. A flush crept onto Shurqing's delicate face. Yet Mu Feng chuckled, saying, "You all are too lewd. I am quite innocent, merely engaging in conversation with my dear Qing." TCH. The crowd couldn't suppress their eye rolls, a silent expression of their disdain. Maintaining a pure heart in the presence of such a beautiful girlfriend can only suggest a lack of masculinity. Mu Feng smiled faintly, placing the microphone on its stand, and glanced at the 999 red roses adorning the stage, remarking, "Qing, Let someone remove these roses. They take up too much space. After all, it is a gesture from someone else. The flowers are inconsequential. The diamonds can be sold for some profit. A great leader once taught us to avoid extravagance. Would you agree? Shirqing rolled her eyes, casting him a reproachful glare. This fellow was indeed rubbing salt into Chu Yunxiang's wounds. Nevertheless, she refrained from voicing her thoughts and instructed a servant to summon a few individuals to clear the roses from the stage. As Mu Feng spoke, his mouth was not far from the microphone, allowing his voice to resonate throughout the venue. The young crowd was taken aback. This was a blatant disregard for Chu Yunxiang. A direct affront. Who was he to act so recklessly, without fear of retribution from Chu Yunxiang? Upon hearing these words, Chu Yunxiang nearly crushed the wine glass in his hand. How outrageous! Gritting his teeth, he contemplated rushing the stage to confront Mu Feng in an act of physical reprisal. He inhaled deeply several times, suppressing the urge to act impulsively. At this moment, whether he could defeat Mu Feng was secondary. Even if victorious, it would tarnish his dignity and composure, rendering any gain futile. Mu Feng, I shall allow you to revel in your arrogance for a few more days. Chu Yunxiang muttered through clenched teeth. Beside him, the monkey stood in silence, afraid to utter a word. Chu Yunxiang resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. Should he speak, it would surely unleash a torrent, spiraling out of control, ultimately causing his own downfall. Let us depart. This stage belongs to others now. I have had my fill. I must leave some broth for the rest, Mu Feng said with a cheerful smile. Always spouting nonsense, never serious. Shirqing's cheeks flushed anew. Could this really serve as a metaphor? By the way, take good care of the gift I bestowed upon you. It is an unparalleled treasure representing love. If it were to be stolen, there would be no second chance, Mu Feng added with a gentle smile, leading Shirqing down from the stage to where Wang Ye and Lu Yusin were situated. Shirqing firmly grasped the base of the wooden carving. It was a token of their affection, and losing it was out of the question. The next segment involved the young men and women showcasing their talents. If they could captivate the opposite sex, it could very well lead to a union between their families, which would be quite splendid. Marriage alliances serve as a means to ensure the prolonged existence of these families. And it is one of the reasons why the elder generation brings their successors to social gatherings. This aspect is equally significant to the younger generation. These affluent heirs possess superior resources compared to the average individual. They have been nurtured from a young age, and each harbors commendable talents. Some excel in playing musical instruments, others in dancing, singing, or even performing magic tricks, showcasing an array of skills. Those with refined techniques surpass even seasoned professionals, while those less skilled still manage to be presentable. In all fairness, the privileged youth do hold certain advantages over the common populace. Mu Feng, you finally resemble a man today, Wang Ye remarked, showering praise upon him. Mu Feng rolled his eyes at her words, retorting, Wang Ye, please be mindful of your choice of words. It sounds as if I was never a man before. Wang Ye nodded in agreement. Indeed, you previously lacked assertiveness with your girlfriend, allowing others to take advantage. Mu Feng shot her a glare. Are you referring to Chu Yunxiang? Just an ordinary person with a narrow mindset. His gift-giving consists solely of flowers and diamonds. Such gestures may impress naive young girls, but with Xiao, he would undoubtedly face rejection even in my absence. Who mentioned Chu Yunxiang? His trivial matters are well known in this circle. He stands no chance with Xiao. I refer to someone else, and that person knows who they are. As Wang Ye spoke, she cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yusin, who feigned ignorance, focusing intently on her own thoughts. Mu Feng, realizing the situation, rubbed his nose and chuckled awkwardly. Please, have a seat while I tidy up the mess on the table. He began to walk towards the previously carved area. No need. I've already taken care of it, Wang Ye replied curtly. Very well, Mu Feng said, pulling Shirqing down to sit. As he observed the dandy on stage singing, he diverted the conversation. Actually, he sings quite well. Is that so? Wang Ye shot a disdainful glance at the performer on stage. Shall I go up there and sing for you? Mu Feng's eyes lit up, nodding enthusiastically. Yes, yes. I thought your singing was particularly delightful at the opening ceremony. Do go. Wang Ye scrutinized him skeptically, muttering, I can't shake the feeling that you're trying to get rid of me. Be honest, what mischief are you planning? I can't allow you to deceive my dear Qiao. What do you mean by my dear? From this moment on, she belongs to me, Mu Feng said, lifting the hand that was intertwined with Shi Qing's, smiling broadly. Wang Ye's lips moved as she remembered that the two had officially established their romantic relationship, leaving her momentarily speechless. After a pause, she finally mumbled, "Even if you marry her, she will always be my dear Qiao." Shi Qing smiled softly, tucking a stray strand of hair behind Wang Ye's ear. "You're my lifelong best friend. Indeed, better than that certain unpleasant man." Wang Ye shot a sidelong glance at Mu Feng. Indeed, Shi Qing nodded, finding the situation somewhat amusing. Lu Yusin tilted her head, scrutinizing Wang Ye and Shi Qing, and skeptically remarked, "Wang Ye, I used to think you had a fondness for Brother Feng, but it seems you may have a greater affection for Shi Qing. You would happen to be that way, would you?" Wang Ye's eyes widened in indignation as she retorted, "You crazy girl. What are you saying? Repeat that, and I swear I'll tear your mouth apart." Look, you're angry, aren't you? I must have struck a chord," Lu Yusin said with a grin. "You." Wang Ye pointed at Lu Yusin, utterly exasperated. "All right, you two, stop the banter," Shi Qing interjected, pulling Wang Ye back with a sigh. Mu Feng also spoke up. "Lu Yusin, could I trouble you with a request?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yusin immediately sat up straight and replied, "Brother Feng, please go ahead." Mu Feng smiled and said, "Could you please help me order 2 more pieces of small leaf rosewood, similar in size to the previous one? Are you going to carve again?" Lu Yusin inquired with curiosity. Mu Feng glanced at Shi Qing and replied with a smile, "Having taken someone's precious daughter, I must certainly return the favor." Chapter 54. When one is acting, heaven is watching. Public displays of affection lead to swift demise initially. He intended to attend Shi Qing's birthday celebration merely as an ordinary friend, having prepared a singular gift for her. His original plan was to carve a wooden sculpture of a phoenix in flight. However, he was taken aback to discover that Chu Yunxiang intended to confess his feelings for Shi Qing at the party. Could he possibly endure such a scenario? While others might tolerate it, Mu Feng was resolutely unable to do so. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly substituted his gift and publicly declared his affection, decisively eliminating the competition. Consequently, he and Shi Qing officially became a couple. On his inaugural visit to his girlfriend's home, it seemed rather inappropriate to arrive without a token for her future in-laws, should they harbor any dissatisfaction and attempt to thwart his intentions. It would only serve to complicate matters. Thus, he resolved to carve gifts for her parents. Lu Yusin glanced at Shi Qing, pouting slightly. Indeed, Mu Feng replied with a smile. Having taken their daughter, it would be remiss not to leave something behind to ease their longing for her presence. Very well. Lu Yusin nodded in agreement, retrieving her phone. Anything that her brother Feng required, regardless of its purpose, she would wholeheartedly support. Meanwhile, Shi Qing could not suppress an eye roll at the exchange. It sounded as though she would never return home again. Wang Ye, wide-eyed, scrutinized Mu Feng for a moment before exclaiming, "Mu Feng, you aren't planning to whisk my little Qing away to some remote corner of the world, never to return, are you?" "Ah, that's an intriguing suggestion. I may consider it," Mu Feng replied with a grin. "This way, no one would intrude upon our little world. In 20 years, we could return with a football team to conquer the World Cup. Ha ha." Wang Ye burst into laughter. "And you think my little Qing is a pig, that you could just bring back a football team?" Shi Qing's cheeks flushed crimson as she pinched Mu Feng's side playfully, stomping her foot in mock anger. "Mu Feng, what nonsense are you spouting? Honestly, to say such things in public is utterly mortifying." Moreover, they had only recently established their romantic relationship. Discussing marriage felt rather premature. "You seem to have forgotten again. You must call me Feng." Mu Feng reminded her with a playful squeeze of her nose, a smile gracing his face. Shi Qing, blushing, turned her head away, unable to utter the name in front of others. Wang Ye shivered, wrapping her arms around herself as she rubbed her arms vigorously. "It's so cold. Can you two lovebirds please consider the feelings of us single folk?" Mu Feng shrugged, chuckling, "Well, you could always look away." With utmost seriousness, Wang Ye responded, "Mu Feng, a certain great person once said, when one acts, heaven observes. Flaunting affection leads to a swift demise." Mu Feng raised an eyebrow in skepticism. I've never heard that before. That great person wouldn't he happen to be you, would it? Wanya replied with a sense of pride. Indeed, it is none other than myself. None other than yourself? I find you quite talented. Ever considered writing a novel? I could be your promoter, Mu Feng suggested with a smile. Writing a novel? Such activities are typically associated with reclusive individuals, and it is said that unsatisfactory narratives can draw criticism. I cannot engage in such endeavors. Wanya shook her head repeatedly. Nonsense. The readers of the Tomato Fiction Network are quite amiable. At most they might send a few blades to authors who update slowly, castrating the men and shaving the women. Mu Feng chuckled. Ha! How vulgar. Wanya's face flushed slightly. Shi tugged at Mu Feng, disapproving of his increasingly audacious behavior. Teasing her best friend right before her eyes? Brother Feng, at that moment, Lu Yusin ended her phone call, grinning as she said, "It has been ordered and will arrive in less than 2 hours." Very well. Thank you, Mu Feng nodded. Brother Feng, you need not be so formal with me. I'm always available whenever you require my assistance. Lu Yusin threw him a flirtatious glance, uttering an ambiguous phrase that invited speculation. Shi shot her a glance, tightening her grip on Mu Feng's hand. This wild girl, with a background, beauty, and figure no less than her own, was unduly proactive. What man could resist? She needed to keep a closer watch on Mu Feng. Wanya, unreserved, confronted Lu Yusin directly. I say, Lu Yusin, you are a lady of a distinguished family. Could you not exhibit a modicum of propriety or shame? Publicly poaching someone's boyfriend and undermining relationships. Are you not concerned about your reputation? Lu Yusin, however, waved her hand dismissively. You just stated he is merely a boyfriend, not a husband. Besides, even marriages can end in divorce. In this volatile society, the divorce rate is alarmingly high. Wang Ya's eyes widened in shock. My goodness, this audacious woman was resolute in her intentions. Observing the contentious exchange between the two, Mu Feng glanced at Shi, wearing a helpless smile, only to receive a reprimanding glare from her. He sighed inwardly, lamenting his own exceptional qualities, wishing to remain low-key, yet others would not permit him such tranquility. Being a man is challenging. Being an outstanding man is even more so. He guided Shi to a table, seating her on his lap, enveloping her slender waist with his arms, resting his chin on her smooth, fair shoulder, inhaling her faint fragrance, feeling quite content. The sole flaw in this idyllic moment was the young gentleman on stage, playing the guqin with mediocre skill, and the melody was ill-suited to the ambience shared by the couple. Shi's cheeks flushed, her head slightly tilted against Mu Feng's as she wore a blissful expression. She wished this moment could last forever. After exchanging barbs for a while, Wang Ya and Lu Yusin, upon witnessing the couple's affectionate display, could not help but pout. The abundance of dog food was inescapable. The two retreated to a nearby seat, occasionally casting glances at Mu Feng and Shi, lost in their own thoughts. At that moment, the monkey, who had been lingering beside Chu Yunxiang, glanced at the young gentleman on stage playing the guqin, then at the drinking Chu Yunxiang, suddenly brightened and spoke. Brother Chu, I've heard that Miss Shi is proficient in various musical instruments, especially the guqin, reaching a level of extraordinary skill. You too are adept at the guqin. Why not take the stage and perform a piece, then invite Shi to play a duet? Today marks the birthday celebration of Shi, and it is certain that she would not refuse. Should Mu Feng witness Brother Chu and his girlfriend perform together, his expression would undoubtedly be quite delightful. Chu Yunxiang paused in his drinking, glanced at the monkey, and gave him a thumbs up. Monkey, this is the finest idea you've proposed in many years. Upon its success, I shall gift you a McLaren. The monkey's eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied with a smile. To alleviate Brother Chu's worries is my greatest honor. Chu Yunxiang adjusted his attire, sipped his tea, and after the young men on stage completed their performance, he stepped forward and inquired, Brother Wang, may I borrow your guqin for a moment? Chapter 55. My skill surpasses Chu Yunxiang by a mere fraction. The young man, referred to as Wang Xiong, nodded slightly, leaving his guqin behind as he stepped down from the stage. Chu Yunxiang is to showcase his talents? It is said that his proficiency with the guqin is quite remarkable. The young men and women murmured among themselves, initially believing that Chu Yunxiang unable to bear the pressure, had departed early. To their surprise, he remained. Could it be that he has given up on pursuing Shurqing and is now considering a different target? On the second floor, the ever-serious Chu Tianxiong allowed a faint smile to break through his stoic demeanor. It is no wonder he is my son. He would not be easily defeated by such trivial challenges. Ever since learning that Shi Chenwei's wife was injured and could no longer conceive, he had been contemplating a union with the Shi family, with the intent of gradually assimilating their enterprises. Upon discovering that Shurqing was practicing various instruments, he had insisted that Chu Yunxiang also take up music. Unfortunately, Chu Yunxiang's talent in instruments clearly paled in comparison to Shurqing's, leaving him to focus solely on the guqin. After years of dedicated practice, Chu Yunxiang had indeed honed his skills on the guqin to a commendable level. Seated before the instrument, he adjusted the strings and commenced his personal performance. It must be said that his artistry was on par with many esteemed guqin masters, and amidst the crowd of young men and women, he certainly shone brightly. Once his piece concluded, he rose, directing his gaze over the audience, landing upon Shurqing, nestled in Mu Feng's embrace in the corner. A flash of malice flickered in his eyes at the sight of their intimate posture, though it was quickly replaced by a smile. Hearing that Miss Shi's guqin skills are transcendent, I, Chu, humbly wish to perform a duet with her at this celebration. Surely, Miss Shi would not refuse such a modest request. This time, his intention was not to steal Shurqing away, but rather to humiliate Mu Feng in this manner. Venting his frustrations, on the second floor, Chu Tianxiong furrowed his brow. This boy is still too young. Even if he manages to humiliate Mu Feng in this way, it will not alter the eventual outcome. To him, this was merely a child's prank. Beside him, Shi Chenwei glanced at Chu Tianxiong but said nothing. He then shifted his attention to Mu Feng. Any man would surely react when another invited his girlfriend to perform together, and he was curious to see how Mu Feng would respond. Not just him, but all eyes were now on Mu Feng and Shurqing. Upon witnessing the affectionate posture of the two, the young men and women felt a surge of sweetness. However, such public displays of affection seemed rather inappropriate, especially with Shurqing's parents watching from the second floor. Did Mu Feng not fear inciting their displeasure? Feeling the weight of so many stares, Shurqing felt a wave of shyness. She attempted to rise from Mu Feng's embrace, but found herself held tightly, rendering her efforts futile. She turned her gaze towards Chu Yunxiang on stage and shook her head, stating, "I'm sorry, I do not wish to play today." Such a straightforward refusal left Chu Yunxiang with no room for negotiation. Had she not established a romantic relationship with Mu Feng prior to this birthday celebration, she might have considered performing a duet with him. Now that she has become the genuine girlfriend of Mu Feng, it is essential to draw a clear line with any male, especially one toward whom she bears no fondness and who harbors ulterior motives. Chu Yunxiang's expression darkened instantly as he forced a smile and remarked, "It is merely a duet. I trust that classmate Mu Feng would not take offense." As the protagonist today, Miss Shi would not be so unreasonable, would she? Shurqing intended to refuse, but Mu Feng intervened. He embraced Shurqing and rose, slowly making his way to the stage, a bright smile adorning his face as he declared, "He speaks the truth. As the main act today, Qing, you indeed should showcase your talents. However, this classmate Chu's piano skills are woefully inadequate to accompany you. Since I'm feeling rather impassioned today, why not we perform a duet ourselves? Is Chu Yunxiang addicted to being humiliated? He seems to be extending his face, inviting slaps, and not taking action would feel somewhat disrespectful to his fervor." Shurqing, cradled in Mu Feng's arms, felt a rush of shyness with so many onlookers. By the time she regained her composure, they were already on stage. "Very well, let us perform another piece," she softly replied, her eyes filled with the image of Mu Feng, completely disregarding Chu Yunxiang, who stood on the same stage. Having just rejected Chu Yunxiang, now turning to duet with Mu Feng, was it necessary to pivot so swiftly and so harshly? Chu Yunxiang's countenance turned grim, struggling to maintain the image of a suave gentleman. "You can play the piano?" he said in a low tone. "Do not play carelessly. It would sully our ears." Mu Feng set Shurqing down on the stage. glanced at Chu Yunxiang with a calm smile, and replied, "Of course, I can play the piano, and I play it better than you. However, today I do not wish to perform." Suddenly, Shi tugged at Mu Feng's sleeve and whispered, "Mu Feng, I do not have a shao at home." She had already witnessed Mu Feng's exceptional skill with the shao, which could be described as transcendent, coupled with his remarkable abilities in painting, basketball, and sculpture. One would think there was little time left to practice other instruments. Without a shao, how could they perform together? No matter. Mu Feng smiled gently and inquired, "What instruments do you have at home?" Shi pondered for a moment and responded, "I have a guqin, a piano, a 25-string se, a pipa, and a guzheng." Most of her instruments were stored in her studio, and there were not many at home. Mu Feng chuckled and said, "In that case, let's use a se. You play the piano, and I shall play the se." As the ancient said, the qin and se harmonized beautifully. "You can play the se?" Shi exclaimed in surprise. The key point was that he even used the term play the se. To play the se refers to performing on this plucked string instrument, and it is far superior to what classmate Chu had just played on the guqin. "It is certainly infinitely better," Mu Feng quipped. Shi shot him a glance and instructed the maid to fetch her guqin and se from home. The two of them, seemingly oblivious to Chu Yunxiang, ignited his fury, prompting him to say in a low voice, "You two are crossing the line." Mu Feng turned to him, feigning surprise. "Oh, you have not left yet? I thought you had already exited. Surely, you do not intend to shamelessly perform alongside my girlfriend? I have already informed you that your musical skills are woefully inadequate, unworthy of pairing with Qing's artistry. Forcing a duet would merely tarnish the audience's auditory experience. I am genuinely curious to witness the extent of your supposed prowess." Chu Yunxiang has taken a seat on the stage, resolved to remain. Having already lost face today, he is indifferent to further embarrassment. He will not depart until he has performed a piece with Shi. On the second floor, Shi Chenhui glanced at Chu Tianxiong beside him and remarked, "Chang Wen Yunxiang's demeanor is indeed remarkable. Today has been an eye-opener." Chu Tianxiong replied with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes, "Let the children sort out their affairs. As elders, we shall merely observe." At that moment, a few individuals approached the stage, carrying a guqin and a se. Mu Feng took Shi's hand and guided her to the guqin before stepping aside to assume his position, bowing respectfully to the audience before taking his seat. Placing his hands upon the strings of the se, he exuded an aura of profound confidence. In that instant, he was undeniably captivating. Chapter 56. The Harmonious Melody of Strings. A bounty of affection, this ancient guqin, crafted from a single piece of wood, features a slightly elevated surface, with a hollow body and a base embedded beneath. The head of the instrument is adorned with a long mountain ridge, while the tail is complemented by 3 shorter ridges. At the tail end, pegs are affixed for stringing. Corresponding string holes are located on the outer sides of both the head and the tail ridges. Additionally, there is a wooden pillar supporting the strings underneath, and the entire instrument radiates a vibrant hue, measuring 1.7 meters in length. Seated gracefully before it, Mu Feng placed his hands upon the strings, gently plucking and tuning them. His dexterous fingers moved with elegance, each motion revealing a refined artistry. "Come on, keep pretending. I wonder how long you can maintain this charade?" scoffed Chu Yunxiang, seated nearby, a cold smile etched upon his face. Mu Feng's striking allure captivated many. Yet for Chu Yunxiang, it was merely a source of bitter enmity. The more Mu Feng excelled, the deeper Chu Yunxiang's resentment grew. That Mu Feng, on the second floor, Chu Tianxiong frowned, his expression turning icy. Time and again, his son was subjected to bullying, and he could not stand idly by as if he did not exist. "Let the children handle their own affairs. We, as elders, shall merely observe," said Shi Chenhui with a smile. Chu Tianxiong said nothing, sipping his red wine while casting a cold gaze upon Mu Feng on stage. Shi Chenhui also regarded Mu Feng, unable to deny the inexplicable charm emanating from him, which stirred a sense of fondness within him, prompting him to speak in Mu Feng's defense. "This lad is still too young, unaware that those who excel in a forest draw the winds of envy. Such a flamboyant demeanor will certainly attract adversaries in the future. Yet, Upon reflection, if it were me, I would likely feel quite displeased if someone invited my girlfriend to perform as well. As the one who had once achieved a miracle, Mu Feng's prominence at that moment eclipsed even Shi Qing, the birthday celebrant. However, neither of them paid excessive attention to the happenings outside the stage. Shi Qing placed the carved wooden figure of the phoenix at her feet and began to tune her instrument. After completing the tuning, she lifted her gaze to Mu Feng, who had also finished his adjustments, their eyes meeting. In that moment, unrestrained affection sparked between them, a sweetness evident to all who beheld. After a brief pause, they exchanged smiles. Shi Qing then lowered her gaze and began to play. This time, she did not perform Phoenix seeking the phoenix, but rather longing. The serene and distant notes enveloped the audience, transporting them into an extraordinary realm. It was as if they beheld a graceful maiden, solitary in a vast courtyard, awaiting the return of her beloved. From sunrise to sunset, from moonrise to moonset, she remained immobile, yearning for her love to return, her eyes straining in anticipation. Simultaneously, a cry of a phoenix echoed, and those immersed in the enchanting atmosphere were astonished to witness the phoenix from the wooden carving soaring once more into the air. The once harmonious scene of phoenixes flying together had shifted. Only the female phoenix remained, alone. Loneliness, infused with endless longing, enveloped the scene. At that moment, the female phoenix embodied the essence of the graceful maiden in that ethereal realm, pondering when her beloved would finally return. As they beheld the scene, nearly every heart was on the verge of shattering, filled with anticipation and fervent prayers for the beloved's swift return. At that moment, a rich and resonant sound emanated, deep and textured. To their surprise, he played not the familiar longing, yet the melody bore a striking resemblance to it, harmoniously blending with Shi Qing's rendition of longing. No one could identify the piece he performed, as if it had never existed in this world. Nevertheless, this did not hinder the audience from being enveloped in the beauty of the moment. Under Mu Feng's masterful performance, the sound of the guqin painted a vivid tableau, a man yearning to return home, hastening from a distant land, driven solely by the desire to reunite with his eagerly waiting beloved. Along the way, he encountered numerous temptations, yet he remained undeterred. The belief in reuniting with his love transcended all else. At last, he arrived outside his home, but slowed his pace. The thrill of imminent reunion, coupled with an inexplicable shyness, tightened the hearts of all present. Summoning his courage, he finally pushed open the door, and there stood his beloved in the courtyard, gazing longingly. Her eyes filled with anticipation. Their gazes met, and love's spark ignited. All emotions of excitement, longing, and anticipation dissipated, leaving only an overwhelming sense of love. The man approached slowly, their eyes never straying from one another. A profound affection enveloped everyone's hearts. A phoenix's cry pierced the air, as the phoenix carved and would took flight, soaring to join the lonely phoenix. They embraced in neck-entwined unity, soaring together, no longer alone. In this enchanting scene, they too embraced and kissed, fervently releasing the pent-up longing from their time apart. The sounds of the guqin faded gently. The harmonious performance concluded, and the entwined phoenixes returned to their place. Yet, sweet smiles lingered on every face, marking a flawless ending. Mu Feng and Shi Qing exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with deep affection. "What piece were you playing?" Shi Qing inquired with curiosity. As a talented virtuoso of various instruments, she had never encountered this composition. Mu Feng smiled softly and replied, "I do not know what this piece is. Initially, I intended to play along alongside your performance. However, as I immersed myself in the essence of your melody, I felt a stirring within and followed my heart." "Do you like this piece?" he asked. "Yes, I do." Shi Qing nodded, her cheeks flushed with sweetness and happiness. The piece Mu Feng played felt like a response to her rendition of longing. The solitary longing merely expressed a woman's yearning for her beloved and her hope for their reunion. Through Mu Feng's accompaniment, this yearning found its answer. The beloved returned, lovers reunited, and the conclusion was utterly perfect. As the audience gradually emerged from their reverie, the harmonious performance remained a masterpiece. It was astonishing to witness the depth of his skill with the guqin. Miss Shi's Guqin and Mu Feng's Guzhing have both reached a realm of extraordinary mastery. After listening to this collaborative piece, it seems unlikely that one could appreciate any other music thereafter. How could he be so exceptional? The young men and women engaged in animated discussions, savoring this unprecedented indulgence of affection. Even the elders on the second floor were left utterly astonished. Shi Chenhui and his wife, each in their own corner, pondered the same thought. This young man would indeed make a fine son-in-law, if only for the privilege of frequently enjoying the duets with their daughter. Chu Tianxiong's lips moved, yet no words escaped. His gaze shifted towards his son. It would be wise to concede defeat. Today, your hopes are entirely in vain. A sigh escaped his heart. Meanwhile, Chu Yixiang's expression was exceedingly grim. He had contemplated mustering the audacity to request a duet with Shi Qing several times, but ultimately, he relinquished the idea. After hearing the performance by Mu Feng and Shi Qing, he realized his own skills were, indeed, inadequate. With a cold snort, he descended from the stage in silence. Chapter 57. A Gift for Future In-Laws, Brother Feng. How can you be so exceptional? Lu Yusin pouted, her eyes sparkling with admiration. In the Tianyuan building, she had already experienced the enchanting duet of Mu Feng and Shi Qingqin performing Feng Xiuhuang, and she remained astounded by their harmonious melodies. This latest performance, complemented by the intricately carved wooden depiction of Feng Xiuhuang, showcased an exquisite artistic ambience that was utterly captivating, leaving the audience spellbound. This atmosphere was imbued with sweetness, evoking a sense of longing in everyone present. Wang Yi glanced at her and remarked lightly, "No matter how exceptional he is not your type. Wake up." As a loyal friend, she felt it was her duty to keep Shi Qing vigilant, for this was a reckless girl, indifferent to appearances, who was fervently pursuing Mu Feng, a dangerous endeavor indeed. It's too early to say that, Lu Yusin shot back unfazed. Lu Yusin, putting aside everything else. I must commend your audacity. Wang Yi rolled her eyes, thinking that this girl was hopelessly infatuated. At that moment, Mu Feng and Shi Qing, hand in hand, descended from the stage and quietly observed the subsequent performances. After the showings by the young masters and young ladies, it was time for the performances of the well-known celebrities. These stars, who shone brilliantly in the public eye, dared not put on airs here. However, neither the performances of the young elites nor those of the renowned celebrities could stir any excitement among the audience. The lingering echoes of Mu Feng and Shi Qing's melodies still resonated in everyone's minds, rendering the ordinary acts of these common performers utterly negligible. This left those aspiring actors and actresses eager to attach themselves to the wealthy and ascend to the pinnacle of success, entirely disheartened. As time passed, the small leaf rosewood that Mu Feng had commissioned for Lu Yusin arrived. He retrieved a carving knife from Wang Yi and resumed his craft. With each repetition, his skill flourished, and this time his speed eclipsed that of his previous work on Feng Xiuhuang. As he carved, someone called out, and instantly the audience, engrossed in watching the celebrity acts, turned their attention toward Mu Feng. What was he carving now? It was astonishing how swiftly he worked. Not just fast, but his speed surpasses even the swiftness with which I peel an apple. How can such a rapid pace yield creations as extraordinary as Feng Xiuhuang? Murmured the young men and women, their curiosity palpable. Even the elders on the second floor leaned forward with intrigue, losing interest in the performances on stage. Mu Feng's carving had reached an unfathomable level of artistry, far more captivating than the talents displayed by the stars. Gradually, the performers on stage began to realize that these affluent heirs were not even paying attention to them, filling their hearts with frustration. Was their performance truly so lackluster? It was hard to believe, for outside these walls, they were celebrated celebrities boasting millions, if not billions, of fans. Yet, despite the lingering feelings of melancholy and curiosity, no one dared to voice their thoughts, continuing instead to follow the established procedure and present their meticulously prepared talents. Alas, the audience had vanished. As the carving progressed, a rough outline gradually emerged. I realized it was a three-legged toad, symbolizing prosperity and wealth. At last, someone recognized this unfinished masterpiece. The three-legged toad. The eyes of the gentleman on the second floor brightened. This toad is often placed in the offices or homes of many merchants, signifying the influx of wealth. Soon, the carving was complete. In an instant, everyone was drawn into a peculiar ambience. A colossal three-legged toad was continuously expelling coins, which all found their way into their pockets. What a remarkable vision of a toad spitting coins. Xiao Qing, what is your aunt's zodiac sign? After finishing the three-legged toad, Mu Feng turned to inquire of Shi Qing beside him. Hot, Shi Qing replied. Excellent. Mu Feng smiled and resumed carving the second wooden sculpture. The moment the wooden carving took its final form, everyone was once again enveloped in a profound atmosphere. Countless coins lay before them, an endless bounty. For merchants, counting money is indeed a delightful vision. Suddenly, the ambience shifted, and a multitude of vengeful spirits surged toward them. The realism of the scene rendered everyone pale with fear. Just then, a rat bathed in holy light descended from above, squeaking twice, and all the vengeful spirits were so terrified that they fled in disarray. This rat, it seemed, possessed the power to ward off evil. At last, it was complete. Mu Feng clapped his hands and exhaled deeply. After disposing of the wood shavings in the trash bin, he gazed at the two wooden sculptures, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Brother Feng, can these two sculptures also be revived like her phoenix sculpture? Lu Yusin asked curiously. Of course, but certain special conditions must be met, Mu Feng replied with a smile. What conditions must be satisfied? Lu Yusin inquired further. Mu Feng shrugged and said, I don't know. You carved them yourself. How can you not know? One Ge exclaimed, Estanis. Mu Feng chuckled. I'm only responsible for the carving, not for determining the activation conditions. However, the specific conditions can be inferred through the ambience. For instance, the three-legged toad may activate when it brings wealth. As for the zodiac money rat, it possesses two realms. The first is the realm of counting money, which may be triggered by wealth. The second realm, however, likely requires an encounter with genuine vengeful spirits to activate, which may be an impossible feat. The three women nodded, seemingly understanding. Excuse me, do you sell this wooden sculpture? A young gentleman approached to ask. Sorry, it is not for sale, Mu Feng replied with a smile, shaking his head. However, if you desire a particular sculpture, it can be custom-made. Additionally, I have a personal studio in the Tianyuan building. You may come there to find me. Whether you wish for a painting or a carved piece, the price is negotiable. His voice was far from quiet. Those nearby could hear him clearly. The Tianyuan building? Isn't that under the Shi family? Wang Yu felt somewhat speechless as he was promoting something at Shi Qing's birthday banquet. Mu Feng turned to Shi Qing with a smile and said, Little Qing, why not introduce me to my future in-laws? Future in-laws? That is a bit premature. Shi Qing shot him a glance and said, Come with me. With that, she took Mu Feng's hand and led him upstairs. Feeling the warmth of her palm, Mu Feng was slightly taken aback. Little Qing, it's your parents we're going to meet, not mine. Why do you seem more nervous than I am? It's my first time. How can I not be anxious? A hint of worry shadowed Shi Qing's brow as she pondered whether her parents would approve of their relationship. What if they disapproved? Chapter 58. The first encounter with future in-laws. Mu Feng gently squeezed the clammy jade-like hand, chuckling as he reassured, Do not worry. A son-in-law as remarkable as me is a rarity in this world. Where else could they find someone like me? Shi Qing let out a soft laugh, her nerves easing considerably. You're not even a bit anxious about meeting my parents for the first time? She inquired with curiosity. Mu Feng grinned and replied, I was a tad nervous at first, but seeing you more anxious than I am instantly alleviated my own tension. Shi Qing smiled, her lips curving into a playful smirk. Ascending to the second floor, she greeted the elders while guiding Mu Feng towards her father. Dad, she called out, introducing him, This is Mu Feng, my boyfriend. Good day, uncle, and greetings to all the gentlemen here, Mu Feng said politely, momentarily stunned upon meeting General Lu, before adding, Hello, General Lu. General Lu chuckled. Why call them uncles and refer to me as General? Just call me Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu, Mu Feng promptly adjusted his address. Chu Tianxiong cast a discerning glance at Mu Feng, sipping his red wine in silence, his gaze cool and detached. Naturally, he bore little fondness for the individual who repeatedly embarrassed his son. Shi Chenhui nodded with a smile, motioning for a chair to be brought over for Mu Feng. "May I call you Xiao Feng?" he inquired. Mu Feng nodded in agreement. "Xiao Feng," Shi Chenhui asked with curiosity, "who taught you your remarkable carving skills?" As a titan of the business world, he was well acquainted with local sculptors and had never heard of anyone who had taken on such an impressive apprentice. Mu Feng replied with a smile, "I taught myself." "Self-taught to this level?" Chu Tianxiong remarked, sipping his wine. "If you don't wish to divulge, there's no need for pretense." "May I ask who you are?" Mu Feng inquired, sensing an underlying hostility in his tone. Shi Qing introduced. "This is the chairman of Chu Corporation, Chu Tianxiong." "My uncle Chu, the chairman of Chu Corporation?" Mu Feng mused, connecting the dots and realizing he was the father of Chu Yunxiang. A faint smile graced his lips. "Has Chairman Chu ever encountered a sculptor capable of reaching my level?" Chu Tianxiong paused, his drinking momentarily stilled, and shook his head. "Not to my knowledge." "Then, that settles it," Mu Feng said with a slight smile. "If no sculptor has achieved my level, what credentials do they possess to be my master? Only nature can truly impart the essence needed to create profound works." Though it was evident that his words were somewhat audacious and perhaps nonsensical, Chu Tianxiong found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Truly, the fearless vigor of youth was palpable, radiating confidence. The other esteemed elders exchanged astonished glances with Mu Feng. Not only had he embarrassed Chu Yunxiang, but he also dared to confront this seasoned fox, Chu Tianxiong, without fear of reprisal. General Lu jovially remarked, "Master Mu is indeed correct. Nature is our greatest teacher." Although aware of Mu Feng's deceit, Mr. Lu steadfastly chose to defend this benefactor who had awakened his wife. He glanced at the two sculptural pieces in Mu Feng's hands and inquired with a smile, "Master Mu, are these exquisite carvings intended for auction?" Shaking his head, Mu Feng replied, "No, during my first visit, I was rather anxious and forgot to bring a gift. Hence, I crafted these two pieces on the spot, hoping that uncle and aunt will not find them lacking." "Oh, so they are gifts for Brother Shi and Sister Shi," Mr. Lu remarked with a look of envy. He was well aware that these sculptures were not meant for auction. Such a statement was merely to divert the topic, preventing Chu Tianxiong from further pressing the matter. Nevertheless, his envy was genuine. Who wouldn't he desire such perfect creations, rich in artistic connotations that seamlessly appealed to a merchant's sensibilities? With a smile, Mu Feng presented the wooden carving of the three-legged toad to Shi Chenhui, stating, "Uncle, this is a three-legged toad holding a coin in its mouth, symbolizing prosperous wealth and enduring fortune. If certain special conditions are met, it can even be activated and revived for a brief period. I hope you like it." Shi Chenhui glanced at Mu Feng and then at the eagerly expectant Shi Qing, accepting the three-legged toad with a smile, placing it before him for a closer examination. A meticulous observation revealed the formidable intricacies of the woodwork, so lifelike, so expressive. Particularly, the eyes seemed to convey the illusion of imminent revival. After a moment of contemplation, he curiously asked, "Xiao Feng, what conditions must be fulfilled for the activation of this carving?" Mu Feng chuckled, "I am uncertain. Perhaps it will activate when uncle is in the process of making money." Shi Chenhui nodded, not overly concerned. He carefully stored the carving and, with a serious demeanor, addressed Mu Feng and Shi Qing. "Xiao Feng, accepting your gift does not equate to my approval of your relationship with Xiao Qing." "Dad!" Shi Qing exclaimed. Her face filled with urgency upon hearing this. Shi Chenhui waved his hand, signaling her to remain silent, and then turned to the calm Mu Feng, continuing, "Whether or not there is approval rests with her mother. I defer to her judgment." Mu Feng's eyes brightened slightly, implying that he personally held no objections. Shi Chenhui then looked at Shi Qing with a smile, saying, "Xiao Qing, take him to meet your mother." "Oh, okay, thank you, Dad." Realizing that her father was not opposed, Shi Qing's delicate face broke into a joyful smile. "Goodbye, uncles. Mu Feng, let us go." Shi Qing took Mu Feng's hand, leading him away. "Thank you, uncle. Goodbye, everyone." Mu Feng maintained a polite demeanor in front of his future father-in-law. Once the two departed, Mr. Lu chuckled, "Brother Shi, should you choose to dismiss this son-in-law, do not forget to inform me. I have a line of suitors waiting here." Shi Chenhui poured him half a glass of red wine, laughing, "Drink up." Upon entering the ladies' section, The atmosphere was markedly different from that among the elder gentlemen. This young man is truly handsome. What charm he possesses. The affluent ladies chattered excitedly, generously lavishing compliments upon him. Some wealthy women, seizing the opportunity, mischievously pinched Mu Feng's backside when he was not paying attention, nearly startling him into a state of panic. After what felt like an eternity, he finally approached the table of Shi Qing's mother, allowing himself a moment of relief. "Mom, this is Mu Feng, my boyfriend," Shi Qing introduced, clinging affectionately to her mother's arm. "Wonderful. Please, have a seat," Shi's mother responded with a warm smile. Mu Feng presented the intricately carved wooden sculpture, saying with a grin, "Annie, this piece is my latest creation, titled Zodiac Money Mouse, symbolizing the idea of counting wealth to the point of exhaustion, while also serving as a talisman against malevolent spirits. I hope you find it to your liking." Shi's mother regarded Mu Feng with a thoughtful glance, then shifted her gaze to Shi Qing, accepting the wooden sculpture with a smile. "Dear Mu Feng, there is no need for such formality. However, let me be clear, accepting your gift does not imply my approval of your relationship. That decision lies with Shi Qing's father. I will defer to his judgment." Chapter 59. Staying over at the school beauty's home, Mu Feng and Shi Qing exchanged glances, pondering whether they had both agreed or if they were merely deflecting. When only one person behaved this way, Mu Feng assumed it was a personal agreement. However, when both exhibited the same demeanor, it left him quite perplexed. Observing their bewilderment, Madame Lu chuckled. "Since there are no objections, it signifies your consent to be together. Why are you both still standing there in a daze?" Realizing the implications, Mu Feng responded with a smile, "Thank you, Annie. I will take good care of Xiao Qing." Shi's mother nodded, her expression serious, as she remarked, "I do not oppose your relationship, but you are both still young. Before graduation, there are certain boundaries that should not be crossed. I hope you understand. After graduation, you will have reached the legal marriage age. If you're still together by then, you may consider marriage." Marriage? Both Mu Feng and Shi Qing were momentarily taken aback. This was rather premature, was it not? They had never contemplated such matters. Moreover, graduating 2 years later at the age of 22 seemed too young for marriage in this day and age. Surely, one should consider such commitments around 25 or 26. Madame Lu interjected with a smile, "Marrying so soon? Shouldn't you date for a few more years?" Shi's mother responded playfully. A few more years would only give her daughter Yuxian more time to attempt to steal him away. The entanglement of Lu Yuxian with Mu Feng was widely known throughout Tiandu University. As Shi Qing's parents, they were certainly aware. However, they typically refrained from interfering in the affairs of the younger generation unless it posed a genuine threat to their daughter's safety. Shi Qing glanced at Mu Feng, her expression a mix of amusement and intrigue. Mu Feng managed an awkward smile in response. Madame Lu, with a gentle smile, turned to Mu Feng and Shi Qing, saying, "It remains to be seen how sturdy that wall truly is. In any case, I am quite pleased with Mu Feng. If you, Madame Shi, decide against this son-in-law, do be sure to inform me. I have quite a queue forming." Taking a sip of juice, Shi's mother laughed. "Well, it seems you may not have that opportunity, Mu Feng." He nodded earnestly. Regardless of his inner thoughts, it was imperative he conveyed his steadfast position at that moment. Shi's mother continued with a smile. "All right, it appears you two are not at ease here. Why not go out and enjoy yourselves?" "Mom, we're heading out then. Goodbye, aunts." Shi Qing quickly pulled Mu Feng towards the first floor. "Goodbye, aunties," Mu Feng waved as he followed her. Once they descended from the second floor, Mu Feng remarked with a grin, "Xiao Qing, your parents are quite amiable and easy to converse with." Shi Qing, somewhat perplexed, murmured from my understanding of them, "They shouldn't be this accommodating. Could there be some hidden agenda?" "An agenda?" Mu Feng chuckled, playfully pinching Shi Qing's nose. "How can you say such a thing about your parents? They harbor no schemes against their own child." Rejoining Wangya and Lu Yuxian, Wangya eagerly inquired, "So, how was it? Was the first meeting smooth?" Shi Qing nodded. Mu Feng replied with a smile, "Of course, with me involved, it was effortlessly accomplished." The birthday celebration was set to continue until 10 p.m. However, the elders, busy with their affairs, departed shortly after lunch, leaving only the younger generation to revel in the festivities. Chu Yunxiang, who had suffered considerable humiliation today, also took his leave early. Exiting the Shi family villa and sending the monkey away, he picked up his phone and coldly dialed a number. Master Lu, I don't care what means you employ, but I do not wish to see Mu Feng at Tiandu University tomorrow. After uttering these words, he hung up and cast a resentful glance back at the villa before driving away. Mu Feng, this situation need not have escalated to this point. You have forced my hand. Meanwhile, Master Lu, upon receiving the call, furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering strategies. After a considerable pause, he finally picked up his phone, searching for a while before locating a number to call. Bull Demon King, procure a truck with faulty brakes for me. I have a use for it. Upon finishing the call, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. Everything was in place, merely awaiting the target to take the bait. Soon, the birthday festivities concluded, and the young attendees began to depart, with the celebrities also dispersing. Only the Shi family remained in the villa, along with Mu Feng, Wang Ya, and the tenacious Lu Yusin, who had lingered on. Uncle, Aunt, I must return to school, Mu Feng announced. Shi's mother smiled and replied, it's getting a bit late. You should return to school tomorrow. Your uncle and I have a business trip, so we cannot take Xiaoqing to school. It will be perfect for her to accompany you. Well, then, I shall graciously accept your invitation, Mu Feng conceded, recognizing that it was impolite to refuse such a gesture from his future mother-in-law. Aunt, may I stay? Lu Yusin asked with a pitiful expression. Of course you may. Xiao can stay as well. You both can go to school together tomorrow, which puts my mind at ease, Shi's mother responded with a slight smile. Although she was aware of Lu Yusin's intentions to encroach upon her daughter's affections, she did not harbor any strong negative feelings towards her. On the contrary, she admired the girl's straightforwardness and her boldness in pursuing love. She was also aware of Lu Yusin's familial circumstances, having learned that the girl had dropped out of school to care for her mother for several months, demonstrating her filial piety. Such a child possessed a fundamentally good nature. Thank you, Aunt, Lu Yusin beamed with joy. Thank you, Aunt. I will ensure to protect Xiaoqing and will not allow any ill-intentioned individuals to take advantage. Wang Ya added, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Yusin, her meaning clear. Shi's mother chuckled softly, but said nothing further. She then beckoned Xiaoqing, Wang Ya, and Lu Yusin to her bedroom for a chat, leaving Mu Feng and Shi Chenhui to sit together on the sofa in the second-floor living room, sipping tea. Shi Chenhui set down his teacup and remarked, tomorrow, your aunt and I will be traveling abroad, and I do not know when we will return. During this time, I will rely on you to look after Xiaoqing. She is a delicate flower, untouched by the world. I hope you can take on the responsibility of a man and care for her well. Mu Feng nodded in response, assuring, Uncle, rest assured, I will take good care of Xiaoqing. Shi Chenhui remarked, I have but one daughter, Xiaoqing. In the future, the management of Shixing Tianxia will undoubtedly be entrusted to you. After your graduation, I suggest you intern at Shixing Tianxia for 2 years to familiarize yourself with the various affairs of the group. Mu Feng was taken aback for a moment and quickly waved his hand, saying, Uncle, I believe it would be best for you to manage Shixing Tianxia yourself. I have no interest in it. However, you could rent me another area on the 8th floor of the Tianyuan building. I plan to set up a sculpture studio. Shi Chenhui gazed deeply at Mu Feng, noticing not a trace of greed or desire in his eyes, and nodded thoughtfully. Very well. You are busy with school and may not have much time to manage it. Would you like me to find a few people to assist you? No, I can manage on my own, Mu Feng replied with a smile, shaking his head. That would be ridiculous. Having my father-in-law send people over would mean being under constant surveillance. And how could I then enjoy intimate moments with my girlfriend? Chapter 60. Beautiful dreams. Mu Feng spent the night at Shixing's residence, much to the chagrin of old Lu, who was tasked with assisting Chu Yunxiang. He expended a considerable sum to hire several individuals to conduct surveillance, strategically positioned outside the Shi family villa and along the route to Tiandu University, thereby maintaining constant oversight of Mu Feng's movements to ensure the success of his plans. With all preparations in place, the only remaining step was to ensnare the target. Little did he realize, however, that Mu Feng would choose to stay overnight at the Shi residence, rendering his elaborate schemes futile. In the stillness of the night, while everyone else succumbed to slumber, Mu Feng re-entered Shixing's dreamscape. You've come? Upon the sudden appearance of Mu Feng, Shurqing's dream self radiated surprise. It had been several days since his last visit. Previously, she had yearned for this tormentor, who had plagued her for 100 days, to vacate her dreams. Yet, as their interactions in the waking world deepened, she found herself entranced by Mu Feng's extraordinary abilities, becoming increasingly enmeshed in his allure. A few days prior, after Mu Feng had crafted a dream for another man, he had not returned to Shurqing's dreams, leaving her somewhat unaccustomed and even restless. "It seems you were looking forward to my arrival," Mu Feng remarked with a playful smile. "Who was looking forward to you? Come if you wish," Shurqing retorted, her cheeks flushing as she turned away. Embracing her slender waist from behind, Mu Feng rested his head on her shoulder, whispering softly in her ear, "Shaoqing, let's indulge in something more exhilarating tonight." "You scoundrel, are you planning to bully me again?" Shurqing sensed a stirring within her, her blush creeping down to the base of her neck. "You protest so vehemently, yet I can't help but feel you rather enjoy it," Mu Feng teased, his expression laced with playful ambiguity. Shurqing's breath quickened, a sensation she had never experienced in her previous dreams. Perhaps it was because she had officially become Mu Feng's girlfriend, allowing her feelings for him to blossom into something deeper. The nature of their intimate encounters felt inherently different now. "Oh well," she sighed, "in reality, I cannot cross the final boundary before graduation, so I shall let you have your way in my dreams." Of course, the most crucial point remained. Her resistance was futile, for her dreams were not governed by her will. At her words, a subtle smile graced Mu Feng's face. Embracing her, he vanished from the realm of dreams, only to reappear high above the clouds. With clouds as their bed and the sky as their coverlet, the sound of their laughter resonated through the heavens. That night, both dreamers wore expressions of bliss, perhaps the most serene moment they had shared in over 100 days. As tranquility enveloped them, Mu Feng playfully pinched Shurqing's nose, gently saying, "Shaoqing, remember to wake me in the morning with a good morning kiss. Otherwise, I may never return. If you don't come, so be it. Who would miss your presence?" Shurqing shot him an exasperated glance, her tone light yet firm. With a faint smile, Mu Feng instantly vanished from her dream, and as dawn broke, the world awakened anew. After waiting all night, the hired men of Master Lu were utterly fatigued, and he reluctantly decided to cancel the ambush. Contemplating for a moment, he dialed another phone, his voice icy as he commanded, "Find a few desperados and eliminate someone for me tonight. I will send you the photograph shortly." With that, he ended the call and reached out to Chu Yunxiang. "Young master, an unexpected incident occurred last night. Mu Feng stayed at the Shi residence and did not return to school. I have already contacted several rogues. Tonight's operation will ensure he does not see the dawn." As he spoke, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Staying at the Shi residence? Upon receiving the call, Chu Yunxiang nearly crushed his phone, speaking in a chilling tone. "You will accompany them personally. No mistakes are permitted." "Understood," Master Lu replied. At the Shi villa, Shurqing sat up in bed, her body aching. That scoundrel recalling the madness of her dreams, she felt her cheeks flush. After taking a warm shower and donning a fitted white dress, she opened her door and stepped outside. Glancing at Mu Feng's sleeping quarters, she hesitated but eventually walked over with long strides. Cautiously looking around, as if she were a thief, she gently knocked on the door and whispered, "Mu Feng, are you awake?" After a moment's silence, she muttered, "Lazy pig, the sun is almost up and you're still not awake." Quietly, she opened the door and tiptoed inside. Seeing Mu Feng lying in bed, grinning at her, her cheeks instantly turned crimson. "You're awake. I should leave now." Flustered, she turned to depart. Mu Feng chuckled. "Are you leaving just like that? I thought you came to surprise me this morning." Surprise? It dawned on Shurqing what her purpose was. After a brief hesitation, she approached Mu Feng and, in a swift motion, planted a kiss on him. "A good morning kiss. Does that count as a surprise?" she said, her face ablaze before running away. Ding! In her dream, Shurqing called the host to rise and gave him a good morning kiss. The dream influenced reality with an impact level of 2 stars, rewarding the host with a lottery opportunity. "Would you like to draw now?" The system's prompt echoed in her mind. "Let's begin the draw," Mu Feng thought with a smile. A virtual wheel with 49 slots appeared before him. 1 godly skill, 1 top-tier skill, 1 advanced skill, 3 intermediate skills, and the rest were 2 attribute points. Under Mu Feng's control, the pointer began to spin rapidly, eventually landing on an advanced skill. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the advanced flying card skill. Would you like to learn it now? The system prompted again. Flying card skill? What use is that? Mu Feng felt quite disheartened, wishing instead for a more practical intermediate driving skill. Would the host like to learn now? The system inquired once more. Learn it, he decided. After all, he had drawn it. It would be a waste not to study it. Despite being a sophisticated skill, it should not be devoid of value. After receiving the inheritance of skills, Mu Feng donned his attire and was about to depart the bedroom when he noticed Shurqing hurriedly returning and gently closing the door behind her. What should I do? What should I do? I'm going to be discovered, she muttered anxiously under her breath. What is the matter, Xiaoqing? Mu Feng inquired with curiosity as he approached her. Shurqing quickly covered his mouth and whispered, do not speak. My parents are all in the living room. If they find out I'm in your room, they will surely misunderstand. A misunderstanding is merely a misunderstanding. We are officially a couple. What is there to fear? Mu Feng replied nonchalantly, preparing to open the door. Shurqing, in a state of urgency, embraced him tightly, exclaiming, please, don't go out just yet. If my parents misconstrue our relationship as having crossed a boundary, especially within my own home, they will undoubtedly be furious. Chapter 61. This misunderstanding is monumental if we remain inside. The misunderstanding will only deepen. Won't it? Mu Feng pondered, somewhat perplexed. Just moments ago, Shurqing had stepped outside without a care, and there was no misunderstanding then. But now, with the door firmly shut and a lone man and woman confined within the same room, should they be discovered, a grave misinterpretation would undoubtedly arise. Alas, it matters not. Let us remain silent and wait for their departure before we venture out. Shurqing pressed her face against the door, straining to listen to the sounds beyond. Her rounded form, accentuated as she leaned, exuded an alluring charm. Suddenly, a series of knocks reverberated through the air, startling Shurqing, who gasped and stumbled back, colliding into a broad embrace. The beauty fell into Mu Feng's arms, who instinctively held her close, enveloped by her softness and fragrance. Did I just hear Xiaoqing's voice? Came Wang Ye's voice from outside, laced with curiosity. Gij Feng, are you awake? This was soon followed by Lu Yusin's voice. Mu Feng cast a glance at his girlfriend in his arms, a smile playing on his lips as he replied. I'm awake. I'll be out shortly. May I come in? Lu Yusin inquired once more. Shurqing shook her head vigorously, signaling for him not to let Lu Yusin enter. Not right now. I'm getting dressed, Mu Feng said with a grin. All right, but please hurry, Lu Yusin replied, and silence fell again. Shurqing, tiptoeing, pressed her ear against the door to discern if the two had moved away. After a moment, she turned back, her anxiety palpable as she asked, Mu Feng, what should we do now? It's impossible to go out. If we leave together, the misunderstanding will only worsen. However, Mu Feng remained unfazed. He settled onto the edge of the bed, leaning back against the headboard with a smile. Since we are destined to be misunderstood, why not transform this misunderstanding into reality? A delicate blush adorned Shurqing's fair cheeks as she shot him an exasperated look. You're always jesting. I'm on the verge of panic, and you still find time for humor. Mu Feng rose from the bed, striding toward her with an alluring smile, wrapping his arms around her slim waist. Xiaoqing, I assure you this is a most serious proposal. Would you care to contemplate it? Stop it. Feeling the warmth of his solid chest and the heat brushing against her face, Shurqing felt her resolve weaken, her cheeks flushing deeper. If they did not devise a plan to escape, the others would surely burst in. Reluctantly, Mu Feng released her from his embrace and glanced at the wardrobe with a grin. Why not hide in there? I'll step out to divert their attention, and you can slip away unnoticed. All right. Shurqing pondered briefly before nodding. It seemed this was their only option. Suddenly, Shurqing's phone rang. She gasped, hurriedly silencing the call, but alas, it was too late. How could Xiaoqing's phone be ringing in Mu Feng's room? Came Wang Ye's astonished voice from outside. Mu Feng looked at the distraught Shurqing, shrugged nonchalantly, and said, well, this misunderstanding has escalated. Let's face what must be faced. Shirqing lowered her head, appearing quite dejected, regretting her oversight in forgetting to silence her phone. As Mu Feng opened the door and stepped outside, he immediately noticed four scrutinizing pairs of eyes fixated upon him. Shirqing trailed behind, her gaze cast downward, hesitant to meet anyone's eyes. Wang Ye, with her back to Shirqinhui and his wife, gave Mu Feng a thumbs up and whispered, "Impressive, Mu Feng. Daring to be reckless at your girlfriend's home." Mu Feng rolled his eyes and retorted, "Don't spout nonsense. We haven't done anything. Have you?" Wang Ye replied with a smirk, her expression conveying disbelief. Disregarding her, Mu Feng turned to the silent Shirqinhui, couple sitting on the sofa, offering a dry chuckle, "Good morning, uncle and aunt." The couple remained silent, their unwavering gaze making him uneasy. Wang Ye, seated nearby, assumed the role of an onlooker. Lu Yusin, with her lips slightly pouting, joined Wang Ye and quietly inquired, "Surely, nothing happened between them?" Wang Ye shot her a glance and murmured, "Don't hold on to false hope. A man and a woman alone together, with the door closed. Do you really think they would do nothing? Just stare at each other? How heartbreaking," Lu Yusin lamented, clutching her chest with a mournful expression. "You might as well give up. You have no hope in this lifetime," Wang Ye bluntly criticized. "I don't wish to hear your voice. I crave solitude," Lu Yusin retorted, rising to lean against the railing in the hallway, lost in thought. "If you can't handle such a setback, how can you hope to pursue him?" Wang Ye muttered, then turned her attention back to Shirqing, who was hiding behind Mu Feng, a hint of amusement dancing in her eyes. These two dense individuals have finally come to their senses, though their audacity is rather remarkable. Just yesterday, I warned them not to cross boundaries, and it seems my words fell on deaf ears. I hope they can withstand the wrath of Uncle Shir and Auntie. Good luck to them. Now, tell me what transpired, Shirqinhui inquired after a prolonged silence. His calm demeanor and measured voice betrayed no hint of emotion. Mu Feng chuckled awkwardly. "Uncle, if I say that Shaoqing can't wake me up, would you believe it? Do you think I should?" Shirqinhui replied coolly, "Dad, I genuinely went to call him." Shirqing emerged from behind Mu Feng, her voice hurried. "I happened to see you as I was leaving, and fearing you would misunderstand, I panicked and ran back to close the door. Is that so?" Shirqinhui glanced at his daughter, then turned his piercing gaze back to Mu Feng, resembling a tiger poised to pounce. "Yes, exactly so." Mu Feng nodded vigorously, his eyes clear and free of any deceit. "Shaoqing, be honest with your mother. Even if boundaries were crossed, it's not a problem since you confirmed your relationship. However, you must ensure proper precautions. At your age, having children is ill-advised," Ensure said, pulling Shirqing down onto the sofa, her tone earnest and heartfelt. Shirqing's face flushed crimson, her expression filled with urgency. "Mom, I truly only want to wake him up. I didn't do anything else." This misunderstanding was monumental. Mu Feng wore an innocent look. Had he actually done something, he would have confessed without hesitation. The crux of the matter was that he had done nothing. What a loss. He nearly fell for their trickery. At that moment, Lu Yusin hurried over, clutching a set of pajamas. These pajamas were what Shirqing had worn before sleeping the previous night, and he had spotted them in her bedroom earlier. They still retained a hint of warmth, indicating she had only changed out of the moments before leaving her room to enter Brother Feng's. The time lapse surely could not exceed 5 minutes. In such a brief span, nothing could occur, unless, as she contemplated this, her gaze shifted to Mu Feng with a peculiar glint. Unless Brother Feng was remarkably swift. Chapter 62. A normal man can only last 3 to 5 minutes. What the heck? Mu Feng was on the brink of losing his temper. As a man, how could he be described as swift? He was eager to demonstrate just how long he could endure, striving to reclaim his dignity. "Do you think my stamina is merely for show? Swift? What does that even mean?" Shirqing appeared bewildered, struggling to grasp the implications. "Ahem, let's dine first. After our meal, we must set off." Shirqinhui nearly choked, rising to head towards the dining area. This girl truly dares to say anything. Is this how the youth of today behave? A faint smile graced Shirmu's face as she glanced at the perplexed Shirqing, shaking her head with a chuckle before following her husband. In contrast to Lu Yusin, Shirqing appeared quite innocent in this regard. Once the Shi couple departed, Wang Yi cast a peculiar glance at Mu Feng before turning to Lu Yusin and inquiring with suspicion, "Is 5 minutes considered short? How do you know this?" Lu Yusin giggled. "I heard it from my girlfriends. They often discuss how long their boyfriends can last, and it seems none have lasted less than 10 minutes. Mu Feng, with a solemn expression, replied, "Lu Yusin, there are certain facts I believe require clarification. Under normal circumstances, many men can only last 3 to 5 minutes during their first encounter. Is that so?" Lu Yusin tilted her head, curiosity evident on her face. "Is Brother Feng normal?" "I'm not normal. No, I fall outside the normal range." "Wait, why am I even discussing this with you?" Mu Feng, exasperated, stood up and pulled Shi, who was blushing and starting to comprehend the situation, toward the dining area. "It's all right. I want to think less of you," Lu Yusin called out as she pursued them. "This wild girl is truly something else." Wang Yi shook her head and quickly followed suit. After breakfast, the Shi couple was driven by their chauffeur to the international airport. "Shall we depart as well?" Mu Feng and the three women made their way to the underground parking lot. The Rolls-Royce Dawn was indeed impressive, though it seemed somewhat mismatched with Brother Feng's stature. After all, a single painting by him could fetch millions. He ought to drive a vehicle worth at least 1 or 2 million to suit his status, Lu Yusin remarked with a playful grin, taking the driver's seat. Mu Feng chuckled. "It's just a car. Why spend so much? Besides, none of those other models exude the same commanding presence as this Dawn. It is quite imposing." Lu Yusin nodded, attempting to move to the passenger seat. Wang Yi swiftly pulled her back, exasperated. "Lu Yusin, can you not see that seat is not for you? Come with me to the back." Lu Yusin pouted. "What is wrong with sitting there?" "Who says I can't? Just get in," Wang Yi insisted, pushing her into the rear seat before joining her. Though the Dawn was a two-door, four-seater, its rear space was quite ample, making entry and exit easy, unlike other two-door models. Naturally, the passenger seat was reserved for Shi, his girlfriend. "Are you heading back to school? Or will you accompany me to the Tianyuan office building first?" Mu Feng inquired. Following the promotional event yesterday, it is likely that numerous affluent individuals are keen to acquire his sculptures or paintings. He has already completed several paintings, which are temporarily sufficient. However, he has yet to craft a single sculpture. Thus, he must return to the Tianyuan Tower to rent another space and create more pieces. "I'll accompany you." Shi pondered for a moment before saying, "Since there's nothing pressing at school today, I might as well lend you a hand. I will assist as well." Lu Yusin chimed in, raising her hand. "Let's go together." Wang Yi glanced at Lu Yusin, realizing that if this girl was going, she would naturally follow along. Shi alone would not suffice against her. "Excellent. I would appreciate it, Lu Yusin. If you could arrange a batch of small-leaf red sandalwood and have it delivered to Tianyuan Tower," Mu Feng instructed. "Certainly," Lu Yusin nodded, pulling out her phone to call the sales manager of Lu's Timber Group. Subsequently, Mu Feng drove away from the villa in his car. Upon reaching Tianyuan Tower and parking in the garage, he said to Shi and the other two women, "You may head up first. I need to change my clothes." "All right." The three of them exited the car and went ahead, while Mu Feng retrieved his previous outfit from the vehicle. Wearing a suit to carve at the birthday banquet was a necessity, but now that he had returned to his own territory, there was no need to don such expensive attire for sculpting. This outfit is far more comfortable. After placing the suit neatly, Mu Feng took the elevator to the first floor and proceeded to the leasing center of Tianyuan Tower to rent room 6 on the 8th floor. This time, there was no discount. The total area was 255 square meters, costing 20 yuan per square meter daily, amounting to 1,861, 500 yuan for a year. After completing the paperwork and arriving on the 8th floor, he found that a group of over 10 people had already gathered there. "Miss Shi, when will Master Mu arrive? I have been waiting for an hour just to purchase a piece of sculpture." "Indeed, Miss Shi, please urge Master Mu to come." The attendees, comprising the wealthy and their offspring from Shi birthday banquet, expressed their eagerness to acquire the sculptures. "Please hold on a moment. Master Mu should be here shortly." Shi replied with a smile. "How soon is shortly?" "I have a meeting in an hour," a certain executive remarked. Mu Feng smiled slightly and said, Everyone has arrived quite early." Upon hearing this, the crowd turned to see Mu Feng, their eyes lighting up instantly. "Master Mu, You have finally arrived. We have been waiting for quite some time, the affluent guests exclaimed in unison. Mu Feng navigated through the crowd, opened room 6, and smiled. Ladies and gentlemen, I currently do not have any sculptures ready. I have placed an order for a batch of small-leaf red sandalwood from Lu's Timber Group, and once the materials arrive, I can commence sculpting. You may convey your desired sculptures to these 3 lovely ladies, and I will craft them according to your requests. However, I must clarify beforehand that sculptures such as the phoenix seeking the phoenix-like that of Shao Qing's, as well as those of the level suitable for Uncle Sher and Annie, are not for sale. Such pieces require specific conditions to be sculpted, which are quite complex, hence they will not be available. The sculptures for sale will merely embody artistic essence, without the capability to resurrect. Indeed, it is quite remarkable to embody such depth of meaning. The crowd paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement. Although they speculated that such intricate carvings would pose little challenge for Mu Feng, they respected his decision not to sell. Furthermore, adjacent to us is my studio, housing dozens of paintings that also encapsulate profound concepts. If you're interested, I invite you to take a look. All of these artworks are available for purchase, clearly marked with fixed prices, no discount applied. Mu Feng smiled as he spoke. Very well, I shall take a look. One affluent gentleman replied, beaming with delight. I have heard from old Lu about the enchanting nature of your paintings, and today, I finally have the opportunity to witness them for myself. Chapter 63. Earning a fortune of 500 million, Mu Feng smiled gently and said, First, let these 3 lovely ladies record the sculptures you desire. I will charge based on the size and intricacy of the carvings. Everyone nodded in agreement. Once Shi Qing and her companions completed their notes, Mu Feng guided them into the studio. The walls were adorned with an array of strikingly lifelike paintings, each exuding a distinct atmosphere. From a moment the wealthy patrons stepped into the studio, they were captivated by the enchanting realms within the artworks, unable to extricate themselves. Such pieces had never before graced the world. Who would have expected Master Mu to possess such formidable talent in painting? Old Lu certainly did not deceive me. Master Mu's paintings are indeed extraordinary. As the affluent guests emerged from their reveries, astonishment flickered in their eyes. To have even 1 or 2 of such masterpieces would be an incredible fortune. Yet the wall displayed no fewer than 50, each imbued with an aura of authenticity. Master Mu, are all these paintings for sale? One of the patrons inquired. Mu Feng replied with a smile, except for the 9 Dragons painting, which serves as the centerpiece of this room and is not for sale. All other artworks are available. The prices are clearly marked. If you wish to purchase, simply transfer the funds. Shao Qing has my account details. The 9 Dragons painting depicted 9 5-clawed golden dragons, symbolizing supreme authority. Its profound essence rendering it invaluable as a centerpiece, thus it shall not be sold. The disappointment was palpable among many, as that particular piece was undeniably the most alluring and coveted. Regrettably, it was not for sale. Moreover, due to the limited number of artworks, each person could only purchase 1 piece. Mu Feng chuckled. You may select only 1? I shall take my time to choose, then. The affluent patrons resumed their leisurely perusal of the studio, deliberating over their preferred pieces. However, the decision proved exceedingly difficult. Each painting was a paragon of perfection, each one desirable. The prices of these artworks range from 10 million to 20 million. Given their wealth, acquiring all of them posed no issue. But with so many exquisite options, the task of selecting just one became quite daunting. While the wealthy guests were engrossed in their selection, the custom-made, small-leaf, red sandalwood arrived successfully. Mu Feng, armed with the orders recorded by Shi Qing and her companions, commenced the carving process. As a businessman, the requested sculptures all bore auspicious connotations of wealth. Only a few young heirs sought romantic trinkets, presumably to charm some unsuspecting young lady. In total, there were 15 individuals, each requesting a unique sculpture. Excluding the time taken for lunch, Mu Feng dedicated a full 7 hours to complete the carvings. Although these pieces were merely embodiments of essence and would not come to life, the masterpieces, sculpted with superlative skills, inherently possessed a greater depth of meaning than those created with divine techniques. Thus, the pricing was naturally considerably higher than that of the paintings. Among these 15 sculptures, the lowest price was 15 million each, while the highest reached 30 million. The essence of art is something that can be profoundly felt by all, and regarding the pricing set by Mu Feng, the wealthy had no objections. Once the transactions were completed, the affluent departed, content with their acquired paintings and sculptures. Mu Feng, are you accepting disciples? Do you see any potential in me for this? Wang Yi inquired earnestly. Are you interested in learning? Mu Feng continued to carve, preparing to store his works in the sculpting room for future needs. Given the influx of wealthy individuals or their offspring seeking to purchase sculptures, it was prudent to prepare adequately. Wang Yi calculated with her fingers and remarked, "Your profit margins are exceedingly high. I must admit, I am tempted." The total value of 15 sculptures reached an impressive 375 million. The 15 paintings sold for 235 million. Thus, in the span of 7 hours, Mu Feng amassed a staggering 610 million. After paying taxes amounting to 68,320,000, his net income stood at 541,680,000. Even after deducting the cost of the sculptures and paintings, the pure profit remained above 500 million. A daily pure profit of 500 million translates to an annual profit exceeding 18 billion, positioning him among the top 20 on the list of affluent individuals in the Great Xia. Although this figure does not yet rival the family assets of Shi Qing and Lu Yusin, it surpasses their total family wealth. Mu Feng glanced at her and chuckled. Do you think this level of sales occurs daily? Today's circumstances are merely an exception. Such occurrences are not commonplace. That is true, Wang Yi pondered, nodding in agreement. Shi Qing chimed in. An exhibition could be organized, charging admission, thereby ensuring a steady stream of income. In a year, this could yield as much as selling paintings or sculptures directly. For the exhibition, we could display more pieces that are easy to activate, allowing for a greater number of visitors each day, Lu Yusin added, nodding in agreement. Ultimately, wealthy individuals are a minority. Those who can afford a painting or a sculpture are few. However, if entry costs a couple of hundred yuan for a full day of viewing, many would likely be interested. Moreover, these captivating pieces can be appreciated repeatedly without losing their charm. Occasionally, hosting an auction to sell a couple of pieces could maximize their value. Wang Yi continued, it would be ideal to set up several themed sections, such as a couples section, a memorial section, and a mythology section. The couples section could showcase works akin to deep affection. The memorial section could feature pieces honoring historical heroes. The mythology section could exhibit legendary works like the five-clawed golden dragon, catering to diverse clientele. The prices in these sections could be set higher, and there would still be visitors. Mu Feng paused, astonished at the three women, and remarked, I suddenly realized that each of you is more cunning than the last. Shi Qing smiled slightly, saying nothing. Flattery, Wang Yi replied with a laugh. Lu Yusin, with a hopeful expression, said, Brother Feng, I could serve as your personal secretary, assisting you in organizing these works. That won't do. Before Mu Feng could utter a word, Wang Yi interrupted, asserting that anyone could serve as a secretary, except for her. Why not me? Lu Yusin retorted, indignant. Wang Yi, with a disdainful smile, replied, Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your ulterior motives. You can forget about it. I shall keep a vigilant eye on Xiaoqing. Shi Qing, with a playful smile, interjected, Mu Feng doesn't require a secretary. He can simply hire a few individuals to remember the stories behind each painting and explain them to others. Right, Mu Feng? Yes, Xiaoqing is absolutely correct. Mu Feng nodded vigorously, hastily extinguishing the fleeting thought of hiring a personal, attractive secretary. Chapter 64. Why has no one attempted to steal my affections? After 2 hours of meticulous carving, Mu Feng took the three ladies out for dinner before purchasing a table and several display racks for his sculptures. He then returned to the carving studio, continuing his work until around 9 p.m., when he strolled back to the university with the three women. The Tianyuan building is not far from Tiandu University, rendering a car unnecessary. However, walking through the streets accompanied by three beautiful women certainly attracted much attention, and Mu Feng found himself the object of envy and jealousy from numerous men. Wait a moment, I need to buy something, he said as they passed a small convenience store. He stepped inside to purchase a deck of playing cards. intending to experiment with the advanced flying card skill he had acquired that morning. Although he did not perceive much utility in this skill, he felt it prudent to familiarize himself with it. What do you need the cards for? Shirqing inquired curiously, tugging at Mu Feng's hand. Mu Feng playfully pinched Shirqing's nose, opened the package, and replied with a grin, "You will find out shortly." "Are we going to play poker tonight?" Wang Yi teased. "We certainly do not have your wealth, so we cannot afford to lose." Lu Yusin earnestly advised, "Brother Feng, gambling is not advisable. Although it may be easy for you to earn money, it will be better spent on something worthwhile. You could use it to support me. I will make a delightful pet canary for you." Wang Yi shot her a disapproving glance and replied, "Lu Yusin, could you at least retain a modicum of dignity?" Lu Yusin merely chuckled, unfazed, and declared, "Why bother with dignity? I want Brother Feng." "Your shamelessness has surpassed the limits of human endurance," Wang Yi said, utterly speechless. That endearing term, Brother Feng, accompanied by her alluring gaze, sent a shiver down Mu Feng's spine. "Allow me to demonstrate my remarkable flying card technique," Mu Feng proclaimed, extracting a card and pinching it between his thumb and index finger. He surveyed the surroundings, locking his gaze on a large tree some 10 meters away. "Watch closely." With a flick of his wrist, the card was launched from his hand, spinning rapidly through the air before embedding itself straight into the tree trunk, leaving only half of it visible. "Ah!" Shirqing and the others gasped in shock, covering their mouths in astonishment. Wang Yi, stunned, darted towards the tree, attempting to pull the card out, but it would not budge. Straining with all her might, she finally managed to tear the card from the tree. Gazing at the half card in her hand, and then at the remaining piece still lodged in the trunk, her heart swelled with disbelief. How could he have accomplished this? Such a fragile card had managed to penetrate the hard bark of the tree. If it had struck a person, it could have caused grievous harm. "How did you do that?" Shirqing asked, her expression one of utter astonishment. This was simply beyond comprehension. Through relentless practice in the harshest of winters and the sweltering summers, one becomes adept through sheer perseverance, Mu Feng replied with a calm smile, concealing the astonishment he felt within. He had not anticipated that the advanced flying card skill possessed such formidable power. Fortunately, he had not aimed it at a person. "Brother Feng, you are truly remarkable. You seem capable of anything, and my admiration for you grows ever deeper." Lu Yusin exclaimed with delight, her reverence for Mu Feng intensifying. "Let me have a try." Wang Yi returned with a half deck of playing cards, extending her hand. Mu Feng handed her a card, and she mimicked his stance, launching the card into the air. The card spun and soared several meters, but as it reached its peak, it lost momentum, fluttering aimlessly before finally descending to the ground. Only by attempting it firsthand could one truly appreciate its difficulty. Wang Yi exerted all her strength, yet still fell short. Shirqing and Lu Yusin each took a card to try, with the farthest throw reaching a mere 10 meters, lacking any real force. They couldn't even manage to slice through a blade of grass, let alone a tree trunk. Mu Feng picked up a card and tried again, this time applying greater force, embedding the entire card into the tree trunk. After several attempts, he had nearly mastered the art of card throwing, effortlessly controlling the depth of penetration into the wood. Shirqing and the others watched in astonishment, mouths agape. A perfect hit without a miss echoed a phrase in their minds. Suddenly, Wang Yi pointed at a nearby surveillance camera and quipped, "Mu Feng, you won't end up at the police station tomorrow for this, will you?" Mu Feng paused, uncertainty creeping in as he replied, "I shouldn't, right?" He had completely forgotten to practice his card throwing in a location devoid of cameras. Lu Yusin giggled, "Brother Feng, use your cards to take out that camera, just like in the movies." Shirqing rolled her eyes, retorting, "That's destruction of public property. It's illegal. Besides, even if you took it out now, it wouldn't matter. Xiaoqing is right. Let us go." "I haven't done anything wrong," Mu Feng said, tucking the cards into his pocket and taking Shirqing's hand as they made their way back to the school. Wang Yi and Lu Yusin hurried to catch up. Soon, they arrived at a spot free of surveillance. Lu Yusin suddenly remarked with a grin, "With 3 stunning beauties walking together, why has anyone tried to rob us?" Wang Yi responded, exasperated, "Lu Yusin, are you out of your mind? Do you have a masochistic tendency, wishing to be robbed?" Lu Yusin laughed. "If someone did attempt to rob us, Brother Feng would have a chance to showcase his skills and save the day. You're insane. Wang Yu rolled her eyes, at a loss for words. Mu Feng and Shi Qing exchanged amused glances, as if these two girls were natural-born rivals. Just then, a group of men, clearly up to no good, emerged from shadowy corner, wielding steel pipes and grinning ominously. Lu Yusin, you jinx. Guan Gab whispered angrily. Lu Yusin stuck out her tongue. I didn't expect it to come true. What do we do now? How should I know? Wang Yu replied irritably. Upon witnessing this scene, the surrounding pedestrians fled in fright, not daring to linger and meddle in affairs that did not concern them. Mu Feng stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind the three women, and spoke in a deep voice, what do you intend to do? What do we intend to do? Is it not evident? One of the men, with a lecherous grin adorning his face, declared, if you leave those three beauties behind, we shall permit you to depart. What do you say? Beside him, a bald man murmured, Wang, Master Lu has forbidden us from touching those three women. The lewd man slapped the bald head in frustration and shouted, damn it. Do you not comprehend the concept of strategy, Master Lu? Mu Feng's eyes narrowed as he cast a glance towards a man in a suit, situated several meters behind the group of men. At this very moment, anyone bold enough to remain here, maintaining a calm demeanor, was undoubtedly affiliated with these individuals, and it was highly probable that he was the Master Lu they spoke of. Chapter 65. The Fury of Mu Feng and the Powerful Flying Card Skills. Last time, a little brat tried to frame me, and I haven't settled the score yet. Now, he has come to me willingly. His audacity has grown. He dares to brawl in public. Had it not been for the bald man's slip of the tongue, I would have believed these ruffians were merely drawn to the beauty of Shi Qing and her companions. Behind Mu Feng, Shi Qing discreetly took out her phone and dialed the police. Realizing their intentions had been exposed, the lewd man discarded his pretense, waving his hand coldly as he commanded. Disable that man's limbs. Just don't kill him. Very well. A cruel smile spread across the faces of the crowd as they advanced menacingly. 1, 2, 12 individuals? Was it truly necessary to bring so many? Mu Feng counted, and with the lewd man included, there were a total of 12. To have gathered such a number to deal with me, should I feel honored or not? Kid, we, the 12 fiends of Tiandu, have no enmity with you. We are merely here to collect a fee for someone else's grievances. Just remember not to think of us every day while lying in bed for the rest of your life, the lewd man said coldly, his accent rendering the word fiend to sound almost foolish. Mu Feng was momentarily taken aback. The 12 fiends of Tiandu? What a juvenile moniker. The 12 fiends of Tiandu shouted in unison, brandishing steel pipes as they charged forward. Is this considered self-defense? Mu Feng murmured softly, while 12 playing cards suddenly appeared in his hand. The small cards naturally attracted no attention. The lewd man even let out a derisive laugh. Kid, you don't think you can stop us with those playing cards, do you? Watching too many movies has made you think you're some gambling god? However, Shi Qing and her companions' eyes lit up. They understood the true power of those cards. Wang Yi even whispered a warning, Mu Feng, don't exert too much force. The playing cards that flew from Mu Feng's hand could slice through tree trunks, let alone flesh. She feared that if Mu Feng lost control, it would lead to great trouble. Mu Feng nodded, grasped a card, and sent it flying. The card spun rapidly, traversing the distance between the two sides with astonishing speed. Ah! A scream echoed as the bald man, who was at the forefront, suddenly halted, the steel pipe clattering to the ground. Bent over, clutching his right arm. His face turned pale. A playing card was embedded in his bicep. Swish, swish, swish. One by one, the playing cards flew out, each finding its mark in the right arms of the 12 fiends of Tiandu. Steel pipes fell to the ground, and all of them halted 2 meters away from Mu Feng, clutching their right arms and wailing in agony. Only the lewd man, who had been directing the attack, narrowly escaped the onslaught. What is wrong with you? The lewd man exclaimed in shock, witnessing his subordinates discard their steel pipes and bend over in distress. Just as he was about to approach to investigate, a playing card shot towards him with terrifying speed. Before he could react, it had embedded itself in his right arm. The intense pain rendered him unable to maintain his grip on the steel pipe. At this very moment, he finally grasped the sentiments of his subordinates. Yet, he could not fathom how a mere playing card could wield such terrifying power. Could it be a specially crafted one? What are you still standing there for? Get lost. Mu Feng snapped, gripping another playing card with a chilling tone. We're leaving right now. The lecherous man, startled, hastily turned to flee with his accomplices. Damn it. If I had known this kid had such a trick up his sleeve, I would have insisted he pay more for better equipment. Once the 12 thugs had departed, Mu Feng raised his gaze into the distance, where the suited man had vanished without a trace. One may evade reality, but one cannot escape my dreams. Mu Feng scoffed inwardly. He had seen the man's face. As long as he was not donning a human skin mask, he could not elude the dreamscape he had conjured. Liu Ye, we shall meet in my dreams tonight. Wow, Brother Feng, you are so impressive. Just like the gambling god in the movies. Liu Yusin cheered, brimming with excitement. Just as she embraced Mu Feng's arm, she was pulled back by Wang Ya, who wore a stern expression and began to lecture her seriously. Liu Yusin, do not casually cling to male classmates, especially not to one who has a girlfriend. That is exceedingly shameless behavior, okay? Liu Yusin chuckled cheekily. Brother Feng saved the beauty, according to the usual storyline. The next step is for the beauty to offer herself. This is a truth that has persisted throughout the ages. If you choose to disregard it, that is your prerogative, but I shall adhere to this truth. What nonsense truth? That is merely your twisted rationale for wanting to be a mistress. As long as I am here, I will never allow you to succeed, Wang Yu retorted, her frustration boiling over. I would be more than willing to be Brother Feng's mistress. Is that any of your business? Liu Yusin shot back without hesitation. Shall we leave now? Mu Feng interjected, glancing at the two girls who were glaring at each other. Shi Qing nodded. Then let us depart. Mu Feng grinned, taking Shi Qing's hand and striding away. This advanced flying car technique was indeed commendable, at least ensuring his safety. Regrettably, it was not a divine-level skill, limited to flying one card at a time rather than in a group. Brother Feng, wait for me, Liu Yusin exclaimed, rushing to catch up. Liu Yusin, stop right there. I haven't finished speaking. Wang Yu quickly pursued her as well. Shortly after their departure, a stunningly beautiful female police officer arrived with about 20 officers, only to find the area deserted. Captain Hua, have we been played? One officer whispered. It shouldn't be the case, the female officer replied, glancing at the 12 steel pipes scattered on the ground. She shook her head, speculating that perhaps a bystander had reported the incident. The brawlers had likely fled. In the case of others, if the assailants were not apprehended on site, and with no surveillance to investigate, they might have let it go. However, this female officer was particularly resolute. Anyone daring to brawl within her jurisdiction, especially while wielding steel pipes, would face rigorous scrutiny. None would escape unscathed. She glanced at the scant bloodstains on the ground, contemplated for a moment, and then remarked, "Please check the nearby hospitals, clinics, and pharmacies to see if anyone sought treatment for injuries tonight or purchased any hemostatic or wound care medications. Additionally, retrieve those steel pipes for fingerprint analysis. We must also review the surveillance footage in the vicinity." Understood. The officers responded in unison, and then proceeded to execute their assigned tasks. Upon returning to the precinct, a police officer approached with a peculiar expression, hesitating momentarily, unsure of how to broach the subject. "What did you discover?" The female officer inquired with a furrowed brow. The officer nodded. There are numerous hospitals and clinics in the area, and among them, 12 received a rather unusual patient around the same time, with a playing card embedded in their right arm. Chapter 66. The Protective Hen, Who Dares to Challenge My Student? The female police officer was momentarily taken aback, convinced she had misheard. Indeed, it was a deck of playing cards, 1/3 of which had embedded itself in a flesh, a fact that was utterly astonishing. The officer elaborated further. "Are these specially made playing cards?" The female officer inquired, furrowing her brow. "No," the officer replied, shaking his head as he produced a bloodied playing card from a bag, stating, "Captain Hua, this is one of them. It is an entirely ordinary deck." The female officer held the bag, scrutinizing it closely. It was immediately evident that it was a standard deck used for leisure, not a specially crafted one. Can such mundane cards actually inflict harm? Her beautiful eyes reflected incredulity, as her worldview was being irrevocably altered. "Captain Hua, take a look at this," the officer said, pulling out his phone to play a video captured by nearby surveillance. The footage displayed Mu Feng showcasing his card-throwing prowess, slicing into a tree trunk before 3 women. The female officer's pupils dilated in shock. If this individual wished to kill with playing cards, it would be alarmingly effortless. He was akin to a ticking time bomb. She resolved that he must bring the cards to the police station for registration. By the way, why does he seem somewhat familiar? The female officer scrutinized the video several times before recalling an incident when someone attempted to harass her senior, only to be subdued by her senior and one of her students. Wasn't that student the very person in the video? All right, I see now. The female officer returned the bag containing the playing cards to the officer and continued, "Have the identities of those injured by the cards been confirmed?" The officer nodded, stating, "Captain Hua, these individuals are known as the 12 fiends of Tiandu. They are habitual offenders, specializing in accepting money from wealthy individuals to assault others. However, they are skilled at gauging their limits, typically only inflicting minor injuries. They have served time in prison 3 times, once for a year, then 3 years, and finally 5 years. Among them, 3 have committed acts resulting in permanent disability, serving 9 years. The 12 fiends of Tiandu?" The female officer's lips twitched. What sort of nonsense was that? At that moment, another officer approached. "Captain Hua, the fingerprint analysis has been completed. The owner of the 12 steel pipes is indeed one of the 12 fiends of Tiandu." The female officer nodded, transferring the video from the officer's phone to her own, and instructed, "Ensure they are closely monitored. Once their injuries stabilize, bring them back for questioning. We must clarify the intricacies of this matter." She had already surmised the general sequence of events. It was merely a case of the 12 fiends of Tiandu having accepted payment from some wealthy individual to assault the student, only to encounter a formidable opponent, who retaliated with the playing cards. However, police work cannot rely on conjecture. Evidence is imperative. Understood. The officers nodded in agreement. After they departed, the female officer pondered for a moment and dialed her senior's number. Upon connection, she chuckled. "Senior, are you still awake at this late hour?" "Not awake. Your call just roused me from slumber." In the dormitory of Tiandu University, a beautiful counselor, clad in cartoon pajamas, leaned against the headboard of her bed and said with an air of annoyance, "Well, what is it?" The police officer, smiling brightly, replied, "Is it not permissible to call my senior sister without a reason? Is it wrong for me to miss you?" The counselor straightened her posture and raised her voice slightly. "Miss me? My dear junior sister, I recall the last time you called was to request that I assist you in special training for the new female officer. And the time before that, you asked me to help you apprehend a criminal skilled in martial arts. For heaven's sake, I am merely a university instructor. You're the police officer, all right?" The police officer chuckled awkwardly, "But my senior sister is the national champion of the women's martial arts team. It would be a pity to waste your talents, wouldn't it? Enough with the flattery. Tell me, what is it this time?" The counselor rolled her eyes and asked impatiently. The police officer replied, "It's nothing much. I merely wanted to inquire about the identity of the students who helped you subdue those ruffians last time." "Mu Feng? What has happened? What crime has he committed?" A hint of surprise crossed the counselor's face. Although he had a bit of a flirtatious nature, he surely wouldn't resort to criminality, would he? The police officer smiled and said, "He hasn't committed any crime as of yet, but preliminary assessments indicate that someone is plotting against him. I hope you can provide any information you have regarding him." "Someone is plotting against him? Tell me who it is. I will make sure they regret it." The counselor's fury ignited at the thought of someone targeting her student, resembling a mother hen fiercely protecting her chicks. "Senior sister, please mind your language. You are currently speaking to a police officer," the police officer said, somewhat helplessly. "Oh." The counselor reclined against the headboard again, pondering before she spoke. "Mu Feng is an orphan. He has never been in trouble before and has always been an average student. It is only in the past 10 days that he has begun to showcase his talents, extraordinary basketball skills that led our class to victory over the basketball team. Recently, he has become involved with the campus beauty and has demonstrated astonishing artistic ability. His paintings carry a profound essence, capable of drawing viewers into their depths. One of his works sold for over 10 million, and he even rented a studio at the Tianyuan building. By the way, he mentioned he would gift me a painting, but I have yet to receive it. Perhaps he has forgotten. That is all I know. One painting sold for over 10 million? The police officer was taken aback momentarily. Is painting really this lucrative nowadays? Do you know if he can perform card throwing? She curiously inquired. Card throwing? What on earth is that? I have no idea. The counselor replied, utterly perplexed. Senior sister, what major do you teach, and which year are they in? The police officer asked. I teach in the automation program at the School of Computer Science, in the second year, Class 1, the counselor accurately responded. All right, I understand. Let us leave it at that for today. I will treat you to a meal next time I have the chance, the police officer concluded before hanging up. Treat me to a meal? You have said that for many years, yet I have yet to see you take action. The counselor murmured to herself as she gazed at her phone. Xiao Wang, please look up the detailed information regarding the automation major, Class 2, at the College of Computer Science, Tiandu University, specifically about Mu Feng. The female officer summoned a police officer and said, Understood, Captain Hua. The officer promptly turned and departed. Soon, the verification of information was completed, aligning closely with what the beautiful counselor had mentioned. It seems I must personally visit Tiandu University tomorrow, the female officer murmured. Meanwhile, Mu Feng, who had already returned to school, entered the dream of the man in the suit, recalling the scene vividly from his memory. Chapter 67. Torture in a Dream. Caution for the faint-hearted upon encountering Mu Feng. The man in the suit was taken aback, initially believing he had been abducted. A glance around revealed he was still in his own bedroom, seated on his bed, leaving him astonished. How did you find your way into my home? It seems you recognize me, Mu Feng replied, gesturing with his hand as a chair materialized beneath him, allowing him to sit leisurely. The man in the suit's eyes widened in horror. How could this be? Was it merely an illusion? At that moment, another bottle of red wine appeared in Mu Feng's grasp. The man recognized the bottle. It was a gift from director Chu 5 years prior, given after he had eliminated a competitor. Without any visible effort from Mu Feng, the cork ejected itself, and he began to shake the bottle, preparing to indulge. Stop! Put down that wine. The man in the suit stormed forward in fury. This champagne was one of his most treasured possessions, with only 200 bottles in existence worldwide. And it was not for sale. Had it not been for his favorable relationship with Director Chu and the current owner of the rare champagne, such a treasure would have been unattainable. For 5 years, he had refrained from taking a single sip. How could he allow someone else to waste it? With a flick of his wrist, chains appeared from thin air, binding the man's limbs and suspending him in midair. Is this wine truly expensive? Mu Feng inquired curiously, taking a sip and savoring it. The man, still reeling from Mu Feng's display of power, felt his rage swell upon witnessing the act of drinking. This is 1907 Blanc de Blancs, valued at 1,761, 375 yuan, second only to the 1992 Cabernet Sauvignon. Over $1 million? Mu Feng pondered, realizing he had just consumed a drink worth several thousand. The man's fury escalated, and he bellowed, You uncultured brute! Drinking it like that is pure waste. Waste. Mu Feng waved his hand, causing the bound man to float closer, lying face down before him. I may not know how to savor a drink, but I can certainly help you regain your senses and confront the current situation. With that, he struck the man's skull with the champagne bottle, shattering it and spilling champagne everywhere. Blood poured from the man's head as he let out a pained scream, gazing at the liquid pooling on the floor with despair. My blanc de blanc. Mu Feng, you beast. It appears you still fail to grasp the gravity of your situation. Mu Feng sighed, waving his hand once more. The man's body was suspended again, chains piercing through him like venomous serpents, staining the dark iron with crimson. The excruciating pain elicited a haunting scream from the man, his face paling instantly. Mu Feng, what do you intend to do? He shouted in desperation. Indeed, you are far more responsive than the last fellow. Mu Feng remarked with a slight smile. Now tell me, who are you, for whom do you work, and why seek to confront me? Speak, and I shall depart. Oof. The man in the suit let out a cold snort, remaining silent. Quite resolute, isn't he? Mu Feng, however, was in no rush in this dreamlike realm. He had ample time to entertain himself. Are you aware of an ancient form of torture known as skinning? Mu Feng inquired with a sly smile. What do you intend to do? Vigilante justice is against the law. The man in the suit, perhaps having studied torture, clearly understood the implications of skinning, his voice now trembling. Against the law? Then do you realize that paying someone to engage in street fights is also a crime? Mu Feng scoffed, continuing, "As far as I know, there are two interpretations of skinning. The first involves making an incision below the spine, slicing the skin on the back into two halves, and gradually separating the skin from the muscle, as if unfolding a butterfly's wings to strip the entire skin from the body." At this point, the man, bound in chains, began to tremble uncontrollably. Mu Feng raised two fingers and continued, "The second method entails burying a person underground, leaving only their head exposed. A cross is carved into the scalp with a knife, and then mercury is poured inside. The weight of the mercury pulls the skin and muscles apart, causing the buried individual to writhe in agony, unable to escape, until eventually their body springs forth from the earth, leaving only the skin behind." The man in the suit swallowed hard, fear evident in his eyes. Mu Feng chuckled, "In truth, I am uncertain which method is correct. But no matter. We can experiment with both, and later you can describe the differing sensations to me for my records." With that, a sharp butcher's knife materialized in his hand. "Why, you can't be serious." The man in the suit trembled violently, his voice quaking, eyes wide with terror. "Of course, do you truly think I am merely speaking for effect?" Mu Feng's smile broadened. "By the way, we can add some more exhilarating elements. For instance, after skinning, I could pour some 50 or 60-degree white liquor over you. Or perhaps smear honey on your body to attract ants and mosquitoes to feast upon you. Oh, what a spectacle that would be. Why, you fiend." The man nearly lost control of himself in fear. Mu Feng laughed. "Naturally, during this time, you may respond to my inquiries at any moment. I shall cease only when you have answered truthfully." With a wave of his hand, the man in the suit, still pierced by chains, was drawn before him, facing away. Mu Feng brandished the butcher's knife, slicing through the fabric of the man's clothing. The cold tip of the blade pierced the skin at his spine, slowly descending. This cut was, in fact, less painful than the agony of being bound by chains. Yet, envisioning the state of being skinned and the subsequent torturous ordeal Mu Feng had described, the man lost control and urinated, pleading with a quivering voice, "Stop, stop. I will tell you everything." Ultimately, he could not withstand the terror within and capitulated. He was utterly convinced that if he remained silent, this demon would indeed carry out the gruesome methods previously described. Rather than enduring the anguish and expressing it later, it is preferable to voice it before the torment arrives. "Speak, I am listening," said Mu Feng with a smile, his butcher's knife still in hand, neither departing nor advancing. "My name is Lu Cheng. I once had some connections while following Chairman Chu. Thus people refer to me as Lu Yi. On the food street outside Tiandu University, I orchestrated a scheme to provoke your counselor. Previously, I had a young boy falsely accuse you outside Tiandu restaurant, intending to drive Miss Shi away from you. This time, I sought to bribe the 12 fiends of Tiandu to incapacitate you, all of which are my designs. However, the true adversary is not me, but the young master Chu Yunxiang. Please spare me." The man in the suit had reached a breaking point, disclosing everything in detail. Chapter 68. The ambition of Chu Yunxiang. I should have anticipated it was him. Mu Feng narrowed his eyes, reseating himself in the chair, and inquired nonchalantly, "Does Chu Tianxiang know about your dealings against me?" Lu Cheng shook his head, replying, "Chairman Chu is unaware. If he were informed, he would not merely summon the 12 fiends of Tiandu. The adversaries he would send to confront you would be genuine assassins." "Assassins?" Mu Feng was taken aback. Such a profession truly existed in this world. They were merely madmen willing to do anything for money. Compared to them, the 12 fiends of Tiandu were but a bunch of childish naïves. Lu Cheng inhaled deeply, suppressing the excruciating pain coursing through his body. "Very well. Let us conclude for today." Mu Feng smiled faintly and said, "I have a task for you. Go to the police station tomorrow morning and turn yourself in. Otherwise, I shall visit you every night to allow you to experience the exquisite joy of skinning. Trust in my capabilities. Even if I were to peel off your entire skin, you would not perish, and you would acutely relish every detail of the sensation." With that, he vanished instantaneously from the dreamscape. As he disappeared, the chains binding the man in the suit dissipated into thin air, causing him to plummet from the sky and awaken abruptly from a dream. Sitting on the bed, he gasped for breath, his entire body soaked in perspiration, even the sheets drenched. Surveying his surroundings, everything appeared as it had before he slept. There were no shattered wine bottles. Shattered wine bottles? Lu Cheng leaped from the bed, only to crash to the floor with a thud. His body ached, feeling sore and weak, as if he had truly endured a harrowing ordeal. "Ah!" Lu Cheng cried out, bracing himself to stand. He staggered toward the liquor cabinet in the living room. Grasping the bottle of 1907 Blanc de Blanc champagne, he scrutinized it closely and sighed in relief. The champagne was intact. It seemed it had merely been a dream. Yet this dream felt too authentic. Experiencing the agony and weakness throughout his body, he recalled the visions from the dream, and fear once again etched itself upon his face. Such a nightmare he truly wished to never encounter again. Must he really turn himself in at the police station? Lu Cheng sank onto the sofa, lost in thought. If he refrained from confessing, would last night's nightmare indeed recur? If he did confess, would the nightmare genuinely cease to manifest? Just as he pondered, the ringtone of his phone echoed from a bedroom. He returned to the bedroom, answered the call, and after listening for a moment, hung up. It was a call from someone he had previously arranged to enter the hospital, a contact facilitated by the 12 fiends of Tiandu. The 12 fiends were now under police surveillance. Once their injuries stabilized, they would undoubtedly be interrogated, and those individuals might very well reveal his involvement to mitigate their sentences. Given his usual approach, he would never personally attend such matters. However, yesterday, Chu Yunxiang had issued an ultimatum, insisting he personally oversee the situation, forbidding any further mishaps. He had complied, yet misfortune had still befallen him. The remarkable Mu Feng astonishingly wounded the 12 fiends of Tiandu with a mere deck of cards. An act that defies comprehension. Should Chu Yunxiang discover his failure once more, he would undoubtedly endure a merciless ordeal. The seemingly refined Chu Yunxiang, when it comes to inflicting torment, surpasses even his father. Surrender? Lu Chengwei narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a moment before donning his attire and dragging his painfully weakened body away. Surrendering was his only option. Ideally, he would spend a few years in prison. After leaving, he called Chu Tianxiong and recounted the events of recent times in detail before driving towards the police station. Mu Feng. Chu Tianxiong, clutching his phone, felt a chilling, murderous, intent flicker in his eyes. He then dialed Chu Yunxiang's number, speaking coldly. "Waste, you cannot even handle an orphan. How many times have I told you? When dealing with enemies, either refrain from action or strike with overwhelming force. Sending Lu Cheng to deal with those useless individuals will yield no results. For now, keep a low profile. I will arrange for someone to handle Mu Feng in due time. Furthermore, abandon Shiqing and pursue Lu Yusen. Lu Hai has only one daughter. If you win her over, the Lu Timber Group will eventually fall into our hands. Your elder brother and second brother have already secured the daughters of the Gene Biochemical Pharmaceutical Group and the Li Machinery Manufacturing Group, respectively. You must exert yourself as well, so that the Chu family can become the largest aristocracy in the nation, or even in the world." After delivering his orders, he hung up. Aspiring to elevate the Chu family to the pinnacle of global aristocracy through conventional means would take far too long. He was unwilling to wait. Thus, he sought alternative routes, setting his sights on the major shareholders of elite groups with only daughters. Once he secured the daughters of these paramount shareholders upon their demise, the daughters would naturally inherit their stakes, allowing him to indirectly control these premier groups and gradually assimilate them to rapidly strengthen the Chu family's power. The timing of these major shareholders' deaths will be determined by him. At Tiandu University, after receiving a reprimand from his father, Chu Yunxiang was consumed by rage. Mu Feng. Just wait. He seethed, radiating an icy aura. Yet, he dared not defy his father's words and temporarily refrained from seeking trouble with Mu Feng. Abandoning Shiqing to pursue Lu Yusen, Chu Yunxiang furrowed his brow, recalling that Lu Yusen seemed to harbor some unique feelings for Mu Feng. Noting that it was still early, he hurriedly purchased 99 red roses and made his way to Lu Yusen's dormitory. "I am here to see Lu Yusen. Please summon her," he stated to the dormitory manager as he stood before the building. As a young master of the Chu family, he was accustomed to such pride. The dormitory manager, finding nothing amiss, smiled and replied, "Ah, it's Chu Yunxiang. Are you here to deliver flowers to Lu Yusin. Unfortunately, she has just stepped out. Where did she go? Chu Yunxiang inquired, his brow furrowing. She went to deliver breakfast to Mu Feng in room 107 of South Building 2. The dormitory matron smiled and remarked. One could only wonder what kind of fortune Mu Feng had accumulated over several lifetimes, as he had succeeded in garnering the affections of both the illustrious Shi Qing and Lu Yusin, who were vying to deliver breakfast to him. The thought of delivering breakfast to Mu Feng made Chu Yunxiang clench his fists tightly, his expression darkening. He was well aware of the rivalry between the two campus beauties vying for Mu Feng's attention. Initially, he believed that after Mu Feng and Shi Qing had solidified their romantic relationship at the Shi residence, Lu Yusin would concede defeat. To his surprise, she continued to pursue him. Turning away, he discarded the bouquet of 99 red roses into the trash bin. Once he had left, the dormitory matron, spotting a female student, exclaimed, "Classmate, major news. The wealthy heir Chu Yunxiang has come to deliver flowers to Lu Yusin." In no time, the news spread rapidly throughout Tiandu University. Chapter 69. Classmate Mu Feng, please bring your playing cards to the police station awakening from his dreams. Mu Feng dressed and completed his morning grooming. As he savored the breakfast delivered by his beautiful girlfriend and her suitors, he simultaneously posted a job advertisement on a recruitment website, seeking 2 employees to oversee his art studio and sculpture room. The portly friend, gazing enviously at the 2 stunning goddesses seated beside Mu Feng, turned to the muscular companion with a wistful expression and remarked, "Bro, why is there such a disparity among us men? My partner took considerable persuasion before she agreed to bring me breakfast, which utterly infuriates me." The muscular man shrugged and replied with a chuckle, "There are indeed differences among men. For instance, my partner has already promised to bring me breakfast tomorrow." "Good heavens!" exclaimed the portly friend, exclaiming in disbelief. The bespectacled friend adjusted his glasses and, with utmost seriousness, stated, "Based on my 9 years of literary experience, only your partner refuses to bring you breakfast." "What do you mean?" The portly friend was taken aback, and after a moment, he glared at the bespectacled one and asked, "Does your meow meow also agree to bring you breakfast?" "Tomorrow," the bespectacled friend replied nonchalantly. "Good heavens! Good heavens! Good heavens!" The portly friend exclaimed 3 times in a row, feeling utterly cheated. "This is unfair. Why am I the only one without a girlfriend to bring me breakfast?" "Unfair?" The muscular man shot him a sidelong glance and said coolly, "Why don't you ask your Chin to bring you breakfast tomorrow? Do you dare? What is there to be afraid of?" The portly friend declared, striding purposefully toward the dormitory exit. "Where are you going?" The muscular man paused, puzzled, and inquired. "To buy breakfast for my Chin. Without giving, how can one expect to receive in return? If I do not bring her breakfast, how could she possibly bring me breakfast?" The portly friend stated with conviction. "That makes an astonishing amount of sense. I find myself at a loss for words." The muscular man and the bespectacled friend exchanged glances and shook their heads in disbelief. Shi Qing laughed and said, "Mu Feng, your 3 roommates are quite amusing." "Thank you for the compliment, sister-in-law," the muscular man and the bespectacled friend chimed in unison. Although Shi Qing's cheeks flushed slightly, she graciously accepted the title, which surprised both the muscular man and the bespectacled friend. Previously, this campus beauty had shown great resistance to being called sister-in-law, yet today felt distinctly different. "Brother Feng, where are we headed today?" Lu Yusin asked with a cheerful smile. Mu Feng set down his phone, stuffed the last bun into his mouth, and, after a few bites, replied, "Today there are no matches for our class. So, I need to go to the Tianyuan building to create a few more paintings and carve some additional pieces for storage. Additionally, I just posted a job advertisement with a base salary of 3,000 plus commission. I expect there will be applicants." "Base salary of 3,000 plus commission? What sort of job is that?" the muscular man inquired with curiosity. Mu Feng smiled and explained, "It's rather straightforward, just overseeing the art studio and sculpture room. If someone comes to purchase, they will be responsible for introducing the product information and pricing." "Are there any specific requirements for the applicants?" The bespectacled friend adjusted his glasses and asked. "Nothing too demanding, just basic arithmetic skills and good character will suffice." Mu Feng considered briefly before responding. "Then what do you think of us?" The burly man pointed to himself and the bespectacled one, his face radiating anticipation. What about you two? Mu Feng glanced at them, asking, aren't you attending school? Isn't school merely a means to earn a better living? If one can earn money, what need is there for school? The burly man replied with a grin. Given our rapport, there's no need to worry about wage deductions, right? Very well, no interviews needed. You can commence work today. Follow me. Mu Feng responded with a smile. Today, indeed. Then I shall pass. The burly man quickly shook his head. I have a date. It seems that such a splendid job is fated to elude me. The bespectacled one adjusted his glasses and sighed. I too have plans with Meow Meow to go shopping, and we'll be watching a movie tonight. By the way, I won TB returning. Not returning? Mu Feng and the burly man were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged knowing smiles that only men could understand. Focus on your studies. During the winter and summer breaks, you can come work part-time with me. If after graduation you have not abandoned your dreams, my humble abode will always welcome you, Mu Feng said, patting the shoulders of the burly man and the bespectacled one with a chuckle. On the day they swore their brotherhood, he became aware of his roommate's aspirations. He still vividly recalls the unwavering determination in their eyes as they shared their dreams with him. At least until they stepped out of the school and into society, that resolute faith would remain unshaken. As for what awaited them in the real world, they would cross that bridge when they came to it. Thus, he understood from the very beginning that the burly man and the others would not genuinely come to work at a studio. It was merely a jest. Agreed. The burly man and the bespectacled one chuckled in response. At that moment, the dormitory supervisor arrived with a strikingly beautiful police officer, pointing at Mu Feng and saying, Officer, this is Mu Feng. Upon hearing this, the police officer slowly turned her gaze towards him. It's her. Mu Feng furrowed his brow slightly. This police officer was none other than the beautiful counselor's junior. What could she want at this hour? Could it be that last night's incident had already come to light? Shi Qing and Lu Yusin exchanged glances, both recalling the events of the previous night. Thank you, ma'am. The police officer expressed her gratitude to the dormitory's supervisor before approaching Mu Feng. The supervisor cast a glance at Mu Feng before turning to leave. Hello, fellow student. I am watching you, the captain of the criminal police team at Tiandu Police Station. You may call me Officer Hua or Captain Hua. Here is my identification. As she stood before him, the police officer presented her credentials for Mu Feng and the others to see, then extended her hand. Ah, hello, Mu Feng replied, shaking her hand, noting her soft touch, which hardly resembled that of someone who had wielded a firearm. May I ask what brings you here, Officer Hua? He inquired curiously. Watching you retrieved her phone and played a video. The footage depicted Mu Feng expertly using his card-slicing ability on a tree trunk. Wow. The burly man and the bespectacled one leaned in for a closer look, startled by the sight. Officer Hua, who sent you this video? It must be edited, right? The burly man asked. How could a mere playing card possibly sever a sturdy tree trunk? This notion was utterly preposterous. He simply could not believe that anyone possessed such a capability. Four Eyes adjusted his spectacles and earnestly remarked, Officer Hua, we have cohabited with this lunatic for 2 years and were completely unaware of such an ability. There must be some misunderstanding. It was evident that the matter was indeed related to yesterday's incident. Mu Feng sighed inwardly, regretting not having chosen a location devoid of surveillance to practice his card-throwing skills. Watching you smiled as she explained, this footage was recorded by our officers from the surveillance cameras. It is unequivocally authentic. However, there is no need for the two of you to be so anxious. My purpose here is not to take any action against Mu Feng. It is simply that his card-throwing ability has now demonstrated formidable lethality. Should it be employed to inflict harm or even cause death, the ramifications will be dire. Therefore, he must accompany me to the police station for documentation. Chapter 70. The night in the hotel with the two leading school beauties leads to arrest at the police station. Both the robust man and the bespectacled one stood in stunned silence. After a moment, the bespectacled one adjusted his glasses and remarked, Officer Hua, surely one video alone does not warrant such action. There are countless individuals on Douyin slicing open soda cans with playing cards or cutting into wooden boards. Why aren't they being reported to the police? Many performers showcasing their card-throwing skills abound on Douyin, And while the comment section is filled with jesting suggestions to report these performers, it is unlikely that anyone would genuinely take such a step over a mere deck of cards. The surrealness of this incident unfolding around them left them momentarily bewildered. Watching you chuckled. You trust the videos on Douyin? Those clips hold no credible value. My footage is from surveillance. It is undeniably authentic. She then turned to Mu Feng, smiling as she inquired, "What do you think, classmate Mu Feng?" "Officer Hua, this must be a setup against Mu Feng," Shi Qing interjected. Lu Yusin nodded vigorously, "Yes. It must be someone trying to frame Brother Feng. Officer Hua, you must conduct a thorough investigation." Watching you regarded Shi Qing and Lu Yusin, a hint of amusement gracing her lips. "By the way, you were both present at the scene last night. You should accompany us. And let us not forget that classmate who was practicing card throwing. Bring her along as well." Shi Qing and Lu Yusin were taken aback. Mu Feng rubbed his nose, realizing there was no escaping this. After pondering, he asked, "Is it truly just for filing a report? I won't be detained for 24 hours, will I? I still have paintings to create and sculptures to carve. I stand to lose millions every hour." "Millions lost every hour?" Watching you responded, exasperated. "Even if a painting is worth over 10 million, can one truly complete such an expensive piece in just an hour? And even if finished, is it feasible to sell a painting every hour?" She replied calmly, "As for how long you will remain at the police station, that will depend on your level of cooperation. You are likely more aware than I am of your actions from last night. Considering the potential repercussions this matter could have on Mu Feng's reputation at school, she refrained from taking him directly to the police station for questioning. Instead, she used the video as leverage to prompt him to file a report. With this footage, Mu Feng had become the primary suspect in the incident involving the Tian-Du 12 demons, and once identification was presented, she would have the authority to escort him to the police station for further investigation. Having failed to impress, Mu Feng offered an awkward smile. "Ah, I see. Well then, cooperating with the police is the duty of every citizen. I am honored to work alongside such a beautiful officer. Do not be flippant with me. I am not one of your two young girlfriends." Watching you glanced at Shi Qing and Lu Yusin, pondering how Mu Feng managed to maintain peace between two school beauties as his companions. "By the way, a friendly reminder, in our great Xia country, bigamy is a criminal offense," she stated with a serious expression. "As long as a man is not married, he may date several women simultaneously, or a woman may date multiple men, and the law does not intervene. It is merely a matter of moral reproach." With a playful smile, Lu Yusin remarked, "I know that I can choose not to marry, as long as someone buys me a house to support me." She readily accepted the misunderstanding from Watching you. Watching you fell silent, pondering the troubling values of contemporary young women. How can one boldly claim to be a mistress? Mu Feng quickly drew Shi Qing into his embrace, clarifying, "Officer Hua, you are mistaken. She is indeed my girlfriend." Lu Yusin pouted and stamped her foot, displaying her reluctance. What a delightful misunderstanding it was. Why must it be clarified? Watching you glanced at Lu Yusin and felt a sudden awkwardness, after clearing her throat a couple of times. She said, "Let us go to the police station." With that, she turned and walked away. Mu Feng patted the shoulders of his friends, the muscular man and the bespectacled one, wearing an expression as if he were embarking on a one-way journey. "Brothers, I'm off. Bring me some more buns at this time tomorrow." With a dramatic toss of his head, he strode away with an air of gallantry. "Brother Feng, wait for me," Lu Yusin called out as she chased after him. Meanwhile, Shi Qing walked out while dialing a number for Wang Ye. Once they were gone, the muscular man and the bespectacled one exchanged glances, sensing something was amiss. After a moment, the muscular man hesitantly asked, "Do you think that video is real?" The bespectacled one adjusted his glasses, his expression serious as he replied, "Based on my 9 years of experience as a bookworm, it seems genuine." "Are you saying the madman really used playing cards to penetrate that tree trunk?" The muscular man's eyes widened in disbelief. "It's highly probable," the bespectacled one nodded. "Goodness, when did that madman acquire such extraordinary skills? I've cohabited with him for 2 years without any inkling," the muscular man exclaimed. "Agreed," the bespectacled one added, pushing up his glasses. A beautiful police officer escorted Mu Feng and the two prominent school beauties into the police car. This scene could easily lead to misinterpretations. A fellow student mused, "Could it be that Mu Feng was caught in a hotel with both school beauties?" Another student exclaimed, "No way, really?" A third student confirmed, "It's true. Mu Feng and the two school beauties were detained by the police while staying overnight at a hotel." In no time, rumors spread throughout Tiandu University. Chu Yunxiang, who was contemplating how to win over Lu Yusin, was infuriated upon hearing this, and threw the diamond ring he had just purchased into the toilet. Am I, the illustrious third young master of the Chu family, really supposed to retrieve the rags worn by that orphan Mu Feng? Yet, after a moment's reflection, he realized this was a task assigned by his father that must be accomplished, lest he forfeit his share of the family's inheritance. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to feign ignorance, intending to win Lu Yusin over first and then torment her thoroughly. Casting a glance at the ring now lying in the toilet, he muttered a few curses under his breath before turning to leave and purchase another. The rumors circulating at Tiandu University remained unknown to Mu Feng and his companions. Upon arrival at the police station, Hua Qingyu separated the four for questioning. Naturally, given the special status of Shi Qing and the other two young ladies, they were interviewed by female officers. Last night, at the midpoint of Tianfu Road number 18, an individual wielded playing cards to injure 12 men. Are you aware of this? Mu Feng? Hua Qingyu personally inquired of Mu Feng, the prime suspect. Indeed, Mu Feng chose not to fabricate any lies. In this technologically advanced era, extracting one's fingerprints from a playing card is a trivial task, rendering deception unnecessary. Moreover, he was merely acting in self-defense. Did you do it? Hua Qingyu asked. Mu Feng nodded. Yes, it was I. They approached me wielding steel pipes, threatening to cripple me. Out of fear, my hand trembled, and the playing card slipped from my grasp, injuring them. That is the situation. After speaking, he wore an expression of innocence. Officer Hua, would this be considered self-defense? A mere tremor of the hand, resulting in such a flight of the card. Such a casual dismissal? Hua Qingyu's eyelids twitched slightly, leaving her at a loss for words. Chapter 71. From now on, purchasing playing cards requires real name registration. Hua Qingyu remarked with a smile. If the situation is as you described, it indeed qualifies as justifiable self-defense. However, the 12 men have a narrative that diverges from yours. How do you intend to substantiate your claims? Mu Feng paused momentarily, pondering how to provide proof in an area devoid of surveillance. Just then, the door of the interrogation room swung open, and a female officer entered. Whispering in Hua Qingyu's ear, "Captain Hua, a man named Lu Cheng has turned himself in. He claims he orchestrated the assault on Mu Feng by the 12 fiends of Tiandu." Hua Qingyu's expression shifted to one of astonishment. It was rather coincidental that someone would confess just after she had brought Mu Feng in for questioning. Lu Cheng has come forward? Mu Feng was taken aback as well, having anticipated that he would endure a prolonged nightmare to exhaust him before influencing his decisions in reality. To achieve this in a single stroke was unexpected. Surely, this challenge could not be less daunting than compelling Shi Qing to kiss him publicly. Could it? He was intrigued by the potential reward awaiting Lu Cheng for his confession. Noticing the smile spreading across Mu Feng's face, Hua Qingyu felt a flicker of suspicion. Could it be that this fellow had orchestrated a scapegoat? Was the brawl not as straightforward as it appeared? If Mu Feng's actions were indeed justifiable self-defense, why seek someone to take the fall? Throughout both the interrogation of the 12 fiends and her inquiries with Mu Feng, Lu Cheng's name had never been mentioned. He seemed to have emerged from thin air, resembling a pawn summoned to bear the blame. However, these were merely her personal suspicions and could not be presented as evidence in court. After a moment of contemplation, she instructed, "Take Lu Cheng to the 5th interrogation room. I will join shortly." Understood, Captain Hua. The female officer nodded before exiting. Hua Qingyu turned her attention back to Mu Feng, retrieving a playing card from her pocket. With a playful smile, she said, "Mu Feng, would you be so kind as to demonstrate your card-throwing prowess?" This was an ordinary playing card, one of the items Mu Feng had voluntarily surrendered for safekeeping upon entering the police station. She was eager to witness firsthand whether it possessed the formidable power as rumored. The accompanying officers wore expressions of skepticism, and those observing from outside the interrogation room were equally incredulous. Is he serious? Mu Feng hesitated as he accepted the card. In the precinct, only the truth could prevail. Deception was unwelcome. Watching, you nodded, instructing an officer to lean a 20-centimeter thick wooden board against the wall of the interrogation room. Come now, let us witness this spectacle. Remember, exert your full strength. Very well, Mu Feng replied, rising to his feet. Taking a deep breath, he flicked his wrist, sending the playing card soaring. With a sharp sound, the spinning card embedded itself into the wooden board, vanishing from sight, leaving only a slender gap behind. Watching you and the accompanying officers gasped in astonishment, while those observing from outside the interrogation room collectively inhaled sharply. If aimed at critical areas such as the throat or heart, could this not prove fatal in a single strike? It was utterly terrifying, truly terrifying. Is this your full strength? After a moment, watching you turned to Mu Feng and inquired. On her exquisite, delicate face, traces of profound astonishment lingered. You truly exerted your full effort. That wooden board is excessively thick and cannot be penetrated, Mu Feng replied with an innocent expression. Upon hearing this, the officers present could not help but twitch their lips in disbelief. Damn it, you expect to shoot through a 20-centimeter thick wooden board? This is indeed a highly dangerous individual. If provoked, a mere playing card could sever another's head. Watching, you took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure before she spoke again. If last night's incident was indeed an act of self-defense, would you be willing to remain at the precinct as a special detective? The officer's eyes immediately brightened at her words. The tasks of detectives are fraught with peril, and there are occasions when firearms cannot be brought to the scene. In such cases, having Mu Feng armed with a playing card would be utterly perfect. Mu Feng blinked and replied, Officer Hua, I still have school to attend, art to create, and sculptures to carve. I am quite busy. Are you thus declining? Watching, you asked mildly. Mu Feng's eyes darted, and he smiled. Officer Hua, let us discuss this matter after my graduation. Additionally, I would be more than willing to assist in police-community cooperation whenever necessary. Watching, you resumed her seat, her tone calm, as she remarked, Mu Feng, do you realize that because of you, a significant change is about to unfold in Tiandu City? What change? Mu Feng quitted, curious, as he believed he possessed no such influence. Watching, you chuckled. I will petition the authorities to mandate real name registration for purchasing playing cards. Do you not think that is a considerable change? Mu Feng was taken aback. Officer Hua, that seems unnecessary. It is very necessary. Watching, you stated earnestly. You have made me realize that killing with a playing card is not merely confined to the realm of cinema. There are indeed individuals in reality capable of such feats. I had always assumed those videos on Douyin were fabricated, but now I find myself uncertain. I do not know how many others possess such abilities, nor how many in Tiandu City share this talent. Therefore, real name registration for purchasing playing cards is of utmost importance. As she spoke, she turned to the accompanying officer and instructed, please ensure that we investigate all IDs associated with performances involving flying cards cutting through aluminum cans and penetrating wooden boards on every streaming platform, and bring all individuals within my jurisdiction to the precinct for record keeping. Understood. The officer nodded. Mu Feng fell silent, feeling this was somewhat of an overreaction. By the way, watching, you looked at Mu Feng again. There may be a request for you to demonstrate your flying card skills to the higher-ups. You would not refuse, would you? Mu Feng cautiously asked, am I allowed to decline? I'm quite busy. You may. Watching, you replied with a smile. But did you not just express your eagerness for police-community collaboration? Are you retracting so swiftly? Mu Feng, being untrustworthy and capricious is not a commendable trait. Mu Feng, with a hint of skepticism, scrutinized Hua Qingyu, sensing that the preceding dialogue was mere trifles, while the final few sentences revealed her true intentions. After a moment's hesitation, he smiled and remarked, let us wait and see. If time permits, I shall certainly collaborate with Officer Hua. However, as you are aware, I lead a rather busy life. I am still a student, and in my spare moments, I engage in painting and sculpting. Each painting of mine is valued at over 10 million, and a sculpture can fetch between 15 to 20 million. Typically, creating a painting or a sculpture takes about an hour. If Officer Hua is willing to offer 10 million for just an hour of my time, I would gladly accompany you to showcase my skills to your superiors, treating it as a mere performance art outing. Chapter 72. Dreams Influence Reality. Reward. Divine Martial Arts. Watching you cast a lingering glance at Mu Feng, a smile gradually gracing her features once more. I shall carefully consider your suggestion, Mu Feng. Please take a seat for a while. Once I finish interrogating Lu Cheng, if the situation proves true, you shall be free to leave. A payment of 10 million for merely an hour's work? It feels as though I'm being sold outright. Very well, Mu Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Watching you turned her attention to the accompanying officer, a smile playing on her lips as she said, Xiao Wang. Ensure you attend to our esteemed master of cards with good tea and water, lest he toss a playing card your way, and you may find yourself in dire straits. Understood, Team Leader Hua, Officer Xiao Wang replied, glancing at the imposing 20-centimeter thick wooden board, nervously swallowing. Once watching you departed, he cradled his notebook and stood at a distance. Comrade Officer, what are you doing? I'm not holding any playing cards, Mu Feng remarked, somewhat bemused. Xiao Wang offered an awkward smile. Mu Feng, please remain seated. I shall fetch you a cup of tea. Do you have any my dong? I'd like to drink that. Mu Feng inquired. We don't have it in the precinct, but I can go get it for you, Xiao Wang replied, turning on his heel and exiting the interrogation room, taking the hefty wooden board with him. Wait a moment, could you return my phone? I would like to have a couple of chicken wings, Mu Feng called after him. But alas, Xiao Wang had already closed the door with a decisive thud. Mu Feng rubbed his nose, feeling as though he were portrayed as a heinous villain, a remorseless killer, which was quite embarrassing. Looking around, he found nothing to occupy himself with, and boredom enveloped him. Outside the interrogation room, Xiao Wang placed the thick wooden board on a table and ventured out to procure the mai dong. A group of officers gathered around, scrutinizing the board with keen interest. Gazing closely at the minuscule cut seams, their astonishment grew. How could an ordinary playing card possess such formidable power? Upon looking up at the seemingly harmless Mu Feng within the interrogation room, one could hardly fathom that this individual harbored such extraordinary skills. Had he not joined the police force, he would be akin to a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Soon, Xiao Wang returned to the interrogation room, a bottle of mai dong in hand, placing it on the table before swiftly retreating without waiting for Mu Feng to speak. Mu Feng remained silent, sipping his drink while resting his eyes. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, the familiar prompt from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Dreamer Lu Cheng has successfully confessed. Dreams influence reality with an impact level of 4 stars. Reward for the host, Agility 8. You may select one skill from the following options for importation. Divine Basketball Skills, Divine Parkour Skills, Divine Magic Skills, Divine Driving Skills, Divine Martial Arts. Please make your choice promptly. Another offering of Divine Basketball Skills? If I select them, will a subsequent offering allow me to combine them with my existing Divine Basketball Skills to create Super Divine Basketball Skills? On the basketball court, would I not then be able to truly soar and evade gravity? Never mind, basketball is not my pursuit. Possessing a divine skill in the sport is sufficient. After some contemplation, Mu Feng resolved to abandon this plan. However, the prospect of transforming it into attribute points could yield as many as 10, which could be allocated to any attribute, resulting in a significant enhancement of his physical prowess. Please make your choice promptly, the system urged again. Are you in such a hurry to dine? Mu Feng rolled his eyes, internally criticizing the incessant reminders, and declared, All right then, I shall choose the Divine Martial Arts. Given today's circumstances, it appears that casually purchasing playing cards is no longer an option. Yet, his crisis may have only just begun. The Divine Martial Arts would enable him to fully unleash his physical potential, while not seeking to defeat 100 foes. Surely he could manage to take on 10, like IP Manding. The Divine Martial Arts began to be imparted, with the system's notification ringing in his ears. A torrent of intricate and profound information flooded Mu Feng's mind. True martial arts are not merely flamboyant movements. They are grounded in practicality. Each strike and movement emphasizes speed, precision, and lethality, seeking to incapacitate the enemy with a single blow, thereby rendering a second strike unnecessary. With nothing to occupy his time, Mu Feng accessed his attribute panel for a glance. Host, Mu Feng age, 20 stamina, 16. The average for a 20-year-old male is 10. Higher stamina indicates greater endurance, strength, 23. The average for a 20-year-old male is 10. Increased strength equates to greater power, agility. 23. The average for a 20-year-old male is 10. Heightened agility results in increased speed, charm. 18. The average person scores 10. Higher charm facilitates garnering favor from others and attracting the ire of foes. Skills. Divine basketball. Proficiency 50, 00010, 000. Divine painting. Proficiency 500, 00010, 000. Super divine sculpture. 300, 000100, 000. Advanced flying card. 1, 000, 100, 000. Divine martial arts. 010, 000, 000. Funds. 623 million unbeknownst to him. He had amassed such wealth. However, when had proficiency ratings emerged, this element was absent from the last attribute panel. Perhaps sensing Mu Feng's confusion, the system elucidated. Proficiency was originally a hidden attribute. This system has rendered it visible in numerical form for your comprehension. The higher the proficiency, the greater the potential of the skill. Mu Feng's understanding dawned upon him. The concept of proficiency was indeed straightforward. You think this fellow won't have issues in that regard, do you? Xiao Wang observed Mu Feng, who was grinning foolishly in the interrogation room, motioning toward his own head and inquiring of his colleagues. Shouldn't be a problem, right? A colleague responded with uncertainty. But it certainly looks like it, remarked another colleague with a serious expression. Should we contact a psychiatric hospital? Such a person interacting in the realm of the sane poses a considerable danger to them. A colleague proposed. What are you all whispering about? At that moment, watching you returned, her curiosity piqued. Xiao Wang pointed toward the interrogation room and remarked, Captain Hua, we suspect he may have some psychological issues. Should we contact a psychiatric hospital? Watching you glanced into the room, observing the foolish grin on Mu Feng's face, which sparked a flicker of doubt in her eyes. However, based on their previous interactions, she believed that this individual did not exhibit any mental health concerns. She waved her hand dismissively and said, Stop overthinking it. He is perfectly sane. Now then, Lu Cheng has confessed entirely. It was indeed he who incited the 12 fiends of Tiandu to assault Mu Feng, who in turn defended himself with a deck of cards. Mu Feng exercised restraint, and no serious harm was inflicted. It falls under justifiable self-defense. Return his belongings to him and release him. Chapter 73. Had you been born in the era of martial arts, you would surely become the poker hero upon leaving the police station. Mu Feng tilted his head back and inhaled a deep breath of fresh air, exclaiming, Ah, the air outside is indeed delightful. Wang retorted, Serves you right for showing off in front of us last night. Now look where your boasting has landed you. At the police station. Mu Feng shrugged and chuckled. Even without that video, they would have tracked me down. After all, my fingerprints are all over those playing cards. However, without that video, you all could have avoided this trip to the station. We, however, are indifferent. Shirqing tugged at Mu Feng, glancing around. They didn't harm you, did they? The police in the movies always seem so fierce. Mu Feng playfully pinched Shirqing's cheek and responded with a smile. This ISNTA movie. The officers are quite amiable and very evidence-oriented. Don't conflate cinematic drama with reality. Liu Yusen blinked curiously and asked, Brother Feng, what questions did they ask you? Mu Feng smiled and replied, They didn't inquire much. Officer Hua simply had me perform a card trick in public. After my demonstration, she decided to propose that all future purchases of playing cards require real name registration, prohibiting casual purchases. I suppose I will have to settle for buying a couple of boxes of 3 Kingdoms cards instead. Real name registration for buying playing cards? Shirqing and the other girls were taken aback. Was Mu Feng's terrifying card trick skill so formidable that playing cards were now deemed lethal weapons? Yet, who else in this world, besides Mu Feng, could wield playing cards to inflict harm? Such a glorious feat could surely be chronicled in history. What a predicament. I hope the police do not disclose my name, or I shall be drowned in spit by card enthusiasts worldwide. Mu Feng chuckled. Liu Yusen grinned. Brother Feng, had you been born in the era of martial arts, you would undoubtedly be a chivalrous hero. With a wave of your hand, thousands of cards would soar through the air, vanquishing a horde of bandits, leaving all the masters in awe. The poker hero, invincible in the realm. What a splendid thought. Coughing, Mu Feng nearly choked, exclaiming with exasperation. Classmate Lu Yusin, your talent for naming is truly beyond praise. All right, let us head to the Tianyuan building. We've lingered in the police station long enough. There must be applicants waiting outside the studio. With that, he grasped Shiqing's hand and strode forward, with Wang Ye hurrying to keep pace. I think it's quite good, Lu Yusin murmured, and as she saw Mu Feng and the others gradually distance themselves, she hastily followed suit. Upon reaching the 8th-floor studio of the Tianyuan building, the four were astonished by the scene before them. The corridor was crowded with job seekers clad in professional attire. Clutching resumes, there were at least 40 to 50 applicants. Isn't this a bit excessive? Mu Feng pondered. In the grand city of Tiandu, are there truly this many unemployed individuals? A base salary of 3,000, coupled with an unknown amount of commission, could attract so many applicants? How much time will it take for me to sift through this many candidates alone? He shifted his gaze and addressed the three young ladies beside him, Xiaoqing, classmate Wang Ye, and classmate Lu Yusin. As daughters of business magnates, you are undoubtedly more familiar with the recruitment process than I am. Would you kindly assist me in screening these job applicants? Of course, it would be my pleasure to serve you, Brother Feng. Lu Yusin responded eagerly, nodding enthusiastically. Mu Feng, you may attend to your affairs. Leave these candidates to us, and we assure you that we will recruit satisfactory employees, Shiqing said with a smile. How many positions are you looking to fill, Mu Feng? 2 will suffice, one in the painting studio and another in the sculpture room. The working hours are from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., with 1 day off during the weekend on a rotating basis, Mu Feng explained. This information had already been detailed in the job posting. However, Shiqing and the other 2 young ladies were unaware of it since they had not reviewed the advertisement. With such favorable hours, 9 to 5, 1 day off a week, and no night shifts, it's no wonder so many people are eager to apply, Lu Yusin remarked, realization dawning upon her. Shiqing and Wang Ye nodded in agreement. The workload in the painting and sculpture studios would not be excessively demanding, thus attracting a multitude of applicants. Excuse me, everyone, kindly make way, Mu Feng said as he led Shiqing and the others toward the studios, only to find the entrances blocked by job seekers. Attention, applicants, please form an orderly line. It is essential to adhere to the principle of first come, first served. Is it not? The candidate at the back, momentarily captivated by the beauty of Shiqing and her companions, quickly regained his composure, realizing the importance of the position he was vying for, and firmly asserted himself. Lu Yusin chuckled softly. Brother Feng, it seems you have been mistaken for a competitor. Competitor? The applicant was taken aback. This young man, appearing to be in his 20s, was the proprietor of the painting and sculpture studios? My apologies, sir. I did not realize that you were the owner, given your youthful appearance, the applicant said with a sheepish grin, stepping aside while chastising himself internally. If only he had known this was the owner, he would have held his tongue. Now, he felt he had made a grave error. Not a problem. Mu Feng smiled and entered the studio. The other applicants, having overheard the exchange, recognized the young man as the owner and dared not obstruct his path. Upon entering the sculpture room, Mu Feng arranged 3 tables 2 meters apart in a row. Once Shiqing and her companions were seated, he allowed the applicants to enter. Form a line, please, and avoid crowding. These 3 beautiful ladies are the interviewers for this recruitment session. I hope you will present your best selves. Best of luck to you all, he concluded before departing. He had faith in Shiqing and her companions' abilities to handle the candidates with ease. As he entered the painting studio, Mu Feng settled down and resumed his creative endeavors. With plans for a personal art exhibition, he recognized that his current body of work was insufficient and resolved to produce several more pieces. Concurrently, through his painting, he aimed to enhance his mastery of divine-level artistry. The higher his proficiency, the more profound the artistic essence he could convey, consequently elevating the value of his works. Only when his skills reached their zenith could he truly reveal the power of divine-level painting. This time, he chose to create an oil painting. In terms of realism, oil painting undoubtedly reigns supreme, far surpassing watercolor in its fidelity. Yet, it suffers from the drawback of an excessively slow drying time. Previously, in dire need of funds, He was compelled to opt for the more expedient watercolor technique. Now, with a more comfortable financial situation, he naturally aspires to create works of greater perfection. As time flowed gently by, when Mu Feng completed his 3 oil paintings, nearly 3 hours had elapsed. The recruitment process next door must have progressed significantly as well. He set down his brush and made his way to the sculpting room. Indeed, the job seekers had departed, leaving behind only 2 female candidates weeping in despair and a bewildered Shi. Chapter 74. Zhou Xuelin and Zhou Xueqing. What is the situation? Mu Feng furrowed his brow slightly, pondering why the 2 applicants were in tears. Was their successful job application so profoundly moving? It seemed improbable. Shi approached and whispered, "These 2 job seekers are sisters who were separated for many years." Mu Feng was taken aback. It sounded like a melodramatic twist. Could one's job application truly reunite long-lost family members? Lu Yusin chimed in with a grin. "One of them is the mother of your so-called unexpected offspring." "What do you mean by unexpected offspring? Can you speak more clearly?" Mu Feng shot her a glare, then realized she must be referring to Zhou Xueqing. "How did you conduct the recruitment? Why are both applicants women?" he inquired curiously. Thankfully, he hadn't been responsible for the selection. Otherwise, others might misconstrue his intentions. Wang Yu replied with a smile, "We each shortlisted several candidates, and after intense discussion, we ultimately selected these 2 through a voting process. Completely unaware of their familial connection beforehand." Mu Feng nodded in understanding. Shi continued softly, "Zhou Xueqing has previously worked as an accountant and a sales representative, so she possesses commendable communication skills. Most importantly, to nurture her son's interests. She not only hired an art teacher for him, but also self-studied a great deal about painting, making her quite capable of excelling in this role." Mu Feng, still puzzled, asked, "But who will care for her son? She won't bring him here, will she? This is a workplace, not a daycare. One must understand that a painting or sculpture can be worth millions. Although the child appears quite mature, he is still a little boy, prone to mischief and naivety. If he damages a piece of art, it would be disastrous. Forcing them to compensate would be impractical, as they likely cannot afford it. Conversely, not holding them accountable would result in a loss for us. It seems unwise in any scenario." Shi laughed. "You need not worry about that. I inquired about it. Her son attends school and finishes around 5 in the afternoon, which is conveniently close to Tianyuan building. She can pick him up on her way home after work. Additionally, her son has painting lessons on Saturdays, and she mentioned she could coordinate with his teacher regarding his schedule based on her work commitments. Most importantly, from our previous interactions, her character appears to be trustworthy." Mu Feng nodded, considering that Zhou Xueqing indeed seemed well suited for the position. Offering assistance to others without compromising one's own interests is commendable. He then turned his attention to the other woman, who evoked a sense of familiarity, and curiously asked, "What about the other one? What distinguished her among the many applicants?" Lu Yusin smiled and responded, "Her name is Zhou Xuelin, and she is Zhou Xueqing's sister, though we only recently discovered this information. Zhou Xuelin previously worked as a sales representative at a nearby dealership. She mentioned that after selling a Rolls-Royce Wraith a couple of days ago, the dealership owner only awarded her a meager commission, leading her to angrily resign after a confrontation. Shenfeng dealership? Having sold a Rolls-Royce Dawn, the buyer turns out to be none other than herself." Mu Feng was somewhat taken aback. It was no wonder that he found the figure of that woman somewhat familiar, as she was indeed the striking salesperson. At the time, he mistakenly thought she was the mother of that young boy. Little did he know that she and Zhou Xueqing were actually sisters. Lu Yusin continued, "Zhou Xuelin used to work as a tour guide and has traveled extensively across the country, mastering various dialects. I believe this skill will be quite advantageous. Furthermore, she possesses a considerable knowledge of history, so if we were to hold exhibitions, having her as a guide in the nostalgia section would be splendid." Mu Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, it appeared that the 2 sisters were well suited for this role. Observing the sisters still tightly embraced, he spoke. "It is certainly a joy for family members to reunite, yet if it interferes with work, we may have to seek alternatives." Upon hearing this, the sisters reluctantly parted, each wiping away tears. "Mr. Mu, I apologize. I haven't seen my sister in many years, and my emotions got the better of me in your presence. I am sorry. Please rest assured, this will not affect our future work, Zhou Shuling's sister said. Mu Feng smiled and nodded. It is best that it does not impact our work. Zhou Xueqing approached and bowed deeply to Mu Feng. What is this for? Mu Feng was taken aback. Securing a job and reuniting with her sister hardly warranted such reverence. Shi Qing and the other two women looked on with curiosity. Zhou Xueqing explained, earlier, Lier mentioned he would take me for medical treatment, and I thought he was a fraud, so I declined. Later, he said you had instructed him to take me to the hospital and provided my information, which is why I eventually accompanied him. Without your assistance, I would not have had the means for treatment. I might have perished by now. I shall never forget your immense kindness. Lia? Mu Feng pondered for a moment before recalling this individual, the first person he had tormented relentlessly in his dreams. It was because he took Zhou Xueqing to the hospital that the dream began to impact reality, leading to his acquisition of the extraordinary carving. Shi Qing, Lu Yusin, and Wang Yi looked at Mu Feng in astonishment. They were completely unaware of this matter. When had he instructed Li Er to take Zhou Xueqing for treatment? With a smile, he replied, that fellow took 100,000 yuan from Lu Yi, yet he only spent a mere few dozen to use your son to frame me. In a fit of anger, I had him use all of his funds for your treatment, as a way to make him pay for the psychological trauma he inflicted upon your son. Thank you, Mr. Mu. Zhou Xueqing expressed her gratitude once more. Zhou Shuling stepped forward to bow as well, saying, Mr. Mu, I apologize. Previously, I thought you were here to mock me, so I insulted you. I did not realize you mistook me for my sister. I am truly sorry. No harm done. Mu Feng waved his hand with a smile. He then turned to the curious Shi Qing and her companions, explaining, the Rolls-Royce Dawn she sold was purchased by me. Realization dawned upon Shi Qing and her friends. It turned out they were all acquainted. Well then, having caught up, if there is nothing further, you may now commence your work. Mu Feng turned to the two sisters and said, what exactly do we need to do, Mu Zong? Zhou Xueqing inquired. With a smile, Mu Feng replied, Zhou Xueqing has a considerable understanding of painting, so you shall work in the studio. Familiarize yourself with the meaning behind each artwork and deeply appreciate the ambience of every piece. You are required to have an intimate knowledge of every painting in the studio, enabling you to provide clients with relevant explanations as needed. Zhou Shuling will work in the sculpture studio with similar requirements. The base salary is 3,000, with a commission of 0.5 based on monthly sales performance. Chapter 75. Is the beautiful counselor going to train me? Zhou Xueqing and Zhou Shuling nodded in unison, as the salary was clearly outlined in the recruitment information. The commission was of little concern for the time being, as no one was aware of the studio's performance, and expectations regarding it were not particularly high. However, the base salary exceeded that of the vast majority of sales positions, making it one of the key attractions for countless job seekers. The base salary represents a stable income. Even in the face of poor sales, one would not face starvation. Well, if there are no further issues, let us commence work this afternoon. As for the weekend shifts, you may negotiate among yourselves regarding who will work on Saturday and who on Sunday. Once you have reached an agreement, simply inform me. Mu Feng smiled. I will take Sunday, Zhou Shuling interjected, as my sister will be resting that day and can tend to the children at home. Thank you, Shaolin. Zhou Xueqing did not decline, for it was indeed the most sensible arrangement. Sister, there is no need for such formalities between us, Zhou Shuling chuckled. Very well. It is settled then. Mu Feng smiled and said, time is of the essence. Let us first enjoy some lunch before commencing the afternoon shift. Subsequently, he led the women to a nearby restaurant to satisfy their hunger before returning to the Tianyuan building to organize their tasks. Your primary responsibility now is to note the prices labeled on each painting and sculpture, and then remove those price tags. The indicated prices are the minimum. How high you can sell them depends on your own capabilities. Understood, President Mu. Zhou Xueqing and her sister nodded in unison before proceeding to their respective workstations. However, as they gazed upon the lifelike paintings and vividly crafted sculptures, they were instantly immersed in the profound essence contained within. In that moment, they were utterly astonished. Could such wondrous paintings and bizarre sculptures truly exist in this world? When they finally emerged from their reverie and glanced at the price tags affixed to the walls beneath the paintings and the bases of the sculptures, they were once again taken aback. The minimum price for a painting was 10 million, and a sculpture, at least 15 million, comparable to a luxury supercar. Such exorbitant prices meant that even selling just one painting or sculpture a month could yield a commission exceeding 50,000. Even if only one piece were sold every 2 to 3 months, the average monthly commission would still surpass 10,000. Imagining selling 2 or 3 pieces in a month brought forth exhilarating thoughts of commissions reaching into the 6 figures. Was this not superior to selling cars? Reflecting on the prospect of selling cars, Zhou Shuling felt a surge of indignation. The Rolls-Royce Dawn sold to Mu Feng had a base price of over 6 million, with the final cost nearing 7 million. According to their prior agreement of a 0.55 commission, she would have earned over 30,000. Moreover, as an intern, it had been stipulated that she would receive a commission upon selling each vehicle without waiting for monthly settlements. Yet, when she inquired about her commission, the boss merely offered her a few hundred yuan, claiming that her performance warranted a celebratory meal before he would provide the remaining amount and confirm her position. At first, she truly believed it. Just as she was preparing to attend the banquet, a kind-hearted senior employee discreetly informed her of the underlying motives. Enraged, she erupted right then and there. Grabbing a bottle of wine, she stormed into the boss's office, dousing him from head to toe, and unleashed a tirade before resigning on the spot. What invitation to a meal! It was evidently a ploy to exploit her. Had she truly attended, she might have lost both her fortune and her dignity. Regrettably, as an intern without a formal contract, she could not directly sue her employer. Once I earn my fortune, I shall return to your shabby car dealership and smash every vehicle, compensating you only the worth of the damages, infuriating you in the process. Contemplating this bright future, Zhou Shuling's delicate face broke into a smirk of triumph. Yet, excitement soon gave way to the harsh reality. Would anyone truly purchase such expensive sculptures? Would there be years without a sale? While the boss could afford to remain idle for years, the junior employees could not. Never mind. A base salary of 3,000 is already quite decent, Zhou Shuling murmured to herself. But the thought of missing out on commissions worth tens of thousands filled her with heartache. No, she must devise a strategy to sell the sculptures. She diligently memorized the price of each piece, and with her understanding of sales, she automatically increased the prices by 50 in her mind the moment the tags were removed. Zhou Shueqing, though less ruthless, raised the price of each painting by 30. Fortunately, Mu Feng was unaware of their intentions. Otherwise, he would surely comment on their unscrupulousness, albeit with a hint of admiration. In the afternoon, Mu Feng remained in the carving room, while Shi Qing and the other two were busy preparing contract for the Zhou sisters. This was a task they were far more familiar with than Mu Feng. After 2 hours of carving, around 3 in the afternoon, the beautiful counselor unexpectedly called him, asking him to return to school. Naturally, he could not refuse a personal request from her. After hanging up, he briefed the Zhou sisters and took the personal painting he had made for the beautiful counselor before heading back to school. He had promised her a painting and had finally completed it that morning, intending to present it upon his return. As for Shi Qing, she wished to stay, feeling uneasy about leaving the Zhou sisters alone at work, so she kept watch on their behalf. Wang Yan naturally stayed to accompany her. Lu Yusin, eager to follow Mu Feng, was forcibly retained by Wang Yan. She certainly could not allow Lu Yusin, a potential threat, to be alone with her best friend's boyfriend. Upon returning to school, Mu Feng found no sign of the beautiful counselor in the office. He called her again, inquiring, "Counselor, I've returned to school, but you're not in the office?" The response, "Martial Arts Association," left him somewhat perplexed. What did this mean? Was the beautiful counselor summoning him to the Martial Arts Association? Did she intend to use him as a punching bag? Should he go or not? After hanging up, Mu Feng hesitated for a moment before ultimately heading towards the Martial Arts Association. The beautiful counselor, Lin Shirin, although possessing a hint of a violent disposition, is fundamentally kind-hearted. Aware of her status as an orphan, she has successfully secured a poverty alleviation scholarship of 3,000 yuan for 2 consecutive years. during the winter and summer breaks. She also finds herself various part-time jobs that are not overly strenuous yet offer decent pay, allowing her to earn some tuition and living expenses. Deep down, she harbors immense gratitude towards her counselor. The Martial Arts Association serves as a haven for students harboring aspirations of martial arts excellence. Mu Feng had visited once before, but, regrettably, found himself too clumsy to grasp even the basic routines, leading him to abandon the endeavor altogether. The stunning counselor presides over the Martial Arts Association as its president, having attained the title of national champion in the women's martial arts division, showcasing remarkable prowess in martial forms. As for her practical combat techniques, having witnessed them firsthand, he now recalls with a shiver. Upon entering the Martial Arts Association and observing the beautiful counselor warming up, Mu Feng felt an unsettling premonition. Surely, she wouldn't expect him to serve as a punching bag, would she? Clad in a fitted outfit that accentuated her curvaceous form, she approached him with a radiant smile and a serious demeanor, stating, "Mu Feng, I heard from a junior that someone is planning to target you. From this moment forth, I shall arrange special training for you, imparting some practical techniques." As she spoke, she clenched her fists and executed a few kicks, causing Mu Feng to instinctively arch his back. Chapter 76, Strike from the Shadows. Never head-on, Lin Shireen froze momentarily, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. "What are you doing, you little rascal?" Mu Feng chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, nothing, just a reflex." "A reflex?" Lin Shireen scoffed. "Perfect. That is precisely the focus of your special training today. To master practical martial arts techniques, one must first learn to endure blows, thereby cultivating an instinctive reaction to evade attacks." "What?" Mu Feng blinked, casting a dubious glance in her direction, wondering if this was an opportunity for revenge. The members of the Martial Arts Association wore expressions of schadenfreude. They paused their training, gathering around to witness the spectacle. "Are you ready?" Lin Shireen inquired with a smile. "Wait," Mu Feng exclaimed, presenting a drawing with both hands and smiling ingratiatingly. "Instructor, this is a gift for you. What do you think?" Lin Shireen's eyes sparkled as she took the drawing and opened it. It depicted an exquisite beauty standing gracefully atop a crane, soaring through a sky of azure and white clouds, resembling a celestial being. "You portrayed me so beautifully. I hope your two little girlfriends aren't envious?" She cherished the artwork, carefully rolling it up and looking at Mu Feng with a grin. "Envious? What are you talking about?" Mu Feng waved his hands, feeling something was amiss. After a moment's thought, he quickly clarified, "Instructor, I only have one girlfriend. Don't say such things. It could lead to trouble." Lin Shireen replied with a knowing smile. A person's first reaction often reveals their truest inner thoughts. "Is that so?" Mu Feng was taken aback and hastily shook his head. No, I'm a person of integrity and kindness. I could never be that type." "Well, you'll find out in due time," Lin Shireen said, wearing an expression that suggested she had seen through his essence. "No, absolutely not," Mu Feng muttered under his breath. Lin Shireen carefully set the drawing aside and returned, cracking her knuckles with a cheerful demeanor. "Do not presume that gifting me a drawing will spare you from my training. In everyday practice, invest 10 years of effort. In battle, extend your endurance by 1 more minute. I hope you grasp my intentions and do not mistake them for a chance at revenge." "Understood. I have never believed you would seek revenge, instructor," Mu Feng declared with utmost sincerity. "That is good to hear," Lin Shireen nodded, assuming an offensive stance. "Wait a moment," Mu Feng shouted again. "What now?" Lin Shireen frowned slightly. Mu Feng glanced at the training attire worn by the others, along with their elbow and knee pads, then pointed at himself and asked, "Do I not need to change clothes or wear elbow and knee pads?" Lin Shireen laughed. "They are practicing martial arts forms, whereas I am teaching you practical techniques. There is no need for special attire or protective gear. Wearing your usual clothes will provide the most authentic experience and elicit the most accurate reactions." "That makes perfect sense. I cannot argue against it," Mu Feng conceded. "Then let us begin." With matters reaching this point, further discussion was unnecessary. Mu Feng rubbed his fists, kicked his feet, and warmed up to prepare his body for the training ahead. As he twisted his waist and turned around, presenting his back to Lin Shireen, he was suddenly struck down to the ground by a swift kick. Mu Feng sprang up, glaring at Lin Shireen, and exclaimed, "Counselor, isn't it a bit premature to launch a sneak attack before the signal to begin? Is this truly a technique of practical combat? This is clearly a premeditated act of revenge. I must confront her about this." Yet, Lin Shireen remained unfazed, replying earnestly, "The first rule of combat: if a sneak attack is possible, never engage in a frontal confrontation. The second rule: never turn your back on the enemy." "What the?" Mu Feng was taken aback, incredulously asking, "Who on earth established these rules? They are utterly shameless." "My master," Lin Shireen responded nonchalantly. Mu Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he declared with righteous indignation, "These two rules are remarkably pragmatic and significantly increase the likelihood of survival in real combat. It is evident that my master is indeed a grandmaster of practical combat." No sooner had he spoken than Lin Shireen struck him down with a punch. Despite his agility, Mu Feng had not anticipated her sudden assault, and their proximity left him no time to react. The third rule of combat: masters perish from excessive verbosity. As Mu Feng rose, rubbing his nose, he glared at Lin Shireen, feeling incensed. "How infuriating! Just because the tiger does not roar. Do you think I am merely a sickly cat?" The essence of supreme combat techniques flickered in his mind. In that moment, an imposing aura emanated from him, reminiscent of a returning sovereign. Lin Shireen's eyes widened in astonishment. This presence was even more terrifying than what she had sensed from her master. How could this be? Could he possibly be a hidden warrior among the students? However, if he were truly a warrior, his combat experience would surely be vast. It was one thing to be caught off guard by a sneak attack the first time. It was quite another to be struck again in a frontal assault. Clearly, this individual lacked any real combat experience. It appeared that he was indeed the prodigy her master had mentioned. Thus, he required rigorous training. With this thought, Lin Shireen's smile grew increasingly radiant. Her master had once said that there was nothing more exhilarating than thrashing a genius before they fully matured. Even when the genius eventually grew stronger and could not be defeated, she could take pride in saying, "You have been soundly beaten by me countless times." The mere thought brought her joy. Suddenly, just as she was reveling in these thoughts, she was unexpectedly thrown over her opponent's shoulder and slammed to the ground. "Oh!" The surrounding martial arts apprentices covered their eyes in astonishment, exclaiming that the president had been toppled by a newcomer. Surely, one of the rules of practical combat must be to never allow oneself to be distracted during a fight. Mu Feng, savoring the memory of that soft touch, grinned as he remarked, "That was quite the quick learning curve." Lin Shireen, rubbing her backside as she stood up, let out a cold laugh and said, "Well done, young man. You've learned remarkably fast." What followed was the true essence of combat, and Mu Feng would come to regret his earlier impulsiveness. Despite possessing supreme combat skills, his lack of proficiency left him severely overpowered in a match against a true master of practical combat. However, as the battles continued, the proficiency of the divine martial arts surged rapidly, and Mu Feng's combat capabilities ascended swiftly. In the initial half hour, Mu Feng primarily endured blows. His exceptional agility proved ineffective in close-quarter encounters. The rhythm of the fight was firmly controlled by Lin Shireen. After 30 minutes, he had adeptly mastered his heightened agility, employing his remarkable reflexes and speed to effortlessly evade Lin Shireen's attacks and launch counterattacks. 40 minutes later, Lin Shireen was no longer his match. As he observed her elegant kick approaching, Mu Feng seized it and lifted it. With a soft exclamation, Lin Shireen retaliated with a punch. Mu Feng deftly grasped her wrist with his other hand, thwarting her strike. Undeterred, she attempted another assault with her free hand. Mu Feng positioned her elevated leg upon his shoulder, pinning it down with his arm while his freed hand captured Lin Shireen's wrist. At that moment, Lin Shireen found one leg resting on Mu Feng's shoulder, her hands restrained, and the two stood face to face, their gazes locked. The atmosphere suddenly fell into a profound silence. Chapter 77. The dream constructed for Chu Yunxiang, the onlooking martial arts apprentices stared wide-eyed, their expressions a curious blend of bewilderment and envy. The pose was decidedly too suggestive. Soon, both individuals became aware of the impropriety of their position. Mu Feng hastily released Lin Shireen, cleared his throat awkwardly, and pondered how to diffuse the tension when Lin Shireen delivered a swift punch that sent him sprawling to the ground. He sprang up, rubbing his nose in indignation, and exclaimed, "What was that for?" Lin Shireen's cheeks flushed a delicate hue as a smirk of triumph graced her lips. She clapped her hands and declared, "Let me impart the final principle of practical combat. One must never show mercy to an enemy." Quite profound. Mu Feng was rendered speechless. "Very well, you may leave now." Lin Shireen gestured dismissively. "When shall I return tomorrow?" Mu Feng inquired. "No need to come back," Lin Shireen replied indifferently. "Why not?" Mu Feng asked in confusion. Lin Shireen retorted sharply, "You insolent brat, I can't even best you anymore. What purpose would your return serve? You have graduated." Mu Feng was taken aback. "Is it truly possible to graduate in less than an hour? Instructor, you wouldn't be withholding knowledge, would you?" At this remark, the surrounding martial arts apprentices lowered their heads in shame. "Damn it, is this guy just showing off? I've spent 2 years here, barely scratching the surface of martial arts, and he manages to graduate in under an hour. How can the disparity be so vast?" Lin Shireen rolled her eyes and bellowed, "Get lost." "All right then." Mu Feng nodded and turned to leave. As he walked away, he checked his proficiency in the divine combat skill, which had already reached 200,000. Indeed, practicing with skilled opponents accelerated his progress remarkably. "Stop!" Lin Shireen called after him, contemplating for a moment before stating, "This Saturday, accompany me to meet my master." Mu Feng's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Instructor, your master must be formidable, right? Does he practice martial arts? Perat Badi Guan, Tai Ti Swat, or Yang family spear techniques?" Lin Shireen sighed, exasperated. "He doesn't practice martial arts, but his lethal techniques are quite impressive. It's a matter of whether you can survive the encounter." Mu Feng rubbed his nose, pondering whether the instructor would complain to her master about him bullying her, resulting in a harsh retribution. "What are you still doing here? Hurry up and leave. Seeing you irritates me." Lin Shireen's wounded pride took a significant hit. She, too, was hailed as a genius by her master, yet before Mu Feng, she felt utterly insignificant. In less than an hour, he had transformed from a novice university student into a super warrior capable of easily outmaneuvering her. Surely, such a feat transcended mere genius. "Oh," Mu Feng turned to depart. "This audacious brat is becoming increasingly bold." Lin Shireen recalled their previous posture and felt her cheeks warm once more. "This is disastrous." The image of a strict instructor has crumbled. Turning to face the peculiar gazes of the martial arts apprentices, she coldly demanded, "What are you staring at? Are you itching for trouble again? I have decided that today's lesson will be practical training. Step up one by one. Who'll go first?" "Huh? Do we have to?" The martial arts apprentices emitted cries of despair. "It was the newcomer who taunted you, not us. Why take your anger out on us?" Soon, the air in the Martial Arts Association was filled with the piercing screams of the apprentices. As Mu Feng stepped out of the association's doors, he couldn't help but shiver at the sounds. Having such a violent individual as a teacher was indeed a stroke of fortune for them. After leaving the association, it was already 4 o'clock. He spent an additional hour in the carving studio, and only after Zhou Xiueqing and Zhou Xiuelin finished their shifts did he escort the 3 ladies away. After wandering through the streets and enjoying a sumptuous meal, Mu Feng returned to his dormitory after dropping the 3 women off at their residence. The room was empty, devoid of any presence. Damn it. Not only was Si Yin missing, but even the muscular guy and the chubby one had not returned. Had they all gone to a hotel? They were nothing short of a herd of beasts, and so young too. How could they be so irresponsible? Despite his inner contempt, envy flickered across his face. Unfortunately, his girlfriend, the campus belle, had a strict upbringing. He could not cross certain boundaries before graduation, and thus could only indulge in his fantasies within dreams. However, tonight he had no intention of entering Shiqing's dreams. It was time to settle accounts with Chu Yunxiang. The hour was still early. That fellow should not have retired for the night yet. First, he would indulge in a couple of rounds of gaming. Upon entering the game, he was surprised to find the chubby trio online. Once they finished a round, he joined their game and curiously inquired, "Where are you all?" "At a hotel. Didn't we say we wouldn't be back?" Si Yan's voice resonated. "Just the 3 of you?" Mu Feng asked. My girlfriend is here too, the muscular guy chimed in. Mu Feng fell silent for a moment before replying, You guys are really something, bringing your girlfriends to a hotel to play games? What a waste. You deserve to be single for 20 years. Too kind. Too kind. The chubby one's lewd voice echoed. After playing several rounds, Mu Feng logged off, washed up, and climbed into bed. Estimating that Chu Yunxiang was likely asleep by now, he attempted to enter his dream and, to his delight, succeeded. How did you get into my house? Upon seeing Mu Feng, Chu Yunxiang was momentarily taken aback and inquired in a low voice. He resided off campus, close to Tiandu University, in a property owned by his family. His door was equipped with both a fingerprint and a password lock, requiring both to gain entry. He was baffled as to how Mu Feng had managed it. With a grin, Mu Feng replied, Chu Yunxiang, I was too harsh on you last time at Xiao Qing's place, so I came to check if your face is still swollen. Chu Yunxiang's expression darkened instantly. His eyes, blazing with fury as he gritted his teeth, spat out through clenched jaws. Mu Feng, do not test my patience, or you will suffer greatly. Mu Feng chuckled and responded, Whether I endure a miserable fate remains uncertain, but I assure you that each of your forthcoming days will be quite comfortable. What do you mean? Chu Yunxiang's brows furrowed, his body tensing with caution. Mu Feng snapped his fingers and the scene shifted, the two of them suddenly appearing in the sky above a pig farm. You. Chu Yunxiang glanced down at the pig farm beneath them, then at the clouds above, pointing at Mu Feng with a look of sheer terror, his voice trembling as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Just moments ago, I was clearly at home, yet in the blink of an eye, I find myself at a pig farm. What on earth has transpired? With a grand gesture, Mu Feng proclaimed with extravagant flair, Classmate Chu Yunxiang, this world is a realm I have forged for you. And beneath your feet lies a magnificent palace that I have constructed in your honor. Those 3,000 plump pigs are the exquisite beauties I have selected for you. As he spoke, he waved his hand, revealing a stack of wooden plaques before Chu Yunxiang. Come, flip the plaques, he said with a mischievous smile. A harem? Flip the plaques? Chu Yunxiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that this fellow intends to? Chapter 78. This chapter may induce physical discomfort. Proceed with caution. Friendly reminder. The content of this chapter may provoke extreme unease. It is suggested to read it 2 hours after a meal. Not translating? Then I shall take it upon myself to translate. Mu Feng casually picked up a wooden plaque and chuckled. Number 250? This number seems tailor-made for you. What do you intend to do, Mu Feng? Chu Yunxiang bellowed, yet his body remained paralyzed, fearing the peril of plummeting from the heights. Once you descend, you shall comprehend my intentions. Go on, commence your performance. With that, Mu Feng kicked Chu Yunxiang downwards. With a piercing scream, Chu Yunxiang fell into the number 250 pig pen, landing right beside a hefty swine. Turning his head, their eyes met. This plump pig, oddly enough, seemed rather appealing. For reasons unknown, a grotesque notion surfaced within Chu Yunxiang, one that repulsed even himself. No, how could I entertain such thoughts? A wave of dread washed over him. This was undeniably abnormal. Mu Feng must have employed some unknown means against him. He needed to escape. He flipped himself over, attempting to vault over the half-height stone fence to exit the pig pen. Yet, as he stood, the large pig rose as well. To his horror, his feet disobeyed him, advancing towards the pig's rear. Filled with revulsion and resistance, his body, however, remained unyielding. No. Chu Yunxiang's face was a mask of terror, desperate to flee, yet his body seemed to have slipped beyond his control. No. Soon, the pig pen echoed with Chu Yunxiang's frantic screams. High above, Mu Feng cupped his ears and muttered, That sound does not seem quite satisfactory. It appears 1 pig is insufficient. I shall summon 2 more. With a swift motion, 2 excited pigs leapt from their enclosures, charging into the pig pen where Chu Yunxiang resided. The shrill cries gradually transformed into rhythmic wails. It seemed as though he was beginning to relish the experience. The youth can be taught, Mu Feng nodded in satisfaction. However, upon hearing the pig's cries, a wave of nausea overwhelmed him, prompting him to vomit. He quickly shielded his hearing, blocking out the sounds and sights. He felt considerably better. With time to spare, Mu Feng descended to the ground, cleared a spacious area, and commenced practicing his divine combat skills. Throughout his dreams, he had always engaged in activities that men typically enjoy, never contemplating the pursuit of more meaningful endeavors. He wondered if practicing within a dream would enhance his skill proficiency. After training for a while, he checked the proficiency of his divine combat skills, only to find it unchanged. Could it be that training in dreams does not yield proficiency? Mu Feng fell into contemplation. After a moment, he focused his thoughts and reset his abilities within the dream. No longer omnipotent, he transformed into an ordinary person, and then resumed his practice of the divine combat skills. Proficiency has finally seen a slight increase. Ah, how intriguing. In his dream realm, Mu Feng has established himself as omnipotent. Given his already formidable prowess, it seems only logical that the goal of mastering the divine art of combat remains elusive, rendering the slow rise in proficiency somewhat understandable. The only disappointing aspect is that practicing in solitude leads to a painfully gradual progression. If he were to engage in combat with opponents of equal skill, his proficiency would surely soar. Mu Feng lamented softly to himself. Wait, in this dream world, I am indeed capable of anything. Conjuring a few formidable foes should pose no challenge. A spark of inspiration ignited in his eyes as he waved his hand, effortlessly creating a replica of himself, equally matched in strength. The duel between the two was evenly contested, and his proficiency in the divine combat technique surged exponentially. Previously, he had solely utilized this system to craft dreams for Shurqing, and later, merely to enhance his skills. Now, he realized with clarity that notions of divine combat techniques and extraordinary sculpting paled in comparison. The dream realm, intrinsically woven into the system, was the true powerhouse, granting him more time than others to pursue various endeavors. After practicing for a while longer, contemplating that Xiangxiang's ordeal must have concluded, he lifted the restrictions, restoring his abilities and hearing. Indeed, the earth-shattering wails had vanished. With a swift motion, he appeared beside the pig pen. The scene was chaotic. Xiangxiang lay sprawled in the muck, his body trembling slightly, staring blankly at the sky. TSK, TSK. He seems to be rather enjoying himself, Mu Feng remarked with a grin. Upon hearing the voice, Xiangxiang's vacant gaze ignited with fierce hatred, and with a hoarse voice, he forced out a statement through clenched teeth. Mu Feng, I swear I shall not live as a man if you are not slain. It appears he is still not sufficiently satisfied. Mu Feng shook his head and waved his hand, causing the utterly weakened Xiangxiang to bizarrely rise once more. Mu Feng, what more do you intend to do? Xiangxiang bellowed in fury, his eyes brimming with terror. Mu Feng possessed unfathomable powers, rendering Xiangxiang utterly defenseless before him. I sense you are not yet fully entertained. With a snap of his fingers, 3 new plump pigs came bounding excitedly from adjacent pens. No, Mu Feng, you must release me. Xiangxiang's pupils dilated, his face etched with fear and disgust. Enjoy it thoroughly. Mu Feng smiled slightly, once again sealing Xiangxiang's hearing before turning to depart. No, behind him, the pig pen erupted with Xiangxiang's frantic, desperate screams. Meanwhile, Mu Feng, having reset his abilities, resumed his sparring with his replica on the nearby vacant ground. As he witnessed his proficiency soar, his heart swelled with joy. After several such cycles, the time within the dream was nearing its conclusion. Mu Feng approached the pig pen once more, gazing at the incapacitated Xiangxiang, whose eyes reflected no emotion, and cheerfully declared, Classmate Xiangxiang, I have a basketball game tomorrow morning. After I finish, I expect you to kneel before me in public and vow never to harbor any improper thoughts towards Shurqing again. Should you comply, I shall not return henceforth. If one does not comply, we shall continue tomorrow. Upon speaking those words, he instantly vanished into the realm of dreams. Simultaneously, Chu Yunxiang awoke from his nightmare, letting out a scream of terror. Once he surveyed his surroundings, he finally exhaled in relief, realizing it was merely a bad dream. However, the recollection of all that transpired within that nightmare churned his stomach violently, and with a sudden tilt of his head, he began to retch by the bedside. Chapter 79. The misfortunate Chu Yunxiang cursed be Mu Feng. I vow to be his eternal adversary. After retching for what seemed like an eternity, Chu Yunxiang finally began to feel somewhat better. He lifted his head, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and his eyes glimmered with a fierce light. Yet, upon the mere thought of Mu Feng, the image of those 20 plump pigs surged back into his mind, causing his stomach to churn violently once more, and he succumbed to another wave of nausea. After another bout of retching, he dragged his weary and weakened body into the bathroom, turning on the cold water and dousing himself from head to toe. He needed to regain his composure, to banish that horrific nightmare from his thoughts, lest he be overwhelmed by revulsion. Upon finishing his shower, and just as he had dressed, the doorbell rang. Chu Yunxiang checked the surveillance on his phone, and, upon seeing the monkey, he opened the door. "Brother Chu, didn't you say yesterday that you wanted to acquire the dumpling shop where Mu Feng eats every morning? I want to speak with the owner at 5 o'clock, but he refused and even gave me a bag of dumplings. I tried one, and it was quite delicious. Would you like to taste it?" The monkey said, extending a dumpling towards Chu Yunxiang. Mu Feng had become accustomed to eating dumplings and soy milk from a shop not far from the dormitory, run by a graduate senior. This had been a perfectly ordinary routine for 2 years. However, with 2 prominent school beauties competing to deliver breakfast to Mu Feng, the dumpling shop had become immensely popular at Tiandu University. Business was booming, and the owner was so delighted that he contemplated hanging Mu Feng's picture in the shop, offering daily incense and worship. Oh no, rather, in reverence. Yesterday, upon overhearing the building manager mention that Lu Yusin and Shi Qing had both brought breakfast to Mu Feng, Chu Yunxiang, in a fit of rage, resolved on the spot to acquire the dumpling shop and hang a sign declaring, "This shop does not sell dumplings to dogs or Mu Feng." Gazing at the dumpling in the monkey's hand and inhaling its aroma, Chu Yunxiang's expression soured slightly. "Is this a meat dumpling?" he asked. "Indeed. The best dumpling at that shop is the meat one. One bite, and the juices ooze out, warm, fragrant, and utterly delightful," the monkey replied with a grin. "Meat dumplings? Not necessarily made with pork, are they?" Chu Yunxiang inquired, clinging to a sliver of hope. "Well, actually," the monkey nodded. Just as Chu Yunxiang began to relax, the monkey continued, "But this shop only serves pork dumplings. So, this is a pork dumpling?" Chu Yunxiang's expression darkened. "Yes," the monkey affirmed. "Throw all those dumplings away." Chu Yunxiang's face paled as he dashed to the bathroom, a wave of dry heaving overtaking him. Having expelled all that he could, he found himself feeling even worse, with nothing left to bring up. "What's wrong?" The monkey, bewildered, took a bite of the dumpling and mumbled, "It really is delicious." He glanced at the dumpling in his hand, hesitating. Should he truly discard it? No. The dumplings from that shop were a rare delight. Had it not been for his negotiations to purchase the shop, the owner would not have offered him a taste. He vividly recalled the long queue outside the shop upon his exit. It would be quite difficult to procure these dumplings again. How could he bear to throw it away? Upon this realization, he swiftly devoured all the buns. "What are you doing? Did you discard the buns?" Suddenly, a feeble voice emerged from behind Chu Yunxiang. The monkey was startled, nearly choking. He hastily gulped down some soy milk to force the buns down, chuckling as he replied, "I threw them all away." The lingering scent of meat buns was overwhelming, causing Chu Yunxiang to gag. He quickly covered his nose and exclaimed in anger, "Go rinse your mouth. It reeks." "Oh, all right," the monkey responded, rushing to the restroom to rinse his mouth. "Hurry, order me a bowl of congee and tidy up my bedroom," Chu Yunxiang said languidly as he reclined on the sofa. "Got it," the monkey replied, pulling out his phone to order congee. After a moment's thought, he added a note requesting less minced meat. Having placed the order, he proceeded to tidy the bedroom. Upon entering, an unpleasant odor assaulted his senses. The sight of leftover food scattered across the floor nearly made him retch. What on earth has Brother Chu done? This is utterly disgusting. Nevertheless, he held his nose and endured the discomfort to clean the room thoroughly. Once he exited, he took a deep breath of fresh air, feeling significantly better. Ving Chu Zunxiang, who had finished the congee and appeared somewhat revitalized, he asked with a smile, "Brother Chu, did you find the congee to your liking?" "It was acceptable," Chu Yunxiang nodded. "I specifically instructed the restaurant to reduce the meat. It enhances the flavor of the congee," the monkey said with a grin. They added minced meat? Pork minced meat? Chu Yunxiang's expression darkened. Indeed, the monkey affirmed. You imbecile. Do not ever mention anything related to pork again. Chu Yunxiang cursed before rushing back to the restroom. After finally managing to eat, he expelled it all once more. The monkey looked on, bewildered. What on earth is happening with Brother Chu? When Chu Yunxiang emerged from the restroom, his eyes blazed with fury. Were it not for his weakened state, making walking a challenge, he would have relished the opportunity to thrash the imbecile before him. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a low voice. I had a nightmare last night. Go summon Master Tianshan from the White Horse Temple to interpret it for me. All right, the monkey replied, turning to leave, though inwardly he mused. Isn't it normal to have nightmares? I frequently have them myself. Is it necessary to consult a mere figurehead master for interpretation? Once the monkey departed, Chu Yunxiang reclined on the sofa again, his eyes glinting with a fierce intensity. Mu Feng, wait until I regain my strength. Then I shall settle the score with you. Meanwhile, Mu Feng stood by the basketball court, gazing affectionately at Shi Qing, inquiring, Little Qing, what performance do you wish to see today? Lu Yusin waved her petite hand excitedly, shouting, Brother Feng, I want to see you shatter the backboard. No way, that would damage school property. Mu Feng shot her a glare, responding curtly. Nearby, Wang Yi chimed in, My little Qing also wants to see the backboard shattered. Little Qing wants to see? Then I shall give you a performance to remember. With a mischievous smile, Mu Feng turned and departed. Shi Qing moved her lips slightly, murmuring, I haven't even spoken yet. Lu Yusin pouted, her lips protruding so high they could easily support a bottle of soy sauce. Is this not a blatant disparity in treatment? Even if I am not your girlfriend, I am still your friend. Can I not receive a modicum of respect? Do you see the difference now? Better to give up while you can. You have no chance. Wang Yi leaned closer to Lu Yusin's ear, whispering softly. Oomph. Lu Yusin rolled her eyes and resolutely declared, If you think you can make me give up, you are sorely mistaken. One day, I shall unearth the walls that confine them and rescue Brother Feng from this prison you call a relationship. Chapter 80. Shattering the backboard as he stepped onto the basketball court, Mu Feng turned to the muscular man and said, Brother, my little Qing wants to see me shatter the backboard. Could you grant me this opportunity? Shatter the backboard? The muscular man glanced at the glass backboard ahead, muttering softly, You madman. Although the school's backboard is of lesser quality than that of the CBA, it is still quite challenging to break. Are you confident in your ability? Mu Feng chuckled, flexing his biceps and stating, I've been hitting the gym day and night recently, and it's proving effective. Just watch. You? Working out? The muscular man examined him skeptically, pondering how this guy seemed to spend all his time either in the art studio or with Shi Qing. Did he truly have time to exercise? He contemplated this, a mischievous and peculiar smile creeping onto his face as he patted Mu Feng's shoulder, advising earnestly, Madman, temper your enthusiasm. There are many days ahead. What do you mean by many days ahead? Mu Feng was somewhat bewildered, failing to grasp the implication. I've been there myself. No need for explanations. I understand, the muscular man said with a lecherous smile, then turned his gaze towards the backboard, inquiring, How can I assist you? Mu Feng responded with a grin. There's no need for much assistance. When you get the ball, simply throw it against the backboard, and the rest will be up to me. All right, no problem. The muscular man nodded in agreement. As the game commenced, the muscular man went for the tip-off. The opponent was of similar height, but lacked his jumping ability, allowing the muscular man to successfully direct the ball to a teammate. The teammate received the ball and promptly passed it to the point guard. Give me the ball. As the muscular man approached the three-point line, he called for the ball. The point guard glanced around, not spotting Mu Feng, and passed the ball to the muscular man, the team captain. With the ball in hand, the muscular man aimed straight for the backboard. Meanwhile, Mu Feng, who had been lingering in the backcourt, unleashed his full potential, sprinting towards the front court at remarkable speed. Though his jumping ability was commendable, he still fell short of shattering the backboard. However, when combined with the immense force generated by his astonishing speed, the outcome would be entirely different. Bang! The ball struck the backboard and rebounded. At that moment, a shadow darted forward, leaping from the free throw line, catching the basketball midair, and with both hands clasped above his head, harnessing the powerful momentum and downward force, he forcefully slammed the ball into the hoop. The ball went in. Crash! The glass backboard shattered dramatically, shards raining down. Oh my goodness! The audience erupted, rising to their feet with mouths agape, utterly astonished. They had witnessed such feats on NBA broadcasts or videos before, finding it amusing. Yet, witnessing it unfold before their eyes left them completely speechless. To think that the one capable of shattering the backboard was right beside them. Just how much power must one possess to accomplish such a feat? After a brief moment of stunned silence, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. This was the embodiment of masculine strength, truly explosive. My heavens, he really did shatter the backboard? Wang Ya's mouth hung open, her expression one of sheer astonishment. Her remarks were merely an attempt to overshadow Lu Yusin, wishing to prevent her from excessively showcasing herself before Mu Feng. Little did she expect Mu Feng to truly accomplish such feats. His strength was indeed formidable. Furthermore, the speed at which he sprinted from the backcourt to the front court was nothing short of terrifying. The sprinter at the Olympics would likely pale in comparison. Not just her. Even Shi Qing and Lu Yusin wore expressions of astonishment. Yet, after the initial shock came an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Yay! Brother Feng is amazing. Lu Yusin cheered joyously. Wang Yi cast her a sidelong glance, dousing her enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. What are you so happy about? He performed for my dear Qing. It has nothing to do with you. Lu Yusin shot her an annoyed glare, tossing her head defiantly. I can be happy if I want to. It's none of your business. Shi Qing, however, remained silent, her gaze directed at Mu Feng, filled with sweetness. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder if the school would demand compensation for the shattered backboard. Would they accuse him of deliberately damaging school property? The thought cast a shadow of worry across her delicate features. Since becoming his official girlfriend, her perspective on such matters had subtly shifted. Standing nearby, the beautiful Counselor Lin Shireen raised an eyebrow. This fellow had applied the power techniques he had learned just yesterday to his dunk. Remarkable. The referees, equally bewildered by the sudden turn of events, huddled together to deliberate, ultimately deciding to postpone the game until the other matches concluded, after which they would resume play at a different venue. Additionally, they would contact the higher authorities of the school to determine how to address the situation. What? The backboard was shattered? Which major does this Mu Feng belong to? The principal paused momentarily upon receiving this news. Such a powerhouse existed within their school. The basketball coach, conveniently present in the principal's office, remarked, "This Mu Feng is the basketball prodigy who executed a 720-degree dunk from the free throw line. He is a student in the second year of the automation program." Automation, second year? That class led by Xiaoyin? The principal was taken aback. Yes, indeed. She is the principal's niece in teacher Lin's class, the coach confirmed. How come I was unaware of such talent in her class? The principal murmured. The coach replied, Mu Feng possesses exceptional basketball skills. I have long wished to recruit him for the school team, but he declined, stating he wanted to earn money. I heard he can sell a single painting for 10 million. What a pity, such a promising basketball talent, blinded by wealth. With that, he let out a wistful sigh. After all, if one painting fetched 10 million, who could afford to squander time on joining the school team? After pondering for a moment, the principal instructed for an announcement to be made throughout the school. Mu Feng's ability to shatter the backboard indicates his excellent physical fitness, which aligns with our school's emphasis on the comprehensive development of moral, intellectual, and physical well-being. We encourage all students to engage in physical exercise. As for the damaged backboard, Mu Feng shall not be required to compensate. A mere backboard is a loss the school can afford. There is no need to jeopardize our reputation with trivial matters. Those who had prepared from the outset to document the entire process of Mu Feng's performance fortuitously captured the moment when he shattered the backboard. This footage was subsequently shared on the school forum in Douyin, rapidly gaining immense popularity. While shattered backboards are not an uncommon sight, witnessing such a feat executed by someone like Mu Feng was indeed a first. The speed with which he surged from the backcourt to the front court not only captivated numerous basketball coaches, but also piqued the interest of track and field coaches. Such explosive power and velocity could easily nurture the next generation of athletic prodigies. However, Mu Feng remained utterly indifferent to all the attention. Although the match was supposed to be delayed due to the shattered backboard, The opposing team opted to concede defeat outright. Their strength was already lacking. And faced with Mu Feng's formidable team, they saw no prospect of victory and chose to avoid further humiliation. Chapter 81. If you wish to fight, then fight. Do not waste my time. The beautiful counselor, Lin Shireen, gazed at Mu Feng with a smile and remarked, in future competitions, you should ascend alone and shatter that backboard, compelling our opponents to concede. The others may simply observe from the sidelines. I find that agreeable. The robust man nodded emphatically, and the other team members chuckled in unison. My intent in shattering the backboard is not solely to induce their surrender, Mu Feng shrugged. Turning to his side, where Shi Qing stood, affectionately stating, it is merely because my dear Xiaoqing wishes to witness it. Oh, the singletons howled in mock despair. The dog food, a colloquial term for displays of affection, was inescapably abundant. The robust man glanced at Li Yu beside him with relief, thankful that he was no longer among the ranks of the single. Sensing the familiar hand resting at her waist, Li Yu shot him a disapproving glare, but did not rebuff him. The robust man chuckled foolishly, his head held high in pride. Brothers, persevere. I wish you all swift liberation from the clutches of singlehood. The students observed the two couples flaunting their affection with a mixture of envy and disdain. Counselor, the basketball match has concluded. We shall return to our studies now. The students chimed in unison. Lin Shireen cast a surprised glance at them, wondering what had prompted this unusual initiative to study. Could it be that the sun had risen from the west today? Go ahead. However, it is always commendable to take the initiative in studying. Lin Shireen nodded with a smile. Farewell, counselor. The students turned to depart, each secretly muttering. Within books lie golden houses, within books lie beauties. Lacking a girlfriend or boyfriend, I shall seek one within the pages. Enough of your displays of affection before me. Attend to your matters. Lin Shireen observed the two couples still entwined, a hint of exasperation crossing her face. Please, before flaunting your love, consider the feelings of others. All right, counselor, farewell. The robust man exclaimed in glee, pulling Li Yu away. Counselor, we too shall take our leave, Mu Feng added. During the school basketball tournament, classes were suspended, and he intended to utilize this time to create more paintings and wood carvings, preparing for the upcoming exhibition. Just as Lin Shireen was about to speak, a student clad in martial arts attire rushed in, breathless with urgency. The presidents of the Taekwondo Association, the Karate Association, and the Muay Thai Association, along with their elite members, have come to issue a challenge. Again, I have already informed them numerous times that I do not accept any challenges. Lin Shireen frowned, a trace of exasperation flashing across her face. Initially, she had established a martial arts association, but somehow a rumor had spread, claiming that if one could defeat her, they would become her boyfriend. Consequently, presidents from various associations flocked to her. Even coaches from the table tennis and badminton associations joined the fray. Fuming, she had nearly erupted in anger and vowed never to accept any challenges, which finally deterred the crowd. They had come to challenge her. The apprentice of the Martial Arts Association pointed at Mu Feng, stating that they had heard he triumphed over the president yesterday. Consequently, each of them had brought their elite disciples, declaring that should they defeat Mu Feng, it would be tantamount to vanquishing the president, thereby earning the right to have the president as their girlfriend. Shi Qing, Liu Yusin, and Wang Yu exchanged astonished glances at Mu Feng. Had he returned to school solely to engage in a brawl with his counselor? With an unusual expression, Mu Feng looked at Lin Shireen and playfully remarked, Counselor, it seems these fellows, enamored by your beauty, remain undeterred. In my opinion, you ought to find someone to marry soon to deter these wolves. Lin Shireen retorted, You little rascal, refrain from lecturing me. Since they are here to challenge you, you must deal with them. Very well, Mu Feng nodded and gently addressed Shi Qing. Shall I handle those ruffians alone, or would you prefer to accompany me, or wait for me at the Tianyuan building? Let us go together. Shi Qing replied with a smile. Yes, let us go together. I want to see Brother Feng display his prowess. It must be very dashing. Liu Yusin chimed in eagerly. Regardless of how dashing he may be, it has nothing to do with you, Wang Yu bluntly countered. Mind your own business. Liu Yusin rolled her eyes and shot her a glare. Lin Shireen and the martial arts apprentice regarded the four with curious expressions. Their relationships appeared rather intricate. Upon arriving at the Martial Arts Association, they found a throng of dozens gathered. Although the school forbade unauthorized fighting, challenges between association members were permissible, provided they did not result in severe injuries or fatalities. Minor injuries were to be borne by the individuals themselves. This was the fundamental rule to be memorized from the very first day of joining the association. President Lin quickly summoned Mu Feng. The members here can scarcely contain themselves. The three presidents urged eagerly upon seeing Lin Shireen. Mu Feng glanced at the trio, noting they weren't unattractive, and quietly asked, "Counselor, do any of them catch your eye? I could feign a loss to one of their members." "Get lost." Lin Shireen shot him an exasperated glare and turned to the trio, stating coolly, "I have reiterated many times that I do not accept any challenges. How is it you cannot remember?" The president of the Taekwondo Association laughed. "President Lin, we are not here to challenge you. It is our elite members who wish to challenge Mu Feng of the Martial Arts Association. We are all curious about the individual who triumphed over President Lin." "You don't even know Brother Feng?" Lu Yusin blinked in disbelief and exclaimed, "Brother Feng is quite the celebrity at Tianda University, the boyfriend of the two most beautiful girls on campus. How could you not recognize him?" Coughing, Mu Feng nearly choked and managed to say, "Lu Yusin, please be quiet. Must you continue to tarnish my reputation?" With a playful grin, Lu Yusin replied, "Brother Feng's reputation has long since vanished. The entire school is abuzz with tales of you being caught at the police station after spending the night with the two campus beauties." Wang forcefully pulled her close and whispered, "You reckless girl, if you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute." Shirqing frowned and replied, "I have already clarified the situation on the school forum. I am indeed Mu Feng's girlfriend, and I merely accompanied the police to assist with their investigation. What is there to clarify? This misunderstanding is rather delightful," Lu Yusin murmured under breath. Mu Feng remained silent, his thoughts racing with frustration. He glanced at the eager members behind the three presidents and remarked coolly, "Is it you lot, a collection of misfits, who wish to challenge me? Come at me. I have little time to spare." Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes blazed with fury. "I shall go first." A classmate in a Taekwondo uniform stepped forward, introducing himself. "I am a member of the Taekwondo Association." Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Mu Feng swiftly knocked him to the ground with a kick. "If you come to challenge my martial arts association, you must adhere to our rules," Mu Feng declared with a sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd. "Our rule is that there are no rules. If you wish to fight, then fight. Do not waste time with idle chatter." Chapter 82. Is that all? The members of the three major associations glared at Mu Feng with indignation. Even in the absence of rules, one would expect a proper introduction before the commencement of hostilities. This blatant disregard for decorum was rather unbecoming. A promising disciple indeed, Lin Shireen thought, nodding in satisfaction as she recognized that this young man had grasped the essence of the first principle of practical combat. "Is anyone else?" Mu Feng surveyed the crowd and remarked nonchalantly, "If no one wishes to step forward, I shall take my leave. I have pressing matters to attend to." "I will." A member from the Karate Association stepped forward, declaring, "I am from the Karate Association." Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Mu Feng had already dispatched him to the ground with a single punch. Ignoring the furious glares from the members of the three associations, he calmly stated, "Let me reiterate. If you challenge me from the Martial Arts Association, you must adhere to our rules. If you wish to fight, step up and engage. Spare me your prattle. Your names do not interest me. Step aside." A chilling voice suddenly resonated through the air. A figure emerged from the ranks of the Muay Thai Association. His bare arms revealed a tapestry of sinewy muscle, exuding an undeniable strength. Having witnessed the fate of the previous two challengers, he wisely refrained from introducing himself and launched an immediate assault. Muay Thai, known for its formidable effectiveness in real combat, employs the body's fists, legs, elbows, and knees as 8 weapons for attack. A practitioner of this art delivers punches and kicks with fluidity, utilizing the knees and elbows with precision, showcasing both power and agility. Renowned for its ferocity and devastating impact, it has long been celebrated as one of the most potent fighting styles. He threw a punch that seemed to cut through the air with a fierce wind. Given his powerful physique, A blow from him would undoubtedly result in injury. Be careful. Brother Feng, Lu Yusin exclaimed in alarm. Shi Qing clenched her fists tightly, her face etched with concern. However, she refrained from speaking out, fearing it might distract Mu Feng. Wang Yi glanced at Lin Shirin, and upon seeing her calm demeanor, felt a wave of relief wash over her. As the president of the Martial Arts Association, Lin Shirin must possess considerable skill. Since she exhibited no trepidation, it was clear she did not perceive the Muay Thai member as a threat to Mu Feng. Although she had yet to witness Mu Feng's combat prowess, his victory over Lin Shirin suggested he was indeed formidable. Interesting, Mu Feng mused, a slight smile gracing his lips. As the punch approached, he deftly tilted his head to evade it effortlessly and retaliated with a powerful strike that sent the Muay Thai member crashing to the ground in utter disbelief. Alas, your speed is simply too sluggish, he remarked coolly before addressing the others. Is there anyone else willing to fight? In that moment, the crowd fell into a hushed silence. If the previous two encounters had been ambushes, this third encounter had truly showcased Mu Feng's prowess. Despite the Muay Thai member's full-force attack and initial strike, he had failed to lay a finger on Mu Feng and was instead felled by a single punch. This fellow can defeat the president of the Martial Arts Association. Indeed an extraordinary talent, someone thought. Let us have everyone join forces if no one dares to step forward, Mu Feng added. The opponents proved to be woefully inadequate, failing to significantly enhance his proficiency. Had they approached him collectively, the pressure might have been greater, and the advancement of his divine martial arts skills would have accelerated correspondingly. This individual was insufferably arrogant, and it was intolerable. The members of the three major associations, incensed, emerged in unison. Today, even if it meant a brawl, they were determined to deliver a thorough thrashing to this insufferable character to alleviate their frustrations. If only they had acted sooner, they could have spared everyone time. With a subtle smile gracing his face, Mu Feng's eyes glimmered with anticipation. He wondered how much his proficiency would increase after vanquishing these adversaries. Contemplating this, he refrained from speaking and charged directly into the fray, unleashing a ferocious assault. With an agility level of 23, he had mastered his speed remarkably well, weaving effortlessly through the crowd as if it were an open plain. Ultimately, these so-called association members had never encountered genuine combat. Their practical skills were utterly abysmal. Confronted with Mu Feng, who possessed a profound understanding of combat principles and experience from battling Lin Shirin, coupled with his divine martial arts, defeating them was akin to child's play. The scene resembled a ferocious tiger unleashed among a flock of lambs, utterly invincible. The members of the Martial Arts Association were exhilarated. They were aware of Mu Feng's strength, having witnessed his growth firsthand, including his victory over the president, which had been accompanied by a playful taunt. However, they never anticipated that he would be this formidable. Even when faced with 2 or 3 dozen adversaries, they were no match for him. While some of his techniques might have seemed unorthodox, they were undeniably effective. It became apparent that practical techniques were remarkably powerful. Why bother with traditional martial arts forms when one could learn such effective combat techniques? Shi Qing, Lu Yusin, and Wang Yi could not suppress their excitement. Their small fists raised in exhilaration. It turned out that his fighting prowess was extraordinary. This man appeared to be a master of all trades. Each skill he possessed remarkably refined, verging on perfection. The presidents of the 3 major associations, witnessing Mu Feng's battle for the first time, were left utterly astounded. Were it not for the presence of their own members, they might have suspected they were witnessing a stage performance. In reality, how could one person possibly take on 30? It defied logic. With so many surrounding him, surely they could land a hit, even through a sneak attack? With the strength of these members, landing a single blow would be sufficient to disrupt Mu Feng's rhythm. Once that rhythm faltered, they could overwhelm him with sheer numbers. A kick from one and a punch from another could easily bring him down. Yet, despite the considerable number of fallen members, Mu Feng remained graceful and vibrant. Finally, as the last opponent collapsed, he surveyed the multitude sprawled on the ground and remarked with a hint of disdain, "Is this it? Pathetically weak. One wonders what audacity led you to challenge the Martial Arts Association." His tone was laced with dissatisfaction, though it stemmed from the realization that after dispatching these 30 individuals, his proficiency had only increased by a mere 1,000. It was noteworthy that during his encounter with Lin Shireen yesterday, he had gained a staggering 200,000 proficiency in less than an hour. What did this indicate? Simply put, these adversaries were lamentably inept. Upon arrival, the atmosphere was quite promising, yet once the match commenced, the participants proved to be utterly incapable. It was rather disheartening. Mu Feng glanced at the individuals sprawled on the ground and, with a tone laced with irritation, bellowed, "What are you still lying around for? My strikes were measured. They may have caused some discomfort, but they haven't injured any bones. Do not attempt to extort me. Hurry up and get up. Return whence you came, and do not linger here as an eyesore. Or should I deliver another kick to each of you and summon someone to carry you to the infirmary?" As soon as his words fell, the crowd scrambled to their feet and fled in haste. The presidents of the three major associations exchanged glances with Mu Feng and then with Lin Shireen, ultimately departing in silence, their tails tucked between their legs. The embarrassment they faced today was profound. Chapter 83. Remember to inform me of such fortunate events in the future. All set. Mu Feng clapped his hands and turned to Lin Shireen with a smile. "Counselor, please be sure to notify me whenever there are such splendid opportunities for a fair fight. You've become quite addicted to fighting." Lin Shireen rolled her eyes. "Mu Feng chuckled. Just don't forget about me. If there's nothing else, we shall take our leave. I have some painting to attend to." "Go ahead," Lin Shireen nodded. "All right then," Mu Feng said, pulling Shirqing along as they turned to depart, with Wang Ye and Lu Yusin closely following. As the four left, the apprentices of the Martial Arts Association fixed their eager gazes on Lin Shireen, their eyes alight with fervor. "What do you want?" Lin Shireen glared at them with her beautiful eyes. "President, we wish to learn practical combat techniques," the apprentices clamored. "Practical technique? Are you certain?" A charming smile graced Lin Shireen's lips, her eyes sparkling with a mischievous glint. "Absolutely." The apprentices nodded vigorously, having witnessed the efficacy of practical techniques. They had little desire to engage in martial forms that appeared aesthetically pleasing yet lacked any real combat effectiveness. "Very well." Lin Shireen's smile broadened. "To learn practical techniques, you must first learn to endure blows, enhancing your ability to evade attacks in the process, gradually transforming this skill into your instinct." With that, she delivered a punch that sent the nearest apprentice sprawling to the ground. The first rule of practical combat. As they looked at the beaming president, the apprentices suddenly felt a wave of regret wash over them. It seemed they had made a grave mistake in turning themselves into the president's punching bags. Meanwhile, at the Lu residence in a magic city, Mr. Lu received a call from a business associate. "Lu brother, I had planned to visit in person, but an unexpected family emergency has arisen, and I am unable to do so." There was a hint of urgency in the caller's tone. Mr. Lu responded, "Huang brother, is there any way I can assist you?" As the largest timber procurement company, Mr. Lu was keen to ensure that personal matters did not interfere with their business collaboration. Soon, the voice on the other end spoke again. "I apologize for the intrusion, but I do have a request." Mr. Lu replied with a smile, "Please, Huang brother, say whatever you need. I shall not refuse if it is within my power." The voice hesitated briefly, as though it were difficult to articulate the request, before continuing. "Lu brother, I recall you mentioning at the Sure residence that your esteemed wife's illness was cured by a painting of a five-clawed golden dragon." Mr. Lu paused, somewhat perplexed by the inquiry, but answered truthfully, "Indeed, that is correct. Would you be willing to sell that painting? I can offer you twice its value." Upon hearing this, Mr. Lu's brow furrowed slightly as he replied, "Huang brother, I regret to inform you that the painting cured my wife's illness, and I do not intend to sell it. It is meant to be a family heirloom to be passed down through generations. If you desire one, why not commission Master Mu to create a new piece for you?" A sigh emanated from the other end of the line. Master Mu's painting, after all, requires considerable time to complete. "I fear my wife may not be able to wait much longer." "What do you mean by that, Brother Huang?" inquired General Lu, furrowing his brow. "My wife has been in a deep slumber since yesterday, unable to eat, and despite consulting numerous doctors, they all claim her physical condition is quite fine, yet fail to elucidate the reason for her unconsciousness. I suspect she may be afflicted with the same ailment as your esteemed wife, and it appears to be even more severe. A sigh was heard from the other end. Is it truly so? General Lu exclaimed, astonished. After a moment's reflection, he continued, Brother Huang, given our years of camaraderie, I cannot stand idly by. Here is what I propose. Although I cannot sell you the painting, I am willing to lend it to you. Once your esteemed wife is restored, you may return it to me. Are you truly willing to lend the 5-clawed golden dragon painting? The voice on the other end brimmed with excitement. Of course, for your wife's condition sounds far more critical than my own. There is no time to lose. I shall dispatch someone to deliver it to you at once. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Lu. Should you ever require my assistance, I shall certainly respond without hesitation. Gratitude resonated through the call. After hanging up, General Lu sent someone with the 5-clawed golden dragon painting. His wife, intrigued, asked, Is Brother Huang's wife unwell? Having overheard her husband refer to Huang as brother, she could surmise his identity. General Lu nodded and replied, His wife is in a deeper slumber than you were previously. At least you could eat when fed. His wife cannot even be nourished. If this continues, her body may give way before the illness is treated. Mrs. Lu remarked with curiosity, While I have heard tales of individuals plagued by nightmares, cases like mine are exceedingly rare. I never anticipated that Mrs. Huang would also succumb to such a malady. I sincerely hope the 5-clawed golden dragon painting can restore her health. Brother Huang's residence was not far from the Lu household, merely a half-hour drive. Upon receiving the painting, he appeared exceptionally exhilarated, rushing directly to the bedroom. Inside, his 2 sons were vigilantly attending to their mother, alongside his father-in-law, all wearing expressions of deep concern. The painting has arrived. Make way, Brother Huang exclaimed with enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, everyone promptly stepped aside. His mother-in-law, somewhat skeptical, asked, Can this painting truly cure my daughter's illness? Brother Huang replied, General Lu's wife was healed using this very painting. Regardless of the outcome, we must give it a try. As he unveiled the artwork, the onlookers were instantly drawn into its ethereal realm. The elderly couple bowed deeply before the painting, while the 2 younger ones suddenly knelt in awe. When they emerged from the painting's enchantment, they gazed at it with shock and reverence. The power of a mere painting was simply unfathomable. Yet could it truly heal? At that moment, Brother Huang held the painting before his wife, only to be struck dumb. Her eyes were tightly shut. She could not see the painting, let alone enter its mystical essence. Overwhelmed by despair, he sank onto the bed. Father, what is the matter? His youngest son asked, perplexed. Mr. Huang sighed and remarked, Your mother. Her eyes are closed. His mother's eyes had remained shut since the previous day. The younger son, not fully grasping the situation, echoed his father's words. The others paused for a moment before gradually comprehending the gravity of the statement. Although the painting exuded a profound essence, its impact could only be felt by those who chose to behold it. Thus, it held no significance for their daughter, the mother. Mr. Huang took a deep breath, handed the painting to his elder son, and instructed, Please return this to Mr. Lu. Understood. The elder son accepted the painting, glanced at his mother, and turned to leave. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Yet, they had not yet reached the depths of despair. Chapter 84. What to do when your boyfriend is too exceptional. Mr. Huang picked up his phone once more to call Mr. Lu, inquiring, Brother Lu, My wife's condition differs somewhat from your esteemed wife's. She keeps her eyes tightly shut, unable to perceive the painting, thus rendered impervious to its artistic essence. What should we do in this case? Mr. Lu paused momentarily, taken aback by this perspective, for he had not previously considered this dilemma. After a period of contemplation, he replied, If that is the case, we may have no choice but to seek Master Mu. Perhaps he could assist in carving a wooden sculpture that possesses the ability to revive her spirit. It may prove beneficial for your esteemed wife. I will provide you with Master Mu's mobile number. You may inquire further. However, I have heard that the wooden sculptures he sells at the Tainuandi Writing Building are merely imbued with artistic essence, while those capable of revival are likely not for sale. Whether you can persuade Master Mu will depend on the sincerity of your intentions. Thank you. Regardless of the cost, I must give it a try. Mr. Huang noted the phone number with care, expressed his gratitude, and after ending the call, eagerly dialed Master Mu's number. At that moment, Master Mu was in his carving studio, contemplating what to create next. Meanwhile, Zhou Shulin, who was diligently cataloging information about each carving, periodically glanced at him, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. This boss appeared younger than herself. How could he possess such remarkable talent? Both painting and sculpting require extensive time and effort to master. Achieving Master Mu's level of proficiency in either skill is no trivial feat yet. He has elevated both talents to their zenith. It is often said that one can attain enlightenment through art, but Master Mu's painting and sculpture have genuinely reached that profound realm, devoid of pretense. At such a young age, even if he had begun practicing from the womb, it seems improbable that he could have honed both capabilities to such a high level by now. As Shi Qing entered, holding her phone, she observed the scene with a flicker of wariness and a hint of resignation. Her partner's brilliance radiated constantly, drawing the attention of others. In that instant, she regretted recruiting female employees from Master Mu. Focus on your work. Do not let your thoughts wander and ruin the carving, she gently reminded. Yes, I understand, Mrs. Boss. Zhou Shulin snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushed. How embarrassing to be caught staring at someone else's boyfriend. What on earth was she doing? She wished she could disappear into the ground. Fortunately, Shi Qing did not linger on the matter. Approaching Master Mu, she softly said, Master Mu, there is someone claiming to be Huang Yuqian on the line, requesting your assistance in carving a wooden sculpture. In order to concentrate on his creation, Master Mu entrusted his phone to Shi Qing, permitting her to handle any matters of lesser significance. He set down his carving knife and took the phone, saying, Hello, this is Mu Feng. Master Mu, I am Huang Yuqian. I would like to request your assistance in carving a wooden sculpture with protective properties. We can discuss the price. A rugged male voice resonated from the other end of the line. Hearing this affluent name and the tone that exudes wealth, it is evident that the person is a prosperous executive. Mu Feng chuckled. It is you, General Huang. There are numerous wooden carvings imbued with the symbolism of exorcising evil, such as the 12 zodiac animals, the qilin, the pishio, and the dragon tortoise. If you seek a piece for warding off malevolent spirits in your home, I would recommend a large dragon, dragon tortoise, qilin, or pishio. If you prefer a portable talisman, the 12 zodiac animals would be the ideal choice. May I inquire which one you desire, General Huang? Huang Yuqian glanced at his wife, who lay languishing on the bed, and after a moment's contemplation, replied, I will choose the 12 zodiac animals, as my wife is of the ox sign. Very well, not a problem. Once the carving is complete, would you like it delivered, or shall you collect it yourself? Mu Feng inquired. Huang Yuqian pondered for a moment before stating, I will come to collect it myself. However, Master Mu, I seek a wooden carving that possesses the ability to revive, rather than merely one that embodies artistic sentiment. Mu Feng was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head as he responded, I apologize, General Huang, but I currently have no intention of selling any wooden carvings that can revive. For the purpose of warding off evil, those imbued with artistic essence are sufficient. A reviving wooden carving would cost tenfold that of ordinary pieces, and it would be unwise for you to expend such resources on a carving that is unlikely to achieve revival. The activation conditions for such pieces would require a specific environment to truly manifest their efficacy. How could there possibly be malevolent entities in this world? Price is not the issue, Huang Yuqian explained earnestly. Master Mu, my wife suffers from an affliction akin to that of General Lu's spouse, albeit in a more severe form. She lies in a stupor, unresponsive and unable to eat or drink. I previously borrowed a painting of a 5-clawed golden dragon from General Lu, yet my wife remains oblivious, her eyes tightly shut, rendering her incapable of perceiving the painting or being drawn into its ethereal realm. Hence, I contemplated your reviving wooden carvings, believing they might aid my wife as condition. I implore you, Master Mu, to extend your generosity. I assure you, Huang will express his profound gratitude in the future. Mu Feng was momentarily speechless. The notion of being plagued by nightmares seemed fantastical enough. Yet another such case? Could it be that this was merely a fabricated tale to procure a reviving carving? Sensing Mu Feng's skepticism, Huang Yuqian spoke with urgency. Master Mu, I assure you, every word I speak is the truth. I have consulted numerous esteemed physicians, and regardless of the tests conducted, they all indicate that my wife's physical state is remarkably normal. We are at a loss as to why she remains in this unyielding slumber. I believe that only you, Master Mu, possess the capability to save her. I beseech you to assist us. Should you ever require my aid in the future, I am bound to respond. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Feng replied, as the saying goes, saving a life is more meritorious than erecting a 7-story pagoda. If your claims hold true, General Huang, and if my wooden carving can indeed aid your wife's ailment, I would not turn a blind eye to her plight. However, let me be frank, should I discover that you are deceiving me, I shall never sell any of my works to you again. Agreed, Huang Yuqian readily affirmed. Excellent. The crafting of a reviving wooden carving requires a bit more time, approximately an hour or so, Mu Feng stated. Very well, I shall make my way there immediately. Huang Yuqian concluded, promptly ending the call and hastily instructing his associates before rushing towards Tiandu. As Mu Feng grasped the carving knife, he embarked on the creation of his first masterpiece of the day. The wooden ox, embodying the spirit of the 12 zodiac animals, is said to possess the ability to ward off evil and can briefly resurrect under certain conditions. Nearby, Zhou Xuelin could only express her astonishment. The minimum price for other carvings starts at 15 million, yet the piece the boss is currently crafting is a custom order, valued at 10 times that amount, an astounding 150 million. The sale of a single carving at such a price is akin to a bank heist in its swiftness. Observing her expression, Lu Yusin's mind raced. This girl had the potential to be a formidable competitor, and she needed to be won over. Meanwhile, Shi Qing looked on with resignation, glancing at the focused Mu Feng, her heart heavy with a sigh. What could she do about a boyfriend so exceptional? What indeed could she do? Chapter 85. The Zodiac Oxwood Carving. 150 million. The wood carving possesses a fleeting ability to resurrect, thus naturally demanding a higher level of craftsmanship compared to other sculptural forms. The duration of the carving process is comparatively extended. After nearly an hour, the wood ox requested by the client was finally completed. After a brief respite, Mu Feng commenced the creation of other artworks. Approximately an hour later, a gentleman appeared in Area 6 on the 8th floor of the Tianyuan building. Hello, may I inquire if Master Mu is present? He politely asked, observing a young woman seated at the entrance, engrossed in her studies. As the chairman of a large corporation, he felt no necessity to extend such courtesy to an ordinary employee. However, given that this was Master Mu's domain, he dared not display arrogance. Provoking Master Mu might result in the loss of the opportunity to purchase the wood carving, thus jeopardizing his wife's sole chance of revival. The boss is inside. Upon noticing a customer, Zhou Xuelin promptly rose to greet him, a smile illuminating her face. Sir, are you here to inquire about the wood carvings? I can introduce you to the pieces you desire. Selling even one carving would alleviate financial worries for this month, the next, and the one after. Apologies, but I have already made an appointment with your boss, the man replied with a smile. Zhou Xuelin was momentarily taken aback. He must be the affluent individual who had called to place an order with the boss. A carving worth 100 million could only be afforded by a man of considerable wealth. Regrettably, as a client of the boss, she could not seize the opportunity for herself or enjoy any commission. Though somewhat disappointed, she nonetheless welcomed the gentleman into the studio. Gesturing toward the handsome man clad in simple attire, deeply absorbed in his carving. That is our boss. He prefers not to be disturbed while working. The beautiful woman beside him is his girlfriend. If you have any inquiries, you may speak with her. The man nodded and stepped inside. Before him lay an array of wood carvings, each uniquely shaped and displayed on rows of shelves. Each piece encapsulated a distinct artistic essence, drawing the observer into its depths. Huang Yuqian was filled with astonishment. Logically, such works infused with meaning would require a certain degree of creative inspiration to produce, and possessing even a few of such pieces would be commendable. Yet here, there were already 30 to 50 on the shelves, large and small. This was utterly astonishing. Could such remarkable works be mass-produced by Master Mu? When he emerged from his reverie, Shi Qing stood before him. Mr. Huang, your admiration is well placed. Your girlfriend's talent is indeed extraordinary, he remarked in awe. Mr. Huang, you flatter me, Shi Qing replied with a smile. So does Mr. Huang, seeking to purchase a wood carving. No wonder you are so generous. Huang Yuqian offered a wry smile. Monsieur, you jest. Were it not for my wife's needs, no amount of wealth would compel me to spend over 100 million on a single carving. Shi Qing chuckled softly, retrieving the already completed wood carving of the zodiac ox. Mr. Huang, this is the wood carving you requested. Upon gazing at the wood ox, Huang Yuqian was immediately ensnared by the profound artistry of the carving. Countless vengeful spirits surged forth, as if intent on devouring the very essence of life. Their terrifying presence palpable enough to chill one to the bone. At that moment, a colossal red bull descended from the void, radiating a dazzling light. As the brilliance emerged, all the tormented souls scattered in fright. Unlike the zodiacal golden rat gifted to Madame Shi, this wooden carving represented merely the zodiac bull, devoid of any secondary connotation of wealth or fortune. Huang Yuqian, awakening from his reverie, gazed upon Shi Qing with fervent anticipation and inquired, Miss Shi, can this zodiac bull truly be resurrected? With a gentle nod, Shi Qing replied, Mu Feng has stated that, should specific conditions be met, revival is possible. However, we are uncertain whether Madame S' situation meets the criteria to activate this carving. Thus, Mr. Huang, you must contemplate carefully. Are you truly intent on purchasing this piece? Taking a deep breath, Huang Yuqian declared, Yes, if there remains even the slightest glimmer of hope, I shall not waver. He then asked, by the way, Miss Shi, what is the price of this wooden carving? Uncertain of Huang Yuqian's intentions for the purchase, Shi Qing merely smiled and refrained from pursuing the matter further. She handed the carving to him, stating, ordinary sculptures range from 15 to 30 million. This piece, with its potential for revival and its superior craftsmanship, is priced at 10 times that of an ordinary carving. Mu Feng has expressly instructed that we charge the minimum, which is 150 million. Very well. Huang Yuqian nodded. The price had already been pre-discussed over the phone, and there was little more to be said. He cautiously accepted the wooden sculpture, examining it closely, and felt a renewed sense of astonishment. Every strand of hair on the bull's body, every ridge on its horns, appeared vividly lifelike. Particularly striking were its eyes. When scrutinized closely, one could almost sense an underlying emotion. Even without the potential for transient revival, this carving could easily command tens of millions. Miss Shi, how shall I proceed with the payment? He inquired, still holding the sculpture. Direct transfer would be best, Shi Qing responded with a smile. To pay 150 million. A bank transfer is the only feasible option, as most other methods are subject to limits. Understood, Huang Yuqian nodded. Shi Qing then addressed Zhou Xiulin, Sister Lin. Please provide Mr. Huang with Mu Feng's account number. Given the substantial value of artworks and carvings, buyers typically opted for direct transfers, which is why Mu Feng had entrusted his account details to the Zhou sisters. Certainly, Zhou Xiulin approached, retrieving Mu Feng's account number and handing it to Huang Yuqian. After making a phone call to relay the number, he waited for approximately 10 minutes before the transfer was completed. Given the large sum, the bank required clarification regarding the fund's intended use. Listening to the notification of the transaction's completion, Zhou Xiulin felt as though she were in a dream. A 150 million order had been finalized right before her eyes. Although this transaction would not yield her any commission, the excitement was nonetheless exhilarating. The largest deal she had witnessed in her lifetime thus far had been the sale of a Rolls-Royce Wraith to Mu Feng. In comparison, the Rolls-Royce Wraith seems utterly inferior. She cast another glance at the palm-sized wooden carving in Huang Yuqian's hand, unable to suppress her awe at the extravagant lifestyle of the wealthy. A mere trinket of such modest dimensions commands an astonishing price of 150 million. What is particularly remarkable is that affluent individuals are queuing up to purchase it. Is the world of the rich so indifferent toward the value of money? At that moment, Mu Feng had completed the sculpting of his second piece and approached Huang Yuqian, smiling as he said, I apologize. I was so engrossed in my carving that I did not notice your arrival, Mr. Huang. Please forgive my rudeness. Huang Yuqian waved his hand dismissively and replied with a smile. Master Mu, you are too kind. I hope my presence has not interrupted your creative process. Chapter 86, Journey to the Magic City, Activation of the Zodiac Ox. Mu Feng smiled and remarked, Mr. Huang, your words are too generous. I hope this wooden carving of the Zodiac Ox proves beneficial to you. Indeed, it will, Huang Yuqian replied with unwavering determination. This was his greatest hope. At that moment, he preferred to believe that Mu Feng was an omnipotent individual, capable of crafting masterpieces imbued with extraordinary powers. Master Mu, since our transaction is complete, I shall take my leave, Huang Yuqian said, eager to return and test the effects of the Zodiac Ox wooden carving, which had cost him an astonishing 50 million. Mu Feng pondered for a moment and asked, Mr. Huang, may I accompany you to see it? He had encountered nightmares that plagued individuals, and it was rare to meet even one in a century. Yet within a month, he had met two. His curiosity about the state of those tormented by such dreams compelled him to inquire further. Huang Yuqian's eyes brightened. Of course, since Master Mu can bestow such incredible abilities upon the carving, it may yield even greater effects on sight. If the Zodiac Ox proves ineffective, perhaps you could carve something even more powerful. Excellent. Mu Feng nodded, turning to Shi Qing. Xiao Qing, come with me. Shi Qing nodded in agreement. Where are we going? I want to join. Lu Yusin exclaimed excitedly as she entered. Wang Yi had also come from the art studio and stood beside Shi Qing. Yusin, you're here too. Surprised, Huang Yuqian remarked. Oh, what brings you here, Lu Yusin? He remembered that she seemed uninterested in paintings and sculptures. Lu Yusin replied, I'm here to buy a wooden carving for Master Mu. I was just about to invite him to my home. Would you like to join us? Sure. Lu Yusin nodded enthusiastically. It's been a while since I've visited my mother. It will be a good opportunity to return. I'll go with you, Wang Yi added. She was reluctant to let Mu Feng and Shi Qing venture so far without her. Her concern stemmed from two reasons: the fear of a certain persistent girl undermining their bond, and the worry that Mu Feng and Shi Qing might overstep boundaries in her absence. Before leaving, Uncle Shi and Aunt Shi had specifically asked her to keep an eye on the two. Then let us all go together. It will be like a little trip, Mu Feng suggested, casting a glance at Shi Qing, inwardly sighing at the loss of their private time together. Shi Qing nodded. After Mu Feng gave a few instructions to the Zhu sisters, they set off for the airport with Huang Yuqian and boarded a flight to the Magic City. Approximately 2 hours later, they arrived at Villa Number 3 in the Xiangbia Villa District. Master, please come in. Huang Yuqian welcomed them into the living room. You all can rest for a moment while I take this wooden carving to my wife. His tone was tinged with a hint of apprehension, a trace of excitement, and a sense of impatience. Mu Feng smiled and said, Mr. Huang, there is no need for such formality. If you do not mind, let's go and see your esteemed wife together. All right, Huang Yuqian replied without further ado, leading the group to the bedroom. You've returned, my son-in-law. How did things go? Upon seeing his son-in-law, the father-in-law quickly inquired. Father, I have acquired the wooden sculpture crafted by Master Mu, and I have brought him along. This time, it should be foolproof. After briefly introducing Master Mu and the others to his family, Huang Yuqian approached the bedside with the wooden sculpture in hand. Mu Feng examined his wife. She appeared rather pleasing, eyes tightly shut, complexion seemingly normal, as if she were merely asleep, showing no signs of illness whatsoever. The three women, Shi Qing, silently observed. Huang Yuqian's family remained silent as well, all eyes filled with tension and anticipation, fixed on his every move. Oui, do not worry. I will surely cure you. Huang Yuqian gently caressed his wife's cheek and placed the Zodiac Ox wooden sculpture upon her forehead. This should be the closest point to her consciousness. If this sculpture holds any efficacy, it should manifest its greatest power here. As the crowd beheld the sculpture, their consciousness was abruptly drawn into a peculiar realm. Countless vengeful spirits surged forth, as if intending to consume them whole, startling everyone. At that moment, a radiant red ox descended from the void, illuminating the surroundings. Wherever the light passed, the vengeful spirits scattered in fear. As they emerged from the vision, everyone looked around. There were no spirits, nor was there a glowing red ox. everything was merely an illusion. Turning their gaze back to the zodiac ox wooden sculpture, curiosity and astonishment filled their eyes. The idea that a wooden sculpture could evoke such a vision was simply astounding. Yet, could such a small sculpture truly be of any help to their mother or daughter's ailment? Doubt lingered in their hearts. Not only them, but even Mu Feng himself held no expectations. The zodiac ox was traditionally believed to ward off evil spirits, possessing a protective essence. But activating it required encountering genuine, malevolent entities. Did such entities truly exist in this world? Suddenly, the previously silent wooden sculpture began to emit a faint glow. Everyone instinctively rubbed their eyes, fearing they were hallucinating. Yet, when they opened their eyes again, the radiance of the sculpture intensified. Could this possibly be real? Mu Feng's eyes widened in shock. Under the scrutiny of the gathered individuals, the head of the zodiac ox wooden sculpture suddenly twisted a couple of times. Then, a resounding moo echoed, and the red zodiac ox appeared astride through the air, circling around Huang Youqian's wife. Streams of dazzling golden light radiated from it, enveloping her. The zodiac ox wooden sculpture had come alive? Everyone stood in a daze, gazing at the wooden sculpture of the zodiac ox, suspended in mid-air, their minds utterly blank. Even those who had previously witnessed the resurrection of the phoenix, seeking the phoenix wooden carving, Shiqing and Huang Youqian, were still taken aback. Mu Feng was equally astonished, but his shock stemmed not from the revival of the zodiac ox sculpture, but from a realization that there were indeed conditions capable of facilitating such a phenomenon. This implied that within this room, or perhaps within Huang Youqian's wife, there existed a malevolent entity. At that moment, Mu Feng felt an unsettling chill enveloping the entire space. Huang Youqian's wife was not merely tormented by nightmares. It seemed she was possessed by an evil spirit. He suddenly sensed that this world was profoundly unfamiliar, exceedingly strange. Chapter 87. The world has become somewhat unfamiliar, Master Mu. Could this be the long-lost mechanism art of the Mu family? Exclaimed Huang Youqian's youngest son in astonishment. You are familiar with the Mu family mechanism art? Mu Feng cast a surprised glance at him. The lad, barely 16 or 17, seemed to possess a surprising wealth of knowledge. I came across some descriptions in an ancient text. Huang Youqian's son nodded. He had seen in a historical manuscript a depiction of a mechanism bird crafted using the Mu family's techniques, reputedly capable of flapping its wings and soaring through the air like a living bird, akin to this zodiac ox. However, he glanced at the zodiac ox gliding through the air, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. The two appeared somewhat dissimilar. At least, the Mu family's records did not mention mechanisms that could emit light. Well, sort of, Mu Feng smiled, choosing not to elaborate, allowing this delightful misunderstanding to persist. At least the Mu family mechanism art retained some documentation, lending it a degree of credibility. It was astonishing to discover that the Mu family mechanism art was indeed so wondrous. Huang Youqian's youngest son wore an expression of excitement, realizing he must take the time to study that ancient book in detail. Mu Feng said nothing, his gaze fixed intently on Mrs. Huang, who lay in bed. However, he did not discern any immediate differences. The golden light emanating from the zodiac ox instilled an inexplicable sense of security, calming the restless hearts of those present. Suddenly, Mrs. Huang, who had been quietly lying there, abruptly opened her eyes, her body trembling slightly. "Hui," Huang Youqian exclaimed in delight, believing his wife had awakened. Yet, after calling her several times without response, he looked closer, only to find her face contorted in pain, her gaze hollow. "Hui, what is wrong?" Huang Youqian asked, a note of urgency creeping into his voice. His mother-in-law observed the zodiac ox gliding through the air and remarked, "Could it be that the golden light is causing her discomfort? I shall remove it." She reached out to take the zodiac ox away. "It would be best not to disturb it," Mu Feng said in a low voice. Although uncertain of the unfolding events, the expression on Mrs. Huang's face suggested something was amiss. "Let's wait a moment longer." Huang Youqian's father-in-law, clearly sensing the unease, pulled his wife back, his aged eyes scrutinizing every movement of their daughter. Huang Youqian's two sons appeared tense, their gazes fixed on their struggling mother, at a loss for what to do. The three women, Shurqing and her companions, exchanged glances, evidently bewildered by a situation that had transcended their understanding, challenging their worldviews. Mu Feng observed Mrs. Huang on the bed and the zodiac ox soaring above, an inexplicable chill creeping down his spine. Lu Yusin's family, residing in the magical city, had experienced similar symptoms, though not as severe. This city was indeed strange, imbued with an unsettling allure. After what felt like a minute, Mrs. Huang, who had been thrashing violently, suddenly stilled and closed her eyes once more. Oui. Huang Yuqian sat at the bedside, watching his wife, now drenched in sweat, her complexion gradually paling. His eyes filled with concern. At this moment, the celestial ox, having traversed the void, gradually retracted its radiant light, descending once more onto the forehead of Lady Huang, transforming into an immobile wooden sculpture. It was as if nothing had transpired at all. Was this the conclusion? The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. With such a commotion, could it truly be for naught? Just then, Lady Huang slowly opened her eyes. This time, her gaze was no longer vacant and devoid of expression. It bore focus. She surveyed the crowd with a hint of surprise at the multitude gathered by her bedside and weakly inquired, "Husband, what is happening? Why are you all staring at me while I merely took a nap? I feel quite hungry. Is there anything to eat? How strange, after just one night's sleep. I feel as though I haven't eaten for a day." Yes, you should rest for a moment," Huang Yuqian exclaimed excitedly, turning to his eldest son, quickly. "Go have the nanny prepare a bowl of porridge for your mother. Right away." The eldest son promptly dashed out. A look of relief spread across the father-in-law's face, while tears of joy streamed down the mother-in-law's cheeks. "Master Mu, your mechanism arts are truly remarkable," Huang Youqian's youngest son said, grasping Mu Feng's arm with palpable enthusiasm. "I shall not intrude upon your family's reunion. Let us retire to the living room." Mu Feng smiled gently, choosing silence as he departed the bedroom with Shurqing and the three women. Huang Youqian's youngest son eagerly took on the role of guide, leading the quartet to the living room before returning to the bedroom. "Brother Feng, I suddenly feel that your celestial ox is worth far more than 150 million. Lu Yusin whispered to Mu Feng once the host family had exited. "Even if it were 1.5 billion, Uncle Huang would not hesitate to procure it. Should we consider raising the price to 20 billion? Lu Yusin, please maintain your distance," Wang Yashio interjected, pulling Lu Yusin firmly to her side. Fortunately, she had accompanied them. Otherwise, the corner might have been corroded into a significant opening. Mu Feng scrutinized Lu Yusin with curiosity and asked, "Does your family harbor animosity towards theirs?" "Not at all." Lu Yusin shook her head. "Our families are partners. We supply the timber raw materials, and they handle the processing." This indicated a relatively close relationship. Yet Mu Feng remarked with a smile, "However, I have observed you show no mercy when taking advantage of others. With his wealth, what does it matter if I extract 10 to 20 billion from him?" Lu Yusin replied, nonchalantly, grinning, "As long as it benefits Brother Feng, I have no qualms about taking advantage of anyone." Wang Yashio retorted coldly, "In that case, you should have your father purchase all the carvings from Mu Feng's studio and the paintings from the art studio at prices 10 times their worth." Lu Yusin was rendered speechless. Even if the average value stood at 20 million, the combined total of nearly 200 pieces from both the art and carving studios would amount to 4 billion. No matter how affluent her family was, they could not possibly produce 4 billion in one fell swoop to acquire such items. Mu Feng smiled gently and turned to Shurqing, who had remained silent, only to find her face marred by a look of sorrow. Curiously, he inquired, "Shaoqing, what troubles you?" Shurqing shook her head and replied, "It's nothing. Just an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity with this world." Indeed, the bizarre occurrences surrounding Lady Huang were unsettling. Wang shared her sentiments. Even the typically jovial Lu Yusin exhibited an unusual gravity. I wonder how many others in this world share similar fates. It seems as though the world is on the brink of transformation. In truth, Mu Feng harbored a similar feeling, yet he remained unperturbed, maintaining his light-hearted demeanor as he reassured them, "Fear not. Upon our return, I shall carve each of you a protective wooden talisman, ensuring you are shielded from all malevolent forces." Chapter 88 Shaoqing. Shall we stay at a hotel tonight? Sure. Lu Yusin readily agreed. Brother Feng, I belong to the zodiac sign of the pig. Wang Yi shot her a glare, then turned to Mu Feng and said, both Shaoqing and I are under the sign of the sheep. All right. Mu Feng nodded in acknowledgement. With a playful smile, Lu Yusin chimed in, Brother Feng, where shall we stay tonight? How about my place? Mu Feng glanced at Shaoqing, pondered for a moment, and replied, with so many of us at your house, it might not be appropriate. Shaoqing, how about we stay at a hotel tonight? Staying at a hotel while traveling is typically a mundane affair. Yet, for some reason, the three women sensed something unusual in his tone, but chose not to dwell on it. Shaoqing nodded in agreement. Sounds good. Excellent. It's settled then. Mu Feng declared, clapping his hands. We shall stay at a hotel. Pouting slightly, Lu Yusin insisted, then I want to stay at the hotel with you all. All right. We'll all stay at the hotel and visit your home tomorrow, Mu Feng replied with a smile. He had established a rapport with Mr. Lu and his wife, and it would seem remiss not to pay them a visit while in the bustling metropolis. Moreover, he and Mr. Lu were business partners, as he would continue to procure the precious rosewood from Lu's timber group. Indeed, the primary reason was cost-effectiveness. Meanwhile, an elderly monk with 2 white eyebrows arrived at Chu Yunxiang's home, escorted by a monkey. Brother Chu, Master Tianchan has arrived, the monkey announced loudly. Lying languidly on the sofa, Chu Yunxiang turned his head and weakly said, Master Tianchan, please take a seat. Master Tianchan sat across from Chu Yunxiang, observing his pallid complexion and feeble aura. He inquired, Chu benefactor, you appear gravely weakened. Do you require a trip to the hospital? As merely a monk who practiced vegetarianism and recited sutras daily, occasionally earning a little by interpreting dreams, Master Tianchan was unaccustomed to dealing with severe ailments, which seemed to afflict Chu Yunxiang more than mere nightmares. With a frail voice, Chu Yunxiang responded, Master Tianchan, I had a dreadful nightmare last night, and my current state is a result of it. I've heard you are exceptionally skilled in dream interpretation. I humbly request your assistance. Rest assured, your compensation will be satisfactory. Upon hearing the word compensation, Master Tianchan's eyes glimmered slightly. As the third young master of the Chu family, he assumed Chu Yunxiang would not be stingy. With a smile, Master Tianchan said, to interpret your dream, I must first be informed of its details. Please, do elaborate on what transpired in your dream. Explain the details? Chu Yunxiang's expression faltered. How could he possibly articulate that dream? Noticing his discomfort, Master Tianchan encouraged, if I cannot learn of the dream you experienced, how can I assist in its interpretation? Fear not. I have interpreted dreams for countless individuals and have encountered all manner of bizarre dreams. Dreams may hold significance, but they do not necessarily dictate reality. Speak freely. I assure you, I harbor no intention of ridicule, nor will I disclose anything to a third party. Chu Yunxiang turned to the monkey, who seemed to understand completely. The monkey promptly turned away, yet did not venture far, hiding behind the grand door to eavesdrop. His curiosity was piqued. What kind of dream could provoke such a reaction from Chu Yunxiang? Once the monkey had departed, Chu Yunxiang took a deep breath and spoke, Master, I dreamt of my nemesis last night. Master Tianchan smiled faintly and replied, this is quite normal. As an adversary, one inevitably thinks of how to contend with him day and night. As the saying goes, what one contemplates during the day manifests in dreams at night. Dreaming of an enemy is indeed commonplace. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Yunxiang continued, I also dreamt of a herd of large, plump pigs. Large, plump pigs? Master Tianchan smiled again. That's a good omen. The price of pork has surged these past 2 years, indicating that fortune is about to smile upon the benefactor. Perhaps you shall vanquish your foe in the coming days. Chu Yunxiang gritted his teeth and added, in my dream, my enemy threw me into the pig pen, forcing me to be with those large, plump pigs. This is indeed a fortuitous sign, Master Tianchan said with a gentle smile. The large pigs symbolize wealth. Your enemy casting you into the pig pen signifies that this fortune will manifest through him, and he shall willingly bestow it upon you. Chu Yunxiang clenched his teeth, eventually managing to utter, in my dream, He made me engage in acts befitting a husband with those large, plump pigs. Acts befitting a husband? Master Tian-chan was momentarily taken aback, pondering the implications of such a statement. After a brief pause, his eyes widened in realization. Good heavens, you engaged in such activities in your dream? He struggled to suppress his nausea and inquired, was it one pig or a group? A group, about 20 or so. I can't recall the specifics, but it persisted throughout the night. Since he had already divulged so much, Chu Yunxiang decided to recount every detail. One man battling 20 large pigs? For an entire night? Master Tian-chan felt his stomach churn violently, nearly succumbing to the urge to vomit. However, as a professional dream interpreter, it was essential to maintain composure regardless of the nature of the dream presented. Yet, the eavesdropping monkey could no longer contain himself and dashed to the nearest trash bin. Retching profusely. No wonder Chu Ge has such aversion to pork today. He must have battled a herd of large pigs all night in his dream. The thought that Chu Ge could dream such a thing made him wonder if there lurked a hidden desire within him. How could one dream such a thing without a longing for it? The more he pondered, the more nauseated he felt, leading him to vomit even more violently. Inside, Master Tian-chan forced down the bile, threatening to rise in his throat. Managing to muster a semblance of smile as he remarked, "This dream of yours is indeed peculiar. Yet there is no need to dwell on it. It is, after all, merely a dream." Chu Yunxiang gritted his teeth and replied, "But before I awoke, that enemy insisted I publicly kneel and apologize today, or else the nightmare would continue tonight. I refrained from going, fearing I would endure the same horrific dream again." Well, Master Tian-chan hesitated before responding. Generally speaking, if one fulfills the wishes of the dream's antagonist, the nightmare will naturally dissipate. However, since you chose not to comply, it matters not. Is there any way, Master? Chu Yunxiang inquired with eager anticipation. Master Tian-chan opened his backpack and skillfully retrieved a few sheets of paper, upon which he inscribed incomprehensible symbols. Once he completed his work, he handed it to Chu Yunxiang, saying, "Adept, this is a talisman I have drawn. Carry it with you, and it shall protect you from malevolent forces." Talisman? Chu Yunxiang furrowed his brow, questioning its efficacy. "It is akin to the talismans of Taoism," Master Tian-chan replied mysteriously. "Belief renders it potent, while doubt renders it void. As for the degree of belief..." As he spoke, Master Tian-chan rubbed his thumb and forefinger together. Chapter 89, "Perhaps you could accompany me to observe the state of mind." "Master," suggested Chu Yunxiang. "Understood," he replied with a nod, retrieving his phone to request Master Tian-chan's account number, promptly transferring 1 million over. Upon receiving the notification of the transaction, Master Tian-chan felt a wave of relief wash over him, dispelling much of his previous discomfort. "The dream has been resolved. I shall take my leave now. May you have sweet dreams tonight," Master Tian-chan said with a smile as he rose. "Sweet dreams? Ideally, no dreams at all," muttered Chu Yunxiang under his breath. He then added, "Master, please forgive me. I am feeling somewhat unwell today, so I shall not see you off in person. I will have Monkey escort you back." "Monkey? Brother Chu, I'm here." Monkey, having just returned from a brief respite, pushed open the door upon hearing his name and entered the room. "Please see Master Tian-chan back," instructed Chu Yunxiang. "Certainly," Monkey responded cheerfully, turning to Master Tian-chan with a smile. "Master, after you." Master Tian-chan nodded and followed Monkey out. Seated in the car, Master Tian-chan hesitated for a moment before addressing Monkey, who was driving. "Kind sir, do take some time to check on Master Chu's state of mind." "Check on his state of mind? What do you mean?" Monkey was taken aback. Did Master Tian-chan suspect Brother Chu of being mentally unwell? He considered defending his friend, but then reflected that a rational person would not dream of engaging in such peculiar activities with a group of large pigs. Thus, he chose silence. Meanwhile, at the opulent villa of Huang Yuqian in the magical city, after a brief exchange of laughter, Huang Yuqian led his family into the living room, clasping Mu Feng's hands with palpable excitement. "Master Mu, thank you. Thank you for curing my wife's ailment." Mu Feng waved his hand dismissively, smiling. "You flatter me, Mr. Huang. That wooden sculpture of the zodiac ox was purchased for 150 million. Since it has been sold, it is no longer my concern. The true savior to wife is you." Few would invest such a substantial sum for an opportunity of uncertain efficacy. Regardless, this sculpture was crafted by Master Mu, and only your artistry possesses such miraculous properties. I shall remember this kindness. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I will oblige wherever possible. Huang Yuqian declared with a smile. Very well. Mu Feng nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Huang Yuqian's wife approached, deeply bowing to Mu Feng. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving intervention, Master Mu. Should my husband and I ever be of service, do not hesitate to call upon us. We are at your disposal, she said, her voice somewhat feeble, having eaten nothing for a day and a night, and only recently consuming a small bowl of porridge. Her body still in recovery. You are too kind, madam, Mu Feng replied, raising his hand in a gesture of modesty. Well, you should truly be thankful for his Mr. Huang's devotion to you. He nearly offered to kneel before me to secure the creation of this sculpture. Madame Huang glanced at her husband, her eyes filled with affection. Huang Yuqian chuckled. Master Mu, you speak the truth. Had you declined to carve the sculpture again, I truly would have been prepared to kneel before you. The room erupted with laughter at his words. Madame Huang's father spoke up. Master Mu, I am immensely grateful for the cure you have provided for my daughter. Should there be any occasion where the Jin family can be of assistance, do not hesitate to ask. We will never decline, as long as it is within our means. These men certainly spoke differently, ensuring they left themselves an escape route to avoid unreasonable demands from Mu Feng. Naturally, this was quite normal, and Mu Feng paid it no mind, responding with a smile, Old Master Jin, you flatter me. In truth, I was unaware of such miraculous properties of my wood carvings. It seems I shall have to raise the price tenfold upon my return. If someone truly desires it, I would not be surprised if they were willing to pay even 100 times the price. Old Master Jin chuckled, having lived for 70 or 80 years. This is indeed my first encounter with such extraordinary wood carvings. It is truly eye-opening. Madame Huang, along with her two sons, also stepped forward to express their gratitude. Master Mu, it is getting late. I have reserved a private room at a grand restaurant in the Magic City. Let us share a meal together, Huang Yuqian suggested. I feel rather embarrassed. Mu Feng hesitated. After all, he had merely sold a carving and had not provided further assistance. Brother Mu Feng, please join us. I still wish to inquire about certain techniques of the Mahist mechanisms, Huang Yuqian's younger son said with eager anticipation. Mu Feng glanced at him, recalling that this young man had introduced himself during his earlier expression of thanks. What was his name? Ah, yes, Huang Dazai, and his older brother was named Huang Dafu. This family's choice of names was indeed amusing. Observing Huang Dazai's eager expression, Mu Feng pondered for a moment and replied, if that is the case, I shall graciously accept your invitation. Excellent. Now we are talking. Huang Yuqian laughed heartily, leading the group to the villa's private garage. The garage was filled with an array of vehicles, making Mu Feng almost believe he had entered a car dealership. Master Mu, you can drive, correct? Huang Yuqian inquired. Mu Feng nodded. Seeing this, Huang Yuqian waved his hand grandly, exclaiming, Master Mu, choose any car you desire. What generosity! You see, that is true magnanimity, Mu Feng thought, feeling no need to be modest. After all, they were merely driving to a meal, not taking a car home for himself. Which 5-seater cars do you have? Mu Feng asked. With a total of 10 people, they would need at least 2 5-seaters or 1 6-seater and 1 4-seater. Huang Yuqian, an automobile enthusiast, spoke passionately about cars as if recounting treasured memories. He approached an SUV and remarked, this is a 5-seater large SUV, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The front grille is imposing, instantly captivating. The interior is exquisite, with exceptionally comfortable seating and ample space. Both the driving and riding experiences are remarkable, with a base price of $1 million. And then there's this model, he continued, walking toward another vehicle, the George Bears battle car, which runs on diesel, a globally limited 6-seater version. Just look at its exterior, it exudes power. The headlights are striking, and the lines are distinct from the side view. It is a design that never tires the eyes, no matter how long one gazes at it. The space is quite ample. Even with 7 or 8 individuals seated, it feels entirely uncrowded. The comfort of the seats is exceptional, though the sole drawback is the sluggish acceleration. However, once the speed picks up, The driving experience is truly remarkable. The base price stands at $4.08 million, yet it is a limited edition, making it not necessarily attainable even for those with wealth. Next to it is a globally limited four-seater version of a battle vehicle. As he spoke, he prepared to move towards the next car. Mu Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Mr. Huang, if one were unaware, they might mistakenly believe you're a salesperson at a car dealership. The three women, including Shi Qing, displayed faint smiles, having not anticipated that the distinguished chairman of the group possessed such a side. Huang Youqian's family also shook their heads in helplessness. Chapter 90. In the dead of night. Approaching the campus belle, Huang Youqian couldn't help but chuckle. There's no way around it. I simply can't resist when it comes to cars. All right, I'll take this four-seater battle vehicle. Its appearance is indeed quite imposing and perfectly aligns with masculine tastes, and it suits our group of four. Mu Feng remarked with a smile. The aesthetic of the battle vehicle was undeniably appealing, a style that most men adored. Huang Youqian nodded in approval, giving a thumbs up. In his collection, this battle vehicle was relatively inexpensive, yet remained one of his most cherished SUVs. I'll take this six-seater, perfect for 10 people, Huang Youqian chuckled. Mu Feng took the driver's seat while Lu Yusin was ushered to the back by Wang Yala, leaving the front passenger seat for Shi Qing. The group then set off in two battle vehicles towards the grand restaurant in the magical city. While awaiting their meal, Huang Dazai incessantly inquired about the mechanisms of the Mu family secret arts. Mu Feng, lacking knowledge on the topic, selectively shared some insights from the super divine carving with Huang Dazai, who listened with rapt attention, clearly captivated. After their meal, Huang Youqian extended another invitation. Master Mu, why not stay at my home for the night? You can leave in the morning. Mu Feng waved his hand, smiling. There's no need. We plan to explore the night market in the magical city, and we'll just stay here at the grand restaurant. I see. Huang Youqian pondered for a moment, then said, let me book your rooms. No need. I can manage that myself. Mu Feng quickly declined, smiling, although my wealth may not compare to Mr. Huang's. Reserving a presidential suite at this grand restaurant is certainly within my means. Huang Youqian chuckled. What Master Mu possesses cannot merely be measured by money. Since you insist, I shall not press further. By the way, consider that battle vehicle a gift for you, Master Mu. It would be a shame not to enjoy the sights of the magical city during your visit. The attractions here are quite delightful. Whenever you feel ready, you can simply drive it back to Tiandu. There's no need. We could take a vehicle. Mu Feng attempted to refuse. Huang Youqian replied with a smile. Master Mu possesses extraordinary abilities and will undoubtedly become a world-renowned figure in the future. When the time comes to present gifts, a mere battle vehicle may not suffice. I kindly ask you to accept it. Huang Foreign added with a smile. Master Mu, please accept it as a token of our gratitude for your life-saving kindness. After some contemplation, Mu Feng nodded. Very well, thank you. The Huang family departed in the six-seater battle vehicle. Using 100,000 yuan, Mu Feng reserved the presidential suite at the grand restaurant before taking the three ladies out for a leisurely stroll. The night scenery of the magical city was indeed splendid. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, the four returned to the grand restaurant to rest. The presidential suite featured a master bedroom, a secondary bedroom, a nursery, and two guest rooms. Ample space for each person. Let us retire early. We'll visit Lu Yusin's home in the morning and then venture out again in the afternoon. Coincidentally, we have no basketball matches for our class in the next 3 days. It's a rare opportunity to enjoy the magical city for a few days. Mu Feng said with a smile. Sound good. The three ladies replied in unison. Lu Yusin exclaimed with excitement. I am quite familiar with the attractions of the magic city. Tomorrow afternoon, I shall act as your guide, ensuring that you all enjoy yourselves to the fullest. Excellent. It is settled then, Mu Feng nodded. As for the room arrangements, you may choose among them yourselves. I shall first indulge in a hot bath. And remember, do not peek. With that, Mu Feng entered the master bedroom's bath, leaving the three women in silent contemplation. After a while, Wang Yi spoke up. There isn't much to choose from, really. Mu Feng will occupy the master bedroom. Xiao Qing will take the second bedroom, and Lu Yusin and I will share the guest room. It is only natural for Brother Feng to sleep in the master bedroom. But why should Shi Qing have a second bedroom? Lu Yusin protested, wishing to sleep in the more conveniently located second bedroom. Because Xiao Qing is Mu Feng's girlfriend. Isn't she? Wang Yu replied with a sidelong glance at Lu Yusin. The second bedroom, also known as the mistress's chamber, rightfully belongs to Shi Qing as the official girlfriend. Lu Yusin was at a loss for words, and after a moment replied, though not officially yet, it will be soon. Since it is not official yet, let's go, Wang Yu said, pulling Lu Yusin towards the guest room. Each bedroom was equipped with its own private bath. When Mu Feng finished his bath and emerged, he found only Shi Qing in the living room. Oh, have the rooms been decided? Mu Feng asked with a smile. Shi Qing nodded. Xiaoya and Lu Yusin have gone to the guest room. I should also wash up and head to bed. Good night. Mu Feng's eyes sparkled mischievously as he said, Xiao Qing, won't you give me a goodnight kiss? Shi Qing's cheeks flushed, and with a playful glare, she stepped forward to plant a quick peck on his lips. Before Mu Feng could react, she blushed and sprinted away. Is that all? Mu Feng touched his lips, bemused. Is this a kiss? More like a fleeting brush. The sensation was negligible. Once in the master bedroom, he lay down, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. As a spirited young man who had recently acquired an official girlfriend, it was impossible not to entertain various thoughts. He remained restless until the dead of night. After much deliberation, Mu Feng finally decided to tiptoe out of the master bedroom and approach the door of the second bedroom. Xiao Qing, are you asleep? He whispered. I am, came Shi Qing's voice from within. How can you speak if you're asleep? Mu Feng questioned, perplexed, then added, may I come in? It's late. You should be sleeping, Shi Qing responded. I cannot sleep. I wish to chat with you. Mu Feng endeavored to sound sincere and amiable. After a brief silence, Shi Qing finally replied, then wait a moment while I get dressed. All right, Mu Feng agreed. Moments later, the light in the second bedroom flicked on. After a short while, Shi Qing said, okay, you can come in now. Mu Feng pushed the bedroom door open and entered, smiling as he sat beside her. Shi Qing eyed him skeptically. Are you really just here to chat? Yes, just to chat, and perhaps engage in some physical exercise, Mu Feng replied. Mu Feng nodded earnestly. Exercise? Shi Qing expressed her confusion. Isn't there a gym in the presidential suite? Why come to my bedroom instead of working out there? This method of exercising is not something I can do alone. It requires two people, and it must be a man and a woman. Mu Feng replied with a beaming smile. What kind of exercise method is this? I have never heard of it, Shi Qing said, her face filled with curiosity and bewilderment. Do you really wish to know? Mu Feng's smile grew ever more radiant, reminiscent of the big bad wolf enticing Little Red Riding Hood. Chapter 91. I haven't crossed the line. I've merely touched it. Shi Qing nodded, gazing at her exquisitely close visage and those eyes brimming with curiosity. Mu Feng felt a surge of warmth coursing through him, his throat parched. My method of physical training primarily focuses on enhancing core strength and stamina, followed by arm strength and overall body coordination. Occasionally, it also works the thigh muscles, abdominal muscles, and pectorals, he stated earnestly, as if he were imparting an extraordinary fitness regimen. Shi Qing nodded in agreement. It sounds like a commendable approach to exercise, one that allows for the training of various body parts. Not only that, Mu Feng chuckled, my method can also enable both participants to experience the utmost joy in life. Once you've tried it, you'll inevitably fall in love with this way of exercising. You have piqued my curiosity further, Shi Qing replied, her large eyes blinking as she pondered what kind of workout could elicit such profound happiness. Exercise has always been a prolonged and tedious affair, even if not painful. It certainly has little to do with joy. If it truly could bring pleasure to those who engage in it, then this fitness method is indeed remarkable and worthy of promotion. Do demonstrate it for me. I am eager to see what kind of exercise this is, she urged, her curiosity intensifying. I cannot perform it alone. I need your cooperation. Mu Feng shook his head, preparing to savor this delightful endeavor step by step. Me? How can I assist? Shi Qing inquired, her intrigue deepening. The first set of exercises is a duo push-up, Mu Feng announced, positioning his hands on the ground, tilting his head to smile at Shi Qing. You will rest your legs on my shoulders, grasp my feet with your hands, and support your body on my back as we perform push-ups together. This indeed sounds entertaining. Shi Qing, having completely lowered her guard, laughed as she climbed onto Mu Feng's back, supporting herself. Let's begin. 1. Mu Feng bent his arms, lowering his body. Qing mirrored the motion atop him. Exercising alongside a loved one in such a manner was undeniably joyous, infusing their workout with abundant motivation. 2. 10. After completing 10 push-ups, Mu Feng allowed Qing to dismount, concluding the first set of exercises. What do we do next? Qing inquired with anticipation. Next is the second set of exercises. You must lie down first, Mu Feng replied with a serious expression, making an effort to conceal the fervent glint in his eyes. Lie down. Why we need to lie down for a workout? Are you going to do sit-ups? Qing mused, acknowledging that sit-ups indeed target the core. After a moment's thought, she obediently reclined on the bed. Had she been instructed to lie down initially, she would certainly have been skeptical. However, after the earnest workout from the first set, her vigilance had significantly diminished. All right, I am ready, she declared. She tilted her head, gazing intently at Mu Feng, and earnestly said, a woman exquisite to the utmost degree. Lying in bed and inviting you over is undoubtedly the finest aphrodisiac in existence. Mu Feng, parched and dry-throated, slowly ascended the bed, positioning himself above Qing. His hands bracing against the mattress as he looked down at the stunning beauty beneath him, the fervent glimmer in his eyes impossible to conceal. Qing felt a wave of discomfort under his intense gaze and finally realized that she might have been deceived. She shifted uneasily, her voice barely above a whisper. Wasn't this about exercising? What are you doing? It's precisely for the purpose of exercise, Mu Feng replied, oblivious to the hoarseness that had crept into his voice. What's wrong with your voice? Qing inquired. My throat is too dry, Mu Feng said, his eyes fixed on her beautiful cheeks. I'll get you a glass of water, Qing stammered, seemingly finding an excuse to escape the pulse-quickening, unsettling atmosphere. Water cannot quench my thirst. Only you can, Mu Feng unabashedly revealed his intentions, his body slowly descending upon hers. She felt a weight pressing down on her, an unfamiliar, yet oddly familiar sensation flooding her heart. It was familiar because, in her dreams, he had been on top of her countless times, yet strange because those dreams had never stirred such heart-racing, bashful emotions. Is this your second set of exercises? Qing's cheeks flushed crimson as she finally grasped the meaning behind Mu Feng's notion of exercise, the pursuit of mutual ecstasy. What a rogue! What chaotic thoughts occupy your mind all day? Indeed, Mu Feng replied, leaning in towards her alluring lips. We made a pact. We cannot cross the line before graduation. Qing, looking into Mu Feng's fiery eyes, felt uncertain whether he still remembered this agreement. Not crossing the line, but a gentle touch at the boundary should be permissible, right? As the last word fell, Mu Feng's lips met the soft, inviting red of hers, while his hands restlessly sought the boundaries they had once agreed upon. Having toyed with this moment in dreams 100 times, this was their first encounter in reality, and both were somewhat anxious. However, when passion surged, any notion of boundaries was swiftly forgotten. With ample foreplay, just as Qing was losing herself in the moment, and Mu Feng was ready to boldly breach the confines. A knock echoed from the next room, nearly startling him into retreat. Qing, are you asleep? Came Wang Ye's voice from outside. Mu Feng halted his movements, glancing at Qing's flushed face, signaling her to be silent, hoping that Wang Ye would assume Qing was asleep and depart. I'm unable to sleep alone. May I come in and sleep with you? Wang Ye's voice rang out once more. Qing exchanged a glance with Mu Feng, but remained silent. She was awake now and could not allow Mu Feng to proceed further. Yet, she refrained from speaking, fearing that inviting Wang Ye in would lead to a deeper misunderstanding. If you don't respond, I'll take that as your consent, Wang Ye declared. To her surprise, Wang Ye exhibited no intention of leaving. Instead, she prepared to open the door and enter. Why did this girl choose to arrive at such an inopportune moment? Mu Feng, with a face full of frustration, reluctantly pulled himself away from Qing and muttered under his breath, Had I known, I should have locked the door. Observing his expression, Qing shot him a playful glare and called out, It's Xiaoya, come on in. Afterward, she leaned closer to Mu Feng and whispered, You naughty boy. We agreed not to cross any boundaries. Unfazed, Mu Feng grinned and replied, I haven't crossed any boundaries. I've merely grazed them. With that, he raised his hand with a mischievous flourish. Shi Qing's cheeks flushed crimson as she stamped her foot, left speechless. Chapter 92. What have you been up to? At that moment, Wang Ye opened the door to the secondary bedroom and stepped inside. Upon seeing Mu Feng, a flicker of surprise and caution crossed her face. Mu Feng, what are you doing here? She questioned, scrutinizing the two of them. What have you two been up to? Noticing Shi Qing's flushed cheeks, she incredulously remarked. You two haven't crossed any boundaries, have you? Absolutely not. Shi Qing quickly shook her head, her tone resolute. Mu Feng chuckled. We were merely exercising. Nothing of the sort that you are implying. Exercising? In the middle of the night, in Shi Qing's room with the door closed? Wang Ye looked at Mu Feng as if he were a fool. If you're going to concoct an excuse, at least make it believable. Don't believe me? Mu Feng asked. Wang Ye replied with a half-smile. Do you think I should? Mu Feng turned to Shi Qing and said, Shi Qing, let us demonstrate how we exercise for her. With that, he positioned himself on the ground, supporting himself with his hands. All right, Shi Qing responded, following suit as she placed her legs on Mu Feng's shoulders and grasped his ankles. 1. At Mu Feng's command, they commenced their performance of partner push-ups. Observing their somewhat practiced movements, it indeed appeared they were not novices. Could it be that she had overthought the situation, and they truly were just exercising? As she watched, Wang Ye began to waver. With a sigh, she remarked, honestly, even if you had crossed the line, I wouldn't tell uncle and aunt. As long as you take precautions and avoid pregnancy, it'd be fine. The two stood up, adjusting their clothes. Upon hearing this, Mu Feng glanced at Wang Ye, and in that fleeting moment, his mind raced through various thoughts. He ultimately deduced that she was testing him and shook his head, stating earnestly, Wang Ye, you are insulting my character. Am I the kind of person who breaks my promises? I vowed not to cross the line before graduation, and I will honor that. Shi Qing gave him a disdainful look, thinking that if Wang Ye hadn't arrived in time, he might have indeed crossed that line. A man's words can be deceiving. Is that so? Wang Ye scrutinized him closely for a long moment, unable to discern any flaw in his demeanor. Smiling,